Extension of the combat zone. For freedom and life in times of sexual counter-revolution. Chapter 2. The Liquidated Drive Destiny. The fragment Interest in the Body in the Dialectic of Enlightenment contains the sentences, "The body cannot be transformed back into the lib. It remains the corpse, no matter how much it is enhanced." The transformation into the dead, which is indicated in its name, was part of the perennial process that turned nature into substance and matter. The achievements of civilization are the product of sublimation, of that acquired love-hate relationship to body and earth from which domination tore all men free. The transformation of the lib into the body is not simply the result of bad reification, the index of a historical process in the course of which people treat each other and themselves more and more like things, but at the same time a constitutive condition of peoples tearing themselves away from the constraints of nature, self-objectification, which enables people to reflectively confront that of which they recognize themselves as a part, just as nature can only become the object of reflective knowledge as substance and matter. According to Horkheimer and Adorno, all the werewolves who exist in the darkness of history and keep alive the fear without which there would be no rule. They repeat in blind rage on the living object what they can no longer undo, the division of life into spirit and its object. The fact that this process did not result in a reconciliation of nature and spirit, but in the collective relapse of society, of second nature, into the unenlightened first, is testified to by Horkheimer and Adorno. For some years now, the werewolves that Adorno and Horkheimer invoked without shying away from being labeled as conspirators in order to shed light on the regression of enlightenment into myth have once again taken on a more concrete form, as health experts, for whom everything spontaneously alive presents itself as a source of danger for life, which has been degraded to a collective singular, as ethics experts, who recommend assisted suicide to people who no longer want to live, as sexuality experts, who recommend anatomical correction to minors who feel they are in the wrong body, and as gender experts, who consider it enlightenment to deny the existence of the natural gender difference. Last but not least, however, ideological critics who react to the transformation of human societies into behaviorist, self-directed, delusional collectives by reanimating the first nature participate in the reincarnation of natural compulsion, who suddenly talk about medicine close to the body again, instead of focusing on the contradictory and therefore always potentially hostile relationship of medicine to the lib, who do not understand the right to abortion as a concretion of the right to bodily self-determination, but defame it as the presumptuous self-empowerment of neglected narcissists, and who can think of nothing in response to queer ideology but the reference to facts of nature fact-checked by biologists, as if human sexuality had not always already been historically mediated. As if the sexes were immediately contained in the organs that co-constitute it but are not identical with it, as if people were therefore actually nothing but the social animals to which they are increasingly reduced in practice. Those who speak of nature and mean humans are usually wrong. Apart from death, there no longer seem to be biological determinants in the true sense of the word, neither birth, by a biological mother and determined parenthood, nor gender, as a claimed/stage/assigned correspondence of gender identity and physical characteristics, prove to be guarantors of naturalness or suitability, if they ever did. The findings that went hand in hand with scientific and technological progress not only shattered an image of humanity, but also enabled interventions and changes that could previously only be realized as external, and therefore symbolic, presentations. Just how indistinguishable the biological and the social are in the individual is demonstrated precisely in the settings that appear natural but are of solely human origin. In fact, the biological difference between the sexes lies neither in the internal or external sexual characteristics nor in the chromosomes, but solely in which germ cells are produced. Simone de Beauvoir already pointed out that gender has been biologically defined by germ cells since the 19th century. The discovery of genes has not changed this insight, because even the sex chromosomes do not definitively determine which germ cells are produced. At the same time, the subjective experience of internal and external sexual activity, from sexual maturation to menstruation and orgasm to birth, cannot be fully mediated between the sexes because the associated experiences are specific to the respective sex. The experience of pleasure, however, is, even if it is experienced differently. These reflections are not an objection to the polarity of the sexes, but on the contrary, they are very much an objection to the curious concept of binarity, a neologism from the postmodern retort, in which the sexuality of people, unlike in many cases in everyday experience and unlike that proven by psychoanalysis, is actually reduced to the seemingly clear and unambiguous alternative of male and female, in order to then deduce that this rigid and compulsive binarity must be questioned, overcome, etc. The recognition of countless symbolic self-presentations is then seen as liberation from the alleged constraining corset of duality, but these are not understood as individual and distinctive attempts to overcome a fundamental conflict, but rather as if they were a stable and unambiguous gender identity like male and female. The assumption that each side of the supposedly binary gender order embodies identity without contradiction, i.e., a perfect correspondence between sensation and gender, is thus not itself questioned, but only pluralized. Thinking in binaries, true or false, dead or alive, being or not being, A or not A, 0 or 1, stems from formal logic, which is logically bound to the claim of identity and freedom from contradiction, and which, depending on the nature of the matter, captures reality more or less accurately in this way. Death or life may be a binary alternative, but life drives and death drives are not. They are a polarity that can only be grasped as a conflictual entre-deux, as an in-between two, as the French psychoanalyst Daniel Sibony calls it. Accordingly, in psychoanalysis there was once talk of drive mixing or demixing. The same applies to the sexual polarity of the sexes. With the completely illusory assertion that it can be disposed of as a supposed binarity, an alogical logic enters the stage, which nonetheless remains bound to the constraints of identity logic. It is a matter of organized absurdity, which is carried out by means of the short-circuiting typical of postmodernism of an identitarian desire pushing for unambiguity with a way of thinking that dispenses with the strict criteria of logic and retains only the coercive character of the claim to unambiguity and identity that is compatible with it. What is denounced in this assumption as binarity is in fact the life-giving polarity from which it is overwhelmed and from which it therefore wants to flee. In reality, however, sexual gender polarity cannot be binary, because empirically there is neither a relationship of mutual exclusion, an either-or, nor one of equal alternatives, the both-and. Like the no less stupid neither or nor, the both-and belongs to the illusionary world of alogical logic, which nonetheless borrows the claim to freedom from contradiction and conflict from the logic it supposedly hates in order to place it in the service of de-differentiation. Both as well as and neither nor want a lack of conflict. The harsh either-or of strict logic is more sincere and honest. From a psychological point of view, logic has its equivalent in the death instincts. Like them, it is concerned with separation, while the thinking of polarity as the thinking of connections has its equivalent in the life instincts. Strict logic, as a performance of the ego, is indispensable. It insists on the necessary distinctions, separations, frustrations, and demarcations that are essential if life is not to go mad in itself. And so it seems obvious to emphasize biological objectivity over the alogical denial of anatomical destiny, i.e., to point out that the difference between the sexes cannot be overridden by declarations of will. This is only correct if one does not fall for the identitarian imposition in this way, but recognizes that the biological in humans describes a field of conflicts from the outset, because it represents the material of psychological activity and is accordingly only experienced in this context. The small biological differences between the sexes and the power that biology nevertheless possesses in the form of the small difference also convey what the concept of the natural substrate actually means, that it is a substrate, a minimal residual content of the historically formed object that man becomes himself when he makes his biological nature the object of his reflection and action. At the same time, the term nonetheless describes something essential, something that constantly eludes positing and disposal. No certainties can be derived from the finding that a gender polarity undoubtedly exists in biological humans. All conclusions drawn from this fact are set, i.e., man-made, but not of our own free will. In other words, men and women are social concepts, not immediate biological ones, but they have a real foundation to which they constantly refer, which means that the definition of woman and man is by no means random or arbitrary. The fact that the two-gendered human being is now spoken of pejoratively as binary in order to speak of a gender diversity that only leads back to the desire for the perfect correspondence of sensation and gender denies the polarity in which neither psychologically nor biologically can a person ever be completely man or completely woman, although it apparently refers to this fact. The purpose of talking about binary genders, however, is not to emphasize the transitions, differences and resonances of the gender polarity between male and female, but to ascribe to them unmediated uniqueness. The idea of biology to which the critics of a trans agenda refer in the so-called gender debate therefore mostly misses the complexity of the biological-psychological constitution of the human being, and because this idea of the biological difference between man and woman is also interspersed with identitarian ideas, they become entangled in a hopeless situation because they implicitly adopt the thesis of binarity and do not start from the uniform gender being human in its various facets and manifestation. The difference in germ cell production, for example, is not suitable for claiming that trans women are not women. The fact that women feel threatened when trans women have access to women's changing rooms is not based on a biological difference, but on social experience, the experience of growing up as a woman or a man and the differences that exist in this growing up. The fact that operations and hormones do not change the biological sex says nothing about women's fear of men or the question of whether trans women are women or not. In this way, the critics unintentionally confirm the social power of identity coercion in relation to gender. However, the theoretical and activist trans debate does even less to break it, because whatever the terms for self-definition may be, terms such as trans, non-binary, etc., do not themselves go beyond the binary, they merely locate themselves in an intermediate space and take up the classic role patterns as quotations without criticizing them. A critique of gender would therefore have to examine, under the above conditions, how, after a century of the dwindling significance of gender, which made emancipation from the compulsively asserted being of woman or man conceivable, since the beginning of the millennium it seems as if there is nothing more important than one's own gender location. This is by no means a fringe group phenomenon. Since the 1990s, for example, major youth studies have noted a general return to so-called classic gender roles and family images. Masculinity and femininity have once again become cultural categories. The dissolution of these classic role models was once largely driven by industrialization and the two world wars, which both imposed new activities on women and made them possible, which is why periodically recurring returns were often presented as a longed-for return to the normal, if not natural, state. The return since the 1990s can certainly be read as a form of reaction to economic and political change, in the wake of which traditional gender roles are not only to be made permeable, but completely delegitimized. The emergence of queer theory at the end of the 1980s was the soundtrack to this change, in which the radicalized demands for flexibility and availability of subjects at all times were ideologically intoned as a development enabling self-determination. The knowledge that every sexual, representation is not exclusively, but nonetheless essentially a staging in relation to the sexual object of desire, and as if, gave rise to an illusion of availability over this staging, which had to disregard or even deny the unconscious parts of this staging. Psychoanalytically speaking, RTL2 stands for this just as much as queer theory, with the difference that the latter's representatives are in demand socially, while the former are put on the defensive as exotic and retarded with the help of queers of all shades. I am who I appear to be because I decide for myself how I appear. This motto applies to a time in which individuals are more socially, economically, and socially powerless than ever before. The only remaining refuge of self-determination is one's own body and the unquestioning recognition of the self-chosen definition of this body by others. The fluidity that is claimed to correspond to economic flexibility is therefore often only poorly disguised rigidity in the defense against very real existential fears, which are projected onto gender, because gender is understood to be as much biological and innate as it is social and socially mediated. This manifests the social compulsion to bring the dissonances that inevitably appear in human gender into harmony by all means. This process is only conveyed particularly sharply in the transgender subject, but it affects every subject, as evidenced by the constant daily negotiations about masculinity and femininity in the social media and in real life. The fact that the number of normal men seeking psychotherapy is increasing, for example, proves that the question of self-definition does not pass them by without a trace, just as exuberant displays of masculinity do not testify to self-confidence or self-evidence, but rather the opposite. Criticizing transgender without acknowledging that nowadays every subject has to declare and classify themselves takes the sting out of the criticism, because it is by no means the case that trans discourse is an exceptional phenomenon. Rather, it embodies the tendency of social events in an exemplary and radical way. Taking the universities and the academic bubble as a measure of reality actually denies its extent, even if at first glance they appear to be opposing phenomena, in which one world assures itself of its gender certainty in the existence of its own body and thus replaces social security, which no longer seems possible, with a quasi-biological one, while the other world celebrates real uncertainty and elevates it to a moral norm, and in circling around its own self-definition, the social determinants, race, class, gender, alternate according to their usefulness in the competition between the precarious. There is currently nothing beyond this false alternative, and any critique would also have to acknowledge the fact that it moves between these poles without being able to escape them. That the proponents are at least to some extent aware of this is shown by the omnipotent pose with which they encounter each other in the trans question without ever leaving their own universe. The fact that the critique of transgender is so readily adopted by the ideology-critical dudes and chicks is due to the fact that they feel that they belong to the world of gender certainty, which they assert, be it as a matter of course in the world of life, be it in opposition to unleashed competition and its imperative of constant dissolution of boundaries. From the point of view of bourgeois morality, which can be reconciled less than ever with this unleashed competition, the unambiguous positioning is, however, very surprising. For as often as it is emphasized that transgender individuals should not be offended, the ridicule and malice about the unsuccessful attempts to stage these individuals predominate. Every gender staging is unsuccessful. It is ridiculous, it is tragic and demonstrates the failure to reconcile society and sexual individuation. The fact that the vast majority do not feel this way, at least not as long as they are not individually confronted with corresponding conflicts, and experience their own gender identity and sexual object choice as egocentric, has so far been due to the successful repression of Oedipal conflicts and the childish polymorphous perverted structure. Whether it is the repression that no longer works or whether the social roles have once again become overpowering remains to be seen. In any case, the neurotic misfortune has once again become hysterical, i.e. sexual, although there may once have been a chance historically to reverse it, not only individually. At the end of the 19th century, hysteria in men and women was a disease that could be turned around. If hysteria in men and women at the end of the 19th century was an illness caused by the fact that traditional gender roles came into conflict with the demands of capital relations and were also individually perceived as a constraining corset, and if the attempt of the Enlightenment through psychoanalysis was to uncover and thus alleviate the individual suffering under the armor of the social character, the answer to the apparent regression in the present cannot be the demand for an even stronger armor, even if it is in the form of a bomb-proof gender identity. Because the regressive dissolution of the boundaries of the gender order does not dismantle the prison of a gender identity, but wants to generalize it with the tailwind of the economy, it seems as if it is nowadays considered downright dangerous to leave the terrain of the binary, even if one perhaps considers one's own repression to have been successful. Perhaps this is due to our own real insecurity, which we try to cover up by being unambiguous in the debate, thereby implicitly complying with the compulsion to confess. It seems almost impossible to evade the imposition of identity and to confront the polarity of one's own gender without fear, and yet it is precisely the knowledge of one's own position in heterosexuality that finds fulfillment in the opposite-sex encounter, or homosexuality as an objective form of desire that must experience the other as immediate, or in the transgender desire. Beyond a gender dysphoria, to be allowed to live in the respective other gender as another, together and individually, if they did not feel threatened by gender polarity in all its richness of variation, they could counter the sterile logic of identity with a thoroughly libidinous critique. The current social character is comparable to that of the 19th century in that the sexual connotation of its externalizations is only seemingly unconscious to it, while in reality it is about nothing else, while in the 19th century, however, it was a matter of making these sexual connotations visible. However, while in the 19th century it was a matter of making this explicit in a liberating sense, today the sexual connotation has given way to a penetrance of concrete sexual events that no longer seem to have anything to do with sexuality, but all the more with competition, as the last field in which there are still victories to be won for the economically and socially dependent individual. This is why talk about sexuality seems just as uptight as it did 140 years ago. In the meantime, the demand for conformity of desire and fulfillment has merged so much with the demand for identity of individual being and individual appearance that happiness in love no longer seems possible. The pornographic element of individual staging wants to demonstrate that love is not necessary, and is at the same time a testimony to the fact that it is completely different. The social character, determined by the externalization of even the most intimate desires, mimes invulnerability, while in the snowflakes he ridicules their demonstrative vulnerability. Both together indicate the functioning of a society that requires both positions, because one is incompatible with the other, yet they cannot do without each other. They share the same experiences, they just deal with them differently. At the same time, this says something about the de-individualization of society, where the contradictions can only be expressed socially and not in the individual and can therefore neither be mediated individually nor socially. A totalitarian development becomes foreseeable that hardly allows for individual interaction. What unconscious desire can be hidden in the conscious will to unambiguity? Why should there be designations and names for something that has no uniqueness anyway? Neither man nor woman were ever suitable as terms for anything, except as such for the oppression of women, and were therefore always socially determined and an expression of an ideology of social, not biological, differences. Aware of this contradiction, the distinction between sex and gender emerged in the 1950s and 1960s, initially in the ego-psychologically influenced psychoanalysis of the USA. Ego psychology was concerned with the conflicts in the ego, those between external demands, superego, and one's own individual desires, and the aim of this psychology was to find a compromise solution that avoided neurotic suffering as far as possible. The advantage of this psychology was that it was able to make the distinctions that allowed individuals to identify the contradiction between their drive destiny and the demands of conforming to norms, thereby helping to alleviate them individually, but this pragmatic approach came at the cost of favoring realistic conformity over unstable and precarious but necessary compromise. The conceptual basis for psychoanalysts such as Robert Stoller, who published the authoritative work Sex and Gender, on the development of masculinity and femininity in 1968, and others was the rejection of the Freudian thesis of the original bisexuality of the subject, which dominated ego psychology in the USA after 1945 and was always meant ambiguously. It refers both to individual sexual identification and to the choice of sexual object. At a time when a female man or a male woman was automatically identified as homosexual, which was also a concern of sexology at the time, Freud succeeded in demonstrating that sexual identification by no means coincided with the choice of sexual object. The original bisexuality splits in the process of the Oedipal conflict, but can never be completely resolved. Consequently, according to Freud, there is no third sex, but there is certainly a multitude of sexual identifications which, although not completely separate from the choice of sexual object, are determined by parallel processes. The bitemporality of sexual organization described by Freud is due to the late sexual maturation of humans. An infantile, polymorphic perverse sexual organization without genital maturation undergoes decisive conflicts in the confrontation with the parents. The genital sexual object choice, on the other hand, only finally takes place when genital sexuality can be experienced by the individual in puberty. This is why hormonal treatment to prevent sexual maturation is so dangerous, because it limits, if not excludes, this psychological possibility in favor of sexual unambiguity. What was denied by ego psychology, and subsequently by queer theory, despite all superficial criticism of psychoanalysis, is the symbolic dimension of gender, which goes far beyond individual sexuality, without separation from the mother and the diel, with the accompanying entry into the sphere of the social, a triangulated space in which the father represents the dimension that corresponds to thought. Individual development is inconceivable. The absence of the breast, i.e. the negative dimension, is the basis for the first thought, lack. The resulting deep fears of starvation and thirst can at best be translated in the separation in such a way that the absence of the nourishing breast causes the presence of the thought. For dual gender identification and for love for the opposite sex and same-sex parent, the change of the object of love and the separation of both, bisexuality is, however, conditio sine qua non, contrary to what American ideology from ego psychology to queer theory, but also many of its critics, advocate in the name of some identitary unambiguity. The close connection between the earliest deficiency, the earliest experience of destructive impulses, and infantile sexual libidinal impulses creates the foundation for the conflictuality that cannot be resolved in principle and which confronts the individual with the task of either finding compromises or deciding in favor of one side or the other throughout their life in such a way that the parts of the other in their own must be rejected and repressed. In the trans debate, There is agreement both on the conflictual nature of gender polarity and on the inner psychological reality, which runs counter to the opposing positions that dominate this debate. Transsexuality must neither represent an inner conflict nor must it be perceived that everything the individual does is the expression and result of never-ending unconscious conflicts. Both the fact that there can be an inner psychic transsexual conflict and the inner psychic reality in which there can only be compromised solutions of the individual, and gender reassignment is one such solution, in which in every case the absoluteness of a wish must be suppressed in favor of a livable alternative, or acted out in favor of a non-livable one in the form of denial or suicide, seem to be unbearable reminiscences from a time in which it was possible to think such things. In The Man Moses and the Monotheistic Religion, Freud writes that the turn from the mother to the father, moreover, denotes a victory of spirituality over sensuality, that is, a cultural advance, for motherhood is proven by the testimony of the senses, while fatherhood is an assumption, based on a conclusion and a presupposition. The partisanship that elevates the thought process above sensory perception proves to be a momentous step. A retraction of cultural progress means the rejection of thinking for which gender reassignment can be understood not only as the last step in conflicts that can no longer be resolved in any other way, but also as a wish and which, without judgment, presupposes that gender identity and object choice are always tragic and temporary compromise solutions that exclude one possibility of experience and force a new solution with the inevitable return of the repressed. Perhaps at the heart of the matter is this anything but compassionate view of the inevitability of conflict, which could be described as benevolently paternal. The return of hysterical misery indicates the state of decay of bourgeois certainties that once claimed to be universal. Psychoanalysis's turning away from sexuality, as an unconscious conglomerate of identifications and desires, in recent decades says something about how threatening and explosive the drive remains when it has to be translated into the social, too hot to handle. The conditions under which this preoccupation takes place have changed fundamentally. Instead of identification, we are talking about identity. Instead of desire, we are talking about relationship. The relationship between violence and sexuality in external reality and the relationship between destructive and libidinous drives in internal reality correspond uncannily. Where Freud once located the contradiction between the individual and society precisely at this point and declared it to be the cause of hysteria, the cause of the new hysteria can now also be found. But where, and this seems to be different today than in the time of Freud's hysterical patients, the individual does not suffer individually, there can also be no individual transformation of hysterical misery into neurotic misery, where the search for the cause of individual suffering is not about sexual and other certainties, thinking is at an end. Pride and sexual happiness are incompatible. Pride, as a state of mind of the citizen disappointed by the bourgeoisie's promise of freedom and yet profiting from its lie, is never anything other than the narrow-minded fetishization of what is supposedly one's own, be it what has always been given, be it what has been achieved through achievement, which is itself a social principle, or what has been chosen in pretended freedom, which in truth, as the result of chance, arbitrariness, incomprehensible domination, and incomprehensible needs, is always only what is by no means particular. For this reason, nature and society, the individual and the universal flow blurredly into one another in the gaze of pride. Whether one is proud of the alleged peculiarity of one's culture, of what one has achieved through work or of one's self-chosen affiliation to some ethnically, socially, or sexually defined group, which in extreme cases consists only of oneself, pride always denotes a standstill of the subject, which is the opposite of pausing. Pausing would mean becoming aware of the incommensurability of oneself with the self that has coagulated into identity and recognizing that the subject would have to shed its own armor in order to keep the promise that is inherent in it. Pride, on the other hand, whistles the subject back to its limited suchness, its very personal conglomeration of achievements and deficits, quirks and failures, which at some point, at the latest in midlife, when almost everyone thinks they are gradually arriving and have to feel comfortable in their own wretchedness, freeze into unresponsiveness. In erotic terms, this reconciliation with one's own limitations, which Horkheimer and Adorno described as the cretinism of adults, corresponds today to a monogamy of purpose characterized by promiscuous tolerance, which accepts sexuality as part of career-oriented leisure time as well as containing it and reacts aggressively to jealousy and magnanimity in equal measure, because it replaces the happiness of self-delimitation, in which the subject comes to himself in the sensual pleasure of the other, with a half-hearted arrangement based on the voluntary resignation of all those involved. A variant of pride, not its opposite, is self-victimization, which becomes a mass phenomenon in times when the self is just as uncertain as the economic future. where the insistence on one's own achievements becomes increasingly obvious as being illusory and no longer profitable. People insist on their own deficiency, their own experiences of exclusion and traumatization, or their membership of a threatened minority, however fictitious, in order to assert themselves in the unleashed competition of the superfluous. Just as bourgeois pride demands that society recognize its own distinctiveness and that the state protect it from unruly competitors, the proud victim demands tolerance from society and officially guaranteed species protection from the state. A need that harmonizes with the tendency to subject even the last remnants of the private sphere to regulations approved by all those involved, so that things can be fair there too, which means nothing other than that everyone should benefit from the fact that no one gets their own. The inflationary invocation of pride, which now characterizes self-declared gender-political emancipation movements, must be seen against this background. When homosexual groups proclaimed gay pride in the 1980s, the negative impulse of this gesture was always present, despite the ostentatious colorfulness and affirmation of sensuality. Wearing one's own stigma proudly instead of allowing oneself to be enslaved by it, and affirming the individual pleasure withheld by society and defamed as proof of one's own depravity, was a substantial component of homosexual emancipation and a necessary prerequisite for winning the fight for equal rights to a large extent, at least in Western countries. The affirmative and yet self-deprecating relationship to one's own lust and sensuality positively distinguished the homosexual movement of the time from large parts of the women's movement, which sometimes cultivated an esoteric cult of female physicality, but considered any further preoccupation with sexual desire to be dangerous to the feminist cause, and which, significantly, only undertook a revision of its own sexual hostility under the label of sex-positive feminism, in whose name a streak of convulsive autosuggestion cannot be ignored. To behave positively towards human sexuality, in whatever form it may take, can hardly be anything other than convulsive in view of its real mutilation, which collectively produces unpleasant and unpleasant subjects, which is why sex-positive feminism, as apt as its polemic against the sexual taboos of the second women's movement is, sounds more like marching orders than liberation. The more recent pride movements also seem to be following collective marching orders, having transformed gay and lesbian pride into an identitarian show-off that preferably takes the form of so-called parades and is less and less about demanding the possibility of individual pleasure and more about the pompous, small-minded insistence on sexual identities. In their wake, the pride movements have produced all kinds of proud ethnic minorities, proud transsexuals, proud cripples, proud people with psychiatric experience, and so on. What all these movements have in common is that the characteristic of which one proclaims to be proud is not perceived as a moment of a self-relationship that is always problematic under the given conditions and that can and should change, but rather as a rigid identity characteristic that is detached from the totality of one's own experience. The proud cripple in this sense not only demands living conditions that do not make everyday life unnecessarily difficult for him and that do not deny the status as a citizen with equal rights and duties that he formally holds on a daily basis. Rather, he demands to be recognized with his very own deficit as a form of life that enriches the community. He demands the certificate of being a useful and enriching fellow human being. On the part of gender-political pride movements, the sexus, in whose name gay and lesbian pride were once proclaimed, is exorcised by sexual identities conceived as plural and fluid, which are regarded as effects of social constructions, personal decisions, and individual and collective attributions. Talk of sexual identity, however, is already contradictory in itself. The sexus refers precisely to the non-identical in the subject, which determines each individual down to the nuances of mental physiognomy and at the same time, as something that determines the individual even in its most fleeting innervations, points beyond the individual to the generic being. Sex, in all the contradictory manifestations in which alone it exists, is indivisible. This was once the most important argument against the restriction of sexual pleasure in the name of heterosexual, monogamous couple relationships aimed at regulated reproduction. The exorcism of the sexus under the sign of the gender category, which tends to produce as many sexualities as people, abandons the indivisibility of the sexus in the name of particular identities, which in their indifferent diversity do not point beyond the concept of the sexus, but fall behind it into the purely general. The sexologist Volkmar Seigush also combines his rejection of Freud, which is probably to be understood above all as a capitulation to the incomprehensible transformations of his subject, with a rejection of the universalist concept of the sexus in favor of particular sexualities. This threatens to turn into reality what, according to Adorno, gender emancipation should not work towards: that the mutilated social characters of women become equal to the mutilated social characters of men, instead of the face of the suffering woman disappearing along with that of the active, capable man. The propagandists of gender pride, the majority of whom no longer see themselves as homosexual or heterosexual men or women, but as multisexual or multigendered, as examples of the many genders that supposedly exist among humans, combine the feminist cult of victimhood with the cult of the hardworking, capable man that has always been popular in left-wing circles, whose part women are also welcome to play. In them, the worst of the female social character merges with the worst of the male social character. This social process, and not a sudden outbreak of sensitivity for intersex people, is the reason for the interest in intersexuality that has been observed in gender circles for some years now. The term originates from medicine and originally refers to a so-called sexual differentiation disorder that occurs when a person cannot be clearly assigned to the female or male sex genetically, anatomically, or hormonally. Such people, in Germany this includes around 1 in 5,000 children, although estimates vary, used to be referred to as hermaphrodites or hermaphrodites. Today they are called intersexuals or inter***. However, the asterisk spelling, which is used in every text by authors who have been brainwashed, already stands for a change without which the theoretical enthusiasm for the phenomenon is incomprehensible. It is essentially a self-description, i.e., it does not simply describe a phenomenon of reality, but expresses, in this respect it is similar to the term transgender, which emphasizes this aspect even more strongly, the way in which people who do not identify with the gender assigned to them medically, legally, or socially see themselves, and aims to objectify this sense of self. If the terms hermaphrodite and hermaphrodite still resonate with a diffuse sexual mythology that testifies to the inability to adequately interpret the designated phenomenon and to the powerlessness of the subject in the face of a nature experienced as mysterious and unpredictable, the mythology of hermaphroditism lives on in horror stories whose monsters, from the works of H.P. Lovecraft's works to Ridley Scott's Alien, are characterized by threatening multisexuality, the new self. Descriptions are an expression of a voluntarism that stretches itself to objectivity, which rejects every attempt at medical, legal, and sociological conceptualization as repressive and thus aims for something completely different than an end to discrimination against intersex people. For a long time, the discussion about intersexuality centered on the relationship between gender identity and physique. It was criticized that an alliance of doctors, judges, and bureaucrats was exerting standardization pressure on parents through the legally enshrined and medically enforced obligation to assign either male or female gender to every person within 1 year of birth, as a result of which children with ambiguous sexual characteristics were being forcibly heterosexualized through surgical interventions and their psychosexual gender identity was being disrupted. How such operations should be judged in comparison to circumcision performed for cultural reasons or other surgical interventions on children that are not necessary for health reasons was usually not even asked. Rather, it was derogatorily assumed that the mutilations were always harmful to the child and caused traumatic long-term consequences. Intersexuality activists regularly liken anatomical standardization performed by doctors after birth to genital circumcision, but also to cosmetic surgery, which is denounced across the board. Andrea Budzinski, chairwoman of the German Society for Transidentity and Intersexuality, DIGDI, speaks of both cosmetics and mutilation in connection with such surgical procedures. Nevertheless, supporters of such medical and legal criticism were by no means unanimous in celebrating the legal possibility created in Germany in November 2013 of having a child entered in the birth register as X rather than male or female after the birth of a child if it is found to be of two sexes. Sabine Lüthiusser-Schnarrenberger, FDP, then acting Minister of Justice, immediately demanded that the attitude expressed in the change to the law should extend to all areas of the legal system. Michael Wunder, head of the Working Group on Intersexuality in the German Ethics Council, which was instrumental in the efforts to persuade the German government to adapt civil status law to existing EU regulations with the new law, called the regulation half-hearted and explained, non-registration in the birth register does not address the issue. These people don't have no gender, they have many genders. That's why I don't say third gender, there is a fourth, fifth, sixth, FAS, November 1, 2013. In contrast to such demands for legal voluntarism, which seeks to replace the need for the physical identifiability of the person, as reflected in the registration criteria of the identity card, with the immediate legal objectification of the perceived gender, the statement of the Federal Ministry of the Interior, which is responsible for civil status law, is almost rationalistic. According to its spokesperson, the new regulation does not create a new gender category, but is merely intended to take the pressure off parents to hastily decide on a gender and have gender reassignment surgery performed on their child. However, the idea that a decision in favor of one of the two genders will be made at a later date, which does not yet imply a decision for or against a particular sexual orientation, is not rejected by the regulation. In the entire legal system, especially in constitutional and civil law, only the genders male and female exist. FAS, January 11, 2013. This declaration is reasonable in three respects. It addresses the rational core of the Intersex Association's criticism by declaring the legal and medical pressure exerted on parents of intersex children to be unnecessary and advocating its removal. But it also does not deny, in contrast to gender activists, that intersex people's decision in favor of one of the two sexes, whatever form of sexual identification and object choice may result, may well be conducive to individuation and ego strength because, after all, not every treatment of intersexuality has to have a traumatic effect, and it takes into account the fact that civil law, if it does not want to negatively sublate itself, cannot be a mere extension of the voluntarism of the legal subjects, but forms an objective institutional context to which they have to relate, necessarily contradictorily. How the respective individual relates to their anatomical gender identity, which says nothing at all about their psychosexual and social gender identity, as it only emerges in the subject's confrontation with the sexes, which is not their first nature, but one that has become historical, and with society, how it feels with it and whether it recognizes itself in it, in this perspective. Such self-discovery questions are not a matter for bourgeois law, which rather delegates the formation of a psychosexual and social gender identity with all the resulting contradictions under the given conditions to the individual as their private matter. However, this is precisely what people like Michael Wunder, who do not recognize individual drive destinies that express the contradictory general in this individuality, but only genders that occur in the world like lower animal species and must be legally protected, do not want at any price. After all, it reminds us of what is most frightening, although it is precisely in this that a promise is preserved that is, of course, moving ever further away, that the pursuit of sexual happiness, in all its silent suffering, obsessions, and disappointed hopes, is a matter for the individual, and precisely for this reason no human being can claim a right to sexual fulfillment or to a loved one. That precisely in that sphere in which all human beings are quite obviously dependent on one another. Everyone is relegated to himself, that what is an inalienable human right can never be sued for as such, that therefore only sensual happiness made real would be the true sublation of the right. By being able to distinguish the psychosexual gender identity and sexual orientation of the individual as a private matter from their civic identity, civil law is at least still aware of this. Civil society's legal voluntarism wants to erase even the memory of it. Where the state justifies the legal reform of intersexuality by claiming that an unjustified intervention of the state in the private lives of citizens, mediated by legal and medical institutions, should be withdrawn, civil society gender political pressure groups want to turn state institutions into immediate executors of the private needs of desubjectified subjects. In view of the fact that they are not concerned with claiming the possibility of individual pleasure, indeed not with defending and strengthening sexual desire at all, but with state-guaranteed protection of sexual identities, it is not surprising that the intersexuality-enthusiastic gender politicians have chosen a person as an identification figure who appears to be the very incarnation of sexual fantasy and desolation instead of the ambiguous and highly affect-laden hermaphrodites of past eras. The Australian Norrie may well be born under the civil name Bruce Norrie Watson. Watson, who is called Norrie in the media in an appropriately gender-ambivalent and tomboyish way like a cute scene freak, has fought his way through all instances for the right to be registered as gender-neutral in his passport and other state certificates and documents. Born a man in 1961, Norrie underwent gender reassignment surgery and several cosmetic operations in the early 1980s because he no longer felt like a man, some of which were paid for by the Australian National Health Service. But having become a woman physically as well, Norrie says he did not feel as such, but felt restricted again by the reduction to one gender. Albeit self-imposed this time, because, as Norrie describes it, referring back to an example that was not even able to break down social gender roles in the 1950s, I thought that I wanted to climb trees too after all, FAS 2, 4.2014. Nora describes his own gender identity in a correspondingly humorous lack of imagination with the words, "I'm a Barbie underneath, a Ken on top." Pictures show him in the look of a vegan hippie kindergarten teacher with a long skirt and long hair, but recognizably male arms, hands, and facial features. There is nothing in Norrie's work of the travesty-like overemphasis of his own physicality, reinforced by exalted sexualizing fashion, which made the homosexual and transsexual scene of the 1980s so likable in part precisely because it also captured the painful contradictions of the experiences articulated in this scene through exaggeration. The happiness of the new freedom claimed in various statements does not even come across in the self-performance. However, the possibly persistent contradictions of Nori's private existence, even the question of whether Nori's new legal status has promoted his personal happiness in any way at all, is in any case a matter of indifference to the gender political supporters for whom he has become a figure of identification. The decisive factor for them is rather that Nori, although terminologically a transsexual, claims the term intersexual for his own gender identity and thus claims to practically abolish the boundary between natural and social gender, between found anatomical constitution and personal choice, which is recorded in transsexuality. Because he wanted to have this claim certified as an identity document, Nori applied for a corresponding passport endorsement in order to register neither as a man nor as a woman, but as a third gender. In spring 2014, the Australian Supreme Court partially granted this request after a total of 5 proceedings. Admittedly, a legal and official third gender was not created, as Nori wanted, as which anyone who does not feel like a man or a woman can now register. Since then, however, Nori has been allowed to enter indeterminate under the gender information on her identity card. Civil society congratulated, Der Spiegel rejoiced. Nori can finally be a neuter. The Süddeutsche Zeitung celebrated the decision as historic and at the same time warned that the gender-neutral or indeterminate still does not exist legally in Germany, April 2, 2014. Nori affirmed that full development is only possible for people if they can be both man and woman, FAS, April 2, 2014. However, no one has noticed that the only impulse in Nori's march through the institutions that still refers to sex and the struggle for the redemption of sexual desire is the libidinous occupation of the state document, the fetishization of the civic gender identity certified by the passport, precisely as a state-recognized neuter. What Nori uses to illustrate the assertion that full development is only possible for people as intersexuals relates entirely to social gender identity and has nothing whatsoever to do with intersexuality, which refers to the anatomical presence of ambiguous sexual characteristics. Nori certainly does not use forms of self-expression that would have to be fought for in Western societies: climbing trees, having long hair, even wearing skirts, not really feeling like a man or a woman, undergoing cosmetic and even sex operations are all permitted in this country without being sanctioned by the state, however much they may be socially discriminated against. Of course, the fact that everyone is allowed to do so does not mean that the problems expressed in such contradictory social gender roles are solved, but only that they are referred back to the individual as private by the state. However, reacting to this by allowing the individual, always antagonistically constituted and at least as sorrowful as pleasurable drive destiny to become a constituent of civic identity as an identity card solves these problems in the least. Rather, it is a symptom of civil society's longing for a total fusion of public and private, of citizen and citizen, of social role and sense of self, of sex as social identity and sexus as a form of experience in an impermeable second nature that has become a totality and no longer knows any memory of the first or any imminent contradiction. Although the 2013 reform of civil status law in Germany is limited to the new regulation of gender indication for intersexuals and the difference between intersexuals, who are born with ambiguous sexual characteristics, and transsexuals, in whom psychosexual gender identity and external sexual characteristics do not correspond, is not leveled, unlike in the Australian case. The legal voluntarism Nord is calling for has long since found its way into the sphere of civil status law in this country as well. The reform of the Transsexuals Act, which came into force in 1981 and allows transsexuals not only to change their first name in accordance with their psychosexual gender identity, but also to retroactively change their entry in the birth register and birth certificate, must be understood in this sense. If the change of first name for someone who henceforth wishes to live as a woman instead of a man is of immediate practical relevance in legal transactions and official matters, the change of birth entry enables a retrospective correction of the subject's own life story in terms of their current self-image. How the subject became what they are is leveled in favor of their current sense of self, and this leveling is legally approved. The need for a reform of civil status law for intersex people was also justified by gender political pressure groups and the German Ethics Council, unlike the judges who ultimately implemented it, less with the need to prevent unlawful interference in the privacy of intersex people than explicitly with the fact that the recognition of the perceived or lived gender should be considered an expression of personal rights. Süddeutsche Zeitung, August 16, 2013. In both cases, the legal changes demanded or implemented are not justified with the intention of determining the limits of state intervention in the privacy of individuals, but conversely follow the purpose of objectifying the individual's sense of self in immediate legal terms. In this way, the tendency towards a tyranny of intimacy, which Richard Sennett diagnosed decades ago, particularly using the example of U.S. political interest groups, and which liquidates the public sphere as a mediator between the state and the individual, finally also extends to the most intimate and in its intimacy most general of subjects, their psychosexual identity. That Sennett's phenomenologically largely accurate diagnosis is less a defense of the individual against the impositions of group and clique law than a defense of communities against the individual and the state has been sufficiently demonstrated by his later works with their resentment of liberalism and the free market and their glorifying apology of real work, preferably manual work. However, while Sennett, from a communitarian perspective, complains one-sidedly about this tendency towards the hijacking of public affairs by private interests and the absorption of public life by subjective sensitivities, the example of Norrie and his supporters drastically demonstrates the complementary process that goes hand in hand with this. It is not simply a legal subjectivism generalized via public institutions that is breaking through, but rather the subjects are demanding for themselves a total and complete ratification of themselves as embodiments of diverse gender identities by the state, precisely in the area of the legal representation of gender. However, while the gender identities supposedly marginalized by the two-gender grid of civil law are supposed to adequately reflect the subject's sense of self, their felt or lived gender, the gender binary presupposed by this law in all the legal, social, economic, and medical forms of mediation in which it is enforced is understood exclusively as repressive and as a mere prolongation of the heteronormative matrix underlying and executed by the state agencies. This is why the civil societal need for legal ratification of the third gender is articulated as both anti-state and state fetishistic. The state figures, similarly to the debate on the use of pre-implantation genetic diagnosis procedures, on the one hand as an omnipresent, all-pervading authority of control and repression, while on the other hand it is bluntly demanded that it should attest every subject a vested right to exist in precisely that sphere which, as a private sphere, has so far escaped its immediate influence. The third gender that Norrie and his supporters want to legally enforce would be as ignorant of the division of the individual into bourgeois and citoyen, into private and public person, as it would be of the emancipation made possible by this division. If we ask about the characteristics of this third gender, which, according to its advocates, should not only denote the third option in gender registration for intersexuals, but also an open gender, which in turn tends to encompass as many genders as there are people, it initially appears to be about the liberation of a gender diversity suppressed by gender binarity. Norrie's invocation of full development, which is only possible intersexually, suggests just as much as the free-floating abbreviation mania of gender politicians, who have now expanded the LGBT movement, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, to include intersexuals, transgender and queer into an LGBTQ movement. In the sense of a vulgarized Nietzschean critique of knowledge that the gender binary on which bourgeois law is based suppresses a vitalistically teeming diversity of sexual impulses through its mere form of thought. The legacy of the mythology of hermaphroditism lives on in this, which also pursued a demonic and seductive mystification of polymorphous sexual impulses. In contrast to the mythology of the hermaphrodite, however, the diversity targeted by the third sex presents itself as a juxtaposition of the particular, and thus as a mystification of the bad general. This is evident in the inflationary use of the term person in gender politics, which, because speaking not only of men and women, but also of homosexuals or transsexuals is already identitarian and exclusionary, only recognizes various persons ornamented with asterisks and underscores in everyday language. Man and woman, it is suggested, are restrictive terms that do not do justice to the diversity of the genders subsumed under them. The word person, which therefore replaces all others, including the anthropocentric concept of the human being, is supposed to be more specific, but is in fact the emptiest of all categories. It is only meaningful as a legal concept precisely because, as it corresponds to civil law, it refrains from the particular in favor of abstract general equality. But where, beyond the legal sphere, all individuals of whatever gender shrink to persons, this expresses that beyond the abstract legal subject there should no longer be any subjects at all, that the subjects only come into consideration as bearers of the legal form to which they permanently appeal as guarantors of identity, whereby the law, which only has validity where there is a difference between it and its subjects and the individual and legal person do not merge, of course negatively, sublates itself, in the citizen of the civil state, who no longer germinates any difference between state and citizenship and whose sense of self, so urgently demanding legal protection, is not the feeling of something specific, but the doubling of his own self-annulment, which hallucinates itself as omnipotence. The gender-theoretical cult of difference, which in cases such as Nori's has long since been pushed into practice, does not work on the defense of the particular, but on the liberation of the particular and thus on the final liquidation of the hope formulated by Adorno that the successful liberation of the sexes from their difference leaves nothing but happiness, a happiness that is not a reductive term. It does not mean that which somehow remains of the gender difference after the abolition of all inequality, but the redemption of the difference, the truth that individuals find their happiness neither in the doubling of the empty self nor in the fusion with the general, but in that which resembles them, which resembles themselves precisely in the fact that it is not like them. The word love describes nothing other than the realization of this. But this sounds increasingly antiquated in a society whose inmates consider a Nori may well be to be a champion of gender liberation because they do not want to liberate sex, but themselves from the curse of gender, and who laughingly applaud instead of being shocked when Tom Neuwirth, winner of the 59th Eurovision Song Contest in Copenhagen and known as Conchita Wurst, justifies the choice of his stage name by saying that it doesn't matter where you come from and what you look like. Worst doesn't mean equally valid, it means not giving a damn, as all people's hopes, disappointments, longings, and memories have to be annulled by them on their own initiative, so that it always goes on like this. Until, at some point, there is nothing left of the difference but their misfortune, the mutual incomprehension of the unresponsive. But Conchita Wurst should not be hastily identified with her fans. After all, she also describes her role with the sympathetic sentences, "What we art figures do is, as the name suggests, art. But in the evening we still like to be in the body we were born in." Courier, September 17, 2013. There is more insight in this distinction between art as public action and the evening as a sphere of intimacy, not to mention the defense of the body as something accidental by birth that is not absorbed into social constructions, than in the entire discourse salad of gender theory. On November 8, 2017, most media had an article with the following headlines: Federal Constitutional Court for Third Gender in the Birth Register, Zeit, Third Gender, IWDR, Third Gender, Fundamental Decision, NDR, The Third Gender, An Overdue Decision, Deutsche Welle, Third Gender for Intersexuals, Their Good Right, Südwest Presse, or The Third Gender as a Legal Revolution, Der Standard. According to the Federal Constitutional Court, the fundamental problem is that the Civil Status Act in its existing form does not offer a third possibility to have a gender positively registered. The Supreme Court ultimately called on the legislator to create the possibility for the persons concerned to choose another positive designation of a gender that is not male or female. The first question would of course be who is affected here in the first place. As can be seen from some of the headlines above, some media have at least noticed that it is somehow about intersex people. However, this is a term that was not mentioned once in the press release in question. In the narrow interpretation, the decision would affect between 80,000 and 160,000 intersex people, 0.1 to 2% of the population, who, to put it crudely, are of no serious interest to anyone. The media success of the decision is by no means based on solidarity with or even empathy for intersex people, but rather on the discursive potential and the projection surface that has been opened up. In this sense, the specific demand that the term inter/diverse, or alternatively just diverse, should be entered is likely to have been particularly beneficial. The focus on the clearly preferred term diverse has, above all, made it possible for sentences such as the following to appear in the reporting. Even some transsexuals, i.e. people who could be biologically assigned to one gender but do not feel that way, do not want to commit themselves. This is wrong in two ways. Firstly, it should have been exclusively about intersexuality. Secondly, the debate shows how the term transsexuality has been completely emptied of meaning, or that it has been for a long time. It is not without reason that people usually only talk about transgender or identified people or even gender-fluid people. The positive personal status diverse was demanded as a legal identification for someone who has a gender beyond male or female according to their own perception. In this context, the terms should first of all be taken seriously in their objectivity, also linguistically, whereby one would quickly come to the conclusion that neither intersexuality is per se beyond bisexuality, nor does transsexuality represent an between or even beyond in the static sense. But even this seems to be asking far too much when it is not even mentioned that someone may not be able to decide, but it is openly blurted out that it is all about a lack of will. This mixture of arbitrariness and voluntarism serves as a decisive guarantee of success, which is why the Third Option campaign was able to announce trans-inclusive. Finally, the Federal Constitutional Court has also recognized that there are more genders than man and woman, and that non-binary inter* and non-binary trans* people are not wrong, but have the same right to gender as everyone else. For the first time, there is now legal certainty in the Federal Republic of Germany about the protection of people who are neither men nor women under fundamental law. We hope that this success will now be used to fight discrimination wherever inter* and trans* people are still disadvantaged because of their gender. It is a change without which the enthusiasm for theory is incomprehensible. It is essentially a self-description, i.e., it does not simply describe an appearance of reality, but rather, in this it is similar to the term transgender, which emphasizes this aspect even more strongly, expresses the way in which people who do not identify with their medically, legally, or socially assigned gender see themselves and aims to objectify this sense of self. The change refers, among other things, to the medical concept of intersexuality, which has recently been excessively undermined. The mergers of various interest groups of trans and intersex people are not entirely innocent in this change. Organizational mergers of this kind are certainly understandable, as these are indeed two very marginalized groups that want to achieve more together. However, this does not mean that criticism can be dispensed with if the purely formal organizational merger is suddenly also reflected in ideological form, that is, if the various particular interests are suddenly merged into one interest and, in case of doubt, this is also advertised as universal. The complainant, Vanya, is neither man nor woman, which in this case even tends to be true due to an atypical chromosome distribution, which means that there is only one X chromosome. This is Turner syndrome or monosomy X. The intersexual aspect of Turner syndrome consists in particular of infertility, the absence of menstruation, and the non-development of secondary sexual characteristics during puberty. However, the latter in particular can be induced by hormone therapy. Now it may seem incredibly progressive when the Federal Constitutional Court proclaims with regard to intersexuality in general, equating it with malformation or illness is not appropriate. However, the problem begins with the fact that intersexuality is not really a diagnosis, but a collective term for certain symptoms of around 60 to 100 different diagnoses. Intersexuality is not in fact a disease in its own right, but as a rule it cannot be separated from underlying, sometimes very different diseases. In the case of Turner syndrome, there are indeed other symptoms, some of which require treatment, and up to 99% of pregnancies with a fetus with Turner syndrome end in miscarriage. While some intersexuals may indeed be more of the neither male nor female type, most forms are more likely to be various degrees of both male and female. It is precisely this real diversity that stands in the way of a positive identity, which must therefore be ignored or denied at the same time by those who relentlessly demand or at least defend this libidinous occupation of the state document. The Berliner Zeitung already recognized the Vanya case in September 2016, albeit in complete affirmation, for what it is, namely a purely symbolic battle. Vanya is a symbol. Firstly, as a name. Because the East Slavic first name is neither clearly recognizable as male nor female, it has a special ring to it for transsexual people. You don't always have to decide whether you're a boy or a girl, a man or a woman. For many transsexuals, the name Vanya has become a symbol for another reason. It stands for a campaign that is now even fighting in the Federal Constitutional Court for the rights of all those who were born without a clear gender or who feel they are in the wrong body. Here, too, the conceptual confusion did not seem to have really bothered anyone, and without any discomfort an intersex person was chosen as the symbol of transsexuals. What is astonishing, however, is that the media supporters of the decision show a considerable range. On the one hand, unsurprisingly, there are the anti-naturalistic ideologues, for whom recognition of any kind is always a success that can be celebrated. On the other hand, the Welt author, Felix Stephan, tried to turn the judgment against this very ideology, writing, "At no point did the court claim that gender should henceforth be regarded as a social construct, quite the opposite. On the contrary, it called on the federal government to finally recognize the biological reality. And that says that there are people who are born without a clear gender. Although the culturalists have broken through the dogma of the binary gender order, they have not made any progress in their main concern, the emancipation of people from their biology. It is true that the press release, and only there, actually emphasizes, however, a claim to the registration of any identity characteristics related to gender under civil status law does not arise from the general right of personality. But the word biology, for example, which Stephan cheerfully throws around, is not even mentioned in the press release, in the decision itself only in the statements of various organizations, and the entire reasoning of the Federal Constitutional Court in the published decision cannot be called precise. This is precisely what Stephan admits in Die Welt, even if he himself does not seem to notice. In this sense, the decision only partially confirms the culturalists. Yes, gender can be socially constructed. On the other hand, it makes use of the central argument of the essentialists: gender can only be said to exist if it can be scientifically proven. And the third category can be clearly determined by the number of chromosomes, sexual characteristics, and hormones. Instead of praising the decision of the Federal Constitutional Court as a kind of ideological critique, however, it would be better to state that it is even more arbitrary than the anti-naturalism in the wake of Butler and co., who are at least known to openly deny first nature. The decision of the Constitutional Court, on the other hand, must be seen as an example of the now general one side versus the other format, which simply tries to please everyone, and if not as an emancipation from biology, then at least decidedly as one from the power of judgment. This farewell is expressed in a sentence in the conclusion, according to which the demand for the mere creation of a further registration option for gender does not constitute a statement on the prerequisites for a change of civil status. There can therefore be no question of a scientific or even biological basis as a prerequisite. The only condition mentioned seems to be a certain permanence, which is mentioned from time to time but never specified. Even the premises of the decision were somewhat questionable. According to these, the fundamental rights of persons who cannot be permanently assigned to either the male or female sex are violated if civil status law compels them to register their sex but does not permit any positive sex entry other than female or male. However, it is precisely this obligation that has been lifted for intersex people since the 2013 reform of the Civil Status Act and is therefore no longer universally valid. The 2013 reform of the Civil Status Act was an important step. One can certainly argue about the specific form it took. But on the one hand, the reform, at least in its attempt, closed an almost 120-year gap in the law that had arisen after the so-called Zwitter paragraph of the Prussian General Land Law, since 1794, was simply deleted with the introduction of the Civil Code, 1900, at the latest. In the first title, Von Person in und deren Rechten überhaupt, it still stated that the parents decide which gender a hermaphrodite should be brought up as, but that the hermaphrodite can and must decide on a gender themselves when they reach the age of majority. This decision was final, and from then on the rights and obligations of the chosen gender applied. Obviously, this paragraph was within the framework of bisexuality, but emphasized a certain freedom of choice, but also the compulsion to choose. The option created in 2013 for intersex people to refrain from declaring their gender was also directed in particular against certain practices of attempting to treat intersexuality, especially through genital reassignment surgery on infants, which had increased enormously since the 1960s and had also tended to evade reflection in the process. Magnus Clow has rightly pointed out that the generalized aversion to the treatment of certain symptoms of intersexuality is itself highly ideological, as it fails to recognize that such treatment can certainly be conducive to individuation and ego strength, because not every treatment of intersexuality has to be traumatic. It should be added that such treatment can also save lives, minimize illness, and/or improve the standard of living in various ways. Studies on satisfaction with gender reassignment surgery generally come to the following conclusion. 1/3 rate gender reassignment surgery as satisfactory or very satisfactory, another third are dissatisfied or very dissatisfied, and the final third are partly satisfied and partly dissatisfied. Cf. Treatment experiences of people with intersexuality. Results of the Hamburg Intersex Study in issue April 2007 of the journal Gynecologische Endocrinology. What that study neither mentions nor reflects is the fundamental problem of selection. Since there are hardly any reliable figures on how many children are born intersex, but the study necessarily only surveys those who know that they were born intersex, a considerable number of those who have potentially never experienced being or having been intersex are left out of the survey. This has the potential to significantly distort the representativeness of the study. The 2013 reform also tends to take into account the fact that the operations in early childhood were based on the suggestion that the child's future psychosexual development could be predicted and acted upon or even actively controlled by the operation and hormone administration. According to the guidelines for optimal sex assignment, everything should be done early. Particularly as, for pragmatic reasons, the alignment was generally carried out in the direction of femininity, as an artificial vagina is easier to construct than a corresponding penis, which contributed and continues to contribute significantly to the tendency for psychological development to adapt to surgical pragmatism. The realization that registering the sex too early and a corresponding hormonal and/or surgical adjustment to that registered prognosis can be highly problematic should not automatically have meant that the registration per se should remain open for all time. It would also have been perfectly possible to wait for puberty or at least its onset and, in case of doubt, to shape it with the involvement of the patient, but at the same time, as in the hybrid paragraph, to specify an age at which the entry must be made, whereby the age of majority or the completion of 18 or 21 years of age would have been a suitable age. In certain cases, the term mutilation, which is mentioned in permanens, has a potential truth content, in that the 2. Early surgical intervention can be perceived as mutilation in the aftermath, i.e., in the case of divergent psychosexual development, or even objectively in those cases, however much the doctors concerned may have acted with the best of intentions. Sad witnesses to the fact that the prognosis of future, especially psychological, sexual development is not so simple are ultimately an above-average number of suicidal, depressed, intersexuals, who suffer from physical and mental pain throughout their lives. What above average actually means here is relatively unclear, however, as there are no reliable figures. In 1998, the Gewalt in der Pädiatrie und Gynäkologie, AGGPG, Working Group Against Violence in Pediatrics and Gynecology, was able to announce in its leaflet on the destruction of intersex people in Western cultures. According to our knowledge, 80% of intersex people attempt suicide, 25% of which are successful. However, this same working group has also managed to blurt out the ideological content of the criticism of the treatment attempts, and in this sense also its own crude idea of annihilation. For over 50 years, medicine has dedicated itself to the task of eradicating this diversity and making it socio-culturally invisible. Intersex people face a precarious situation because they are left alive, but their characteristics are destroyed. The text acknowledges the extent to which identity, rather than individual suffering, is the telos of criticism. Of course, the fact that no one completely conforms to the normative requirements or ideas of their gender, neither physically nor psychologically, and that the process of becoming a subject is generally an extremely painful one, must be ignored. It should now be noted that the generic concepts of man and woman, in all their respective differences, refer to commonalities that not every specimen has to completely satisfy in order to be counted as belonging to one of the two categories. What intersexuals have in common, on the other hand, is not so much difference/variability, but merely being part of the difference or a certain diversity, in other words, being part of a set that itself has little in common. Physiognomic intersexuality, because it exhibits such a wide variability, is particularly well suited as a projection surface up to an idea of the third gender, to gesture. Transsexuals, on the other hand, are united by a common urge to change, which can take on various dimensions, but in the narrower definition means a change that takes place strictly within the gender binary to one side of which it refers. When, from time to time, the term desire is used in relation to transsexuality, it is always meant in an energetic compulsiveness and urgency and not as voluntarism, as part of Deleuze and Guattari's desire machine or similar adjustments. It is precisely this part that is hidden in the formulation transgender. For example, in the working definition of AB queer, transgender is often used synonymously with trans* or transsexual, for people whose lived gender does not correspond to the gender assigned at birth. The term is also used as a self-designation by people who live a gender identity beyond the binary gender order. In other words, people who see themselves as both male and female or as neither. But they at least briefly note that there are also transsexuals. In a two-gender order, transsexuals are people who do not feel that they belong to the gender they were assigned at birth, but to the other gender. However, this wish is completely banished in other explanations of terms, which state, for us, trans* are people who do not fully or do not always identify with the gender they were assigned at birth. The very phrase for us points to the ideological. In another fairly well-known carrier, too, everything is simply lumped together. Transgender people, also, transgender, are all those who cannot or do not want to live in the gender to which they were assigned at birth. This includes transsexuals, drags, transidents, crossdressers, and many more. The professional counseling services as well as the educational and awareness-raising work of the Trans Interqueer EV Association are based, among other things, on this, a discomfort in gender without direction, a desireless unhappiness that occurs at the moment when the demands on one's own gender are lower than ever before. Since gender is only a role to them anyway, they are ultimately quite indifferent to how much the motivations of those subsumed under a category differ. It is therefore ultimately irrelevant whether it is a consciously artistic, fetishistic, or identifying motivation. Ultimately, as a practical implementation, this corresponds perfectly to Butler's gender trouble. After all, it was queer theory that endowed transsexuals, intersexuals, drag queens, and kings or travestites as well as transvestites etc. with the nimbus of a subversive potential that goes beyond the two genders, which the association itself emphasizes, albeit not quite as activistically and therefore more effectively. In our society, only men and women are perceived and clearly differentiated from each other, all other genders are ignored. Inter asterisk and trans asterisk are genders that fall outside the normative gender binary and are therefore structurally and directly discriminated against and marginalized. It is then only logical to formulate improved visibility and acceptance as a goal for both groups. This visibility, which is central to the jargon of gender and sexuality activists, corresponds in Butler's Gender Trouble to the proposed subversive body acts, which in the form of parody are acts that disrupt the categories of the body, gender, gender identity, and sexuality. As much as Butler could be credited with drawing her earlier examples primarily from consciously artistic performances, she also provided the opening of this framework with her theory, and later also immediately underpinned it with relevant examples. Apart from the moronic hope for the potential of this subversion, as well as the no less moronic epistemology, which has often been criticized in various places, it hardly seems to matter that Butler has ultimately charged intersexuals, transsexuals, drags and travestites with equal subversive responsibility as revolutionary subjects and given them the task of disrupting the entire gender order. To do this, however, one has to ignore the fact that the people concerned, insofar as they are transsexual or intersex, are less concerned with parody than with bitter seriousness, which usually weighs on them as suffering, while the ability to parody is based on a certain detachment. In other words, people don't kill themselves in quite large numbers because a parody failed. As much as people like Butler regularly palaver about the suffering of trans or intersex people, the objects of their theory are ultimately only pure means to an end, which they enforce by asserting their objects as pure ends in and of themselves. No matter whether one feels one's gendered and sexed reality to be firmly fixed or less so, every person should have the right to determine the legal and linguistic terms of their embodied lives. Only in the course of such deceptive reassurance of the alleged individuality of gender, which relentlessly exposes the person concerned to the reality principle, does the individual complete identification with gender take place, i.e., the identification solely with one's own gender, which is not able to transcend the necessary and biographically painful identification or even actively tries to undo it. The result is activist speech automata that have and represent no judgment, but only a generic consciousness. The highest degree of individuality is then, as here in an explanation of the term by queer, multiple affiliation, the term points out that people cannot be described by belonging to a single social group. No one is only gay or straight, only intersex or cisgender. We are all also defined by age, origin, religion, income, or appearance, for example. The individual maximum is therefore as colorful a mosaic of different collective selves as possible. The success of queer theory since Butler is based on the fact that it has done transsexuals and intersexuals a disservice by accommodating them in a very specific way. For transsexuals in particular, recognition does indeed play a considerable role. The Butlerian-Alhusserlian conception of invocation significantly helped to forget that an essential part of transsexuality is the seduction of the perception of the other that a transsexual person has to perform. For Butler, however, the drama begins with the midwife who pronounces, "It's a girl." According to Butler, the midwife's gaze and judgment are just as inauthentic as the physical constitution of the newborn to which the gaze and judgment refer, although the judgment can of course be mistaken in certain cases. For Butler, however, the universal deduction from this is the demand to renounce one's own judgment, which goes hand in hand with the command to see and describe someone as that person would like to be, without being bothered by the impossibility of seeing and complying with a person's desire and psychological compulsion. The concept of passing, which is quite sympathetic in principle, basically asks whether and to what extent a transsexual passes or exists as a woman or man, thus emphasizing one's own ability. He points out that a central need of transsexuals is not to be exposed to the visibility that activists of all stripes repeatedly demand, and that a lot needs to be done to achieve this. In relevant politicized circles, however, passing is defined as being accepted in public as a member of the opposite sex, or it means that a person is read or recognized as the gender that X wants to be read or recognized as. According to Butler, it is the gaze that is wrong or inadequate when the passing of another person is unsuccessful, not the appearance of that person. Which of course means that the gaze must change. Phrases such as being read or being read attempt to divert responsibility from the person's appearance purely to the viewer's perspective, with the implicit accusation being that the gaze quotes the norm too much and not the person being looked at enough in their own appearance and demeanor. This whole theory is a very strange form of responsibility ethics, which suggests that others can or must achieve what you can only achieve yourself. The pass becomes a let us be. Pass without it being caught linguistically. There are indeed good reasons to let transsexuals get away with an inadequate appearance. However, the motives that cause this, be it friendly support, empathy, love, or even just politeness, are motives of the personal environment, which knows about the individual drive destiny and tries to accommodate it, but can hardly demand validity beyond that. The problem that queer theory and practice has with transsexuals, which is rarely expressed because it is extremely obstructive, is that transsexuals are conservative to authoritarian and stereotypical in relation to gender in a specific way. Instead of destroying a gender binary order, they want to finally achieve gender uniqueness themselves, for which they need that order. For this reason, they closely resemble those authoritarian characters for whom they represent the ultimate horror, with the major difference that they primarily and semi-consciously display these authoritarian aspirations towards themselves. Rarely do you find so many mackers and divas in one place as in transsexual gatherings. Like all people, their stereotypes are tools, but at the same time they are always scars. The most important part of the healing of transsexuality, like that of homosexuality, is simply its realization, in the course of which, in the case of transsexuality, it is dissolved as far as possible, and not its failure. Whereas homosexuality is not a transitory stage, but can be lived out. Like all other people, however, transsexuals also have other quirks, problems, and pathologies, i.e. an individual history, which is, however, additionally shaped. The active phase of transsexuality is more like a second puberty, which is not experienced together with peers who are also going through it, but alone, especially at a later age. This can be a parallel to intersexuals, who potentially experience this isolation during normal puberty, provided they do not have a reference point. This is precisely why the recourse to stereotypes and clichés is an important moment in the gendered reconstitution or reconstitution of the ego/certain parts of the ego. This act is an open expression of the ontological need for stability, but since it is so limited to one gender and not the world itself, it also holds the possibility of overcoming the stereotypical approach through it. The transition of transsexuality cannot be separated from its failure. As a rule, transsexuals remain visible as transsexuals to varying degrees throughout their lives, often rather audibly, so that most have to come to terms with the permanence or latency of transsexuality, which they would like to shake off. Any disillusionment, which can be experienced particularly drastically in view of the vast amount of time and money that has been and usually still is spent, as well as the compulsive urge, generally calls for a form of defense. Transsexuality has its price in the truest sense of the word, even if it is largely covered by health insurance. Even the concept of sexual labor, as queer materialist schizophrenia activists try to introduce it, contains a certain amount of truth insofar as it refers to the abstract work, i.e. time and effort, that is necessary for passing. Although this is not an extension of working time, as is suggested, it is time that is deducted from leisure time. But this points to the fact that nobody knows what transsexuality would look like in a truly free society, which would not automatically modify the perception of others but rather devalue certain of its own constraints in the best sense. At the same time, no one can say whether transsexuality would exist in today's sense in such a society. The same applies to the narrow-minded forms of homosexuality and heterosexuality. The homosexual and transsexual enthusiasm for the alleged discoveries of homo or trans genes is probably fed by the suspicion that this might not be the case. Intersexuality, on the other hand, if we are not striving for a fantastic eugenic communism in the sense of H.G. Wells, is likely to play a role as a physical, not just a psychological phenomenon. For some time now, the practice of casting transsexual roles in films not with transsexual but so-called cissexual actors has been increasingly criticized. In reference to the term blackface, the object of displeasure is referred to as trans face. This debate gained significant momentum in 2013 when Jared Leto was awarded the Oscar for his portrayal of the transsexual Rayon in Dallas Buyers Club. The criticism here was that a transsexual was portrayed by a man, although the criticism was not based on aesthetic standards at all, but exclusively on activist ones. The online magazine BuzzFeed subjected the mainstream films in question to a stereotypical analysis. The list ultimately reveals an implicit ranking. The ideal consists in the portrayal of transsexual roles by transsexual actors. As a possible compromise, it may be grudgingly tolerated if a fictional transsexual is embodied by a woman and vice versa. And finally, the portrayal of a trans woman by a man and the corresponding counterpart is to be completely rejected. However, the criticism to be taken as a starting point here is above all the uncompromising, and it's moral that only a transsexual may represent a transsexual. This brings us to the transsexual actress and activist Laverne Cox, who is celebrated in the relevant circles. On the occasion of her Emmy nomination, she announced her expectations of films. "I want to see myself. I want to turn on the television and see people who look like me who have similar experiences that I have." Film, even more than theater, is a significantly visual art form whose technical line of tradition runs from painting to photography to silent film. This development of the ability to duplicate the visual impression gave rise to a fetish of detail that has strongly influenced the idea of authenticity. Based on this, Walter Benjamin had already made a serious mistake when, in his probably best-known essay The Work of Art in the Age of Its Technical Reproducibility, which is characterized not only by extremely sharp observations, but above all by extremely absurd interpretations, he outlined a tendency in which the number of writers is constantly increasing, using the example of writing and especially the emergence of the press. Thus the distinction between author and audience is about to lose its fundamental character. This is both the time core of truth and the time core of the death of the author proclaimed by Roland Barthes and Michel Foucault. What they all have in common is that they wanted to recognize something to be welcomed in this development. With a view to the developing film, Benjamin now said, anyone today can claim to be filmed. In a revolutionary manner, he does not criticize this, but justifies it. Some of the actors encountered in Russian film are not actors in our sense, but people who portray themselves, primarily in their work process. In Western Europe, the capitalist exploitation of film prohibits the legitimate claim that contemporary man has to being reproduced from being taken into account. Benjamin was also concerned that everyone should be able to see themselves. In a gross misjudgment of Soviet state capitalism, this self is the reduction of the worker to a commodity, of which he is actually only the bearer, labor power, which is applied as any concrete labor. The human being is thus represented as a commodity, which in reality, fortunately, he never quite is. Whereas the genres were still formed by occupational groups in the Soviet era, today they are ethno, gender, or sexuality identities and their representatives, which are handled like brand labels. The role is thus the representation of a personalized function. Marx called it a character mask, and even the reification of this personalization. When the actor becomes a prop, the prop often functions as an actor on the other side. What is being welcomed here is simply the appearance of the fetish character of the commodity in art. Oscar Wilde and Karl Kraus in particular had the foresight to attack precisely this tendency with their idiosyncrasies against the press and journalism, which were usually interpreted as elitist traits. In the era of the developed culture industry, blogs, rating platforms, and commentary functions have finally really erased any distinction between artist and audience as well as between critic and audience. In the cinema, the critical and enjoyment attitudes of the audience coincide. Quantitative progress, as emancipation from the written word, went and goes hand in hand with an increasing qualitative regression, which can also be observed in reception. The capacity for contemplation has been eliminated, especially in the mass audience. In contrast, the dispersed masses, for their part, submerge the work of art in themselves. Today, art is becoming popular in the worst possible sense. The most striking example is Erica Leonard's 50 Shades of Grey, which has now sold around 100 million copies. The work was originally published as fan fiction on the internet and brought the term to full fruition by incorporating all the comments and reviews before the book was published, meaning that the trilogy was to a large extent co-authored by its own audience. The need to turn the world and oneself into a sign, i.e. to interpret the desire for visibility as a symptom, demands that the optical aspect of the psychoanalytical unconscious be taken seriously. This can be approached from two sides, from the actor or from the audience. From a psychoanalytical point of view, however, these are only the ambivalent sides of the same coin. We are talking about the instinct to look and the instinct to point, or in other words voyeurism and exhibitionism. Both are partial sexual drives that represent an essential component of prurience. Exhibitionism in particular can be divided into the male drive, which is focused on the genitals, and the female drive, which is focused on the entire body. The latter is much more socially tolerated as sublimated and is not considered perverse in most cases. Assuming that every sublimation of exhibitionism has something feminine about it, Otto Fenichel explains the fact that the art of acting is generally regarded as feminine. Returning to the masculine characterization, he goes on to describe that here erogenous lust and the narcissistic satisfaction of having an audience are not condensed together, they are one and the same. The exhibitionist's sexual pleasure consists in using the spectator to satisfy his own narcissistic needs. The sublimated pointing instinct, however, is a desexualized one and thus the erogenous pleasure is missing, but the narcissistic one remains. The actor finds satisfaction through applause and the magical influence of the audience. In both cases he instrumentalizes the audience. It is no coincidence that his ancestors are priests who tried to influence the faithful through performances. Sexual arousal, which is never completely suppressed, must never be allowed to penetrate the drama too strongly, as it would otherwise jeopardize the play. Acting is therefore a fundamentally narcissistic form of prelust that dwells on itself or returns to itself through the audience. In this sense, one is also given criteria with which a good performance can be distinguished from a bad one, whereby the question of authenticity is indeed an important one. Baron Stegmann put it in a nutshell some time ago: authenticity is the successful play of forced lies. The double character of the actor is that, on the one hand, he is playing a role, i.e., not portraying himself but masking himself. On the other hand, a good actor does indeed reveal himself. He cannot play emotions that he has not experienced himself. A good actor believes that he is playing his role. In reality, he is playing himself. End quote. However, this in no way meets Laverne Cox's demand for similar experiences. In order to be able to portray sadness or happiness on the occasion of a fictional situation, these feelings must have been experienced at some point, without the situation having to have been experienced in a real and congruent way. Acting is therefore a fictional identification. Certainly an actor does not play himself as he is, but as he could have developed under different conditions. This identification in the subjunctive requires a certain distance rather than immediate proximity to the person being portrayed. These are emotions on trial, because only those who know that they can leave or give up a role at any time are able to immerse themselves in it with skin and hair and still master it. If the circumstances of the actor's life and the character become too one, then he is no longer able to play this role successfully. He is then confronted with the immediate need to continue repressing his emotions and becomes incapable of acting them. A good acting performance consists of unconsciously enticing the audience to identify with the character and making them truly empathize on an emotional level with what is largely portrayed visually. But this quasi-magical manipulation must never be too obvious, must be unintentional in order to have any effect at all on the deeper layers. This is the only guarantee for the conscious goal of the act, the pleasure premium in direct applause, which in film is already only conveyed via box office results. It could be assumed that the theater is much closer to the audience than film, which is transmitted by the camera and screen. In the latter, it is ultimately the sad fate of the actors that the time and place of filming are far removed from the screenings. The movie actor plays directly only for the director. Playing with the audience in the form of reacting to their emotions is therefore impossible. The theater has always been more of a play against than for the audience, as the latter only represented the necessary means for satisfying applause, if necessary even at the price of destroying or castrating the audience. The film actor's compensation for the lack of direct applause now consists in the fact that he himself is at least potentially present at the film premiere. What was previously separated both spatially and temporally now coincides completely. He becomes his own spectator and part of his own audience. He can see himself. The film actor plays, anticipating, from the audience. Since he plays primarily or subjectively for himself, he now necessarily plays for the audience of which he is a part. In the theater, narcissism is only satisfied through applause. The film, on the other hand, actually fulfills the tragic fate of the eponymous character, Narcissus, who fell in love with his own reflection, which he saw in a stream, and eventually either starved to death in front of it or, according to another version, plunged into the same water and drowned. This narcissism of seeing oneself was never possible in the theater, just as the voice no longer reverberates as an echo, but is perceived as coming from another's mouth and yet is only a soliloquy. In the end, the exhibitionist becomes his own voyeur in and with the audience. The voyeuristic urge to look is primarily associated with the oral phase. This character of ocular incorporation is clearly expressed in the desire to devour something with the eyes. In this case, as can be seen from the energetic debate about the trans face, looking is extremely libidinous. It becomes a convulsive stare and is reminiscent of the magical gaze. As an active image spell or passive gaze or sight spell, this is pretty much the most widespread phenomenon of magical thinking worldwide. Furthermore, from a psychoanalytical point of view, the eye is a bisexual organ. The gaze cast through it shapes what is looked at, or characteristics of what is looked at are transferred to the person looking. Both are expressed in the divine "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image." The prohibition of images was fundamentally directed against existing magical ideas. If the prohibition of images means a prohibition of imitating God, it would have to be clarified what this commandment or the activist's command to stare at them means. Many people will be familiar with something similar, namely the parental or, above all, paternal "look at me when I talk to you." Just as the father becomes all the more crude the weaker his real power, this also shows the fragility of the identity of those who try to use themselves as an authority. The stern, banning gaze finds its counterpart in childlike rigidity. The only problem is that, unlike some parents, the activists have nothing at all to communicate that would make it worthwhile to focus on them. In the myth, the head of Medusa, the sight of which turns everyone to stone, symbolizes the fear of castration. Somewhat abstractly, it can therefore be said that the demand to look at something is essentially linked to pointing others to their place and defining their identity. Turning into stone and blinding are the two most common punishments of the voyeur and return here as prohibitions against transgressing one's own identity or criticism that wants to recognize or see more in a representation than agitation. In times when gender roles are undergoing significant dissolution, it is becoming increasingly difficult for many transsexuals to achieve the necessary distinction. In art, where the transgression of uniform identities has been significantly promoted, the fronts are now hardening, with the absurd result that queer activists are demanding that men should be men and women should be women. The well-founded fear of most performers of a role or character fixation is being forced here, and the actor, through his own fault and by choice, becomes the stone sculpture that Benjamin already described him as, a prop or the brand of his little group. His worship is idolatry, fetishism in the classical sense. He must be of concrete use to the religious community in order to be celebrated as a means to an end. As a totem, it has to symbolize kinship and suggest commonalities that mask isolation and hide how little we actually have to say to each other. The aim is identification instead of object selection, i.e., to see oneself or an equivalent of oneself on the screen instead of someone else, perhaps someone desirable or even repulsive. The activist audience does not immerse itself in the work of art, but only in one of its members. The latter is used as an ego ideal. As they are ideal role models for each other and can therefore wonderfully reassure each other of their identity. Freud differentiated the choice of object according to the narcissistic type as follows: A. What one is oneself. B. What one was oneself. C. What one would like to be oneself. An article on the topic contains all of this, because, according to the tenor of the trans community, trans women are women, trans men are men, casting men for trans women's roles or women for trans men's roles is discriminatory. What is expressed is what one was, at the same time did not want to be and never wants to be again, as well as what one would actually like to be. However, the wish appears here as a fact. The idea that this does not quite correspond to reality is then quickly expressed. If it were up to us, trans characters would be portrayed by trans actors, just as African American and Asian characters are portrayed by African American and Asian actors. This is what it looks like when the dream is overtaken by reality. However, there is at least one subtle difference that is blatantly misjudged in the knee-jerk criticism of equating, namely that trans women are women is not as simple as that. The criticism of trans face does injustice above all to those who seem to be defended by it. Because not all transsexuals are as comfortable in their current identity as the activists in question. To use the vocabulary of the scene, for trans women, the desiring dream of transcending oneself is banished with the cis women and the sorrowful nightmare of failure with the cis guys. This break in individual history, which goes beyond the socially average biographical caesuras, is precisely what is special about trans characters and poses an additional challenge to their portrayal. The prefix trans, across, to the other side, already illustrates the increased processual nature of the role, in contrast to intersexuality, between, in the middle. Since one's authentic femininity or passing as a transsexual is often not taken away, the need for punishment only remains to do to others what one experiences oneself. This uncompromising criticism represses one's own failure and is based on projective jealousy and the defense of one's own desires and fears, which are transferred to the other. The psychological, inner censorship of one's own failures becomes an ideological, external condemnation of all those who embody one's own desires or suffering. The individual story, which in most cases is indeed very painful, is to be erased even in fiction and the actress sacrificed to her role by proxy, as if this denial of reality would change anything. Contempt for art reveals itself here as contempt for humanity. Certain films, such as Xavier Dolan's Lawrence Anyways or Pedro Almodovar's To Do Sobre Mi Madre, on the other hand, have shown quite vividly how much one's own history and biographical imprint is dragged along and how one cannot simply define oneself away from it, even or especially as a transsexual. How can you be so macho when you have such magnificent tits? This activist notion of a double role, i.e. the fallacy that there is a clear break after which everything is different, is precisely one reason why numerous portrayals sometimes come across as truly implausible. Instead of learning from the theater, film has largely abandoned itself to the detail fetish of photography and is now paying for it, not least with attempts at criticism such as the one described. Today, everyone has a right to the reproduction of their own surface, and this right is increasingly being claimed. The phrase of art and especially film as a mirror of society is being realized as a detailed part of the universal context of blindness. In contrast, for some time the theater was still one of the few places where not only gender, but all conceivable changes were artfully staged. But even here, criticism is well known. In Proust's À la recherche du temps perdu, the narrator Marcel proves his crude perception by looking at his lover Albertine from every perspective as a different one, but above all by trying to fix her in his favorite perspective. By trying to monitor and control her in other ways too, he only emphasizes in practical terms that his perspective is more important to him than the real person. Committed works of art and controlling love affairs contradict themselves in their character as art and love, since both must always have a trait of purposelessness attached to them in order to be able to abandon themselves to them. But the hostility towards aesthetics, not from the transgender community, mind you, but from a small section of activists claiming to be representative, has now also been demonstrated in Glasgow, where drag queens were banned from the local Pride parade because their appearance could offend or hurt transgender people. Baudelaire, who was admired by Benjamin, already recognized the aesthetic contrast between positivism and realism in an emphatic sense. The painter shows more and more inclination to paint what he sees and not what he dreams. Of course, there are both ego-weak and ego-strong transsexuals, whereby transsexuality is not exactly conducive to the formation of an ego, which is problematic enough in itself. However, the former group, the ego-weak, make up a considerable number of activists who, as a defense against their failure, formulate criticisms of the so-called trans face or throw drag queens or faggots out of pride parades because they are transmisogynous due to their appearance. Through such exclusions, transsexuals are on the one hand defending themselves against the opposite sex parts that are still present in every person. On the other hand, they show that the softening of gender affects transsexuals in a certain way, as they can benefit from very rigid gender roles, as it is easier to break their appearance in these roles. These are the same people who accuse lesbian women of being transphobic if they make it known that a pre-operated trans woman, read, a woman with a penis, does not quite fit into their prey scheme. The only truth to the accusation would be that strict homosexuals are in fact no less narrow-minded in their choice of object than equally strict heterosexuals. Freud repeatedly and energetically drew attention to the commonality of the various sexual preferences which, despite all the differences and motivations of ontogenesis, ultimately only represent two deviations from bisexuality in the sexual sense. But that is not what they are concerned with, but with the attempt to morally blackmail someone into directing their desire, as sexual recognition, towards XXX, whereby a lack of desire in a certain direction is no longer formulated as a restriction of one's own choice of object, but as moral guilt, an extremely specific to questionable form of seduction, which of course ignores the fact that, especially in the sexual sphere, two different psychological scar tissues created by shocks and not two clean products of a principle of form meet. Another moment of practice in which not sexuality, but quite pragmatic feminism and transsexuality come into a very concrete field of tension is transsexuals in women's shelters, a place where even a male voice can cause considerable problems, which does not prevent some from demanding that severely traumatized women work on their insufficiently transsexual appropriate perception. For example, a feminist, reasonably self-aware, or even just empathetic transsexual would simply refrain from working in a rape crisis center if in doubt, which is not to say, of course, that there shouldn't be crisis centers also or only for transsexuals. Transsexuals are caught in failure by queer theory, which offers them failure as the pure fault of the outside world, and are immediately immortalized as transgender, since the happiness of transsexuality is a horror in that theory and practice, as Butler aptly revealed. Similarly, the transsexual desire to become a man or a woman cannot be dismissed as the simple desire to conform to established identity categories. Instead, it can be a desire for transformation itself, a striving for identity as an exercise in change, an example of the desire itself as a transformative activity. Trans people must not stop being trans, and visibly so, if they are to continue to live up to the disturbing queer educational mission that they are supposed to fulfill and embody. Emancipation is just as much their fault as it is for white gays, to whom Heinz-Jürgen Voss and Zulfikar Çetin explained that they must keep a low profile in the Islamic proto-neighborhood if they don't want to attack the sensitivities of the local communities with their racist and white hegemonic hand-holding or kissing as the German national avant-garde. The inclusion of transsexuality in the legalization of the category of diverse, as it is currently being carried out by both activists and the media, is an expression and reassuring manifestation of failure. A transitory stage becomes an eternal legal category, failure is legally legitimized. The longing for something solid is fulfilled by identifying with failure. As much as every transsexuality and every intersexuality represent individual drive destinies and anatomical fates, it is still possible to determine what separates transsexuals and intersexuals. If intersexuality is a primarily anatomical fate that can and usually does have psychological and physical consequences, both due to surgical intervention and due to the omission of such an intervention, transsexuality, on the other hand, is a psychological fate that entails or can entail anatomical physical interventions and adaptations. In order to do justice to both phenomena, transsexuality and intersexuality, it seems appropriate to speak of groups of phenomena here, noted Hertha Richter-Appelt in a presentation at the Ethics Council, and went on to explain. A variety of manifestations of transsexual or transgender experience are also subsumed under the umbrella term of transsexuality. However, not only does such a definition not do justice to both phenomena, it also does not do justice to either of them. Thus, transsexuality is no longer something that should be subsumed into the diffuse transgender, but rather transsexuality itself becomes a reservoir of the diffuse. It is frightening when one of the most renowned sex researchers no longer wants to recognize that intersexuality really is a group of anatomical phenomena, whereas transsexuality is a psychological phenomenon. The deliberate unwillingness to define the concept was also evident in the answer given by the Third Option Initiative to its own question: how many people are affected by the problem of the lack of a third option? We don't know and we don't want to know. The reasoning sounds very reasonable at first. We don't want to know, as the number of people affected cannot be an issue when granting basic personal rights. However, they immediately tear down this brief appearance of reason when they continue. Figures can be found in various sources from time to time, e.g., how many inter-asterisk people live or are born in Germany every year. This is not a relevant figure for us for two reasons. Firstly, this is a purely external definition based on medical criteria. A medical categorization cannot make any statement about gender identity. In other words, in reality, they not only don't care about the numbers, but are directly opposed to them, as a count would require them to first determine what is being counted in the first place, while they themselves postulate, all people are the experts on their own gender. In the statements published by them, one can then take a deep look into the psychological basis of this postulate. I assign myself to a self-conceived, nameless, free gender that has no connection to the generally recognized ones in society. This reflects my desire to detach myself from role constraints. All that sucks enough, but then I always realize that I don't actually appear in the collective consciousness of this society. End quote. Since the abolition of compulsory registration and the associated tendency to restrict or even abolish operations, the intersex organizations have reached the end of their claims, or at least their reasonable justification. They can only form themselves negatively, i.e. by rejecting operations and therapies, which can be seen from the fact that those affected tend to come together in groups that are dedicated to a specific or more specific manifestation of intersexuality. One positive demand that is still being made is for compensation and rehabilitation. This often goes hand in hand with the demand to remove the statute of limitations for the doctors concerned, which would put them on a par with Nazi criminals and equate their actions with murder. All further-reaching demands that go beyond the real emancipation that has been achieved to a large extent and are formulated jointly remain ideological, unless they are intended to educate and improve medical care, but even here the transition tends to be fluid. One of these ideological demands early on was the gendered legal form, which was praised as a decisive, still outstanding step towards emancipation. Fanny Jimenez also fell into the same trap in her article for Die Welt, whose title The Third Gender. It's about people already revealed that no serious arguments would be forthcoming. There, on the occasion of the latest decision in this regard, it says, the third gender in the birth register may seem ridiculous or unnecessary to many. But it does not hurt them and does not take anything away from them. Those who are clearly girl or boy, clearly woman or man, will remain so. But for those who are at a loss when faced with an intersex baby, parents, doctors, and authorities, the new category takes away the pressure to make a decision that must be arbitrary because it can't be based on anything reliable, and puts it in the hands of those who have to live it. If the only yardstick for evaluating an amendment to the law is that it does not take away or hurt anyone, the question of whether it actually gives anyone anything can hardly arise, which would only allow a judgment to be made as to whether or to what extent it is ridiculous or unnecessary. After all, the pressure, which was more of a legal compulsion, was actively removed by the 2013 reform. Of course, this is in no way an argument against more in-depth and expanded education, be it further medical training, family counseling, or accompanying psychotherapeutic care for those affected. Especially since the pressure was not the issue in the case in question, as the subsequent deletion of the gender entry was also upheld in the lower courts in accordance with the law. What was denied was not a release from coercion, but a positive gender identity in order to present themselves to the outside world as the person they feel they are. It is precisely this emphasis on one's own feelings that should make it clear that the positive identity can only endure as a purely discursive one. In this sense, the Federal Constitutional Court now also latently demands, beyond logic, the establishment of a positive gender entry in the sense of clarity under civil status law, but also announces, with this category, the legislator would not necessarily create a third gender, but a collective designation for all persons who do not assign themselves to either the male or female gender, but also do not wish to be permanently registered as genderless. However, the very premise that no indication simply means genderless is based on the committed confusion or identification of gender and gender indication. In the present case, the judicial conceptions of gender, its relevance for everyday life, and the possibilities of legal influence on the former also seem to be of central importance. In some cases, the law regulates claims and obligations in connection with gender. In many cases, gender forms the basis for the identification of a person, and even beyond legal requirements. Gender affiliation has considerable significance in everyday life. For example, it largely determines how people are addressed or what expectations are placed on a person's appearance, upbringing, or behavior. Instead of remembering that their job is limited to the partial, to which they hardly ever seriously devoted themselves, the constitutional judges, as popular educators, blithely turned to the area of the multiple. For the decision, the court obtained opinions from various organizations. Of these, 2 groups spoke out against the introduction of a third civil status. This was the Catholic Church, whose reasoning, however, was simply that its members were not yet far enough along, but that this could change in the future. It was therefore up to the Federal Association of German Registrars to put forward the central argument, which was not only directed against the decision for a further option, but against the issue itself. They emphasized that the existing law does not know any specific rules for the gender inter/diverse, which is why the entry of that gender would contradict legal certainty and clarity by suggesting the existence of the former. This objection was therefore mainly related to the fact that the actual lack of a substantive legal basis was not even rudimentarily remedied or even addressed. This argument certainly ties in with a debate that already took place on the occasion of the hybrid paragraph, which was also inadequate in this respect. In his commentary on the Prussian land law, Christian Friedrich Koch posed the question: if a person who is malformed in his sexual parts has worn men's clothing to date and simultaneously issues a promissory bill with other men, but tomorrow puts on women's clothing and declares himself to be a woman, must this choice have an effect on the promissory note signed by him as a man? General Land Law for the Prussian States. Edited with commentary and notes by C. F. Koch, Berlin 1852, page 84. The latently flippant tone of this commentary points to the clumsy choice of example. After all, the question could be asked in almost the same wording about a woman who signed something before she got married. In both cases, there would be a legally recorded change of name, in one case the first name, in the other the surname. However, it at least points to the legal pragmatic necessity of registering the change. Although the Federal Constitutional Court fundamentally recognized the objection of the registrars, it was also able to use it in favor of its own decision. It states, how a person who is assigned to another gender should be treated would indeed be unclear. However, this difficulty already exists in the same way under current law if the gender entry is left open in accordance with Section 22(3) PSTG. The problem is, on the one hand, that the court is simply right, but on the other hand, in its decision, it failed to call on the legislator to finally create those regulations and instead turned to advertising for the additional entry. The positive entry of an additional gender could be clearer because, in contrast to the permanently open gender entry, it does not give the false impression that the entry was inadvertently omitted. In practice, however, this has long since been remedied. After all, the field does not remain blank because, for one thing, it is not possible from an EDP perspective to make no entry, which is why the relevant handouts always state, this case is to be shown in the DSMELD with the substitute value 1. An X is transmitted in the data transmission area. On the other hand, the capital X in the passport was introduced long ago due to international agreements. The ruling simply creates more justice for intersex people, reads a commentary in Die Zeit, in which the simply is intended to hide the fact that not a word is said about how it creates this justice. In this sense, it is completely absurd when certain media outlets attempt to reassure their readers about the ruling by pointing out that the decision would have no practical consequences and citing this as an argument in favor of the new option. One particularly committed attempt in this direction first listed what the Federal Constitutional Court did not do. It did not decide that, with immediate effect, a third door for the third gender must be installed next to the toilets for males and females, at airports, in companies, and schools. It has not decided that, in addition to sauna days for men and women, a day must also be kept free for the third gender, nor has it decided that the German formulary must be redesigned with immediate effect. This is both true and complete nonsense at the same time. The fact that the Federal Constitutional Court has not in fact delivered any more detailed provisions does not mean that it has not created the basis for numerous lawsuits to follow in which the substantive legal consequences must be negotiated, since the decision itself does not change the concrete discrimination in the slightest, but implies a need for numerous innovations. These changes will affect, among many others, areas such as parenting, public toilets, the healthcare system, physical education, and sport in general, and language, as these are the areas where the specific violations of the General Equal Treatment Act arise. It will then also become clear that it is virtually impossible to formulate the concrete rights and obligations for that rather diffuse collective term in a positive sense, that the positive identity can therefore hardly be translated into concrete positive rights, especially since the court itself admitted that it did not recognize a third gender, but rather numerous third genders, if at all. Completely unaffected by this, the Tagesspiegel reported that the decision was not only a legal revolution, but also a socio-political revolution. In view of the fact that the decision offers nothing that goes beyond the framework of identitarian certainty, i.e., nothing that can be presented as a serious and concrete success, the revolutionary aspect is ultimately just this. The constitutional judges leave it open as to whether they are only referring to anatomical ambiguities. There are indications that they are concerned with more, namely also with subjectively perceived gender identity. This gives hope to all those who may have a clear biological sex but do not feel they belong to it. The decision is therefore primarily a further step towards the purpose of objectifying the individual's sense of self in immediate legal terms. In this way, what is supposedly in flux, i.e., not objectifiable, is pressed into an abstract form that is supposed to serve as a subjective expression. The serious problem arises in particular from the juxtaposition of two formulations that run through the entire text and are fundamentally opposed to each other. At the beginning, it is still stated that it is about persons whose gender development shows variance compared to a female or male gender development and who permanently assign themselves neither to the male nor the female gender, or about people who are not male or female and who permanently assign themselves to another gender. End of quote. Now one interpretation, this would be the narrower one, and the problem is that the resolution certainly allows for several and broader interpretations, as can be seen in the media, would be that a connection/mediation of objective determination and subjective perception is being sought, in which, however, the objective impossibility of determination is to be regarded as a prerequisite for a granted subjective choice. In the press release, which has no legal significance, this was suggested even more clearly by stating that it was about persons whose gender development shows variance compared to female or male gender development and who therefore cannot be permanently assigned to either the male or female sex. After all, the complaint was also submitted on presentation of a chromosome analysis, but this no longer played the slightest role in the further course of the argumentation. Here, however, the application was justified, in addition to some other questionable formulations, by the fact that the intersex identity is clear and permanent. This could be disputed, as could the above causal chain, and this would have been the task of the Federal Constitutional Court, which, however, decided to water down the wording even further. It is precisely because of the arbitrariness it reveals that the decision largely eludes concrete criticism that would go beyond the diagnosis of arbitrariness. The arbitrariness arises above all due to the splitting of the above formulation, which at least still suggests a connection between objective standards and subjective feelings, in the further course of the justification, so that one can read in the argumentation, scattered and mixed, that on the one hand people can be assigned or cannot be assigned or that their gender is not clear, but on the other hand that people do not feel they belong to any gender, that a certain entry does not correspond to their own sense of identity or that people do not assign themselves to these two categories in their gender identity. However, these formulations are no longer even put into context, so that there is an empty space between them that can be filled with projections from various sides, and possibly for another 6 months, because the legislator has to create a new regulation by December 31, 2018. And only then will it become clear what concrete consequences, for the time being, will result from this decision. So far, it can be said that at least the tendency of the decision is relatively clear. On the one hand, the Federal Constitutional Court has not even contradicted the demand for the registration of inter/diverse, or alternatively only diverse, by at least demanding the registration of an objective and also biological or medical category, such as intersexual. This may well have medical relevance, which is often misunderstood by those who demand the complete deletion of the gender entry, an option that the Federal Constitutional Court also clearly emphasized as a possibility for the legislator in its decision. The deletion of the gender entry, i.e. the stored data, from the health insurance card, for example, can have serious medical/health consequences, especially in emergencies, if, for example, a person who is otherwise clearly recognizable as a woman is not searched for a prostate because intersexuality, and this would be the only commonality, or transsexuality is not known. However, one would be bound to objective standards and not to subjective feelings, which prostate cancer, for example, one of those disgusting forms of thinking about nature in the subject, will not adhere to either. On the contrary, however, a concrete demand of the resolution states that the option of not registering a gender must be retained, as must the possibility of changing to one of the two binary gender categories. By merely opening up the possibility of another gender entry, no one is forced to assign themselves to this additional gender. However, in a regulatory system that provides for gender indications, the current possibilities for persons with variants of gender development to register as female, male, or without a gender entry must be maintained. The resolution itself even emphasizes, enabling another gender entry increases the options. The third option campaign has thus managed to introduce a fourth option before the Federal Constitutional Court with the so-called third gender. The fact that the term variance of gender development is used should not mislead people into thinking that it clearly only refers to intersexuals, who are actually designated by the term. Finally, the Constitutional Court's decision, which is vague in its arguments, is met with the no less confused idea of the legislator, as presented in particular in the Saxton's Information, Situation von Trans und Intersexuellen Menschen im Fokus, 2016, of the Interministerial Working Group Inter und Transsexualität of the federal government. The introduction already states, both groups of people are defined and understood here in a broad sense. As much as they seem to be able to differentiate between transsexuality and intersexuality in principle and, for example, speak of congenital variations in physical sex characteristics in the latter case, they do recognize the similarities. For both groups of people, the discourses, also, revolve around the acceptance of the diversity of gender expression, the freedom to choose one's own gender/gender identity and, in part, the freedom not to have to choose between the binary categories of woman or man or to be able to switch between them in the course of one's life. The German Ethics Council had also noted in its detailed statement on the subject of intersexuality that there are also people, classified as transsexual, who describe themselves as intersexual without a corresponding DSD diagnosis and state the reason for this as the hormonal imprinting of their body, especially their brain. This was by no means criticized, which would simply have included explaining to the people concerned that they are wrong. However, few people seem to be willing to do just that. On the contrary, according to Der Spiegel, the SPD-led Ministry of Family Affairs is calling for a framework law that also makes comprehensive changes to civil law or transsexual law as part of the coalition negotiations on the occasion of the Constitutional Court's ruling. This softening of the most fundamental provisions, which the SPD is threatening to put into practice, is both a symptom and a reinforcement of postmodern psycho-ideological intersexuality. This is a social mass phenomenon that is connected to the more concrete concepts of intersexuality and transsexuality only in an ideologically mediated way, just as it is connected to an individual psychological bisexuality that does not require legalization in order to experience itself and others in a state of non-freedom in the halfway free play of sex and sexuality, but which, as a free one, has to think about certain things in advance, such as contraception, if it does not want to be overtaken by first nature, be it in the form of illness or pregnancy. But in this partial transgression of the legal category, the appearance of something better is revealed, for which we must fight, but of which it is impossible to say how it will take shape. The psycho-ideological form of intersexuality, as it was tendentially approved in the decision of the Constitutional Court, and which completely coincides with transgender, is only a queer leveling that makes it possible to hardly face up to the anatomical. This is precisely where the decision is above all a defense against the disturbing. Intersexuality is truly made invisible by being shifted to the harmless emotional level. This is precisely what saved the media, for example, from printing a pictorial representation of intersexual variations of genitalia in order to contribute to a certain demystification of intersexuality. The decision, which makes it far easier to let off steam in formal terms without coming into potentially conflictual contact with material reality, is far more likely to be a pallbearer than a midwife for the emancipation of trans and intersex people. At the beginning of December 2020, two pieces of news made headlines, but only one of them was suitable for becoming the global talk of the town among the woke class. Actress Ellen Page announced her coming out as transgender on social media and, now as a man, wants to be called Elliot Page. Her preferred pronouns are he and they. In this case, they as a pronoun does not refer to the third-person plural, pluralis majestatis, but in queer wokish it serves as a gender-neutral pronoun for a third-person singular. There are also about as many fantasy pronouns for the now common 72 genders. Big tech and the entertainment industry celebrated Page's courage and alleged tolerance, i.e. identity political conformism, which was demonstrated, for example, by the fact that Netflix changed Page's name in the film description of the yawningly boring flick Juno, with which she became famous, on the very same day. Only Brendan O'Neill from the British online magazine Spiked noticed the nature of this censorship measure, which rewrites the past and in the case of Juno has particularly absurd logical consequences. With the blink of an eye, Ellen was erased. IMDb now tells us that the star of Juno, 2007, would have been Elliot Page, although in parentheses it somewhat riskily notes as Ellen Page. Juno was their acting breakthrough, it says. But it wasn't their breakthrough. It was Ellen Page's. We all saw the movie. It was about a teenage girl who got pregnant. Elliot Page was no longer playing that teenage girl when Caitlyn Jenner won gold in the decathlon at the 1976 Olympics. It was Ellen, and the gold medalist was Bruce. But if you ask Google, who won gold in the decathlon in Montreal 1976, it says, Caitlyn Jenner. Which is a lie. They are now lying about the past. The Transgender Journalist Association, on the other hand, found it unacceptable that Page's dead name, her former female first name Ellen, was mentioned at all. Teen Vogue was praised for not mentioning Ellen Page at any point in its report on Elliot Page. The often underage, mainly female, victims of the increasingly successful affirmative approach demanded by transgender lobby groups for years, which amounts to the unopposed, social, validation of self-identification as transgender, are apparently also to be concealed. Accordingly, the judgment of the British High Court on December 1, 2020 in the case of Keira Bell v. Tavistock/NHS Trust was reported by some British daily newspapers. However, the very people who otherwise never miss an opportunity to point out the vulnerability of transgender people were adamantly silent on the political implications and psychotherapeutic implications. At the beginning of 2020, 23-year-old Keira Bell, together with an anonymous mother of another transgender minor, filed a lawsuit against the Gender Identity Development Service, GIDS, at the Tavistock Clinic and the Portman NHS Foundation Trust, respectively. The ruling is already seen as a political landmark decision that will have far-reaching implications for the future psychotherapeutic treatment of transgender minors. It also brings into focus the moral and institutional corruption of the only British clinic that has been dedicated to treating children with gender identity development problems for 24 years and has fallen completely under the influence of transgender ideology. The case of Keira Bell, who can be considered typical of the increasing number of girls and young women, particularly in puberty, who want to change their gender, illustrates how the clinic works. After suffering from her female gender identity for several years and making contact with transsexual lobby groups via the internet, which encouraged her to change her gender, she turned to the Tavistock Clinic in London at the age of 16. After just 3 sessions, during which no questions were asked about her unconscious motivations for changing gender, she was given so-called puberty blockers with irreversible effects. A year later, she was also prescribed testosterone. The National Health Service, which Tavistock is under, had previously claimed that puberty blockers were completely reversible. But in June this year it quietly changed the reference on its website. The most commonly used puberty blockers are officially prescribed for the treatment of terminal prostate cancer. Off-label use for the treatment of children and young people with gender dysphoria is experimental. Known long-term effects include loss of fertility, sexual function, and decreased bone density. A short time later, at the age of 20, she underwent a double mastectomy, i.e. the surgical removal of her breasts or mammary glands. However, this did not affect her gender dysphoria, and a year after the operation she was already regretting her decision. Today she speaks with a deeper voice due to the testosterone and lives with the scars of her operation. However, Keira Bell is by no means an isolated case. In the last 10 years, the number of transgender children and young people seeking therapeutic treatment at the Tavistock Clinic has risen by 3,200%. 2019 was the first time that the majority, 54%, of patients referred to the clinic were 14 years old or younger. Some patients were as young as 4 years old. In 2018, a staff representative of the clinic, the former president of the British Psychoanalytical Association, Dr. David Bell, had already critically pointed out in an internal report that young patients seeking help were being treated in an over-affirmative manner. He accused the GIDS of fast-tracking children and adolescents into gender transition. As he supported Kira Bell's lawsuit against his employer with his testimony at the trial, the latter dismissed him without notice 2 days after the verdict was announced and 2 months before his retirement. This seems to be the policy even for renowned doyens who violate the rules of the game and language in the name of diversity. But Dr. Bell was not the only one outraged by the Tavistock Clinic's aggressive affirmation-based approach to requested gender reassignment surgery. In the last 3 years, 35 doctors, psychologists, and nurses have quit their jobs at the Tavistock because they no longer wanted to watch or assist the conformism, which was by no means only harmful to the body. From a psychoanalytical or psychodynamic perspective, the insight into the conflictual nature of the unconscious structure of every individual still articulates clinical reservations against the naked affirmation of the wishes and fantasies of the damaged, intrinsically damaged subjects. It assumes that it is possible to learn to live with conflicts, contradictions, or ambivalence without actually mutilating the body. In contrast, almost every line of the S3 guideline on the diagnosis, counseling, and treatment of gender incongruence, gender dysphoria, and trans health, which is not even particularly evidence-based, oozes the simple conformism of positive psychology pimped up with identity politics. A total of 5 times in 100 pages, it is emphasized how important it is that the addressees of the guideline should, if possible, have continuous contact with community-based counseling and/or the peer scene of those seeking treatment. Thanks to structured consensus building and the courage of a psychiatrist who preferred to remain anonymous, it is known that psychodynamic approaches, including conflict theory, contribute little to the understanding of trans and transsexuality, but that these theories can be significant in connection with the everyday problems of trans people. Finally, many counselors have clear problems with regard to terminology, sources of information, counseling concepts, and their self-reflection in connection with trans, which is attributed to deficits in training. In this context, networking with trans organizations and community-based counseling can be regarded as important building blocks of therapeutic work. Subcultural knowledge can be imparted in this way. This subcultural knowledge is then made available, for example, by trans lobby groups such as the British Mermaids, whose CEO, Susie Green, complained after the Bell Tavistock ruling that it represented an unforgivable and shameful betrayal of young people's rights to autonomy over their own bodies. The intended and indeed already far-reaching depathologization of transsexuality/gender dysphoria/gender incongruence pursues the goal of making the therapeutic questioning of the unconscious motivation for transition punishable as a violation of a human right through conceptual reframing using left-liberal buzzwords such as autonomy, anti-stigmatization/discrimination, participatory treatment planning, inclusion, social justice, diversity, and self-identification. Just as conversion therapies for homosexuals are now socially ostracized and rightly no longer part of health insurance coverage, therapeutic reservations about transitioning, i.e., gender reassignment surgery, should in future also constitute a criminal offense of discrimination, which is already the case not only in Anglo-American countries. Accordingly, the Bundesvereinigung Trans (BVT*), which advised on the development of the S3 guideline, fundamentally criticizes that trans people per se are subjected to further psychodiagnostic processes in addition to the determination of a GIK/GD. Against the theoretical background of the so-called interpellation or invocation theory of the structuralist Marxist Louis Althusser, in his essay on ideology and ideological state apparatuses, and following Judith Butler, the Woken neologism assumes a linguistic performative act of gender assignment at the birth of a child and speaks of an assignment gender that is intended to make the idea of a biological gender obsolete. When serious mental illnesses occur, parallel somatic treatment, in non-acute phases of the mental illness, is strongly recommended, as it is hoped that the gender dysphoric symptoms will be alleviated in the same way as the psychological or psychosomatic symptoms. A fundamentally symptom-based differentiation of the procedure contradicts the requirement of a professionally reflected individualized approach and would stigmatize those seeking treatment with psychotic symptoms across the board and make their access to somatic care in transition significantly more difficult. Postponing or suspending body-modifying treatment would only be justifiable if requests for body-modifying treatment during acute psychological symptoms cannot be clearly attributed to the gender incongruent/gender dysphoric experience, or if treatment in the acute phase would be a threat to the mental or physical health of those affected for health reasons. Against this supposedly professionally reflected individualized approach, however, are the countless fates of young people who have been ignored, who do not feel a bit better after transitioning, have to cope with an increased risk of cancer and heart problems, decompensate, psychotically, or even take their own lives. Even the Tavistock Clinic admits that approximately 35% of all young people referred have moderate to severe autistic traits. But even those who undergo DA or retransition to their biological sex after chaical and surgical treatment are simply hushed up, as they disturb the discursive harmony, i.e. the inclusive peace of the graveyard. In retrospect, Kira Bell judges the lack of contradiction in her not at all diverse, but simply deeply conformist and at the same time persecutory environment, which silences gender atypical behavior such as homosexual desire, as follows. When I was questioning my identity, there was nowhere to find support that didn't affirm the delusion of being in the wrong body. There were no organizations that were able to tell me that it was okay to be a girl who didn't like stereotypically girly things. And that I am no less a woman because I am attracted to the same gender. It was the craziness of identity politics that first and foremost made me aware of what was going on. The lies and the silencing of alternative points of view made me realize that something was wrong. The process of realizing my detransition was gradual, a bit like my transition into identifying as transgender had been years before. End quote. The two Kiel psychiatrists Jorge Ponseti and Aglaja Stern made it clear in a revealing recent debate on transgender in the Zeitschrift for Sexual Forschung against some gender theorists, such as the coordinators of the S3 guideline, Dr. Timo Nieder and Professor Bernhard Strauss. One does not know whether these drastic interventions do more harm or more good. Strauss and Nieder themselves admit this with regard to the frequent suicides. It is therefore impossible to say whether the gender reassignment treatments have helped the people concerned or not. Given this lack of knowledge, what would be the logical consequence in an evidence-based healthcare system? To facilitate access to the interventions, as stipulated in the new S3 guideline, and to threaten psychotherapists with prison sentences who still try to reconcile unhappy people with their healthy bodies? Hardly. The proponents of easier access to these interventions are challenged to show with properly controlled studies that they do more good than harm. And as long as this has not been shown, the indications for gender reassignment surgery should be more restrictive rather than more liberal. Strauss and Nieder, 2019, on the other hand, try to downplay the poor results of catamnesia studies, along the lines of, it can't be that bad for TS postoperatively, and if it is, then minority stress, the heteronormative society and, paradoxically also, the difficult access to these same operations are to blame. Your comment is riddled with misleading statements and one-sided interpretations of data. It starts with difficulties in reading the results tables, claiming that suicidality in TS was comparable to the control group in the more recent observation period. In fact, the data could not be analyzed in both observation periods due to the sample being too small. They continue. In 2015, postoperative TS in Sweden had an almost seven-fold increased rate of hospitalizations for suicide attempts, compared to a 4.9-fold increased rate of suicide attempts between 1973 to 2003. At the end of their commentary, Strauss and Nieder explain that the frequent mental comorbidities of TS may be a consequence of the associated stress. Thinking in the opposite direction of causation, TS as a reaction to failed developmental processes and or as a complication of transvestic fetishism, is out of the question for the commentators, because a gender incongruent identity cannot be a disorder in their eyes. Depathologization prevents understanding gender incongruence in the context of other existing disorders. In the psychodynamic tradition, a holistic view of the patient would be self-evident. Despite these contradictions and inconsistencies, the psychiatric and behavioral therapeutic, psychological mainstream still wants everything to go more quickly. A longer diagnostic process before initiating body-modifying treatments is only justified if there is reasonable suspicion that the accompanying mental disorder has a significant influence on GIK/GD. This can only be assessed diagnostically in individual cases. In cases of diagnostic uncertainty, a second opinion should be sought from an expert experienced in GIK/GD. Of course, a longer process before initiating body-modifying treatments can also be useful if the person seeking treatment does not yet feel able to decide which measures are suitable to alleviate their suffering. Referral to community-based counseling can be particularly helpful for this, as can educational discussions with specialist colleagues in somatic disciplines. If possible, attempts should be made to keep the diagnostic process as short as possible in order to avoid unnecessarily prolonging the suffering and unnecessarily delaying the diagnosis, as negative health consequences for those seeking treatment are evident in the case of a diagnosis of uncertain duration. Securing the diagnosis as part of a longer-term diagnostic therapeutic process as a task of psychotherapy, as called for in the Treatment Standards of 1997, or by means of a follow-up observation or a psychotherapeutically accompanied everyday test, as provided for in the MDS Assessment Guidelines of 2009, MDS 2009, is therefore obsolete. Thus, the transgender kids are to be made the exclusive experts of their ontologically life-changing decision without any delay. It is only a matter of time before this model of depathologization sets a precedent and anorectics are finally prescribed Weight Watchers. Instead of analyzing the unconscious desires and motivations for what in many cases is irreversible damage to or removal of healthy, functioning organs, respect and appreciation for psychological damage should take its place. In the words of Domenico De Seglis, the founder of the Gender Development Clinic, which was integrated into the Tavistock at the end of the 1990s, this should simply be understood as an atypical gender identity organization. As a professional role, transition is a process analogous to the development of a vocation. Something like an early call to the priesthood or a persistent and compulsive ambition to pursue certain professional roles, a legitimate individual aspiration, a journey, a developmental process that needs to be facilitated, not so much a condition that needs to be treated. End quote. The suggestion that talk of inclusive esteem smoothing the path to gender self-determination is itself part of a large, truly transphobic, in the sense of a horrific countertransference and therapeutic defensive reaction, cannot be dismissed out of hand. Riemut Reich formulated the following in his groundbreaking critique of the concept of gender as early as 1997. If we honestly examine the published psychoanalytic case reports on the treatment of transsexual patients, we will either come across clinical observations and explorations, which is particularly true of Stahler's cases, or forced and failed treatments in which an autonomous psychoanalytic process has hardly ever occurred. The formation of core gender identity can be studied much better in individuals with gender ambiguity, especially perversions, who want psychoanalysis of their own accord because they have a conflict and not because they want to have their gender, sex, changed. For the psychoanalyst who wants to treat them psychoanalytically, transsexuals are first and foremost an experiment in the horrific borderline experience of fragmentation, dissolution, disruption, and homelessness in the induced experiences of countertransference. Like me, all my colleagues who I have asked about this have had this experience, and who, for various reasons, do not attach any importance to reporting this experience publicly. End quote. Precisely because the specific therapeutic consequences demanded by the ruling are rather modest and are essentially limited to setting the hurdle for prescribing chemical puberty blockers a little higher, the aggressive intolerance of trans ideology needs to be confronted more fundamentally. Puberty-blocking medication may now only be given to a child if he or she is capable of understanding the long-term consequences of the treatment. The judgment concluded that children under the age of 13 were highly unlikely to be able to give consent and that it would be extremely difficult for a child under the age of 16 to understand and weigh up the evidence. Clinicians are encouraged to refer to the courts if there is any doubt about a 16 or 17-year-old's capacity to consent. David Bell, who was sacked by the Tavistock, has already organized a conference in London on January 23, 2021, at which the reasons and consequences of this ideology and its triumphant advance will be explored and strategies for combating it will be discussed. Quote, "Surely it's time for more of us to stand up and say that people can call themselves whatever they want in their private lives. But that in our public sphere, in the space that we all share as citizens and which is guided by knowledge, belief and tradition, that truth matters, that we matter. The transgender cult is not liberation. The only thing it serves is to allow individuals to liberate themselves from reality, while increasing the pressure on the rest of us to deny the truth, conceal our own knowledge and lie to ourselves and others. This is the opposite of freedom." Brendan O'Neill, We Need to Talk About Ellen Page, February 12, 2020. The psychiatrist and sexologist Volkmar Sigush introduced the concept of the cissexual in 1991, thereby tying in with an anti-naturalistic, because psychosexual, idea of Sigmund Freud, who had already postulated in 1915 in a new edition of the Three Treatises on Sexual Theory from 1905, that, in the sense of psychoanalysis, the exclusive interest of the man for the woman is also a problem in need of elucidation and not a matter of course to which an essentially chemical attraction is to be subordinated, and that neither in the psychological nor in the biological sense can a pure masculinity or femininity be found. Rather, each individual exhibits a blending of their biological sex character with biological traits of the opposite sex and a union of activity and passivity, both insofar as these psychological traits depend on the biological ones and insofar as they are independent of them. Sigush writes on the psychosexual constitutional history of gender identity: if there are transsexuals, there must logically also be cissexuals. The one is unthinkable without the other. The Latin cis as a prefix means, on this side. The Latin trans means as a prefix, through, across, over, beyond, above. Cissexuals are therefore on this side, from the point of view of body gender and thus from the cultural by genus. Transsexuals are on the other side. And the neological aspect of transsexualism is that it fundamentally shifts its actually always logical counterpart, cissexualism, into the twilight. As transsexualism proves that gender is also culturally composed and psychosocially mediated, body gender and psychosocial gender identity no longer unquestionably coincide for the normal, who were previously the only healthy ones. But that goes to the cultural heart of the matter. End of quote. The distinction between biological, sex, and psychosocial gender has long since ceased to be an issue, but rather the increasing denial of bodily sex and thus the cessation of the concept of mediation, which only makes sense against the background of the assumption of the existence of relata, i.e. of something that needs to be mediated. Munster on August 27, 2022. Christopher Street Day is celebrated in bright sunshine, an event that has long since ceased to be controversial in student strongholds like Munster and has become a popular festival. Among the participants is a transsexual who has been introduced everywhere in the media only as Malty C, without a full name or face. When he notices that participants are being insulted as lesbian whores from the roadside, he intervenes, approaches the two perpetrators and tries to calm the situation. They insult him and claim that he is not a real man. Suddenly, without warning, one of them hits Malty C twice in the face with his fist. He falls to the ground unconscious and hits his head on the asphalt. 6 days later, Malty C dies from his serious head injury. Bremen on September 3, 2022. A 57-year-old trans woman travels on streetcar line 4. Around 15 children and teenagers aged between 10 and 15 insult her as a fucking tranny. Encouraged by the others, one of the group hits her several times in the face with both fists. The perpetrators flee and the 57-year-old woman has to be taken to hospital with a broken nose. One might think that such incidents of brutal violence against transsexuals would be treated in the same way as attacks on homosexuals. A little dutiful indignation here, a few words or minutes of remembrance there, followed by a quick transition to business as usual and the warning that no generalizing conclusions should be drawn from such acts. Even if the above descriptions of the events of the crime, like the first media reports, do not provide any information about the origin of the perpetrators, it must have been clear to everyone from the outset what was later confirmed. The 20-year-old thug from Munster was not a biology student named Tobias M., but the rejected Chechen asylum seeker Nureddin A. The attack in Bremen was carried out by a gang of youths who are said to have spoken Arabic and Kurdish, and the main perpetrator, who was later identified on the basis of video recordings, was 13 years old at the time of the crime and therefore of criminal age. So far, so well known. In major German cities such as Munster and Bremen, which are not necessarily among the strongholds of the right-wing scene, it is not without danger for homosexuals and transsexuals to identify themselves as such in public. And at least off the record, everyone knows who poses the danger. However, unlike after the New Year's Eve riots in Berlin, for example, the reactions did not revolve around the extent to which the socialization of Islamic boys and young men produces such acts of violence or whether the euphemistic talk of the little pashas, Friedrich Merz, is already severely racist. From the very beginning, the accomplices, sympathizers, and backers of the violent crimes were sought elsewhere, at German universities, in magazine editorial offices and in the Bundestag. Wahlbrecht, Schwarzer, Weidel, Wagenknecht. Linguistic hatred encourages perpetrators like the one who beat Malty to death in Munster. We need to say that much more clearly. And there must be consequences. We owe it to Malty. Frank Laubenberg, federal queer spokesperson for the Left Party, announced this on Twitter, including his party comrade in the circle of accomplices. I.O. Gors, editor-in-chief of infranken.de, saw stochastic terror at work. The Munster attack showed in a frightening way what fruits hatred, incitement, and disinformation bear. A single perpetrator struck, but even more people are to blame for the death of the brave young man. Gors cites a lecture by biologist Marie-Louise Wahlbrecht at Humboldt University in Berlin as the only evidence of how fear is stirred up and trans people are portrayed as a danger. In such events, Gores continues, an atmosphere is created that catches on with some people and perhaps does not directly encourage them, but lowers the inhibition threshold for violence because they feel in the right, because they feel confirmed. This is what we call stochastic terror. A statement does not have to be directly directed at someone, but finds its addressee and can then of course not be identified as the cause. The obvious question of how a lecture on the biology of gender at a German university is supposed to find its way to 13-year-old street kids and catch on with them, who, at least when they feel like it, probably attend one of Bremen's rundown comprehensive schools from Kattenturm to Groplingen, where they don't even learn the rule of three, let alone proper German, is of course taboo in queer discourse. Siegesal, Berlin's highest circulation city magazine, founded in the 1980s as a monthly for gays, expanded to include lesbian topics in the 1990s and aimed at a queer target group since 2005, could of course not lag behind as the only magazine of this size in Europe that addresses the entire spectrum of the LGBT community, all quotes from Wikipedia. In the October issue, Nora Eckert, author and board member of Trans Interqueer EV, commented on the acts of violence as follows: "Yes, we have become more visible. But this visibility makes us more vulnerable, makes us easy targets for aggression, as we have just been made to understand in a frightening way. But that doesn't change the fact that the blame lies with the perpetrators and also with those who provide the verbal ammunition for a violent climate." Of course, Eckert's next sentence does not mention the numerous mosques in Berlin and elsewhere where people ponder whether only passive or also active homosexuals deserve to die. Although everyone knows that areas such as Nuckeln have been a life-threatening place for gays and transgender people for years and who the insults, stone-throwing, and knife attacks always come from, the Siegesal has others in its sights. All it takes is malice disguised as biology tutoring, because talk of biological sex is not really a contribution to the debate, but a battle cry that we don't actually exist. The Green politician Tessa Ganserer put it in a nutshell: the hatred that is sown on the internet is discharged on the street in real violence. What Emma, AfD, and company do with words, toxic masculinity does on the street, because the perpetrators are always cis-heteros. And, as we are now learning from Bremen, they can even be 12-year-olds who use their fists to show disrespect, while others do it from their desks and lecterns. For Eckert, all of this falls equally and without exception under trans hostility, which is not an opinion, but an attempt to eradicate us. If you follow these words, you can rule out the possibility that trans activists are at all concerned with preventing violence against transsexuals and transgender people. Otherwise, they would have to deal with the relevant reasons, with the actual perpetrators of violence and their motives, and not denounce every contradiction, every objection, and every criticism as aiding and abetting mass murder. A worldview in which the writings of Emma are executed on the streets of Münster by the toxic masculinity of a Chechen manslayer, as it says almost verbatim in the victory column, cannot be explained merely by a repression of unpleasant truths about homophobic and trans-hostile violence. Rather, for the trans activists who are constantly on Twitter, real acts of violence with real victims are merely welcome material that they use with relish and in the truest sense of the word as a killer argument to seal off any criticism. This can be generalized even further. Not only are the debates not about violence, but they are not really about transgender people at all and not about the suffering of those affected, who hardly get a chance to speak unless they constantly prove themselves as mouthpieces. The topic is currently the main playground of identity politics, where upright fighters for the good cause such as ZDF activist Jan Bomerman can flaunt their woke attitudes. The ZDF magazine royal program from the second half of December last year entitled Transfeindlichkeit ist Trend, Transphobia is a Trend, gratefully took up the topic and tried to explain it to the very stupid. If everyone now knows what sexual orientation is, i.e. which gender they stand for, then everyone should also be able to understand what gender identity is about. Namely what a person understands themselves to be, as a woman, as a man, as in-between, non-binary, or neither. A gender. The problem arises, explains Jan Bomerman Butler, when doctors or obstetricians simply enter a gender on the birth certificate, but the person concerned does not identify with it, then you speak of a trans person. So it's all quite simple. While political and news broadcasts in Germany now usually only come across as unintentionally funny, the real messages about what to believe and what to believe in are nowadays dealt with in humor or cabaret shows, in which the audience is spoken to as if it were made up of dumbfounded elementary school students, with the joke paradoxically only ever consisting of exposing the uninitiated to ridicule for their supposed stupidity. However, the definitions that Bomerman negotiates as quite simple and universally understandable only make sense if the principles of identity politics have already been internalized, which he can rightly assume from the majority of his audience, who willingly give their consent in advance to even the shabbiest corny jokes. Anyone who is prepared to listen to so-called trans*inclusive activists, but is still plagued by faint doubts about the following stories, will in future have to exorcise such skepticism not only in themselves, but also in others as transphobic, cis-sexual defensiveness, in order not to appear as the misanthrope that a numerically small, but all the more shrill just milieu wants them to be. After all, what was until recently only the subject of satirical series such as South Park is now being surpassed by reality in some cases. On October 19, 2018, a website for the martial art Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu reported, transgender MMA fighter Fallon Fox punched her female opponent Tamika Brents so hard that she suffered a fractured skull. In an interview after the fight, Brent said, "I've fought a lot of women and I've never felt such strength in a fight as I did that night. I can't say if it's because she was born a man or not because I'm not a medical professional. I can only say that I have never felt so inferior in my life and I am an abnormally strong woman myself. I still refuse to allow Fox to fight. In any other job or career, I'd say fine, but when it comes to combat sports, I don't think that's fair." End quote. But not only are former men now allowed to compete in sports as women under the trans label, adults can also claim to be children. The British Independent reported on December 12, 2015, transgender father Stefankny leaves family in Toronto to start new life as 6-year-old girl. The 52-year-old father of 7, who has been married for 23 years and is politically incorrectly referred to in the text as Miss Wulst, his surname, was told that he no longer wants to be an adult at the moment and had therefore moved in with his adoptive family. As they wholeheartedly support his new transgender identity, not just legally and politically, an application for adoption has been made. Stefankny, pronounced with a lascivious undertone as Stefani, is prepared to make concessions. For example, he complied with the wish of the adoptive parents' granddaughter for a younger sister. "A year ago, I was 8 and she was 7. And she said to me, 'I want you to be the little sister, so I'll be 9 years old.' I said, 'Well, I don't mind being 6. That's why I've been 6 ever since.'" Stefankny has since moved into the nursery full of dolls and toys. "We have a great time, we color. We make children's things," shares the apparently chirpy Miss Wulst, who has quickly become very young. His not exactly amused wife, on the other hand, who had tried to obtain a restraining order against him for threats and assault in 2009 when he was hospitalized for suicidal tendencies after attending the Toronto Trans March and was released again, faced him with the decision of either no longer being trans or leaving the family. Miss Wulst opted for the latter. "For me, stop being trans is not something I could do. It would be like telling me to stop being 6 feet tall or get out." While such scurrilities may be dismissed as ridiculous, the voluntaristic identity politics have more tangible consequences elsewhere. On October 11, 2018, The Guardian reported from the UK that 52-year-old trans woman Karen White had committed sexual assaults against 2 inmates in Newhall Women's Prison in West Yorkshire. White, whose real name is Stephen Terence Wood, but who changed it to David Thompson after being convicted of pedophilia in 2001 and had not yet undergone gender reassignment surgery at the time of his second incarceration, was still legally considered a man, was imprisoned in the women's prison, where he was to serve his sentence for several rapes and other sexual crimes against women, solely because he had identified himself as a woman during the trial. Although the Ministry of Justice later apologized for this scandal and had him transferred to a men's prison in Leeds, where he underwent gender reassignment surgery, nothing has been changed to date in the recognition of the desired gender, which went far beyond the Gender Recognition Act, GRA, of 2004, because it legally secured the act of voluntary self-identification in the first place. The GRA was intended to enable transsexual people to obtain a gender recognition certificate, GRC, i.e. to officially change their gender with a corresponding note on their birth certificate and thus not only to obtain the corresponding identification documents with the preferred gender as an entry, but also to be able to marry as the preferred gender. The prerequisites for this are reaching the age of majority, an affidavit stating that you wish to live as the gender with which you identify for the rest of your life, 2 medical certificates of existing gender dysphoria, identity documents proving that you have been living as your preferred gender for at least 2 years, and payment of a processing fee of the equivalent of €160. A gender recognition panel, consisting of medical and legal experts, decides on the application. If the decision is positive, it will also become a criminal offense to out the gender assigned to such transgender people at birth. In January 2017, the ministry had already presented a 60-page guide for dealing with trans*gender prison inmates, in which it reiterated the long-standing trans-inclusive demand for self-identification, self-ID, i.e. the possibility of identifying one's target gender regardless of biological, chromosomal, anatomical, or gender identity, chromosomal, anatomical and hormonal characteristics via a performative speech act, in order to spare trans*gender people the allegedly discriminatory requirements set out in the GRA, such as the completion of a 2-year everyday test. Francis Crook, executive director of the Howard League for Penal Reform, not unreasonably calls it a very toxic debate, as prisons have very likely been influenced and coerced by some of the most extreme discussions to make decisions that have hurt women, and represents the transphobic majority opinion, according to which no man who has committed a serious sexual or violent crime against women and then wants to change gender but hasn't gone through the whole process, still has a penis and male hormones, should be transferred to a women's prison. End quote. However, there are now several women with penises serving time in women's prisons in the UK, and there could have been even more after an election victory for the diversity-friendly Labour Party. In 2017, at least 13 self-ID women were housed in women's prisons, some of them sex offenders. Women's rights organizations are alarmed that such a procedure would be further simplified with the discussed reform, regarding the possibility of self-ID. This would mean that hundreds of inmates who are currently imprisoned in men's prisons despite declaring their female identity, at least half of whom are said to be sex offenders, could be transferred to women's prisons. End quote. It goes without saying that the reference to such crimes is not, as trans activists regularly claim, whataboutism, a diversionary tactic, or derailing, an intentional derailment, which is intended to shift the focus from the perpetrator to the victim's side in order to hide the fact that trans people are far more often victims of transphobic violence than they themselves appear as perpetrators. No one disputes that these people are frequently the victims of transphobic threats, assaults, and even murders. In the first 2 months of 2020 alone, there were 5 physical attacks on trans people in the Berlin districts of Neukölln and Schönberg. Even if the identity of the perpetrators was not revealed by the police or in the press, it is almost certain that, as with the sharp rise in homophobic attacks in Berlin's colorful inner-city districts last year, they were young Islamic men who, as a horde of brothers, fending off their own latent homosexuality in the sense of feminine passivity, attacked the helpless victims in order to violently exorcise their fear of their own possible sexual desire. Nor is the necessity of solidarity with those persecuted in this way in question. But just as little as the existence of races or racial identities follows from the bloody reality of racist persecution, even if this is exactly what critical whiteness supposes, just as little does the existence of non-binary or trans identities, which should be recognized for reasons of anti-discrimination, follow from violent transphobic crimes. The focus on the social developments outlined above only serves to extrapolate what necessarily results from the legal insanity according to which a society does not base its determination of gender identity on objective, biological, anatomical, sexual characteristics, but rather on subjective fantasies as criteria for determining gender identity. In this respect, the trans-inclusive enterprise demanded in the name of diversity amounts to giving in to the wolf's demand to be allowed to spend the night in the sheepfold as soon as it claims to be a sheep. The fact that the transgender dream of desire amounts to the smooth rotation of all biological categories, purged of all qualities, in a vacuum, i.e. to an unresisting, voluntaristic disposition over all objective, natural conditions, as is characteristic of, as Lacan said, psychotic rejection, lies in the logic of the matter. Biological sex, i.e. gender difference, but also biological and chronological age and thus the succession of generations and, ultimately, species affiliation should no longer play a role in infantile fantasies of omnipotence. Not even surgical or hormonal feasibility, i.e. surgical assignability, transition, which historically made the emergence of transsexualism possible in the first place, should be a prerequisite for determining gender affiliation. Biology should no longer play any role at all, because anatomy should not be a fate, but a qualityless projection surface for queer fantasies. In the USA, a person legally defined as a man gave birth to a child as early as 2010. In 2018, however, a court in the USA dismissed the lawsuit of a mother, namely the journalist Freddie McConnell, who writes for The Guardian, among others, who was in the process of transitioning to male before the birth of his child, but had himself artificially inseminated during this process and wanted to be legally recognized as a father rather than a mother after the birth of the child because he had since completed the transition and given birth to the child, legally speaking, as a man. It should be obvious that this has more to do with fantasies of omnipotence resulting from penis envy than parental care. On the other hand, there is the insight of the French psychoanalyst André Green, for example, who pointed out that the anatomical shape of one's own physique does indeed have a causal relationship to fantasies about it. Thus, the fantasies can free themselves from the anatomical form in order to achieve pleasure, but at the same time one forgets that body shape and structure as well as the shape of the sexual organs induce the fantasies. One rarely experiences that the penis metaphor is reminiscent of the vase or the container and that the metaphor of the vagina finds a conclusive comparison in the sword or knife. Following Green, Becker emphasizes that it naturally plays a role whether our desires and fantasies develop in a female or a male body, that it is significant that one can see the penis and must feel and sense the female interior, page 590, that anatomy therefore has consequences for the possibilities and limits of symbolization. To stay with the example above, someone who is a 52-year-old father today may tomorrow be the younger girlfriend of his own daughter, a colorfully striped squirrel or a flying emperor, whereby the latter is likely to be quite damaged by the test. Those who are not interested in objective facts demand all the more hysterically the collective assurance that 2 plus 2 really is 5. This is probably the reason for the certainty of those affected, mentioned in the above examples and repeatedly noted in the clinical literature, which tends towards coercion, of wanting to accept the opposite sex sans phrase without having to submit to a therapeutic questioning of the motives, possibly unconscious to themselves, for the gender change, seconded by a pseudo-psychoanalysis that increasingly considers a real analysis, i.e. a dissection of the supposedly irreducible and indisputable wish to be overbearing. The Frankfurt Examination and Treatment Plan for Transsexuals projects 12 leading symptoms, which are outlined here according to the summary by Annette Rundt, Das Geschlechter Engel. On the Theory of Transsexualism in the Lacan School, M. Safuin, A. for Oppenheimer, C. Millo, in Psyche September 1985, 833 f. 1. The inner certainty of belonging to the opposite sex without denying the anatomically given sexuality. 2. No significant physical abnormalities. 3. Relatively early and continuous desire to change sex, with increasing intensity of the desire. 4. Internal and external struggle against the physical sexual characteristics. 5. Early behaviors and sensations that can be assigned to the opposite sex. 6. Perfect imitation of the opposite sex on all cultural levels up to the cliched adoption of role stereotypes. 7. Relative asexuality, i.e. low appetite and activity. 8. Frequent rejection of labeling as homosexual. 9. Character profile in the sense of the borderline type. 10. Rejection of all psychotherapy, including analytical treatment. 11. Tendency to psychotic breakdown, self-mutilation, or suicide. 12. Definition of transsexuality as a transitional stage that should give way to a male or female normality after surgery. End quote. Those affected obviously have to convince everyone else of what they want to think about themselves so that the ideal ego does not suffer a few scratches from looking in the social mirror and the narcissistic defense formation could possibly be damaged. Jenny Ann Bishop, an activist with the transgender civil rights group Transforum, reports on the uncompromising certainty that has been repeatedly described by psychoanalysts in the past as one of the leading symptoms of transsexual pathology. When I met her, Karen White, she was at the beginning of her transition. But I felt she was someone who didn't listen to advice. She seemed like someone who was going to plow her field no matter what, regardless of what the environment said, and that she was going to demand her rights. She insisted that people were referring to her in her target gender without trying particularly hard to come across as a woman. She would report people for hate crimes if they took offense to what name they should use for her. She was a person who would not compromise. End quote. A small but highly passive-aggressive transgender movement, which sees itself as a new civil rights movement in tune with the times, has set itself the task of dressing up this uncompromising attitude with the seal of identity political recognition, i.e. inclusive gender diversity. Fortunately, most of its representatives are merely verbally radical, anonymous internet molesters who, however, have been relatively successful in disputing the lecture and discussion stages of speakers in Germany, the USA, Great Britain, and Canada who do not agree with them, the strategy of deplatforming, i.e. depriving them of public forums, by accusing them of anti-feminist transphobia and labeling them as TERFs, trans-exclusive radical feminists. According to the accusation, transsexualism consists of the fact that this group of people adheres to sexual dimorphism as the basis of gender determination, defines woman/s quite traditionally through the possession of gametes/oocytes, and is not prepared to recognize women with penises as women. In trans activist circles, this value-free distinction is seen as an expression of political discrimination. For example, Rebecca Werschbale, a young mother and activist from the feminist group Fair Play for Women, was expelled from her local pub in the British town of Macclesfield for wearing an allegedly non-inclusive, transphobic t-shirt with the hate speech slogan woman/women/noun/adult human female, the dictionary entry for woman on Google. Likewise in the UK, a transgender activist had to answer to his trade union for alleged hate speech. His offense, Debbie Hayton, a physics teacher in central England, is living as a transgender woman after changing her gender from male to female in 2012. But unlike many people in the trans community, she doesn't believe her biological sex can be changed and is resolute in her stance that she will always remain a biological male. She now faces possible expulsion from the LGBT Committee of the Trades Union Congress, TUC, for wearing a top with the slogan, "Trans women are men. Get over it." End quote. The struggle of trans activists is based on the assumed structural homology of gender identity, and the transphobia linked to it, and sexual desire, and the homophobia linked to it. Both are equally characterized by a constitutive lack of being or a negativity and are accordingly amorphous or fluid and contingent. Therefore, after the protracted, but largely won, socio-political debates on homophobia, it is now necessary to attack an equally ubiquitous transphobia. The trans activist movement, as small as it is loud, is now being backed not only by uninformed opinion journalism, which confuses its positive attitude with judgment, but increasingly also by a sentimental psychoanalysis that wants to exorcise clinical skepticism in order to replace it with socio-pedagogical recognition. In this way, the reality-denying conformism that turns all transphobic diehards into advocates of the necessary gender variance, i.e. supposedly constitutively fluid or in queer psychoanalysis, this conformism, which seeks to turn all transphobic eternalists into advocates of the required gender variance, i.e. supposedly constitutively fluid or non-binary gender identities, can be reduced to the denominator of what Patricia Garavasai, the discourse leader of the neo-Lacanian trans discourse, that has been forming since the turn of the millennium, calls an ethics of sexual difference or of desire beyond normative sexual ideologies. This ethics, which does not want to be a morality, only demands that the self-authorization of transgender people be taken at face value, ostensibly in a considerate, depathologizing, i.e. anti-normativist, but actually cryptonormative way, because adherence to the etiopathogenetic view is merely an expression of the stigmatizing power of a moralistic, socially disciplining psychiatry and thus the result of the actions of frightened, transphobic, cis-sexual analysts and psychiatrists. In its place, even if it is vehemently denied, there should be a blunt recognition of the individual damage, which is very brightly called syntoma. This term refers to a barely elaborated theoretical assumption of the late Lacan, an expression of his therapeutic defeatism, which Garavasai exalts as the central theorem of transgender psychoanalysis. Following Lacan, Garavasai understands symptom as a kind of creative solution, something that could allow you to exist in the world, in other words, your idiosyncratic, creative survival strategy. A way of making life worth living, page 23. Who would dare to raise analytical objections or even questions regarding creative solutions that ensure survival, according to the implicit objection, which is intertwined with the reference made elsewhere to 3 studies whose results show that it is precisely the pathologizing, clinical view that endangers the lives of trans people, because one of the main reasons for their psychological suffering was social stigma, social marginalization, or the classification of transgender identity as a mental disorder. Against this background, every etiological inquiry becomes an attempt at murder. The ethics of sexual difference should no longer, as Saigosh demanded in 1995, also allow for the ethics of the therapist, i.e. to be able to follow one's own professional and non-professional ideas, which relate to God, the world, and the healing arts, and also to clinical experiences and rules that I have imposed on myself in order not to be at the service of irrational wishes of patients with devastating consequences of the wrong manifestation without reflection and understanding, page 812. Shrinks, how dare you, is apparently the unofficial motto of a totalizing defense that wants to banish horror and deviation and which arises almost reflexively, in psychological as well as epistemic and discursive terms, page 813. Theodore W. Adorno had already critically registered this recourse to the person in the form of the privileging of ethics over morality in his lecture on Problems of Moral Philosophy, Frankfurt am Main 1963, which was camouflaged as sensibility but was in fact coercive. Based on the etymologically correct statement that morality is derived from the concept of public morals, Latin mores, Adorno points out that the assumed substantiality of the moral, Hegel, of the respective communities has become radically obsolete, page 22, so that the rejection of the moral, in the talk of the moralistic, is in part rightly directed against provincialism, the narrowness and restrictiveness in relation to valid ideas, ibid. However, the sentimental cultural concept, page 23, of ethics, which is intended to replace talk of morality with a non-moralistic morality, is worse and more questionable because it essentially refers to the concept of so-called personality. Ethos, nature, in other words, how one is constituted, ibid. Through this leveling of the problem of morality to ethics, the decisive problem of moral philosophy, namely the relationship of the individual to the general, is eschematized from the outset. It is done away with, ibid, namely through the harmonistic ideas, page 28, of ethics, which seem to promise something like a remedy against the externally imposed, compulsive, page 26. So if you live the way you are anyway, if you make the mere fact that you are like this and not otherwise the yardstick for how you should behave and believe that the right life will then emerge, Adorno concludes that this is pure ideology, ibid. And one that is complementary to the one according to which culture and adaptation to culture actually achieve the self-refinement and self-cultivation of the individual, where culture itself is up for discussion vis-a-vis moral philosophy and would actually be something to be criticized, ibid. For this reason, Adorno critically adheres to the philosophical concept of morality, which is not absorbed in its etymological origin of meaning, but rather refers to a reasonable legal ground despite the ascetic ideals, Nietzsche, that are always consciously and unconsciously handed down in morality. Adorno identifies this legal ground for moral philosophy, and this also applies to psychoanalysis, in the relationship between law and freedom, page 30, i.e. the general/society and the particular/individual. The subjectivist trans discourse simply wants to avoid this conflict and thus only evokes it all the more. Following the German translation of a weak text by the transsexual U.S. psychoanalyst Griffin Hansberry, whose simple, queer, argument amounts to asserting the psychic reality of his clinical case Kevin as an objective physiopsychic reality, page 558, with a rhetorical sleight of hand. A broad debate on the question of a necessary recognition of trans identities has developed in two leading journals of hegemonic, non-Lacanian, psychoanalysis in Germany in the past year. In contrast to the neo-Lacanians, however, there is clearly not yet an unreserved willingness to cede the field to the queer trans discourse. In her contribution to the debate in Psyche, the recently deceased Frankfurt sexologist and psychoanalytical psychotherapist Sophonette Becker, who had been clinically researching the phenomenon of transsexualism for years, criticizes not only that a thorough examination of the existing psychoanalytical contributions to transsexuality/trans identity must first take place, including the etiological ones, without condemning them from the outset as transphobic, including an examination of whether they remain clinically interesting, provided they do not seek to explain transsexuality, page 594. 594. Furthermore, she subjects the stereotypical assumption of a queered body that can be omnipotently sexed and gendered, page 565, and allows everyone to swim in the flux of diversity, page 566, to a fundamental critique. Yet, as Donald Moss has emphasized in his contribution to this debate, the distinction between psyche/wish/dream/fantasy on the one hand and biological and anatomical conditions on the other has been the basic premise of clinical psychoanalytic work, that each of us can have anything. Just think of the body of the hysteric, its psychic plasticity, the ability of body parts to function as another body part, unrestricted by any empirical/physical conditions, page 608. Today, however, women should be able to have real, non-fantasized penises or, as in the clinical case of Hansberry, Kevin, men should be able to have real, non-fantasized vaginas. The aim of queer psychoanalysis is to break the resistance to the epistemic opposition between psychological desire/dream and physical reality, the transitive and intransitive dimension in the process of cognition. It is therefore important to give psychoanalysis and the no less stubborn rest of society trans*inclusive tutoring. Becker quite rightly associates the queer model of the body as a qualityless projection surface with the concept of infantile, bisexual omnipotence coined by Raimund Reich, i.e. the conviction that both forms of gender are actually omnipotent within oneself. However, from puberty onwards, this can only be had at the price of denial, page 591, whereby the abandonment of precisely this unconscious idea seems to be an important aspect of psychological structure formation. While the bisexual potency, a usually silent, unconscious but stable bisexual identification, is a precious treasure, it guards within what one cannot have in the outer world anyway. It enables a stable flexible gender identity, i.e. a secure gender identity, combined with the ability to identify with the opposite sex, as well as a stable flexible sexual orientation, i.e., heterosexuality without homophobia, for example, because a man can be proud of his female receptive parts here, page 591. In other words, a gendered mode of existence that is radically denied by queer psychoanalysis. What Becker accuses of Hansberry's analytical attitude also applies to Garavasi's Lacanianism, namely that unconscious conflicts, above all drive conflicts, with the corresponding aggressive strivings, do not play a major role, but at best conflicts with the superego, with the cultural prohibitions, page 592. For this reason, in the course of depathologization, today not only etiological theories of trans identity, but psychodynamic understanding of trans-identical patients in general are often branded as transphobic, to which affirmative accompaniment is opposed as the only acceptable alternative, page 594. Moreover, due to their primacy of the psychic, both collapse the distinction between dreaming and waking necessary for analytical interpretations, instead of preserving their separate, regulated integrity. To eliminate this separation, by making the two zones one, is to annul the very premise, the very problem that psychoanalysis was born to address, the premise of a psyche that must cope with two perfect zones, each a separate expression of desire and drive, page 603. Both therefore concede to psychic reality an extraordinary, transmutative power. The decisive boundary, between dreaming and waking, psychic and physical reality, will disappear. The psychic gains the upper hand, it incorporates and determines. A supposedly new form emerges, a kind of physical reality that effectively destroys the traditional weight and reality of the physical. The once irreducible tension between psychic and physical reality, dreaming and waking, imagination and substance, mind and body, can be resolved under certain circumstances, which Hansberry endeavors to define. Page 606. But, as Moss rightly points out, this postmodern remake of the Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation amounts quite trivially to the power of definition, that is, a return to a pre-analytic stance in which the sincere, insistent voice of the first-person singular is treated as having the last, uninterpretable, word. Page 610. Against this detached subjectivism, even if it is represented by transsexuals and transgender people who are certainly often suffering greatly and for whom the question of surgical and hormonal transition or even just gender recognition is undoubtedly often one of life and death, page 165, it is important to insist on the analytic stance advocated by Moss. No matter what you say, what you feel, how you say it, or how many you are, you have neither the authority nor the absolute right and power to declare, based on your voice alone, what I am and what I have, what he is and what he has, what she is and what she has, and yes, what you are and what you have. Our identity as analysts is grounded in resistance to the tyranny of the first-person singular and or plural voice. No matter what we hear from our patients' mouths or our own, our response is a do you say? In this or that form. Only when we resist the tyranny of the first-person voice do we retain the ability to interpret. And interpretation, as psychoanalysts understand it, is based on the irrevocable distinction between dreaming and waking, between psychic and physical reality, page 611. To abandon this stance would mean abandoning not only the possibility of psychoanalytic interpretation, but also the claim of critique in general, because its object is not only the false economic institution of society, but also the resulting conglomerate of ideological ideas, i.e., the nightmarish desires, fantasies, and needs of individuals. Ilka Quindot also defends this stance in the discussion, at least at first glance, when she critically notes that the analysis does not consist here in questioning and dissolving existing structures of meaning, that psychoanalytically it only becomes interesting when we pursue the subjective meanings of this assertion and do not simply affirm them. Question the manifest in order to allow the associated unconscious fantasies to emerge, and is irritated by the secret alliance between analyst and analysand. I would almost be inclined to speak of sacralization, of which the quivering shudder reminds me. However, she is undecided on the crucial question of whether a reality check should be introduced in the analysis, succinctly pointing out that this touches on central normative questions that must be addressed as such and cannot only be discussed in terms of treatment, page 621. Ducking away from the decision of these questions with nebulous references to their necessary processualization in individual analyses only underlines the unwillingness of queer psychoanalysis to dissent and conflict. The fact that the demand for a unity of gender with the perceived instinctual life of one's own gender identity is a single misery, because instead of searching for the cause of individual suffering, it is about gender and other certainties, does not need to be explained further here. Because even in Bomerman's program, it is immediately clear that it is not about the suffering of transsexuals and transgender people who cannot simply resolve their conflicts without problems through identification or speech acts. Instead, the issue is mentioned in passing in a supposed joke. There are people who have a more multidimensional gender identity than, I don't know, the singer from Free Wild, for example. So it is not a socially irrelevant minority that is being addressed, but the broad mass of Bomberman viewers, who have at least learned from centuries of civilization and the emancipation of women that the image of masculinity, right-wing German rock musicians such as Free Wild or the Austro-pop bard Andreas Gabalier, who is amusingly shown instead, is no longer in demand today if you don't want to be seen as hopelessly backward and don't want to disqualify yourself in advance for a position at the middle management level of a small-town administration. Like race and sexual orientation before it, identity politics only fully reached gender once the existing inequalities had disappeared, at least legally, and began to play a lesser role in everyday life and, above all, in the lives of individuals. Against this backdrop, it seems strange that the radical feminist critique of a trans ideology that allows everyone to identify with their individual gender, which can also be non-binary or agender, but always includes a commitment to their gender identity, laments the disappearance of the category of woman of all things, thereby revealing that it itself was rarely more than female identity politics. The fact that central dogmas of identity politics are not even questioned in the criticism does not, however, prevent eager Twitter activists and their presenter at ZDF from hunting down TERFs, trans-exclusionary radical feminists, who, according to Bomerman, are nothing more than turds. Alice Schwarzer, who says the same thing as Beatrix von Storch from the AfD, and Marie-Louise Walbrecht, who is constantly referred to as a marine electrician and is doing her doctorate at Humboldt University on the consequences of oxygen deficiency in weakly electric fish, Wikipedia, operate as such in Magazine Royale. Frank Laubenberg, I.O. Gores, Nora Eckert, and Jan Bomerman all agree that those behind trans-hostile violence are primarily women who criticize trans ideology and the federal government's self-determination law based on it, according to which it should be up to everyone to determine their own gender. Now, the will of people to have their gender entry and first name changed is nothing new at all, and the possibility of facilitating this is not only not questioned by most of those addressed, such as Alice Schwarzer, but has been demanded for a long time. Here too, the dispute over the legal structure in no way explains the vehemence with which the dispute is being conducted. Concerns about premature gender reassignment therapies for adolescents, ranging from puberty blockers to surgery, have since led to the closure of the Gender Identity Development Service at the Tavistock Clinic in the UK. It must therefore also be assumed here that the core of the dispute has little or nothing to do with the trans people concerned. In a program like Magazine Royale, the image of men as presented by Free Wild or migrant gangster rappers, even if it is repeatedly used as proof of rampant toxic masculinity, is at best only suitable as material for general amusement. What is expected of the modern, educated man under 50, on the other hand, has long since been clarified. He should be more open and communicative, less egotistical and competitive, more involved in the household and family, take paternity leave, strap the crying baby to his stomach and carry it around the block so that mom can sleep sometimes, not have too many muscles and testosterone, but rather do endurance sports, admit his weaknesses and vulnerabilities and, of course, listen to Jan Bomerman and ideally vote for the Green Party. Men who effortlessly fit this requirement profile, which is not all wrong, are encountered every day. A comparably simple profile for the modern woman and what is expected of her, on the other hand, does not exist. It is hard to imagine a presenter on a public television program making the joke that there are people with a more multidimensional gender identity than Helene Fischer, for example. At best, you will find misogynistic statements such as in an article in Die Welt or a tweet by ZDF presenter Maya Weber, which was defended by Emma magazine, while the Springer article described the singer's outfits as slutty in the classic Sound of Sexism. The same accusation in feminist terms was that Fischer was depicting the venality of women with her latex leather mesh fashion of the Reeperbahn. Christian conservative journalist Matt Walsh attempted to show the confusion about what femininity is supposed to be in a documentary published in mid-2022 for the American online platform Daily Wire entitled What is a Woman? In it, he confronts his interviewees, predominantly supporters of gender ideology, with the seemingly simple question of what a woman is. The method of presenting, editing, and amusing is strongly reminiscent of pseudo-documentary formats such as Michael Moore's and makes the propagandistic purpose of the event clear. Even if Walsh has tried to prove that it is gender ideology that no longer has a concept of femininity, he unintentionally shows that the problem goes much deeper. At the end, when he has his wife, the devoted mother of their 6 children, standing in the kitchen and giving the answer, "A woman is an adult human being of the female sex who needs help opening this jar," this is no less comical than the statements of the film's crudest character, Dr. Patrick Grzenka, professor of psychology and head of the interdisciplinary program for women, Gender and Sexuality at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. The idea of seeking the answer to the legitimate question of what a woman should be in modern society and what is expected of her in the biological sex of all things, preferably enriched with some vulgar evolutionary psychology, is simply absurd. This is by no means true of biology per se, which historically dealt a second blow to the old world view of the feudalistic order after astronomy, from which it was unable to recover despite all attempts at restoration. The Darwinian Revolution put an end to the dualism of essentialism and teleology in the explanation of life and thus created the natural historical basis for our view. Materialism assumes that not only humanity but also nature has a history, that the two are inextricably linked, and that nature in particular, contrary to what not only ecology and environmental ideologues want, is by no means an eternal cycle but, like man himself, the result of a development process over millions of years. Materialism and, as a consequence, Marxism has always unerringly turned into ideology where, instead of changing conditions so that people can have a better life, it wanted to create the new man so that he could then bring about better conditions. In the postmodern attempt to re-educate man, the teleology that was thought to have been overcome returns, and with it the recourse to essentialism, which Hannah Arendt wanted to oppose to the telos of totalitarianism and thus in turn failed to defend the contingent individual. The real goal of totalitarian ideology is not the transformation of the external conditions of human existence and not the revolutionary reorganization of the social order, but the transformation of human nature itself, which, as it is, constantly opposes the totalitarian process. It is not human nature that opposes the totalitarian process, it is not the biological fact of an existing sex that condemns gender ideology to failure, it is the human instinct that is unable to dissolve into pure ideology. Mere human nature, which sometimes needs to be defended and sometimes criticized, finally no longer exists in a simply graspable material form under capitalist socialization. It can only be understood approximately in the dialectical form of knowledge of the relationship between first and second nature. The fact that the total formability and transformability of human nature is insisted upon instead, that self-identification and self-explanation are to determine gender, and not just gender, that language is to be ruthlessly provided with asterisks and other ungrammatical elements, does indeed show gender ideology to be totalitarian. The hounding of dissenters described above, who oppose the process of transformation and who are unreservedly associated not only with the brutality of Muslim socialized thugs, but also with National Socialism, is the logical consequence. The biologist Marie-Louise Wahlbrecht, who is active on Twitter as an activist, has little left of Darwin's revolutionary spirit and whose criticism of trans ideology can be summarized in Matt Walsh's phrase, "There are only two genders, women are female humans and female humans never have a penis." Recently had to have it confirmed in court that she is a denier not only of multisexuality and transgenderism, but also of Nazi crimes. She became known to a wider public and thus became the media target of I.O. Gores, Nora Eckert, and Jan Bomerman, among others, when an event with her as part of the Berlin Long Night of Science was cancelled at short notice due to security concerns and made up for shortly afterwards in a different setting. The event, which was due to take place at Humboldt University, was entitled Gender is Not Bad, Sex, Gender, and Why There Are Two Sexes in Biology. In one of the ensuing discussions on Twitter, Wahlbrecht responded to the claim that criticism of parts of gender ideology perpetuated the persecution of trans people under National Socialism as follows: "I hate this narrative. It mocks the true victims of Nazi crimes." According to a decision by the Cologne Regional Court, this tweet can be interpreted as a denial of Nazi crimes. In this respect, the German Society for Trans Identity and Intersexuality, DIGDI, may continue to disseminate #Marielugnetenessverbrechen. File number 280252/22. In Germany, the denial of National Socialist crimes is a criminal offense under Section 133 of the Criminal Code if a certain qualification is met. Anyone who condones, denies, or trivializes an act of the kind described in Section 6(1) of the International Criminal Code committed under the rule of National Socialism in a manner that is likely to disturb public peace, either publicly or in an assembly, shall be punished with imprisonment of up to 5 years or a fine. This legal norm, colloquially known as Holocaust denial, refers to Section 6 of the International Criminal Code, which deals with genocide and is largely due to the jurist Raphael Lemkin. Now one could say that Ms. Wahlbrecht is by no means accused of a crime if she is accused of denying Nazi crimes in this way. However, if one considers how the term is used, the case can no longer be interpreted in this way. An NGO that calls itself the Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention accuses the gender-critical movement of being genocidal, as it is working towards the complete eradication of trans identity worldwide. Now, one may ask what this insignificant NGO is supposed to stand for at all, but in its statement it expresses exactly what the German Society for Trans Identity and Intersexuality is aiming for with the hashtag #Marieliegnetennesverbrechen and what Nora Eckert on behalf of Trans Interqueer EV when she claims in the Siegesall, also in the direction of Marie-Louise Wahlbrechts, that trans hostility is not an opinion, but an attempt to erase us. It would be a gross misunderstanding to think that the Cologne Regional Court, in its ruling on the permissibility of calling Wahlbrecht a denier of Nazi crimes, ruled in favor of freedom of speech and defended the fundamentally correct statement in political disputes that catchy and strong formulations must also be just as permissible as statements that consist of sharp and pejorative criticism, are presented with exaggerated polemics, or are formulated in an ironic manner. On the contrary, the Cologne Regional Court has made an erroneous ruling that allows Ms. Wahlbrecht to be defamed and clearly placed in the vicinity of Holocaust denial in accordance with Section 133 of the German Criminal Code, an erroneous ruling that stands on shaky legal and historical foundations, but all the firmer on ethical grounds. If one considers the scarce state of research and the few instructive discussions on the subject, it becomes clear that it is not tenable to speak of transsexual people as victims of National Socialism in the same way as gays or asocials, and certainly not in the same way as politically persecuted people such as communists, socialists, and other Democrats. Due to the small number of documented cases from the Nazi era, research is dependent on the examination of a small number of documents and can only be separated from research on homosexuality in the Nazi era to a limited extent. In the sexual pathological tradition of the 19th century, contrary sexual sensation, male and female transvestites were generally suspected of being homosexual. Medically, wearing clothes of the opposite sex was regarded as a symptom, criminally as an indication of homosexuality. This attribution of homosexuality, which was also widespread among the general public, probably contributed to the fact that transvestites largely avoided living out their inclination in public after 1933. They apparently tried to protect themselves from denunciations, police arrests, court charges, and convictions. The transvestite license regulations were very inconsistent during the Nazi era. Some transvestites had their permits revoked. Others who had already been issued with such certificates during the Weimar period had them extended following a restrictive procedure, while others were even issued with new ones. There are also permits for first name changes. The permits issued for a limited period were limited to the years between 1933 and 1938. The police were responsible for strictly monitoring compliance with such concessions. In medical publications, a total of 3 attempted and in 2 cases realized surgical sex changes from male to female with subsequent issuance of the transvestite certificate and the change of first name, which had taken place during the Nazi regime, were documented. Corresponding genital surgical conversions from female to male are not known. It can therefore be stated that after the National Socialists came to power in 1933, there was apparently no paradigm shift in the treatment of female transvestites, but rather that this was based on the relevant practice of the Weimar Republic, which dated back to the final phase of the German Empire. If it can be asserted in court that questioning the systematic persecution of transsexuals belongs in the same category as Holocaust denial, then one must ask about the political reasons and the climate of published opinion that makes such things possible. In the German Bundestag's Hour of Remembrance on January 27, 2023, the anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz concentration camp, Nazi victims who were persecuted or murdered because of their sexual or gender identity were remembered for the first time. Wikipedia, in a speech by actress Maren Kreumann, the Jewish woman Mary Punger was presented as a queer or lesbian victim of National Socialism. As the historical evidence is ambiguous, the Nazis sometimes referred to her as an asocial or married Jew and active lesbian. Her non-Jewish husband had been discharged from the Wehrmacht as Jewish kin before Mary Punger was killed on May 28, 1942. Since Mary Punger was murdered in the Bernburg killing center on May 28, 1942, and historical research tends to conclude that women described as lesbians were murdered because they were Jewish, and that her mother and sister were also murdered as Jews, the case has to be significantly distorted to make it a typical case of persecution based on sexual orientation. In the German Bundestag, it went like this: in some cases, lesbian women were equally classified as asocial. Mary Punger was also categorized in this way. But did she really have contact with lesbian women? And was her marriage just a sham to give her double protection as a Jew and a lesbian? Or was it a denunciation that triggered her arrest? Had she really continued to frequent lesbian bars in Hamburg and exchanged caresses there? This was how the concentration camp Dr. Friedrich Manecki later justified his selection in Ravensbrück. Together with around 1,600 other women, he sent Mary Punger, presumably between February and April 1942, to the so-called Bernburg Sanatorium and Nursing Home, with the aim of murdering her by gassing. In this way, a murdered Jewish woman is quickly transformed into an intersectionally persecuted person as a Jew and a lesbian, which of course no one can recognize as a relativization of the Holocaust. To justify itself, trans ideology obviously urgently needs to equate trans hostility with genocide and the Holocaust, as is familiar from post-colonialism and critical race theory. The association also serves to conceal the fact of who is largely responsible for the violence against LGBTQ. If this is blamed on the political opponent and Islam can remain ironcladly silent in the intersectional tradition. Ayaan Hirsi Ali concludes that the paradox of 2022 was that where female emancipation is most advanced, the existence of women is called into question, while where women remain shackled to medieval notions of honor and chastity, true feminism is at its strongest. This is only half right. According to a state-funded anti-feminism reporting office, if you set up a reporting office for political opponents and don't notice anything, you won't notice anything. Of the Amadou Antonio Foundation, collecting statements against gender ideology is now considered feminism, which should be taken as proof that feminism in Germany is finally at an end, while in Iran it is returning to its original meaning. However, to interpret the local declaration of the bankruptcy of feminism in such a way that the existence of women is being called into question in the West, for example when words such as women, ladies, girls, etc., are increasingly being dropped due to gender-inclusive language mangling, ultimately makes use of the same unfortunate identitarian genocidal logic as the other side. In fact, what is perceived as the disappearance, not to say erasure of women is evidence of an at least partially successful emancipation, which means that women are read less and less as the opposite sex. The fact that feminism remains central in Iran and is only present in fading stages in the West is due to the different situation of women, whose existence as independent, sexually self-determined women is no longer questioned there, but very largely here. Because Annalena Baerbock's feminist foreign policy does not want to recognize this difference either, solidarity with the struggle of Iranian women is limited as if by itself. The difficulty of coming up with a coherent definition of what a woman is today is closely linked to the fact that in the West, the first step towards the liberation of women as a precursor to the liberation of humanity, and not the other way around, as the talk of the secondary contradiction has always suggested, has by and large already been taken. Anyone who regresses to biological essentialism and female identity politics in reaction to a completely unbounded gender ideology is not only wrongly vilified as a TERF aiming for erasure because the accusation of excluding trans people is denunciatory, usually quite misogynistic nonsense, but also because there is nothing radical about recurring to identitarian essential femininity. It has always obscured the fact that supposed feminine gentleness and sensitivity are only the flip side of male hardness and insensitivity. This feminism clings to the patriarchy precisely because its way of thinking remains completely entrenched in it. Within essentialist identitarian thinking, however, liberation from the compulsion to be a woman is no longer possible, but merely its reversal into the affirmative. In this respect, it should be asked whether what Alice Schwarzer, for example, sees as a radical feminist foreign policy in the face of a brutal war of aggression and in contrast to Baerbock, i.e. pacifism, more humanity and dialogue to the point of collapse, should not be understood as toxic femininity that must be overcome at all costs. Since the beginning of the coronavirus crisis, the relationship between the bourgeois public and the positive sciences has changed at an astonishing speed. Whereas previously, in discussions about political and social issues, references to the findings of natural scientists were at best met with a shrug of the shoulders, doctors, virologists, biologists, and physicists have since been treated with devotion by politicians and the media as if they were incarnations of the Holy Spirit. The fact that until the 1980s there was a skepticism towards the fetish of positive knowledge in the course of the criticism of positivism in the natural sciences, as formulated by the critical theory of Theodore W. Adorno and Max Horkheimer, which was not aimed at cultural relativism and esotericism, but at sharpening social knowledge. The doyen of this criticism of science was the chemist and philosopher Peter Bulthaup, has long been forgotten today. The maxim of the newly awakened science idolatry, which in its contempt for reflection is very similar to the obscurantism of lateral thinkers and queer thinkers that it denounces, is rather, it's not difficult to understand. The coronavirus is a natural phenomenon, so any attempt to criticize it politically tends to be conspiracy theory. And nature only knows two genders, which is why any attempt to understand human sexuality as having become social is speculation. In the self-assurance with which representatives of the new scientific faith proclaim their convictions, they seem like doppelgangers of the coronavirus deniers and queer activists against whom they are positioning themselves. However, it is not only in the sciences that understanding only begins when things are difficult to understand. If you think something is simple, it is often only because you have not realized that it is difficult. This insight was put to the test during the farce surrounding the lecture by biology doctoral student Marie-Louise Wahlbrecht, which was cancelled by Berlin's Humboldt University, HU. She had planned to give a lecture entitled Sex is Not the Same as Gender, Sex, Gender, and Why There Are Only Two Genders in Biology on July 2nd as part of the Long Night of the Sciences, which had the motto Science as a Response to Fake News, Conspiracy Theories, and Fatal Errors. After traditionally influential queer activists at the HU called for demonstrations against the event, the university cancelled it due to security concerns, but promised to shed light on the topic from different, and controversial, perspectives at a later date. Instead, the event took place online, as every lecture did until a few months ago due to the measures in place. Under the title Geschlecht ist nicht Geschlecht. Moderator Donna Krasniqi made it possible for all interested parties to follow the presentation via stream, which presumably allowed Wahlbrecht to reach more people than she would have been able to in an analog event. Krasniqi and Wahlbrecht also demonstrated the advantage of digital over analog lecture formats. There is no need for bickering and arguments. Unruly participants can be moderated away digitally and still get a pat on the back. In short, you can simulate publicity without it having to take place. Friends of cancel and opponents of cancel worked hand in hand in Berlin, without wanting to, in the virtualization of the public sphere to avoid publicity. The critics of queer discourse hegemony at the HU, who celebrated the digital accessibility of Wahlbrecht's lecture as an act of dissidence due to the justified outrage over it being cancelled, forgot two things in their efforts to play the lecture off against the hostility towards science of queer activists. Firstly, Wahlbrecht's lecture was quite a disaster despite its sympathetic political thrust. The PowerPoint illustration on the concepts of bisexuality and hermaphroditism in the animal kingdom as well as gender dimorphism, the difference in the expression of sexual physicality, looked like a high school student's presentation. Any good biology book presents the facts presented more precisely. Moreover, Wahlbrecht did not say a word about the fact that even within biology, to which she limited herself, the thesis of bisexuality is discussed more controversially than she suggested. And the tendency towards pseudoconcretion, i.e. the tendency to visually illustrate concepts, which are always abstract, blurred the difference between concept and object, as in almost all academic events with a touch of experiential education. The sentence that there are only two genders in biology does not mean that there are only two genders in reality, but only that the category apparatus of biology does not recognize more than two genders for good reasons. In both the natural sciences and the humanities, concepts are just as little identical with the objects they designate. This is precisely what the postmodernists claim, whose theorem of a reality-creating language should be criticized by events such as the one with Wahlbrecht. On the other hand, Wahlbrecht's lecture was also an example of ideological framing, as queer and trans critics tend to accuse their opponents of, as a PR event for science as an answer to fake news, conspiracy theories, and fatal errors. But is the claim spread by queer and trans activists that there are more than two genders misinformation or an error? Hardly, because if it were simply a misconception, those who succumb to it could be proven wrong or at least impressed by refutations, which is not the case. And the theses of the postmodernists are not fake news, if only because they do not claim to communicate information. Rather, queer and trans ideology is a false way of thinking that should be criticized and denounced as an expression of a false reality. Criticism and polemics, however, are articulated as a linguistically developed thought. The refutation and the proof are external to them, even if they can make sense of them. A lecture like Wahlbrecht's may be useful as a clarification of basic biological banalities, behind which the cultural and social sciences must not fall, but it does not provide a critique of transgender ideology. Sympathetically, Wahlbrecht herself has never claimed this. She simply set out some of the premises of her subject and drew rather cautious conclusions about gender policy issues. In their tendency not simply to take note of insights from the natural sciences, but to put them to political use, the followers of the religion of science are similar to queer and trans activists, who have always maintained a fascinated rather than indifferent relationship with the natural sciences. Michel Foucault's consistently glorifying texts on hermaphroditism regard multisexuality as a natural phenomenon, as a form of expression of a crude, not yet standardized sexual nature that has been restricted and mutilated in its plurality by the constraints of Western civilization. Judith Butler's resentment against heteronormativity is also founded in the assumption of an anarchic multiplicity, in comparison with which bourgeois gender characters, but also hetero and homosexuality, which for Butler, unlike queerness, are heteronormative, appear like deformations. Postmodern asexuals affirmatively call themselves amoebas and imagine the existence of single-celled organisms and amphibians as a subversive counter-image to the gender order of bourgeois societies. Gender and cyber theorist Donna Haraway draws on the findings of biologists and zoologists to denounce the specifics of man-made civilization in the name of transhuman life forms. Transgender apologists cherish their obsession with the possibilities of surgical sexual medicine, genetically manipulative medicine, and metabolism-altering drugs such as hormone blockers, the use of which they advocate. Queer and transgender fans are therefore by no means hostile to science, but are rather alarmingly enthusiastic about science. Michel Foucault's post-structuralism, from which queer theory developed, is positivist because, like the positivists, it only knows designations and the designated, empty names for empty objects, which all refer to each other but not to a third, to no indivisible truth. Perhaps because of this denied similarity with the opponent, many critics of transgender ideology can only think of scientific facts as an argument for the inescapability of human bisexuality, with which they want to refute the errors of queer ideologists instead of invalidating the ideology through immanent and historical criticism. One of many examples is the evolutionary biologist Axel Meyer, who explained in Cicero on the occasion of the discussion about Walbrecht's cancellation, humans are simply shaped by evolution. Whether a university dropout wants to or understands this is pretty much irrelevant to biology. If some activists now say that there are more than two sexes, then they might as well say that the Earth is a disk. With the historian of science Thomas S. Kuhn, who was not a postmodernist, Meyer could counter that the realization that the Earth is not a disk, and that it revolves around the sun instead of the other way around, was also a laborious and, for those who advocated it, threatening process of discovery. The boundary between facts and hypotheses, empiricism and speculation, is also less stable in the natural sciences than their positivist apologists would like to believe. Gender and queer propagandists, on the other hand, are more dangerous than flat earthers and Erich von Däniken fans, who are undoubtedly cranks but not a political threat, due to their contemporary nature and political networking. Attempts such as Walbrecht's to defend biological findings against relativization are necessary and must not be torpedoed by university administrations. Nevertheless, they tend to distract from what a critique of transgender ideology should be about. The key concepts of such a critique would not be cell division, evolution, or sexual dimorphism, but psychogenesis, object choice, and the distinction between natural and social gender. The concepts of psychoanalysis and sexology capture the difference that separates human sexuality from the sexuality of other mammals. One of Sigmund Freud's most incisive insights, who saw himself as both a humanist and a natural scientist, was that human sexuality, although it denotes a commonality between humans and animals, is not limited to the purpose of reproduction. For Freud, the concepts of the unconscious, the drive destiny, and object choice do not, like the terms of biology, denote a purely instinctive behavior that humans have in common with other mammals, nor a mere inwardness, the analysis of which would fall within the remit of psychology. Rather, they aim to mediate physical and mental impulses in a way that only humans can. Animals have no unconscious and no ego, no drive destiny and no sexual love. The concept of drive only acquires its meaning in relation to the superego, to the ego, to sublimation, i.e. to everything that is distant from it and that together and in contradiction with it determines human, and only human, sexuality. The concept of social gender, which critics of queer ideology often consider to be a variant of the claim that gender is constructed, is also aimed at the mediation of first and second gender nature. Social gender does not mean that men wear pants and women wear skirts, or that boys are more inclined to technical professions than girls. It does not simply refer to the gender roles that men and women have to play in different societies and that they can refuse to play with more or less severe consequences. Rather, the term refers to the fact that the social experience of natural gender is always contradictorily intertwined with it. Social roles, cultural stereotypes, dress and emotional codes are not added to biological gender as social factors, but are expressed in it. No one is first a biological man or woman in order to then become a man or a woman, but biology and sociality appear in human sexuality in the same way, although they are distinct from each other. This is why human sexuality, although biologically constituted and not a construct, is a social phenomenon that transcends everything that scientific positivism is able to define as gender. Anyone who takes this seriously will perhaps better understand why the discussion about bisexuality or multisexuality obscures the fact that people belong to one gender, even if bisexuality is constitutive for them. This is not an androgynous or platonic wishful fantasy but, as Valbrecht suggests in her explanation of sexual dimorphism, is rooted in sexuality itself. Male and female sexual organs differ significantly from each other, but are reminiscent of each other in their shape. Intersexuality is not a third gender, but a rare but specific manifestation of bisexuality. Surgical gender changes, such as those performed by transsexuals, would not be possible at all if female and male sexuality were not similar in their organic and secondary manifestations. And sexual pleasure is not merely a feeling of self, but presupposes that one experiences oneself in the body of the other, which can never be one's own, in a way that one could never do with oneself alone. These facts of natural history, which no biology can grasp, point beyond bisexuality to something unifying that only has reality through the experience of difference, to the species. But not that of mammals, but that of humanity. This factual knowledge derives the reference to humanity straight from natural history and thus itself pursues the identification of concept and object that was just criticized by believers in science. Although Magnus Clow also asserts at the beginning of his article that the sentence that there are only two genders in biology does not mean that there are only two genders in reality, but merely that the categorical apparatus of biology does not recognize more than two genders for good reasons, he does not say a word about what these good reasons might be. This is precisely where Clow agrees with the trans skeptics he also glosses over. The proof that nature does not even exist for the ideology of trans activists is used as a ticket with which one believes one can spare oneself any further epistemological reflection. When the subject stipulates in the scientific form of thought that there are only two genders, it obscures its reasons, which are neither good nor bad per se, insofar as it ignores, as if to make itself invisible and not to explode the form of thought, the premise from which human sexuality can, indeed must, be determined in this way, that a regulative principle is applied, in the words of the Critique of Judgment. A purpose is added that makes it possible to think a unity, in this case, the self-preservation of the species, or as the scholastics called it, conservatio speciae. Nature is presented in biology as if a mind contained the reason for the unity of the manifold of its empirical laws. Therefore, we would only understand scientifically what sexual organs are if we could specify what purpose they serve by this quasi-divine mind, not by those who have them themselves. In this respect, even the most advanced findings of biological research are often no different from a basic course. The interview with Nobel Prize winner Christiane Nusslein-Volhard in Emma, which is revealing in this respect, begins as follows: Professor Nusslein-Volhard, the queer commissioner of the German government, Sven Lehmann, claims that it is unscientific to believe that there are two genders. There are many genders. Nusslein-Volhard, that is unscientific. Perhaps Mr. Lehmann missed his basic biology course. End quote. Only through him can they indeed be thought of as parts of a unified whole. For, as we know, the concept of nature does not occur in nature. However, if this as if remains unreflected, the presupposition of provability itself can be handled as proof, or rather, the possibility of thinking of another purpose in terms of content can be denied, in the pursuit of which that unity of the manifold appears to be dissolved in favor of another unity from the point of view of the preservation of the genus. Taking the Critique of Judgment at its word, it is only in religion that such an understanding can be found or invented in which the ground of the unity of the manifold purposes of nature really existed. But if we go through the whole of nature, we find in it, as nature, no being which could lay claim to the privilege of being the final end of creation. Man himself can only do so as a subject of morality, insofar as unconditional legislation with regard to ends is to be found in him, which alone makes him capable of being a final end to which the whole of nature is teleologically subordinated. Kant, Critique of Judgment, pages 383,395. However, because man as the subject of morality cannot himself realize the idea of the highest good given with this morality, but can only work towards it, he finds himself drawn to the belief in the event of a moral world ruler. Immanuel Kant, Die Religion innerhalb der Grenzen der bloßen Vernunft, page 189. Kant needs morality as a justification for the fact that, as a transcendental philosopher, in order to have a principle of systematic unity, one can to a certain extent borrow from theology the ideal of the highest ontological perfection, according to which all things have their origin in the absolute necessity of a single primordial being. Immanuel Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, page 847f. In this way, however, man as the final end, to which all of nature is teleologically subordinated, once again becomes questionable. However, if one wants to make a special political impression on a broader public, which naturally believes that it has long since emancipated itself from religion, and this despite the very familiar biblical passage "be fruitful and multiply," then one denies all the more stubbornly any kind of presupposition under which nature can be thought of as a unity, and prefers to talk about what biology has not already proven and is not proving. In this way, propaganda for very specific purposes can also be used undisturbed, and it is grinningly announced, for example, that not only can it not be proven that women are just as good at parking a car as men, but conversely that scientific studies on gender differences have long since proven that there are considerable differences in the average differences in the cognitive abilities of men and women. Scholastics were even more dialectical in their thinking and confronted conservatio specii with conservatio individui. And if the difference between concept and object is to be preserved, both added purposes, self-preservation of the species and of the individual, would have to be considered quite separately, so that neither of them would have a claim to real totality, only to its mere assumption. According to its critique, the power of judgment can only ever assume that what is added in each case is capable of creating totality. Believers in science, on the other hand, gloss over this as if as far as possible in order to establish a unity between the species and the individual as a hierarchy or as a relationship of derivation. Kant himself bypasses this distinction when he acknowledges that man as the subject of morality is a final end, as well as when he speaks of humanity as such, for example in the case of the practical imperative in the foundation of the metaphysics of morals. Similarly, the young Marx in his famous dictum, "To be radical is to grasp the matter at its root." But the root for man is man himself. Karl Marx, on the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. Introduction. Without consciousness and under various interchangeable names, preferably under the name of freedom of value, we find imitated in this way what the critique of political economy reveals as the specific characteristic that is unique to the capital relation: real, not merely assumed totality. For unlike the concept of nature, which does not occur in free nature, the concept of society does occur in unfree society, capital as an abstraction in Act 2. Capital is the head in which this abstraction takes place, but it does not think. It is not a brain, as human individuals have, through which something can be known or not known, i.e. thought. However, the fact that these individuals can also do something that they do not know or do not want to know makes the capital relation possible, even if it is not a sufficient condition of possibility, and creates the appearance that it thinks. They do not know this, but they do it, Marx therefore says about people, insofar as they relate their products to each other as commodities and are forced to equate their various labors with abstract human labor. In doing so, they hold, without realizing it, to one purpose over and above all other purposes in their actions, in their capacity as a function of capital, and as long as they do this, the as-if of totality is transformed into an idea est and totality is reality. If, however, in the critique of political economy it turns out at every turn that the sub-processes, each of which can apparently be examined separately as a formal expediency as in the natural sciences, are parts of a real whole, this is only ex negativo. If the external independence of the internally non-independent, because they complement each other, continues up to a certain point, the unity violently asserts itself through a crisis. Accordingly, circulation and production actually relate to each other like conservatio specii and conservatio individui in the ecosystem of the vulgar biologist, insofar as self-preservation and the development of the individual are regarded as the inwardly non-independent in relation to the self-preservation and development of the species. What does not serve the latter? He seems like capital in the period of circulation, that is, in the mere transition from the commodity form to the money form and vice versa, in which it can in no way function as productive and produces neither commodity nor surplus value. The biological doctrine of bisexuality is therefore that the inwardly independent individual must not become externally independent under penalty of the demise of the species. Initially, the same blinding connection of fetish forms would have to be assumed for the most elaborate practice of the natural sciences as for the everyday use of money. They do not know this, but they do it. For what is measured in this form of thought and subjected to a law, i.e. is supposed to be exactly repeatable in experiments and test arrangements, is considered identical. Identical as the I think, which according to Kant must be able to accompany all my ideas, or the general equivalent, which according to Marx must be able to accompany all our use values. But the blindness here does not begin immediately in the unconscious pursuit of a single, all-synthesizing, in this sense total purpose, which is already given with money, i.e. with the formula G to G prime, but rather, conversely, in the conscious, as narrowly limited as possible purpose of isolating a sub-area, as if, before synthesis could even come about, money had to be constantly reinvented. What functions as a synthetic general among the commodity owners, without containing anything specific, is not always already available for subsuming, calculating, and computing, so for the time being one embarks on the search for an analytical general in order to get hold of the particular. Thus, in Marx's analysis of the value form, money turns out to be a unity neither of that which is concerned with it nor even of that which emerges from it, but as a purely formal identity, in the sense of the Kantian transcendental subject identity that transcends all other conceptions of unity, represented in the sign of equality in the value equations of the first chapter of Capital. The sign of equality in the equations of value presupposes an abstract quantity that makes abstraction from the entire measurability of quantities in use. Unlike in the natural sciences, the concept of quantity here is not bound to any particular use. As Sohnrethel further states, it has nothing empirical as its content, such as electrical voltage, it can only be thought. The discretion, discerno, to separate, inherent in this methodology, according to which it can only ever be a matter of arrangements in the process of isolation, abstraction in dispositio, incapable of becoming independent like that in actu, i.e. of constituting totality, and the non-identical cannot be excluded in everything else. Discretion, especially of this kind, is regularly lost through the popularization of the necessarily experimental results, be it in matters of the Big Bang or climate change, pandemics or bisexuality, and this already begins, if not in the mind of the scientist, then in their peer-reviewed publications. The analytical general of abstraction tends to be presented as the synthetic general of a concrete whole, formal expediency reinterpreted in terms of content and politically exploited. Ernst Cassirer speaks somewhat pathetically and without reference to the totality of Capital of the fate of the scientific view of the world, consisting in the fact that every new and fruitful concept of measure that it attained and established for itself immediately turned back into a concept of things. Again and again she believed that she could only be sure and certain of the truth and meaning of the physical concepts of magnitude by allowing certain absolute realities to correspond to them. Each creative epoch of physics finds and formulates new characteristic measures for the totality of being and events, but each is at the same time in danger of seeing in these always only provisional and relative measures, in these respective last intellectual instruments of measurement, the final expression of the ontologically real. Ernst Cassirer, on Einstein's theory of relativity. Inside Theoretical Considerations. Thus, someone who claims that there are only two sexes in humans that can be biologically proven, derives the expediency of conservatio individui itself from the purpose of conservatio specii. He conceives of sexuality from the development of species, which he already understands as the synthetic general, whether he subordinates it more or less to the purpose of becoming human as the crowning glory of creation. For the mere self-preservation of a species, as biology can therefore teach us, from a certain stage of this development, and apart from the possibility of cloning, the presence of two specific, different germ cells, egg cells and sperm cells, is indispensable, to whose function all other sexual characteristics can be traced, from the hormone balance to the anatomy of the primary and secondary sexual organs. How reluctant people are to become aware of the precondition of their derivation is shown, for example, by the frequently encountered argument that intersexual people, who used to be called hermaphrodites or pseudo-hermaphrodites, could not form their own sex because these variants of sexual development only occur in small numbers, Clow, a rare but specific manifestation of bisexuality, and should therefore be regarded as disorders. This is initially a disturbance in the assumption that a mind standing above everything contains the reason for the unity of the manifold of its empirical laws and that one must recognize in it the visible causality of a supreme cause, Kant. However, if this imaginary mind were to plan that humanity would evolve into a new species like the amphibians from the bony fish, i.e. in the sense of the evolution of species, fortunately, no one really dares to think of it in this way today, then it would not be a question of the mere number of disorders that is put forward, but of the question of whether the variants could lead to a mutational leap that holds out the prospect of breeding better humans. Although the typical jargon of trans activists is post-structuralist, the view that there are or could be more than two genders among humans can be based on the results of biological research with just as much justification as the assertion of substantial bisexuality, except that the purpose of the existence and reproduction of the species is then to be thought of as subordinate to the life and survival of the individuals, who are understood here as the synthetic general. Any longing for a new human being or superhuman or a human breeding program may appear to be compensated for by cultural and social science in this current mode of thinking. After all, it is also considered the task of medicine to disregard the species as a purpose, even if it specializes in artificial methods of fertilization. For example, insofar as the ultimate goal is to preserve the life of the individual, and not just to preserve it, but to promote it as far as possible, avert pain and remove obstacles to its pleasure. It is therefore clear to anyone involved in palliative care that not even the unity between the preservation of the individual's life and the satisfaction of their needs is self-evident. In this case, the question of which sexual characteristics are involved in detail is only relevant to the organism as such, which must be preserved quite independently of the reproduction of the species if, for example, one person suffers from prostate cancer or another from breast cancer. Whether it is a man or a woman or an intersex person becomes completely irrelevant, as does whether it is a trans man or a trans woman who has undergone medical interventions to change their sexual characteristics, if only these interventions are considered carefully enough in the event of an organ disease. In positive terms and formulated with regard to the psyche, the priority given here, again without really knowing it, to the individual and their choice of object over the species, insists that it is necessary to end or at least alleviate the suffering of an individual person, insofar as this is at all possible according to the state of medicine and under the social circumstances. The suffering that in this case consists of not having the sexual characteristics or anatomical forms that approximate them, which are considered the only right ones for this person and promise pleasure. The view that this choice only concerns the choice between male or female sexual characteristics that the desired individual has, and not also their choice of object, is an abbreviation to which the need for a transition can draw attention, if it is not merely the result of a fashion wave or something like anorexia, the libido, choosing the sexual characteristics of the other homosexually or heterosexually, is potentially simultaneously directed towards the object of the other's libido, too, which one's own sexual characteristics either correspond or do not correspond. The libido of the other is thus not a source object, in the sense of Jean Laplanche, which could first evoke one's own, but their choice of object is related back to one's own sex. A trans woman, for example, does not want to be loved as a man by a man or a woman, but rather as a woman. This does not mean as a person who menstruates, which, incidentally, would again be an identity-political designation. Woman and man are rather names for the respective telos of the drive with regard to gender characteristics. The plastic transformation of the vulva or penis thus appears in the same light as the insertion of a prosthesis. And from this point of view, man has also become a prosthetic god. Freud, from a sexual point of view. Sigmund Freud, The Discomfort in Culture, page 450 f. Freud's irony, so friendly to pleasure and so hostile to suffering, is replaced on the one hand by the commanding tone of the Contrasexual Manifesto by Paul B. Preciados, Berlin 2003, in which the prosthesis is not understood as an aid to the bodily sensation of pleasure, but rather the Leib functions as an aid to the prosthesis, and is thus once again made by the manifesto into what it already is in the capital relationship, labor power, which functions as variable capital. On the other hand, an anti-capitalism that has become just as rabid is outraged against this abolition of the body or of the sexes. Here, the hostility to the body of the only seemingly hedonistic Western culture manifests itself. Sarah Rookage, The Antiquity of Women. 2022, page 169. The only perspective still offered in it to the individual is the identical reduplication of boundless globalized capital with the simultaneous liquidation of the body. In addition to the German parliament, new media, computer technology, and the world market contributed to this. They created the fragmented subjects in the first place with their claim to individual visibility, instead of representation, and can now exploit them profitably for themselves, like Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Ibid. Page 166 f. Bodies or genders are obviously fantasized here as nation-states, all abolished by borderless globalized capital not only in post-structuralist theory, but in reality itself, as if there could still be a world market without sovereign states based on the monopoly of violence and exploitation without a workforce dependent on the Leib after the so-called primitive accumulation of capital. Both opponents and proponents of easier access to such a transition speak equally of an identity, and they have little choice. Whether they reflect on the transcendental subject and exchange value or not, they think in terms of them because they turn to the authority that issues identity papers, i.e. the state. For only this authority can determine, in a state of general immaturity, whether and from what age and under what other conditions such medical interventions are permitted and vice versa, what requirements must be met in order for someone to register as a trans woman or trans man. Today's usual right-wing and left-wing whining about identity politics having taken the place of real politics merely belies the sovereign's own affirmation. Christoph Turk is particularly outraged that the Greens, in their projection to repeal the Transsexuals Act and introduce the Self-Determination Act of April 2020, plan to change the identity on previous identity cards and certificates. To ensure that transsexuality does not result in any disadvantage, the transition to the other gender is to be denied at the same time, as if it had never existed, as if the person concerned had always been the person they have now declared themselves to be. He insinuates that this would encourage the authorities to retrospectively falsify documents and speaks here of erasing history, as if this were otherwise only the sharpest caliber of authoritarian regimes and not the usual business of the sovereign, which he is there to do with identity, even if it's just the time-honored change of name on a driver's license after marriage. Turk sees this as documenting the general willingness to deny the natural historicity of man instead of asking whether it is not rather, in the sense of the dialectic of enlightenment, the blind continuation of natural historicity on the basis of the utilization of value. Christoph Turk, quote, Rasse, Gender. Democratization on the Wrong Track, page 115f. Identity has thus also become the general terminus technicus for the most diverse efforts to receive an allowance from the state or through its laws for historical or current disadvantages that are to be deplored and can be sued for despite the legal equality of all citizens and commodity guardians, sexism, LGBTQ hostility, disablism, racism, classism, etc., or to be guaranteed increased security measures, for example. In this way, every individual and every group is automatically required to argue identity politics, whether it is about social subsidies, quota regulations, project commissions, etc., or police protection. Intersectionality, under the name of which the scientific form of thought, which by definition aims to gain an identity in the isolation of parts, is today declared to be a political theory that also forces the non-identical to have an identity, offers the corresponding instructions for use in order to finally offset these demands against each other. It is a strange irony that the German language and not the English language, in which intersectionality was invented, provides the best conditions for emphasizing the compulsive for the sake of such identity. In the case of gender identity, the internal dash, asterisk, or colon is intended to give equal expression to as many discriminations as possible in order to constantly and as generally as possible remind us of our legal rights to alimentation and security. In a sense, equality through capital overlaps in such an expression, which still makes conventional legal language appear as poetry, since not only the house father but potentially everyone could become a civic commodity guardian. The generic masculine, which originates from the house father, was potentially applied to everyone. This misunderstood process can now be denounced at its end, either guiltily or belligerently, as an additional, purely moral inequality, and this results, for example, in the embarrassing assiduity with which the new official German is spoken in public and contributes to its further infantilization. As if here once again, parodying the universality argument, the universal were breaking down into arbitrary signs of nominalism. But as little as intersectionality can and wants to hold on to the false universal unity that permeates all sections, this nominalism is just as little able and willing to make the mute compulsion in capital relations the subject through which the untrue whole asserts itself. And in the same way, the all-encompassing hatred that fantasizes it as the conspiracy of the wise men of Zion, subsumed by intersectionality in the racism section at best, can be kept quiet with a clear conscience and in a politically correct manner. If a little girl pushes a toy baby carriage with a doll in it in front of her, the cultural scientific common sense thinks it is confronting the social gender in Act 2 and the natural scientific common sense the biological gender in Act 2. Both exclude what underlies their abstractions of sex and gender. Materialist critique of knowledge is therefore not very interested in the fact that some argue biologically and others socially, an essentially political division like right and left. Clow resorts to it because he obviously knows of no other argument against so-called biologistic thinking. He considers the distinction between natural and social sex, in contrast to cell division, evolution, or sexual dimorphism, to be one of the key concepts to start from. But in the end there is another that undermines it. Biology and sociality appear to have the same origin in human sexuality, although they are distinct from each other. Just as Clow avoids explicating the good reasons of biology for the assumption that there are only two sexes, he refrains here from any indication of what of equal origin is supposed to mean and what an appearance in this mode means, the one single origin or several different origins, none of which has priority. In such indeterminacy, the word is suitable for Heidegger, for example, to blur the traces that, for him, always lead back to the one single Urgrund, in which the equally original appearing characters of being are always already thought to be dissolved. See Martin Heidegger, Being and Time. Page 131. If this Urgrund is bisexuality, the two being characters of biological and social gender can appear in it as equally original. The development of psychoanalysis, on the other hand, sheds the clearest light on the way in which their common form of thought can be demonstrated and subjected to criticism. If Freud took the purpose of reproduction as his starting point, then it was where it enabled him to recognize precisely that which deviates from it. This begins with considering the sexual instinct independently of its object, and continues with the assumption of how little the psychological processes involved in the choice of object can have to do with the immediate goal of procreation, given everything that emerges about them in the neuroses. The first of the three treatises on sexual theory begins with the statement that, according to the generally prevailing opinion, sexual union is to be regarded as the goal of the sexual instinct, or at least those acts which lie on the way to it. But we have every reason to regard these statements as a very inaccurate reflection of reality. What Freud himself is often criticized for as biologism essentially refers to this purpose of procreation, as if he had not questioned it at the same time. For penis envy and the castration complex, whatever their purpose, can by no means be derived unconditionally from the physique. However, viewed as consequences of the incest taboo and the Oedipus complex, they determine the respective psychological form through which the unity of the family for the purpose of procreation of the human species can be represented in the choice of object. Thus, anatomy is destiny, but like the curse in Greek tragedy, which challenges individuation. Even the exclusive sexual interest of the man for the woman presents itself as a problem in need of elucidation and in any case not a matter of course to which an essentially chemical attraction could be subordinated. Freud therefore hypothetically assumes an originally bisexual disposition and that the sexual goal can by no means be called uniform. The so-called perversions are therefore neither bestialities nor degenerations in the pathetic sense of the word. Such designations are only the dark, emotionally charged side of the purpose that is usually added in the biological study of nature. In contrast, the purpose that Freud also sets in the three treatises through the pleasure sensation of the individual, which he attributes immediately to an organ or a part of the body like a chemical or physical process, would be more biologistic, but then not in a pejorative sense. See, for example, Freud. Three Treatises, page 134f. It is basically this biologism that enables Freud to take a completely new view of homosexuality and polymorphously perverse sexuality in the first of the three treatises on sexual theory, which he also attempts to retract in part in the other treatises. When Martin Dannecker writes that this treatise argues radically antiteleologically, this is correct if the telos is understood to be the reproduction of the species. But the pleasure of the individual can also be seen as the telos that is added, as Freud, averse to any totalitarian purpose, knew how to accentuate. In any case, Freud's thinking was epistemologically critical to the extent that he understood the reproduction of the species as an expediency that must necessarily be assumed in biology, but which does not necessarily exclude or, conversely, include other assumed purposes. He was far removed from setting it as an absolute and asserting it as a real totality because it allows the unity of the manifold to be conceived. Freud knew better than Marx, or even Kant, what his thinking owed to the traditions of Judaism. Particularly pronounced in the Talmud, here we find the sharpest sense for the constant weighing up and the attempt at synthesis between the purpose of Judaism as a whole and the purpose of the individual as an individual. Needless to say, this sense has to do with the situation of persecution, especially in exile or in the diaspora. His distinction between polymorphously perverse and genital sexuality, later also between the phallic and genital phases, owes much to this cognitive critical reservation, as does his never-ending amazement at what must happen in the human psyche for purposes that are to be seen quite differently and first made comprehensible, so that ultimately it cannot be ruled out that two people of different sexes in the genital stage achieve copulation in the biological and possibly also in the once barely separate social meaning of the word and found a family. So here, too, we can only speak ironically of a Hegelian cunning of reason, because it is the cunning that the biologist deludes himself with when he comes up against the results of psychoanalysis. One could also say that Freud refused to identify conservatio sui, which for him includes libido as well as self-preservation instincts, with the purpose of conservatio speciae without further ado, which gave him a hard time with many biologists, just as Kant refused to identify the reproduction of the species with the contract between man and woman when he defined marriage, which Hegel, who identified it with the state, also wanted to revise immediately union of two persons of different sexes for the vital reciprocal possession of their sexual properties. Even if the purpose of producing and bringing up children is a purpose of nature, i.e., one of the purposes that can be added to nature, the question of the marriage contract is about the use and possession of sexual organs and sexual characteristics. As a metaphysician of exchange, Kant also abstracts from concrete questions in the social sphere, above all that which was once called Ausstände or Altenteil and was later called Altersvorsorge, and which, although not the subject of the contract, always decisively conditioned marriage and family formation. His definition of marriage is completely indifferent to it, so that it still applies even when old age provision has changed from a family matter to an insurance or state matter, i.e., a matter for capital and the sovereign. Only then, however, can the distinction between conservatio individui and conservatio specii come to a head ideologically, because previously there seemed to be no contradiction. Anyone who started a family always wanted to make provision for his old age and, if he was inclined to philosophize, he could see this as his contribution to the preservation of the species at the same time. As an anthropologist, however, Kant naturally caught up with the ideology that he had left behind as a metaphysician of morals. Anthropology in pragmatic terms now determines the love of sex only from the point of view of the preservation of the species as the purpose of nature. Thus, it is also evident from her remarks that almost every one of Kant's attempts to become concrete had repressive consequences. However, today's talk of biological and social gender is also formulated in pragmatic terms, insofar as it seeks to avert the question of how a connection between nature and society can be established at all with such a separation. For if all material components and processes that bear witness to social causality belong to nature, in which this causality, which itself contains no atom of natural substance and in this sense has no gender whatsoever, intervenes and of which, for this very reason, something can be understood at all, no true synthesis arises for the consciousness of individuals. Nature itself down to the individual synapse of their nerve cells with which they think, or do not think, from this nature or from its laws that can be formulated for them, whatever they may delude themselves by wanting to conclusively derive their actions from it. Here the trans activists, who don't even try to do this, are certainly ahead of the trans skeptics, but the price they usually pay for this is precisely the presumption that there is no nature for them. In the first volume of Capital, Marx does not speak of the metabolism between society and nature, as is often claimed, but of the metabolism between man and nature, as if to make it clear that the substances that are exchanged here must still be understood as parts of nature through social causality. And he speaks of this in deliberate analogy to natural metabolism, i.e., the metabolism in which social causality is not effective within nature. This is why it is even possible to recognize that the moment of rationality can assert itself within relations of domination, i.e., in the state of unreconciled nature, as a moment different from domination. The objectivity of the means that makes it universally available, its objectivity for all, already implies the critique of domination, as the means of which thinking emerged. In this sense, rationality has as its condition the separation of means and ends, therein also the self-evident prerequisite for that unifying purpose as a merely regulative principle in the concept of nature in the power of judgment. Conversely, Marx repeatedly felt compelled to speak of a natural society in order to describe contexts in which this separation, and thus social causality, cannot, yet, be recognized. Violence alone is the means to an end and the objectivity of the means is merely the weapon. In this sense, the family itself can be regarded as a nucleus, but the enslavement of people from other, unsociable family groups as the epitome of unreconciled nature or natural society. If the products that the slaves are forced to produce are sold as commodities, then house fathers or slave owners equate themselves with each other as commodities and money owners. And so it is actually only the objectivity of the means as commodities that makes the critique of domination conceivable as something general and yet at the same time undermines it, the latter all the more so as the producers of the commodities are also commodities, means and ends in one. The moment of rationality as something different from domination remains unemphasized in the dialectic of enlightenment, however, where the terrible is described that humanity did to itself until the self, the identical, purposeful, masculine character of man was created, and of which something is repeated still in every childhood. This is no coincidence, because here humanity is assumed to be a long-existing subject that relates to natural society like the ego of the individual relates to its own inner nature, and thus at this point the individual and humanity are actually understood as in Hobbes' Leviathan. Only with the opposite evaluation both would have left the state of nature behind. However, Marx's concept of natural society is a corrective to this, insofar as its historical core is not to be seen in the individual but in the family, while the objectivity of the means can become effective at its boundaries, which ultimately poses riddles for political economy, its unity remains determined by immediately effective but historically persistent mechanisms of identification. And unimpressed by the rationality made possible by the unfolding of the objectivity of the means as commodity, psychoanalysis grapples with the riddles of these mechanisms. The clearest awareness of this has also developed in Jewish monotheism, above all through the significance of Jewish law, which draws a clear dividing line in relation to nature. Aware of this, Benjamin again stated that the senseless flight into an unraced nature is specifically German. To follow the, to put it mildly, tortuous paths of how synthesis nevertheless emerges from action as inverted, without consciousness, and constitutes the totality of power relations, therefore also forms the interconnection between psychoanalysis and the critique of political economy. People have drives that can be understood under the respective preceding purpose of an intentional causality. The continuation of the species or the development of the individual, or, as Freud ultimately speculated and also had to speculate, the death drive. The desire for sexual assimilation can be viewed from the point of view of the development of the individual as well as that of the death drive. However, the attempt to equate it generally and prematurely with anorexia, which in turn is understood in a generalized way, betrays a dubious interest in explicitly or implicitly linking it to the death drive, which would also completely ignore the question of the mixture of drives. What is striking about Magnus Klau's article is how someone can not only talk about human reproduction all the time without using this unpleasant word, which sounds like zoology for the zoon politikon or fertility as a reason of state, but also subordinate all antinomies that could arise to it from the outset without apparently realizing it themselves. In contrast, most biologists and science journalists, who are currently speaking out against trans activists on an almost daily basis, appear to be even more reflective in comparison. See for example, Sonja Castellan, Axel Meyer, am Ende kommen immer Menschen und Weibchen heraus. In Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, Juli 20, 2022, Uwe Steinhoff, Aglaia Stirn, warum die Biologie nur zwei Geschlechter kennt. In Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, July 21, 2022, Mihaela Pavlicev, Gunter Wagner, Transgender Debate, The Four Sources of Confusion. In Der Standard, July 25, 2022. He only touches on the issue once, not coincidentally where Freud is praised for the insight that human sexuality, although it denotes a commonality between humans and animals, is not exhausted in the purpose of reproduction. But animals do not swap, and even behavioral research has so far been unable to prove that they have an Oedipus complex. This is where the common ground ends, and this is why the purpose of reproduction, in which human sexuality is not exhausted, cannot be determined without the critique of political economy, but Klau is just as silent about this as he is about the good reasons of biology. When Marx speaks of the reproduction of labor power, he does not distinguish between the labor power of an individual and the later labor power of his children, because he quite consciously refrains from the purpose of the self-preservation of the species and the self-preservation of the individual in favor of the reproduction of capital, in order to show that and how capital subjugates both. The prerequisite for uncovering this purpose is equally conscious. It lies in the knowledge that, among all purposes, it constitutes the negative totality that is actually present in human activity and that must be overthrown if man is not to be a degraded and enslaved, abandoned, and contemptible being. Just as it can only be understood as a real one in the sense that it is to be replaced by another unity in the metabolism between man and nature that cannot be anticipated anywhere and by anyone. Science differs from this knowledge insofar as it is only interested in the conditions that ensure the functioning of a given context in a subprocess of such a totality. In cultural studies today, we speak analogously of contextualization, i.e., in the case of medical research, the conditions for the smoothest possible functioning of individual human labor and its reproduction. What can be understood as synthesis in its methods and allows it to establish laws and determine causalities remains under the spell of the analytical general, is itself always only an instrument for isolating a functional context from other such contexts, for example, as defining characteristics of a disease state with regard to the means of combating it. By definition, so to speak, it does not proceed to a capacity for judgment that could become aware of the difference between concept and object and thematize real totality as the untrue and index falsi. Precisely by insisting on freedom of value, it by no means sees itself as an end in itself that is capable of criticism. For example, the fact that the human libe is inevitably treated as biomass and ultimately as a biobin according to this index, since labor power functions as a real abstraction, and what it throws off only enables its owner to fight its diseases. On the other hand, to pass off the spell of the analytical general, in which every science stands, as a faculty of judgment and an end in itself, wants nothing more than to give the conditions of functioning the nimbus of facts in the sense that they are to be recognized and acknowledged independently of the functional context or its criticism. This is precisely what the various populists of the natural sciences in the mass media and social media are capitulating on. They no longer make merely regulative use of the absolute, no longer set reproduction as an abstract purpose as an absolute only in order to find the respective formulas within a unit for the respective laws of its various parts, such as the possible sex change in certain fish species and the impossible sex change in mammals. Rather, they make constitutive use of it in order to be able to post as facts of natural history that there are only two sexes in humans, period. Anyone who wants to see more in this Freudian insight than an original feuilleton would now have to explain how it also goes beyond this reduction to partial processes, without, for truly bad reasons, suppressing the fact that a purpose must be added in order to arrive at it, a purpose that cannot, however, claim to be the purpose of all purposes. A certain kind of feminist Freud critique, on the other hand, restitutes the purpose of all purposes in the recognition of an ontologically conceived difference. For example, it is said that castration in Freud becomes a substitute idea for the missing idea of difference. Elfriede Lochel, Miscellaneous. Untersuchung zum Umgehen mit der Differenz in Theorien der Geschlechtsidentität, p. 36. The unreconciled nature expressed in the threat of castration as a relationship of violence is thus easier to suppress, as is the question of the legality of the entire castration complex as an epistemological one. Freud had restaged the social gender relations of his time in his theory. In doing so, he missed what, under the conditions of his own theory, could also be a possible outcome of the development, namely the recognition of deficiency and thus also of difference as a non-hierarchized one. Following Lacan, the recognition of deficiency takes on the meaning of a sacrifice that has to be made. A full identity, a sold charim, is simply not to be had, which is why one is content with half an identity, so to speak, and books the sacrifice under non-identity. What Freud is said to have missed out on, therefore, is the eloquent therapeutic advice that everyone is faced with the task of finding a solution, however precarious, to their sexual identity and choice of object. Ibid. Page 338. The concept of identity is used here as in a sex guidebook, and the critically intended formulation of the longing for full identity is more like what I call politics with concepts, which should be about the problem of secondary narcissism and mass psychology. Freud himself rarely uses the concept of identity, unlike that of identification. He does not need it for the unity of ego, ID, and superego, because this ego, which seeks mediation in identification, is not the transcendental, but always the empirical. In the Kantian tradition, however, he speaks of identity in the transcendental sense, in the sense of the I think, which must be able to accompany all my ideas, and which in each case underlies the analysis as a precondition. This is no less than the epistemological reason why Freud ultimately felt compelled to introduce the death drive. However, Freud did not necessarily want the introduction of the death drive to be understood as a complete break with the earlier conception. Our conception was a dualistic one from the beginning, and it is sharper today than it was before, since we no longer call the opposites ego and sexual drives, but life and death drives. Although it initially seemed obvious to him to allow libido to coincide with drive energy in general, as C.G. Jung had already wanted earlier, Freud's thinking eventually developed the certainty that the drives cannot all be of the same kind. On the basis of speculations about the beginning of life and of biological parallels, I drew the conclusion that in addition to the drive to preserve living substance and to combine it into ever larger units, there must be another drive, opposed to it, which strives to dissolve these units. Freud. Das Unbehagen in der Kultur, page 477f. At this point, as the name itself expresses, the death drive, in contrast to the libido, must always have a clear goal, while an instinct that is determined by preserving living substance and combining it into ever larger units must be thought of as distinct in itself, namely distinct in the respective purposes of different units. The one that dissolves them is determined by only one purpose, to bring all others to naught. Instead of all this, Klaus speaks of the similarity in the shape of the female and male sexual organs, which is conjured up phenomenologically. Male and female sexual organs differ significantly from each other, but remind us of each other in their shape. It is then deduced from this that they refer, as if they were signs, to humanity. If in structuralist ideology the signifiers, which reference the object through their differential character, are simultaneously attributed the power to actually produce the object as their effect in the first place, and this ideology, contrary to Kant's or Marx's critique of knowledge, explicitly renounces reflection on the purpose and thus on the subject, Clow implicitly turns the male and female sexual organs into something like binary signs, biosignifiers, so to speak, whereby the purpose of sexuality as an experience of difference precisely makes the reification in the subject-object relationship of sexual experience disappear or turns it into something positive that can be experienced at any time through the human purpose. Like post-Nazi structuralism as a whole, the idea of thinking of sexuality as a binary code or sexual organs as signifiers is likely to have originated from the rank rivalry against Sartre. In his ontology of sexual desires, bisexuality is accorded about as much significance as procreation in the Kantian definition of marriage. What points to humanity here, on the other hand, is the unsolved riddle that people each remain in total subjectivity for themselves and that nothing eliminates their contingency or saves them from their facticity, since on the one hand they want the other as pure subjectivity but must make him an object for this purpose. Basically, the same repression is carried out as in structuralism and post-structuralism. Finally posited as facts of natural history, what has become invisible is what conditions these facts according to their possibility of knowledge in the first place. That thus also the similarity of the sexual organs along with their dissimilarity refer to the genus only thanks to the formal expediency for the reproduction of the genus. This also ignores a possible development that has been looming, at least as a dystopia, ever since mammals were successfully cloned, to create new facts of the reproduction of the human species. In view of this potential, the realization of which for the reproduction of human individuals has apparently still been shied away from, even the most stubborn biologist should be able to see that the usefulness of bisexuality for the reproduction of the species can only be understood as formal in that the purpose could now also be pursued by completely different means, of which the method of artificial insemination could not yet be dreamed of. At the same time, these new means challenge research more than ever to make a strict distinction between the development or self-preservation of the human individual and the reproduction or self-preservation of the species. Cloning for therapeutic purposes is considered morally separate from cloning an individual, at least for the time being. Even in China this still seems to be the case. However much they belong together in purely biological and medical terms. The repression works in this case because the human species is declared to be humanity, already reconciled with itself through the experience of the difference between different sexual characteristics. Klau's conclusion seems to be based on a passage from Adorno's essay on the relationship between sociology and psychology. The human is formed as a sense of difference in its most powerful experience, that of the sexes. Psychoanalysis seems to be subject to a mechanism of the homosexual type in the leveling of everything that is unconscious to it, and ultimately everything human, seeing nothing that is different. Thus homosexuals show a kind of color blindness of experience, the inability to recognize the individual. To them all women are equal in a double sense. Theodore W. Adorno, on the relationship between sociology and psychology. Collected Writings. Vol. 8, page 84. Adorno does not, however, speak of humanity, to which natural historical facts refer, but of the human, which is formed as a sense of their difference. But it is precisely from this that a humanism that thinks it meets psychoanalysis in that it levels everything that is unconscious to it, and even turns into the opposite in the resentment that poses as an analogy here. All women are equal to homosexuals. The ability to recognize the individuated does not arise from a biologically or sociologically defined difference between the sexes, but from the choice of object, in which the unconscious plays its part and in the recognition of which psychoanalysis necessarily breaks through the leveling claimed by Adorno. As if to set the record straight, Adorno quotes Freud at the end. A love that does not choose seems to us to forfeit a part of its own value by doing an injustice to the object. Freud, Das Unbehagen in der Kultur, p. 461. But the state of unfreedom can only ever mean its prehistory. It is as little realized as the Marxian critique that coined this term, that, on the other hand, the realized totality in the capital relation is the epitome of the exploitation of man by man and the domination of man over man, that is, the self-contradiction of the species par excellence. It is no coincidence that Adorno's categorical imperative, in contrast to Kant's practical one, only speaks of mankind, still not forming a whole without violence being done to the individual. This prehistory of human society, Karl Marx, Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie. M.W. Vol. 13, Berlin 1981, page 9, whose possible conclusion and transition to history, contrary to Marx's determinism, is by no means a foregone conclusion, also reveals the progress towards the eternal peace of humanity, as Kant understands it, to be a never-never day. The character of the idea as a task that is shifted into the infinite thus appears for its part as a mere reservation against the constitutive change that is possible at a certain point in time and that encompasses the whole, so that actually the fulfillment of this utopia, for the sake of which the critique of knowledge has set the infinite as a mere regulative principle, should at the same time never be fulfilled. That it should remain a mere dream and, one could almost say, that it should actually remain only a dream. but where they are united into humanity, so that the two sexes function like signifiers in their capacity as facts of natural history, the field is left to the ontologist, concept and object become one. To pass off as facts of natural history that sexual pleasure is not a mere self-feeling, but presupposes experiencing oneself in the body of the other in a way that one could never do with oneself alone, does not only mean suppressing the conditions under which natural history can appear in facts at all. In order to completely distinguish the completed human race from the apparently also completed species of mammals and thus provide the humanist phrase with a sounding board, the sexual characteristics, conceived as binary signifiers, are also conceived as aesthetic objects. As if they had a claim to autonomy analogous to the unity of the artwork in their relationship to one another, which transcends the sense of self, they are supposed to lend sexual pleasure, the lowly, a higher meaning, to experience oneself positively as part of humanity. And this is precisely the repressive tendency that Clow's article offers. If, as he suggests, these facts in the form of the two sexes already refer to something unifying beyond both of them, but which would only become reality through the experience of the difference between the two sexes, then one may also decide arbitrarily whether a homosexual can have such an experience at all because of the too small difference in the object of desire. Works of art, on the other hand, refer to a connection of the only in the negative, by virtue of the non-identity of content and form, and not by virtue of a binarity whose concept already wants to deny the questions of form and content. Critical theory is not feminist theory in the strict sense, but it does offer a number of points of reference. The relationship between feminism and older critical theory is therefore at least ambivalent. And yet it is noticeable that in the main programmatic writings of the older critical theory, gender relations are given a great deal of space. The constitution of the subject, the division of labor, the relationship between society and nature, such constellations of civilization are not only exemplified by Horkheimer and Adorno, especially in terms of gender relations, but these sometimes, inconspicuously, form the center around which the concepts they use to grasp the dialectic of myth and enlightenment revolve. In a similar way, Walter Benjamin uses social and literary figurations of the feminine to illustrate modernity trapped in the phantasmagoria of the eternal return. The social contradiction is always conceived as heteromorphic, the antagonisms appear to be mediated by one another, between the sexes, between labor and capital, between society and nature. The fact that patriarchal gender relations play a central role in the social critique of older critical theory was taken into account in feminist readings. Feminist critique, however, was primarily based on two, supposed, blind spots: the conceptualization of the subject as male and an unquestioned assumption of gender binarity. By attaching such great importance to the identification of women and nature, and thus naming the irreconcilable relationship between society and nature, Horkheimer and Adorno would once again confirm the real exclusion of women. It is not least these objections that make it necessary to take a closer look at how the category of gender is defined in Horkheimer's, Adorno's, and Benjamin's theory, what significance it has and how it relates to other social structural categories. An entry point for the elucidation of such constellations is provided by a recording by Horkheimer from the early 1950s with the revealing title Beyond the Gender Principle, in which he gives an interpretation of early childhood identification that fits seamlessly into the critique of domination as a critique of unbroken mastery of nature that we know from the dialectic of enlightenment and eclipse of reason. Read dialectically, the images of the feminine, which Horkheimer, Adorno, and Benjamin used to trace the place of the non-identical in bourgeois society, simultaneously reveal a buried promesse de bonheur and represent a subterranean history of civilization. In this way, the writings of older critical theory contain a whole series of passages on women's history from a male perspective. However, the gender images in the writings are sometimes presented in a way that is designed to unexpectedly brush conventional history against the grain. Beyond the gender principle, even the title is revealing. It questions gender as a principle. As will be shown, for Horkheimer, gender as a principle is not something primary, but an epiphenomenon that can only be understood against the background of the domination of nature and the unreconciled relationship between society and nature. Gender binarity is also a historical product of this. The record begins with a critical approach to Freud's interpretation of early childhood identification with the father. In the theory of the Oedipus complex, Freud explained identification with the father as a result of love for the mother. It belongs to the strong, adult man, so one makes oneself equal to him. He can defend himself against the competitor, the child. One must be like him in order to possess the mother. Through identification, the little boy virtually makes himself equal to his father. To explain this process, Freud introduces sexual love for the mother as the driving force. Possessing the mother is the motive for identification with the father. For Freud, this desire seems to be a first, not a derived one. The emphasis that Freud places on the child's sexual desire for the mother can therefore only be deduced from the analogy with the genital relationship of adults. For Horkheimer, however, such a positing of heteronormativity is a detour that obscures the complexity of the early childhood identification process more than it would contribute to its understanding, because it seems to presuppose the strict gender binary, here the masculine, there the feminine/maternal, instead of understanding it dialectically as a historical moment in a larger constellation. In the constellation of Western civilization, gender is a category as far removed from the center as the phenomenon of identification that it is supposed to explain. Freud's explanation of the Oedipus complex is itself a product of the process it is supposed to explain. Horkheimer sees the reason for Freud's circular reasoning in a certain prejudice. His prejudice, especially in his earlier periods, lies in the dogmatic positing of the masculine and feminine as separate primal powers, while the sexual love of the male child is probably only a consequence of the assimilation to the intruder, the father. Thus, in Horkheimer's interpretation, the gender binary is a result much more than the cause of the identification process. Likewise, the male child's sexual love for the mother is a consequence of identification with the father and not its motive. Lust, desire, and love are culturally mediated achievements, not anthropological constants located beyond civilization. Freud himself was not entirely clear in his juxtaposition of the pleasure principle and the reality principle. Pleasure is not simply beyond the reality principle, but the form of pleasure that we are capable of feeling is grounded in social conditions and their mute compulsion. Active engagement with nature, work in its social organization, has an effect on the feeling of pleasure. Thus, pleasure, like work, is a moment in which civilization differs from mere nature. The mediating moment lies in alienation. This connection is explicitly expressed in the dialectic of enlightenment. All pleasure is social in the unsublimated effects no less than in the sublimated ones. It stems from alienation. Even where pleasure lacks the knowledge of prohibition, which it violates, it only emerges from civilization, the fixed order, from which it longs to return to nature, from which it is protected. Only when the compulsion of work, the binding of the individual to a certain social function and finally to a self, the dream leads back to a prehistoric age without domination and without rights, do people experience the magic of pleasure. Thinking arose in the course of liberation from the terrible nature, which in the end is completely subjugated. Pleasure is, as it were, its revenge. In it, people rid themselves of thinking, escape civilization. Thus, in pleasure as a social phenomenon, the longing for the dissolution of the bad whole, from which it is produced in the first place, also resonates. It contains within itself the moment of the non-identical, a piece of remembered nature, the opposite of nature. This does not actually know pleasure, it goes no further than the satisfaction of need. This also means that pleasure in its existing form is bound to its denial, to a society that produces lack and from which people long to return to a state without denial, which has not yet taken place. Pleasure becomes impotent revenge in a society whose primary goal is not the happiness of its members, but whose principle is exchange and whose goal is the maintenance of given power relations. Pleasure and enjoyment are so caught up in this entanglement that Horkheimer and Adorno reverse Seneca's words residential severa verum gaudium, but pleasure is severe. But why does Horkheimer propose a beyond the gender principle? How does this relate to Freud's beyond the pleasure principle? Pleasure is something that arises from reality also contains a contradiction, just as gender is a product of this society and at the same time contains the promise that everything could be different. Beyond the gender principle therefore also means an approach to reality that no longer elevates gender to a principle, but instead perceives it as it has become, without denying the promise of happiness that lies buried within it. For the problem of identification, Horkheimer proposes a much simpler, more plausible explanation than the detour via analogies to the sexual relationship of adults. What one thinks of, one becomes, a sentence that, if taken seriously, has far-reaching consequences. For does it not immediately problematize Freud's drive theory? And doesn't the logic of identity that is put in its place simultaneously open a flank towards negative idealism? Thinking unquestionably presupposes a high degree of abstraction and a completed separation of inner and outer nature, subject and object. The archetype of all identity is the self as an identically enduring entity that equates everything with itself. The identifying principle is always on the subject side, even in a way of thinking that, supposedly anti-idealistically, attributes everything that is to the non-self, to the principle of matter. Unity, unification, only exists mediated by subjectivity. Mastery of nature is the principle on which the concept of the subject is formed, and integration, for its part, is the conceptual form of mastery of nature. Identification is the precondition of mastery, writes Horkheimer. As soon as this succeeds, of course, identification disappears, the mastered becomes the thing and only the mastered. In the dialectic of enlightenment, Horkheimer and Adorno trace the process of subjectivation as one of continuous, natural, domination. In the beginning is the fear of the manifold, the many, the pressing. Identity thinking reduces the manifold, that which confronts it and withdraws from it, to one. The principle that endures, that remains one, is the self. Through the concepts, the characteristic units of what is subsumed under it, the self imprints identity on what it is not itself. This fact can therefore also be expressed in such a way that the principle of identity, like every principle, including the gender principle, is a principle of thought. It presupposes the identity of thought and being. All identity thinking is therefore implicitly idealism, just as, conversely, idealism is always identity thinking. Horkheimer recognizes a basic pattern for the aforementioned problem of identification in the constellation of fear, love, and domination. In doing so, he completely removes the idea of love from any romanticizing notion, not by making it an interchangeable commodity, which would only be the flip side of the romantic notion of love, but in a different way. He sees love as a mediating moment between fear and domination. Love follows from fear, domination follows from love. Only what we fear do we learn to love, only what we love do we learn to know. But what we know, we stop loving and fearing. This is the history of civilization. Each of the terms contains the others and the whole. The middle one, loving, is identification, thinking. Love, like thought, is something that emerges from fear and domination, and like thought, it also goes beyond the context of coercion and points to a longing for salvation from this entanglement and its possibility. In Western civilization, however, love, death, and the idea of salvation belong to the maternal, as Horkheimer explains. Bachofen reports, based on a passage from Plutarch, that Lycian men had to put on women's clothes when mourning, and he interprets the custom as identification with the mother who gave birth to the deceased and took him home again. Only the mother is involved in the whole process. Only she is actually involved. Thinking about dying therefore means thinking about the mother, and thinking about the mother means making oneself a mother. The bourgeois child makes itself the father. It thinks of the father and thus becomes the father because it fears him. This identification completes the turn towards reality. The father, reality, demands, forbids, teaches. The unchangeable, the deniable, which we would like to change, forces us to identify with it in order to endure it. That is the principle of thought, indeed perhaps of all culture in general. Turning to reality by identifying with the father not only implicitly negates the possibility of death, which the mother represents, but also means coming to terms with reality by adapting to it, integrating oneself, becoming completely absorbed in it. Freud has suspected these conditions since Beyond the Pleasure Principle. Horkheimer continues. Perhaps it should read, Beyond the Gender Principle. Then the classical myth of the emergence of love from the division of the one would contain the truth about the extralibidinal longing, the death drive, which can only be fulfilled by virtue of libidinal desire. Contrary to the original Freudian contrast between self-preservation and male eros, these two together form the unity of the creative principle, by virtue of which the utopia of reconciliation is to be fulfilled. Since Horkheimer situates gender binarity in a social historical context, the distinction between eros and thanatos is also a social one for him and dissolves into a dialectical relationship. Identification, this cornerstone of civilization, brings order and forces the many into unity. This requires categorization, what Horkheimer and Adorno, following Max Weber, called the disenchantment of the world in the dialectic of enlightenment, which leads straight to its remystification. Through the process of abstraction, thinking, the world is reduced to a formula that only knows the zero and the one, the basic binary for which the social gender opposition provides the model. It is therefore no coincidence that gender relations take up so much space in the dialectic of enlightenment. Horkheimer and Adorno use them, as well as antisemitism and racism, to exemplify the contradiction that consequent mastery of nature leads straight back to mere nature. Self-preservation loses the self and the happiness of the individual is void before the preservation of the whole. Moving beyond the principle of gender would be tantamount to overcoming this compulsory connection. The centrality of gender relations in Horkheimer and Adorno's social analysis becomes clear simply from the fact that a fundamental critique of the logic of identity is tied to them. The feminine in its various figurative forms is civilization ally constructed as the negative of the self as the principle that endures and remains the one, the identical, purposeful, masculine character of man. As a negative, it belongs to the positive of domination, whose product it is. Horkheimer and Adorno frequently refer to it, and whenever they do so without any essentializing impetus. On the contrary, they question the allegedly feminine nature as nature and interpret the so-called feminine character as an expression of domination. For example, Adorno explicitly states in Minima Moralia, "The female character and the ideal of femininity, according to which it is modeled, are products of male society. The female character is an imprint of the positive of domination, but thus as bad as the latter. What is called nature in the bourgeois context of delusion is merely the stigma of social mutilation. The image of woman as nature addresses the deformed relationship to nature that ails the whole of civilization. But what actually is nature, with which certain groups of people are incessantly identified in a domineering gesture? Nature is everything that has lost its intrinsic value in the course of Western civilization, everything that becomes the object of universal disposal in the domination of nature and thus only the dominated. Nature is the material of self-preservation, which has lost its goal, happiness, in the capitalist mechanism of competition and has become an end in itself. Society becomes mere nature in that the particular, the subject, is sacrificed to the general, just as in nature the individual specimen of the species is not important. What nature is in the context of self-preservation gone wild is expressed drastically in the dialectic of enlightenment. Dirt is nature. Only the refined force that survives is right. It itself is nature alone. The whole ingenious machinery of modern industrial society is merely nature tearing itself apart. Horkheimer and Adorno see this process of self-preservation as belonging to a male society in which women are ascribed a greater closeness to nature. For centuries, the image of women was located on the flip side of enlightenment and self-preservation. Subjectivity was a male project, even if by no means all men enjoyed the benefits of subjectivation. Women, however, seemed to be excluded by virtue of their gender, which was identified with nature. For much of history, women were judged as closer to nature. They were considered animals or females, not as subjects but as specimens of their sex. Male subjectivation took place on the basis of reified ideas of nature, in which images of femininity function as an arsenal of wishful figures brought to a standstill, misinterpreted nature. Nature, which is repressed and suppressed in male society, is banished into the image of the woman, as well as into that of the homosexual, or, once again, into that of the Jew. The equation of woman and nature is ideology, but as such it has its basis in real social conditions, in perennial pressure. If nature is merely the material of self-preservation gone wild, mere material to be mastered, without any other purpose than its mastery, then to be identified with it is a verdict. At best one is a passive object, dependent on more or less benevolent guidance. The image of woman as nature is owed to civilization, to the fixed order that protects the male subject from nature, to which he longs to return. The image therefore does not express nature, but society, which leads back to mere nature. It thus fulfills a double function. It recalls a longing and a desire that society cannot fulfill and at the same time allows this desire to be acted out in a way that does not endanger the existing order. It is an imprint of the production of desire directed by the rulers, a revolt of nature. However, this means that the desire is alive in him, albeit distorted. This motif runs like Ariadne's thread through the dialectic of enlightenment. A whole series of passages make direct reference to the connection between subjectivation, gender relations, and the domination of nature. For naming these connections, Horkheimer and Adorno were repeatedly accused of reproducing the male view of women. Yet it is rather a denunciation of this gaze. The image of woman as nature is read as a mirror image, as the following passage makes clear. Man as ruler denies woman the honor of individuating her. The individual is the social example of the species, the representative of her sex and therefore, as the one completely grasped by male logic, she stands for nature, the substrate of never-ending subsumption in the idea, never-ending subjugation in reality. The woman as an ostensible natural being is the product of history, which denaturalizes her. This indeed revealing passage goes to the heart of the dialectic of the domination of nature. First of all, it is not man per se, but man as ruler who hinders female individuation. This implies that, just like the female gender character, the male gender character is also a social product, and that individuation and exclusion are strategies of domination. The course that civilization and the domination of nature have taken has led to a heteronormative gender binary associated with clear identifications. While the male side is associated with domination, the female represents nature, but not as a first, but nature as the substrate of domination. This means, however, that domination first produces the nature with which women are identified. And it is precisely this process of identification through domination in which nature and gender binarity are mutually constituted. Here it becomes clear that Horkheimer and Adorno situate both nature and gender within the framework of a comprehensive analysis of domination and in doing so do not confirm the identification of women and nature, but rather demonstrate its falsity. They do this by introducing gender into the constellation of second nature, understood in a dialectical sense. On the one hand, as an emancipatory superordination of culture over nature, the first nature of man is second nature. However, this superordination of culture over nature, man makes his own nature, is not only emancipatory, but also repressive, not only against nature, but also against himself and the other socialized individuals. In this critical version of the term, second nature means the reification of social conditions, what has become, what is mediated, what is experienced as immediate. Second nature is a concept of mediation and, for Adorno and Horkheimer, stands for the mind that equips and cuts off, subsumes and integrates multiplicity. First nature is perceived as always already dominated. However, this tends to retract the difference between first and second nature, as Schmid-Nohr describes. What seemed to lie behind the second as first nature is itself something that has become, was itself initially second nature before it solidified into the first. The second nature thus precedes the first. So when Horkheimer and Adorno speak of woman as nature, they analyze the female character as a second immediacy without reducing it to an underlying first. The construct is criticized as an immanent ideological semblance in which culture reveals itself as nature depraved. The question is therefore not whether the image of woman as nature is true or false, it is both at the same time, false, in that it is a sign of perennial domination, and true, in that it reveals the natural decay of culture and negatively implies a remembrance of nature in the subject. One of the most complex motifs in the dialectics of the Enlightenment is that of the remembrance of nature in the subject. It can be paraphrased as a spirit that recognizes itself as nature divided from itself and trembles before it. Enlightenment here is more than enlightenment, namely nature that becomes perceptible in its alienation. The symbol of this kind of thinking is one that seems to be the furthest removed from the spirit, the image of woman as nature. The woman as an ostensible natural being is the product of history, which denaturalizes her. It is clear that Horkheimer and Adorno do not perceive women as natural, but as social representatives of a culture that has fallen into decay. And it is precisely in this that they are able to expose the falsehood, violence, and inhumanity of identification. They turn the image against itself, brush it against the grain, and thus uncover a hidden meaning, an immanent claim to truth, not by confronting the image with the abstract concept, but by dissolving it in determinate negation. In this way, the abstract becomes concrete. Dialectics reveals every picture as writing. It teaches us to read from its features the admission of its falsity, which wrests its power from it and assigns it to the truth. Read as a dialectical image, the woman, the ostensible natural being, becomes a representative of culture. The attributes associated with the female character and its closeness to nature, such as beauty, sublime love, morality, devotion, and pleasure, are masks of nature, in which she returns transformed and becomes an expression of her own opposition. Through her masks she gains language, in her distortion her essence appears. Beauty is the snake that shows the wound where the sting once Saturday. The falsity of the identification lies in the fact that in the image of woman, nature appears as broken. The woman supposedly represents nature, but her image emphatically represents culture. The overwhelming nature, captured in the image, appears mediated and appeased. In this contradiction in the image of the woman as nature, the possibility of contemplation is concealed. This is the riddle in the image of woman. Nature, as a domineering gesture, and its opposite, remembered nature, appear equally in it. As in thought, spirit, and language, domination also appears in this image as a contradiction of itself. It is the mutilated in the splendor of feminine beauty, precisely that display of the wound in which dominated nature recognizes itself. Without the liberating thought, however, nature remains trapped in the image. This is not derived from the secret affinities of things, but from real power relations. Although the critique of these relationships is immanent in the image, it requires language to express itself. The image must be elevated to a concept that gives nature the opportunity to reflect itself in it. In this way, nature achieves a certain calm by contemplating its own image. In this way, nature is transformed from the stereotypical image, which is opposed to thought, into a concept, conveyed in its historicity and bursting with meaning. It is no longer an abstract image, but concrete in the sense that the abundance of its characteristic units and determinations come to light, mediated through one another. The image of woman as nature thus shimmers with negative utopia. It expresses the longing for a reconciled relationship with nature, for a form of love, desire, and pleasure that would lie beyond the gender principle and thus beyond the given form of mastery of nature. We cannot conceptualize what this might look like, as the concepts we have are necessarily bound to the present principle of reality. Every positive vision of utopia would confirm the very existence from which it is supposed to lead. And yet the fulfillment of the perspective is dependent on the concept. For it does not merely, as science, distance people from nature, but as the self-determination of thinking, which in the form of science remains bound to the blind economic tendency, it allows us to measure the distance that perpetuates injustice. However, where concepts, as the characteristic units of what is conceived under them, are equally disgraced by positivism and metaphysics, and conceptual immanence only becomes ever more deeply entangled in the coercive context in which it visibly loses its emancipatory power, the image once again comes into its own. When the age of interpreting the world is over and it is time to change it, then philosophy takes its leave, and in taking its leave the concepts pause and become images. But the concept is suspended in these images, you can only think about images in the concept. Interpretation thus returns, precisely where change in the world is blocked. Adorno called this movement gestures from concepts, like when, abandoned on an island, you desperately wave a scarf at a departing ship when it is already too far away to call out. Our things will have to become more and more such gestures of concepts and less theories of conventional meaning, except that this requires all the work of the concept. These thoughts seem inspired by Benjamin's allegorical style of writing, in which image and concept are mediated with one another. It was not only in his late writings on Baudelaire and Paris, the capital of the XIXth century, that Benjamin made the power of the image his own. In the whore, the lesbian, the heroine of modernity, all figurations of the non-identical that eludes immediate conceptual access, the gender principle overlaps and thus opens up a view of a possible beyond. Benjamin already made use of this stylistic device in the early writings of Metaphysics of Youth. In the tradition of the poet Sappho, he places the distant premonition of a beyond the gender principle, a gender difference that has come to rest. Benjamin reads in the image of Sappho and her friends a corporeal mimetic communication that is no longer mimesis of the dead, but a signpost to the possibility of rescuing memory in language. How did Sappho and her friends speak? Language is veiled like the past, future like silence. The speaker brings up the past in it, veiled by language he receives his feminine being in conversation. But the women are silent. Benjamin sees this silence as a lifting out of a reason that has become irrational. The dilemma that thinking and cognition take place in the logos, in damaged language, cannot be solved. We have no redeeming language. However, reflection on the damaged is possible and necessary. It takes place in the mimesis of the alienated, which makes silence eloquent. Reflection begins where linguistic positivism stops, with that which cannot be spoken about. The image of the Sapphic women, the love of their bodies is without procreation, but their love is beautiful to behold. And they dare to look at each other. He takes a deep breath while the words fade away in the room. Silence and lust, eternally divorced in conversation, have become one. The silence of conversation was future lust, lust was past silence. The temporal structure introduced here is, as it were, removed from the continuum of history, i.e. perennial domination. It denotes a becoming having been, a temporal structure of desire, thus only actually historical time of the subject, which, emancipated from prehistory, enters history. This step is reserved for the humanity that has become aware of itself, which, having outgrown the spell of both the past and the future, no longer allows the present to triumph, which memorably makes the mute and inexpressive speak. Benjamin's meaning-destroying citation, the montage, breaks out the original, itself an origin, which had always provided the ground for allegory, and its alienation from meaning, the non-identical, which becomes meaningful precisely in the outcast, the discarded. These moments are Benjamin's fascination. In them he sees the inexorable course of world history as well as the rebellion against it. The ragpicker therefore becomes a metaphor for his own process in the passage and work, the method of this work, literary montage. I have nothing to say. Only to show. I won't steal anything valuable and I won't appropriate any witty formulations. But the rags, the waste, I don't want to inventory them, I want to let them come into their own in the only possible way, use them. Making the unheard audible, reading what was never written, collecting traces, and separating what belongs together in the routine view is the artistic approach of the montage of images. The selection of rags follows an arbitrariness guided by liberating interest. While rummaging through the garbage that the image archive of modernism threw at him, Benjamin also came across the whore. What imposes itself on her for version in the dialectical image is her ambiguity. Pushed to the margins of society, she simultaneously represents its innermost principle, universal exchange. The immanent contradiction, at the end of the exchange of equivalents, unequal things face each other, is conspicuous and suspended in the figure of the prostitute. As a commodity, she has the dual character of exchange value and use value. As a woman, she represents nature in bourgeois ideology, but in her venality she embodies the exchange of commodities. And since nature is not socially mediated, but ideologically posited as a priori, the contradiction between money and body cannot be resolved. Moreover, by giving sex for money and not for a child, by not producing a progenitor, the prostitute contradicts the female role in the bourgeois system of self-preservation. She thus places herself in an anti-natural context. The natural context in which the woman is located in male society and in which she is supposed to show the man the appearance of a unity of life and desire is thwarted by the whore and exposed as an ideological construct behind which social interests of domination lie. Her ambiguity is further fueled by the fact that she is commodity and seller in one. As the subject-object of the exchange process, however, she selectively overrides the gender-specific division of labor. She appears as a subject representing autonomous female desire, framed by contractual conditions that she herself imposes on the suitor. In his world of experience, the pimp appears as a secondary figure. Therefore, the whore is no longer female, but is assigned to an intermediate sphere of the sexes. She questions the boundaries of binarity. The ambiguity in the image of the whore, which Benjamin uses for his critique of society, is located in the field of tension between sex, exchange, and nature, as he explains, quoting Karl Kraus. However, the character of prostitution is determined by the fact that and how sexual and exchange traffic are intertwined. If it is a natural phenomenon, then it is just as much so from the natural side of economics, as a phenomenon of exchange, as from the natural side of sex. Contempt for prostitution? Prostitutes worse than thieves? Learn. Love not only takes wages, wages also give love. This ambiguity, this double nature as double naturalness, makes prostitution demonic. The double naturalness of the whore lies in the fact that as a woman she represents social nature, but in her venality she embodies the epitome of the universal exchange of goods, which has become second nature to society. Doubled nature, which becomes anti-nature in the allegorical elevation, indicates that which is alienated by and in society, the non-closed character, with which domination only ever proceeds. Benjamin doubles this alienation once again in the image of the whore and thus makes it accessible to a recognizing approach. Unlike Horkheimer and Adorno in the Dialectic of Enlightenment, Benjamin does not read the admission of the falsity of the image in the prescribed female beauty, but in the damaged, that which is located at the extreme opposite pole to hope. He makes the latter transparent precisely in terms of hope and the possibility of reflection, namely an artistic exaggeration, in the distortion of the disfiguring status quo, against which apparently nothing can be done. It is precisely in the distortion, the form that things take on in oblivion, that the thing itself is forced into oblivion. This is made possible by shaping the object as a dialectical image that traces an objective constellation in which the eternity of the historical state reveals itself as a socially necessary appearance. The dialectical image allows us to understand the foreign without it ceasing to be foreign. Peter Sondy. It permeates the myths of the commodity world conceptually and figuratively, and is therefore not redemption itself, but only an expression of the need for it. In the dialectical image, the tension between subject and object is indicated, not abolished. It allows the promise of reconciliation and happiness to flash through the veil of domination, but is not itself already reconciled. It remains in the negative and thus does not hide the possibility of failure, which is skipped over in the fantastic optimism of Hegel's philosophy of history. In this, the subjective, the drives, appear essentially as the cunning of reason, that is, as the maker of identity, as the mediator of the absolute in the sense of regained immediacy, as Horkheimer explains in Beyond the Gender Principle. In absolute identity, either everything is subject or everything is object. The sphere of indivisibility is liquidated and with it the idea of truth. The image of woman as nature is permeated by this inseparability, which preserves the idea of truth, the completely different. As a result of domineering identification, it nevertheless blocks absolute identity. The identity theorem can be seen through it, which according to Adorno means not allowing oneself to be talked out of the idea that what has arisen is capable of breaking the spell of origin. However, society in its existing form is not a good place for those who represent the non-identical. Horkheimer and Adorno make no secret of this either. Identity compulsion and total integration are prevalent. In the essay False Trouser Role, written around the same time as Beyond the Gender Principle, Horkheimer addresses the tremendous pull exerted by the radically socialized society. Referring again to gender relations, he says, "The reason why I do not love the fashion of the slackers. The woman now walks like a man, cigarette in her mouth, the corners of her mouth down, her forehead wrinkled. Like the master of this civilization that tramples on nature. Equality with man is emphasized, whose civilizing role is so ill-suited to her. She shows all the evils of the assimilant to the oppressor. The erotic is negated in this licensed freedom, in contrast to the old trouser role." This may sound antiquated, culturally conservative, and rooted in outdated gender images. However, Horkheimer's disgust is not directed at women as slackers, but at what they have conformed to, the master of this nature-crushing civilization. She is not denied the right to conform to it. But it does not make society a freer, better, more emancipated one, but indicates complete integration into the existing. The subject status that was denied to women for too long and which they achieve through such assimilation confirms what already exists and remains trapped in the gender principle, in which the male triumphs over everything that does not resemble him. Radical integration is the process that brings everything to identity. The reality principle, society, actually becomes the closed unit that leaves no more room, allows no escape, encompasses the whole person and gives him not a moment's inkling of the possibility of resistance. The dialectic of enlightenment darkly traces how the emancipation of women leads to their being trained as weapons. The spirit is unholy and everything good in its origin and existence is entangled in this horror. Such integration must be understood from the logic of the system, whose principle is exchange. This is closely related to the principle of identification. For Horkheimer and Adorno, women's emancipation in this society means assimilation into this society and ultimately an increasingly totalizing identification within this society. The bond closes ever more tightly. What disappears in such radical integration is the idea of that which does not conform, that which would be different, that which is still impotently given in the appearance of women as nature itself. In integration, in complete identification with the existing, the voiceless, the non-identical, the non-dominant, the marginalized by society is finally silenced. But these are the moments that are alive in remembrance as confidence, as courage, as humor, as cunning, as steadfastness, and which always question anew every victory that has ever fallen to the rulers. Unconditional love is a sister to independent thinking. But who trusts their thoughts so much that they would follow them into the darkness and allow themselves to be led by them like a dancer who, after a daring leap, allows their partner to catch them again in a tight dance? The double meaning of the term recognize, which in the Bible also means to consummate sexual intercourse, is hardly known anymore. It is not only the postmodern ideologues of gender studies who are working to put an end to the passion that unites thinking and loving. Since the 1990s, the destruction of sex as the basis of thought has been popularized in the USA under the label of polyamory as a practical life aid and is finding more and more friends in all Western societies. Polyamory promises a way out of monogamy without the hiding games, suspicions, and jealousy familiar from so-called open relationships. The trick: all sexual partners know each other personally, report to each other about intimacies that have taken place and talk together about any difficulties that arise. Friends of polyamory do not want to be lumped together with friends of swingers clubs or one-night stands. They strive for deep feelings, genuine love, responsibility, and respect. They are committed to responsible non-monogamy, Schroeder/Vetter, multiple love with respect, Spiegel January 2011, or responsible hedonism, Schott. They are still unorganized and a network structure is also more suited to polyamory, says one of the active promoters of the new doctrine in an interview, adding, "At some point there will be an association, and first in Germany laughs, Schroeder." Actually, it is only logical that in Germany of all places, which is also the land of clumsy lovers and charmless women, Wolfgangport, where the first things that come to mind in terms of sexual liberation are beat-as erotic accessories trade for marital hygiene and the Kommunard Rainer Langhans, and the members of private partnership rings want to found an umbrella organization. A commitment to responsibility and respect virtually cries out for appropriate care in an association under civil law. In Germany, polyamory is mainly discussed in left-wing and left-liberal publications, whose authors refer to a few standard works, such as Jungle World author Oliver Schacht's In Praise of Open Relationships, which was recently presented at the Berlin Left Book Days. But there is also interest in the queer feminist, radical left-wing scene and in Phase 2. Polyamory is in and, above all, green. It is the ecological recycling of the emotional world and works like renewable energy. If the old bond dies, you can find strength in a new one. If this also no longer provides warmth, you can reconnect to the old one, which is now recharged. You never have to fear loss, you never have to leave someone yourself. Many people opt for this type of relationship because they don't want to give up a beloved partner just because they slept with someone else, says Julia Seliger, formerly on the Party Council of Bündnis 90/Die Grünen. Polyamory is particularly at home where the denial of inner, sexual, nature and the fetishization of outer nature is elevated to a principle. Polyamory is just as suitable for androgynous queer autonomists and friends of the emotionally hardcore, emos, as it is for studiosus Germans who, in their Jack Wolfskin clothing, no longer know which gender they are. You can meet such people in the Homeland Security Initiative against tourists in Kreuzberg or in the climbing gym, where they experience a little bit of lost nature, the contradictions of which they would rather not know about themselves. Polyamory promises to remedy the shortcomings of the relationship between two people. No more jealousy, no more lies about cheating, and no more boredom. But despite these promises, there are always frustrations in the love network that were thought to have been overcome. Moreover, polyamory, i.e. the commitment to cheating, does not seem to kill off the desire to maintain secret love relationships. Robin Trask found out that her husband, one of the 3 men with whom she maintains a love network, had been in a long-distance relationship with a friend for several months. The usual followed: denials, investigations, the discovery of cell phone bills, a confession. The couple have now been separated for some time and have plans to divorce. Welt, October 26, 2007. Jealousy also remains a constant theme. And of course there are arguments related to the fact that 3 people are in a romantic relationship, especially when one of the 2 men doesn't think he has enough time alone with Franziska. Zeit Online, July 12, 2010. In addition, the degree of communication and organization increases immeasurably. So what is so attractive about polyamory? Never being alone again, being free from the fear of loss and thus the pitfalls of individuation is the polyamorous promise. Everything happens in cliques and rackets, in the swarm of friends, Seliger, the gated community, Schroeder, in a collective. It is no coincidence that we fall for the child that we want to remain. Children could best be brought up in housing projects committed to polyamory because there a backing similar to that of the clan could be developed, which requires support, especially in the question of a safe space for children, Schroeder/Vetter. The clan, with whose backing everything succeeds, is like the Green Party, with partnership agreements, rotation principle and firmly agreed veto rights. Welt, February 26, 2009. The skills that are taught at Loving More conferences also include the strict bookkeeping of a calendar. Welt, October 27, 2007. The typical polyamory supporter seems to be a practical, rather sober person. For him, polyamory is a sensible relationship model, and therefore a gain in freedom. Who wouldn't want that? Even insurance policies are taken out today for these reasons. In other respects, too, it seems to be less about sex and more about a new working model for part-time workers. We are dealing with a rational model that is suitable for optimally structuring and realistically assessing relationships. Even the problem of jealousy can be worked on and grown, Schroeder/Vetter, in order to move on to the serious work of emancipation after successfully overcoming a dark feeling, As one polyamory supporter puts it almost threateningly, we will work our way through our feelings. Spiegel, 40/1997. The relationship work that polyamory entails continues the desensualization and disenchantment of the world begun by Protestantism, the destruction of the last secularized sacred, the arcanum that surrounds love, and of eros as an inward becoming of the specifically divine in man. Carl Weimer. It could happen to this love as it did to God. Even if it is still constantly sung about in pop songs, literature, and cinema, the parallels are striking. Just as people once paid homage to the Holy Spirit in stained glass windows, oratories, and frescoes, the belief in love could one day evaporate just as easily as Christianity, UFOs, or any hope of life after death. Zeit Online, October 1, 2010. Where things are practical instead of passionate, collective instead of individual, political instead of private, where there is work instead of enjoyment, it is no longer possible to hide the fact that sexuality, devotion, and lust, unless you want to abolish them completely, are only permitted within very narrow limits. Polyamory puts an end to passions, especially stupid, jealousy. Where sexual politics, Schroeder/Vetter, is boldly written on the label, there is above all the communal public negotiation of sexual misery inside, which makes the individual aware of his or her interchangeability without any consideration. The once feared, hated, and above all distant rival, who can no longer be called a rival, now becomes the roommate in the shared flat or perhaps the best friend. You know all about your partner's preferences and qualities in bed and on the edge of the bed thanks to the relentless absolute honesty, an apparently pleasing form of self-discipline, and you also find out why the other person is so much more desirable than you are. Polyamorous people may talk about their feelings for hours and days on end, but they don't want to be carried away by them. The polyamory catechisms are as neurotic as Beta's specialist store for marital hygiene, clean, pure, and completely passionless in terms of language alone. The fact that the polyamory world is quite authoritarian is shown by the way it deals with jealousy. Almost every author of the movement opens this topic with a hymn to freedom, only to open each paragraph after a few pages with the word must. When jealousy taps on your shoulder, your first response must always be to acknowledge it and thank it for this opportunity for growth. Quoted from Schroeder/Vetter, in the original, Anna Pohl, Love Without Limits. Cornelia Johnson, the author of 111 Reasons to Love Openly, a song of praise for open relationships, polyamory, and friendship, says, everyone involved must constantly communicate and formulate their needs in order for it to work. Zeit Online, December 7, 2010. And Oliver Schott postulates, if we want to become better people through love, then we have to start here. In workshops, people learn how to become completely free of jealousy and how to turn the pain of loss into empathy and joy with others. They rob knowledge of its basis in experience, want to find something okay in contrast to what has been learned, Maschisky, and praise self-transformation as the guiding motif of polyamory practice, Maschisky. Where the self is to be changed and no longer the conditions under which the tortured creature lives, it becomes totalitarian. The ultimate consequence is the renunciation of love and romance and the exorcism of the last spark of love that is still contained in polyamory. For it to work, you should no longer say I love you, author collective of Aberdyke gibt es nur einmal for Michigan, and ultimately no longer have sex at all, because physical cohabitation, i.e. the same bedrooms and sex, makes closeness and love more difficult. Rainer Langhans, Augsburger Allgemeine, 5. Januar 2011. As long as the usual partner does not want and love the new one exclusively, unconditionally, devotedly, lavishly, voluptuously, uniquely, uninhibitedly, and therefore truly, and only gives him a version of love as affection that is just as worn out as the one you receive yourself, you allow him to connect with someone else. Where devotion is no longer wanted, everything is talked down until there is almost no passion left. This can be quite painful, but in the end very useful, because sex is only the icing on the cake itself consists of communication. Spiegel. 4097, or worse, serious communication, Schott. Polyamory contradicts exclusivity in love, regardless of whether it is a committed relationship between two people or a brief affair. Although the criticism is seemingly only aimed at exclusivity, it has long since come to mean that where nothing is exclusive, nothing should be dear to you. The secret of polyamory is mediocrity, in which there are no more extremes, no more abandonment, no jealousy scenes, but also no unconditionality, no devotion, and no intimacy. Where sexuality degenerates into a glaze, it becomes clear that the left-wing commune guru No. 1, Rainer Langhans, has only expressed where the journey is heading: no more sex. Although polyamory distances itself from experiments with free sexuality, the fact that its most prominent advocate has become a polyamory supporter himself is not something that people like to talk about. Although we share Langhans' desire to have no more privacy, the asexual consequence inherent in the convert, his frightened instinct, is nevertheless uncanny. But in the language of many polyamory authors, a sexual defense emerges that is not at all dissimilar to that of Rainer Langhans. They play down the sexual act as a more or less brutal rubbing of genitals, Schott, or resort to infantile language, such as the authors of the brochure Aberdyke gibt's nur einmal for Michigan, who introduced the verb korpern. They unflinchingly claim that sexuality is only good if love is involved. In reality, love to them means taking care of each other, which is why little more than cuddling seems to be their correct physical realization. Quote, but we're not swingers, we're not out for quick sex, we're there for each other, we each take care of the other. Spiegel, January 2011. There is little time for eroticism and lovemaking, because polyamory means always being organized, planning a lot, foregoing spontaneity. Zeit Online, July 12, 2010. There is neither room for secrets nor for the unforeseen. Every step must be considered in advance and evaluated in retrospect. Spiegel, 40/1997. Sex is imagined as clean and not dirty, depraved, indecent, filthy, and sinful. Passion and desire disappear in everyday life in such relationships, which functioned more like friendships and make way for brotherly love. The precise organization, the sleeping schedules, and precisely defined areas of responsibility not only lead to a sexual low tide, they no longer have time for anything else. Quote, I myself have decided that I want to have so much time for it. That's one of the reasons why I can never seriously do paid work, Maschisky. As in the great Islamic jihad of the heart, they are dogged fighters against their own ego, against the instinctual soul, with whose apologists they share a hatred of exclusivity. Langhans, who lives in similarly poor and isolated circumstances, also speaks out in favor of terror against the ego, for which one does not have to travel to the Orient. In 2007, he invited the former terrorist Brigitte Monhop to his harem. After so long in prison, she certainly has needs, including sexuality. But we are about much more. Those who are prepared to do intensive relationship work, which can also be a form of terror, will experience the paradise of tomorrow. Abendzeitung, March 28, 2007. In praise of the internet as a global experience of ecstasy, as a living commune of today, in which there is friendship and love, Langhans attempts to define his paradise. The net is more spiritual than the materialism of the past, especially that of the West. For the first time in known human history, this net enables everyone to become spiritual beings. This virtual paradise no longer recognizes material people. The body appears only as a shell that conceals the imperfect and impure, i.e. capitalism. Quote, in reality, the infinitely diverse abundance of the net has long since abandoned capitalism, the effective distribution system of eternal scarcity. And not only it remains in the body. That is its hallmark, RainerLanghans.de. Perhaps such fantasies are one reason why most male authors of the polyamory movement are keen to appear unattractive so as not to be exposed to the usual accusation that polyamory is just a project to increase the frequency of copulation, the sexist determination of men as pick-up artists, Maschisky. The self-portrayal of a certain Mirko in a dating forum can only serve as a deterrent. He describes himself as not too cheerful and finds the appropriation of the wrong thing in itself sometimes quite emancipative. People are something incomprehensible to him. Sometimes he is overcome by an impotent feeling of torment, not being allowed to know what I want, but his brain is more gendered than that of others. Above all, polyamory criticizes the undeniable disintegration of relationships in monogamy into platonic and sexual parts. However, contrary to what the supporters of polyamory claim, the sexual relationship is much more likely to take place in the affairs they criticize, while the partnership, whether monogamous or polyamorous, often suffers from a lack of passion. Single people also have platonic friendships, but compensate for the lack of sexuality in them with changing affairs. He satisfies his physical needs separately, with a partner for bed, sexual organs, one who is humorous and intelligent, for the brain, one who protects you, to save your own skin, and finally the platonic friend who also listens. But this does not mean that the social, self-centered and dark side of Eros has suddenly broken through. Eros is simply no longer able to accomplish what it fervently demands, the individual historical detachment from goal-restrained, tender familial love, in order to sweep away the blood surges in a similar way to capital in the primitive accumulation phase and advance towards subjective happiness. Instead, it withers away. The individual maintains increasingly goal-bound, family-like relationships because the world seems alien and at the same time unattractive to him, and he does not see himself equipped for comparison with others in the competition. Instead of exogamy, the integration of more and more isolated people into the family circle becomes the guiding principle, in which people fight more than they get along and degrade themselves in platonic friendship to comrades, sports mates, and flat-sharing communards, and in love to partners. As mutual confessors without sex and without the ecstasy of real priests in asceticism, they voluntarily endure this crude and deeply German relationship between the sexes, which has long since become universal. These brutalized relationships have long been dominated by what Langhans desires, namely unbearable, terroristic closeness without physical desire. But polyamory is not quite the opposite of monogamy. Polyamory joyfully embraces the decaying drive that powerlessly capitulates before the peaks instead of tearing open the sky, but is just as unable to create the true universal and takes revenge with brotherly love, the flip side of which, the sudden and indiscriminate rejection of drive, they prefer not to talk about. Monogamy, which has long since ceased to be romantic, has betrayed its very own idea of sharing erotic and platonic needs with one and the same person, and polygamy unites them more than their respective ideologues would admit. The ideal of love is forfeited where, according to Nietzsche, the degree and nature of a person's sexuality is kept away from the ultimate summit of his spirit. But where one's own closeness to the pitfalls of bourgeois monogamy is concealed, all that remains for the mind is blind rage against its father, the desire for exclusivity. Such an ideal of love not only poses a great challenge to people, it is often an excessive demand. Reasons for divorce and mental illness caused by this challenge are proof of this fact. Schroeder/Vetter. The real reason for psychological suffering is not the ideal of love, but the opposite, the end of sensuality, whether in monogamy or polygamy. The separation from sensual perception and from the perception of the human being as a sensual supersensual thing is followed by the famous circling of thoughts that accompanies almost every mental illness, thoughts that are purified of all matter and become insane in themselves. Not unlike communism, love is not a movement of the spirit following the will, but, because it springs from physical desire, a rebellion of the flesh, a real movement. This anarchic rebellion of love is not only its objection to a polyamory movement which, as a liberation of love, pursues its entanglement in schedules and rules. It is also her veto against bourgeois marriage. Love does not behave as a reasonable or socially acceptable emotional impulse, but as a social expression of life by lovers against their environment, which the polyamory movement wants to abolish and soften bourgeois sexual morality in marriage. And yet, in the emphasis on the asociality of love, the notion remains that its increasingly rare and increasingly fragile tendency towards marriage and long-term relationships not only creates coercion, but in this exclusive togetherness designed for the long term, the intimate desire for liberation in which the relationship of the particular to the general is preserved. For where polyamory seeks to liberate love from its urge for exclusivity, the compulsion to compete increases to infinity and builds up an overmanaged world in which not only is liberation no longer possible, but at the same time the idea of another world is no longer even permitted. The successive establishment of second and third relationships is no different to the run-up to the real separation of a couple with all the relationship discussions, promises and new beginnings on trial. However, while there is a breakup at some point and usually too late, polyamory prevents the final decision and suspends a couple's crisis. Not only does this perpetuate the bond between the former lovers, this suspension of the past affects everyone who comes into contact with the two and is gripped by their coldness and lack of love, which is then called tolerance and understanding. Polyamory draws intimacy out into the open and sprays a poison that, unlike the termination of a relationship, where the most disgusting misconduct and hostility between the former lovers can occur, perpetuates the separation as a condition, as a compulsion to communicate, to continue, i.e., to perpetuate the misery. In this way, a permanent crisis is conjured up that can only be maintained by a myriad of rules and agreements. Certainly, the permanent crisis in polyamory cannot be completely separated from the crises in monogamous relationships. But where in monogamy it seems as if crises can always repel something old, something from the past, because the possibility of rupture is constitutive, the polyamorous person no longer gives into the illusion that they can detach themselves from anything and becomes one with a past that always determines the present because of the past but never leaving relationship partners. In contrast to swingers, for whom the temporary change of sexual partners is certainly a solution to temporary crises, and the unpopular singles, who do not care about the feelings of their partners beyond the night they spend together, lived polyamory demands full control of emotions through all-round transparency and bundles frustration against the common enemy, so-called serial monogamy. While in this form, all beauty must prove to be poison when it comes to separation, with the probable consequence that attraction before and disgust after the break become increasingly powerless the next time, the followers of polyamory completely deny the specialness inherent in exclusivity and completely surrender it to the false generality. Polyamory is the theory of an unconsciously litigating general that gloats over the disintegration of marriage as one of the last possibilities of forming humane cells in the inhuman general, Adorno, and maliciously states that it too cannot realize the true general. As the individual's cynical awareness of their private misfortune, polyamory makes itself the custodian of an inhumanity that joyfully affirms hopelessness as a seemingly unquestionable compulsion. If polyamory were to become total, everything would dissolve into communication, into an endless confusion of voices. If intimacy, which is reminiscent of secrecy as well as unspoken agreement, were to disappear as the last objection to language that has degenerated into communication, if communication were allowed to penetrate to the furthest corners of sexuality, then it would become total and the drive would be brought to a standstill. People would still be able to walk and eat, but they would be the living dead. What Uschi Obermeier said polemically about her ex-boyfriend Rainer Langhans would become true. He's been at a standstill for 40 years. He somehow got stuck back then. Rainer hasn't developed since '68. On the contrary, he's a sad, pathetic joke. A boring caricature of himself. He continues, he just talks, he doesn't live. He's embarrassing, has no emotions at all and is the most humorless person I know. This pseudo-harem in Munich with these 4 women is also just horrible. They've been going all super spiritual, total expansion of consciousness, blah blah blah, drinking tea and eating tofu for decades. It really makes my skin crawl. Because the truth is they're just fighting, jealous and envious of each other. Abendzeitung, January 26, 2011. Certainly, the love of the sexes always remains ambivalent as the reason for dreams, inventions, challenges and ideas, but also misconceptions, wars, violence, and the reason for the financial ruin of entire families. But the humane is formed as a sense of difference in its most powerful experience, that of the sexes, Adorno. The gender contradiction has become total in the exchange society and is most bitterly manifested in it. Yet this contradiction must be endured and not abolished in the death of sensuality if we do not want to abolish the possibility of one day casting off the society that mediates it. So that the reconciliation contained in the reconciliation of the sexes may appear in a united humanity, and that in intercourse, as an act of sex and exchange, truly equal things may finally be exchanged. The fact that such a reconciliation is conceivable at all is due to exclusive love, which does not want to concern itself with others, which no longer knows any society or abstract life, and is thus the appearance of a world that no longer needs gender antagonism. The homosexuality of Tim Cook, the chief executive of Apple, has never been a problem either in his company or in the industry in which he works. It has always been known somehow because Cook did not keep his gayness a secret, but otherwise people were mainly interested in his achievements as a manager, which were such that he became CEO of Apple. Even the unintentional media outing in June last year, when TV presenter Simon Hobbs praised Cook on camera as one of the few known gay CEOs, Cook did not have to comment because the American public did not force him to make a statement. Moreover, Hobbs' lapse showed just how much homosexuality has become the norm in Western societies. If it were something to make a secret of or to admit with pathos, the presenter would not have blabbed, but would have either reverently guarded the secret or derisively exposed it. The fact that homosexuality, apart from authoritarian milieus such as the military, which are themselves structurally homosexual and therefore openly hostile to individual homosexuality, not only does not have to be concealed in Western countries today, but also does not have to be ostentatiously admitted, is evidence of an increase in individual freedom. Because normality always also means freedom, or at least makes it possible. The fact that most Western countries have largely complied with the demands of the homosexual movement for social equality since the 1980s has not left the gay and lesbian movement itself untouched. The former gradually discarded the pretentious and shrill posturing that never merely signaled colorfulness, but always bore traces of social coercion, while the latter became recognizable as belonging to the female gender in the first place. The successful U.S. series The L Word, Not Only for Lesbians, in which attractive lesbian businesswomen compete for well-paid jobs and steal each other's girlfriends, i.e. act just as pleasantly or unpleasantly as their straight colleagues, also made the unsightly, butch type of butch obsolete in the media, just as Klaus Wowerite's brashness fits at least as well with a bunch of pretty blondes as it does with his partner. The internal codes of the community have largely become obsolete, the militant impetus of I'm proud to be gay seems antiquated. But the social normality that allows more individual freedom at work and in private life is also perceived as boring. Those who can no longer score points with their personal uniqueness as a threatened minority or exotic bird experience normality as a narcissistic insult, because freedom in an integral society always means leveling. Living proof of this paradox is Cook, who didn't need a token woman to get to the top, nor did he have to play the freak that everyone finds funny but no one takes seriously. In view of such pleasant calmness, the pathos with which the 53-year-old Cook finally came out as gay to the media in an open letter published in the U.S. business magazine Bloomberg Businessweek at the end of October 2014 seems all the more disconcerting. Although Cook was not announcing anything that was not already known, and although, unlike the activists who had to reckon with serious personal and professional consequences after voluntarily or involuntarily announcing their homosexuality, often with defamatory intent, he took no risks. His confession surpassed even the old proud to be gay in terms of emphasis. I am proud to be gay, and I consider my homosexuality one of the greatest gifts God has given me, said Cook, whom God's gift enables to excel in the working world. Cook cited that his homosexuality had helped him become a better Apple CEO. He was better able to empathize with others because of his experiences as a member of a minority, he said, and was more self-confident, and he had acquired the thick skin of a rhinoceros because of previous hostility. Welt Compact, November 24, 2014. In view of the skills that being gay has gifted him with, it seems irresponsible to him to remain silent about the origin of these blessings. I realized that my need for privacy prevented me from doing something more important. While the traditional coming out served to create an undisturbed private sphere in the first place by confronting the omnipresent whispering and gawking as well as the systematic discrimination with the public confession of being gay or lesbian and, so the hope, ending it at some point. Cook sees this private life as a disturbance that clouds the view of the professional and civic potential that gay people bring with them due to their sexual orientation, the early activists in their fight for equal rights would probably never have dreamed of such a victory. It is no coincidence that the only criticism of Cook's coming out, which was otherwise met with unanimous enthusiasm, came from a woman who, as the New York business correspondent for the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, does not work in a department traditionally reserved for women. In her article of October 30th, 2014, Christiane Hannah Henkel described Cook's engagement against discrimination against minorities in the NZZ as honorable, but objected, Cook himself is neither a civil rights activist nor a politician, as Martin Luther King or Robert F. Kennedy were. He refers to both in his text. Cook is also not an entrepreneur, but a manager who runs a company that he does not own. He is an outstanding manager, but he abuses his power when he makes his sexual orientation an issue as the head of one of the most closely watched corporations in the world. That is not part of his job. Cook also writes that he sees his homosexuality as a gift from God. What does that mean in reverse? Are heterosexuals or majorities in general less gifted? He also sees his sexual orientation as a reason to be proud. That sounds arrogant. After all, sexual orientation, like skin color or gender, is not a merit, but a natural gift. End of quote. With this assessment, Henkel is just as far removed from the resentment that same-sex love is against nature as she is from the queer discourse that dissolves all sexual impulses into social constructs and political decisions. However, NZZ editor-in-chief Marcus Spillman immediately distanced himself from her sober argumentation, which only asks about the merit of the person in question, which of course could also include the fight against discrimination against minorities, which is why Henkel's coming out is understandable from Cook's personal perspective, after negative comments about Henkel's homophobia rained down on social networks. He did not even respond to Henkel's criticism, because the criticism of this step, however it may be justified, testifies to a lack of tolerance and a continuing stigmatizing treatment of gays and lesbians. End quote. Instead, he regretted the lack of censorship. All internal control mechanisms have failed here. The publication was a mistake, just as the text is a mistake. NZZ, October 31st, 2014. By discrediting his own employee, Spillman was not only kowtowing to a queer lobby that has become mainstream, which shows even less solidarity towards women who do not share its own ideology as it sees itself as outdoing the old-fashioned women's movement, but also towards a gay movement that has always had a problematic relationship with women, whether heterosexual or homosexual. Thanks for the clarification. Wrote the Pink Cross Gay organization ironically and soldierly on Facebook after Spillman's intervention. We'll put the gunpowder away again, FAZ 31, 10.14. In fact, in the past, solidarity has tended to take place between lesbian and heterosexual women, which is not surprising, since gay men, as much as they were discriminated against in comparison to heterosexual men, were in a better position than women in many areas of society, access to education or voting rights, before the gay and women's movement in Western countries. Solidarity with women's emancipation was practiced more often than gays by heterosexual men, in the era of the liberal bourgeoisie, for example, John Stuart Mill, who wished for equal female companions, while in parts of the gay milieu, complementary to the widespread admiration for female star icons there, a dislike of women was cultivated that could compete with any heterosexual male regular's table. But in fact, the NZZ author was met with resentment from society as a whole that went far beyond community interest. Jens Schattendorf, who was interviewed by the media after Cook's outing and was introduced on Zeit Online, February 11, 14, as an entrepreneur, freelance diversity researcher at the Peter Loschauer Endowed Chair of Business Ethics at the Technical University of Munich and author of the 2014 book Der Regenbogenfaktor, The Rainbow Factor, was outraged by Henkel's criticism. Anyone who reads her lines can hardly believe their eyes. You feel transported back to times when business leaders followed the mantra alone. The business of business is business, Milton Friedman. In truth, the mantra that Schattendorf denounces as neoliberal propaganda has had a rather progressive effect, at least in terms of gender policy, thanks in no small part to this credo, which disregards gender and sexual orientation and only allows business to count. More than a few women have managed to make a career in the free economy. The women who made it to the top were those who had learned over 2 generations to be at least as assertive as men and to forego traditional feminine qualities such as gentleness and motherliness in favor of the necessary coldness and toughness, without having to give up external attributes of their femininity. The fact that it was not enough for women in the free economy to adopt male gestures of authority and that they had to surpass the performance of men in order to be taken seriously in the business world, which was still often discussed in the 90s, was not only the result of the often unfair behavior of male colleagues towards the new female competitors. Above all, women had to be more cunning and colder because, due to their position in society, which for a long time was limited to the home and family, they were not only considered to have the opposite female abilities, empathetic, loving, etc., but were actually considered part of the bourgeois female social character. The division of the productive and reproductive spheres of work according to gender in the course of bourgeois society actually led to the development of female and male abilities, not biologically, but socially constituted, which were not just ideology, but to a certain extent became reality through the conditions of everyday life. The empathy falsely attributed to women as biological capital, for example, was one reason why professions in the service sector and in social and educational services, where empathy and communicativeness are required, were often held by women, and women were also able to make careers in cultural professions. In the meantime, more and more men are working in these professions traditionally reserved for women, but unlike their female colleagues, who are already female, they are credited with the new acquisition of such supposedly female skills as an outstanding achievement. As a result, male educators are less of a problem these days than they used to be, but we also have to put up with multi-competent figures like Reinhold Beckmann, who switched from soccer reporting to evening entertainment in order to empathetically crawl into his interview partners while making a big deal of his music band's performances. The gay men who, since the 1980s, have forced their way into the once feminine professions of the cultural and service sector, in the TV business, for example, Alfred Biolek, who, compared to today's presenters, is extremely likable, have unintentionally forged ahead of the advantage that heterosexual men like Beckmann with feminine skills have over traditional bosses, but also over emancipated, cold and calculating women. In the free economy, gender mixing has so far taken place to a lesser extent, which cannot be explained solely by the fact that women there are often exposed to hostility, while the women remaining in the female professions are happy about the arrival of helpful colleagues. Paradoxically, the fact that the so-called feminine qualities have become so generalized as soft skills that not only men in women's professions have to identify with them, but in professional and private intrigue, instead of hard-fought hierarchy battles, alerted cuddliness and smiling meanness are increasingly in demand. The result is that women who are emancipated in the traditional sense, who have left the professions reserved for them and are assertive and self-confident, are falling behind because what they have painstakingly learned is of less and less use to them, while their male competitors are credited with their soft skills as extraordinary abilities. Men who seek consensus instead of conflict, who are better at tactical sucking up than confrontation, are successful with skills that women today often no longer possess because they have freed themselves from the compulsion to conformist empathy. The male competencies, which are just as little tied to the real gender as the female ones, have lost their value for women in the competitive struggle. Instead of dealing with a bunch of arrogant mackers, they are more likely to have to deal with penetratingly friendly team players at work who play the colleague's friend in an understanding conversation. As welcome as it is that insinuating remarks about dirndls to be filled out, Rainer Brutterl, are now only laughable, the type of the new man gifted with female social skills, to whose generalization the social rise of gay men in Western countries has contributed and who fits better into the contemporary team than the authoritarian boss or the merely well-behaved subaltern, is questionable. The asexual workaholic computer nerd and the art-loving bearded youngster with giant glasses and slim trousers, who is present at every queer party, are the introverted and extrovert version of this new type, in which the bad sublation of bourgeois gender characters literally takes shape. Viewing one's own homosexuality not as a private matter, but as an opportunity to accumulate experience as a member of a minority, as Cook does, fits in with the comprehensive politicization and socialization of endearing and unpleasant private characteristics, which are no longer seen as the flip side of the public persona, but as career-enhancing proof of identity for those who carry every private inclination into everyday working life and every professional qualification into private life. Cook is at best old-fashioned in that he actually acknowledges his homosexuality and not the shifting that queer men and women claim for themselves, which is no longer aimed at any kind of self-identity. Consistently, Schattendorf praised Cook not for breaking any taboos, none had taken place, but for his engagement in civil society. Those who have the courage to tell the truth can bring their full potential to the job. That's why it's so important to create an open, respectful working environment. The freedom to decide whether or not to come out of the closet has given way to the obligation to be honest, so that nowadays people are skeptical of anyone who is alone or refuses to disclose private information. Revealing everything, confessing self-confidently to every emotion, is the complete emotional adaptation to the corporate context, which also includes the already meager remnants of intimate life. The fact that Cook voluntarily sacrifices the right to privacy, which homosexuals had to fight hard for and which Cook also knows about due to earlier hostility, shows the extent to which social coercion has already been internalized as his own will. The enthusiastic reactions to Cook's coming out were directed at this self-correction in the name of confession, because he has done what is required of every individual, regardless of whether they are heterosexual or homosexual. Heterosexuals also need to emphasize the value of their personal relationships for the professional culture, whereby subdued promiscuity is better received than dull fidelity, but of course also than baseless excesses. The main thing is that one is not simply alone and therefore has nothing at all to confess, because that would be more suspicious than eloquent exhibitionism. In this respect, Schattendorf's wish that 5 or 6 boardroom bosses and middle-class entrepreneurs should now also come out of the closet and thus qualify as true citizens reflects a trend in society as a whole. While the citizen of the bourgeoisie was divided into citoyen and private person, today's real citizens are no longer citizens because the complete disclosure of the private sphere destroys it, just as work, where it is defined by the commitment to one's own gender identity, encroaches on the most intimate aspects of the individual. Where the commitment to gender identity is part of the work, everyone has to see themselves only as part of their peers. Complete identification with the team goes hand in hand with the fact that the reference to an outside world disappears, as does the development of skills that distinguish one from others. Irrespective of the empirical gender and sexual orientation of the individual, the team is structurally homosexual, because the more coercively it demands that its members confess their own sexual orientation as a service to the team, the more it cools the continuing antagonism between the sexes. Although these relatively new working relationships affect women and men of whatever sexual orientation, they initially have a stronger effect in favor of men qualified by female skills, compared to whom empathetic and assertive women appear more as conventional types who offer nothing really new to the team. This is why the triumph of soft-skilled men, which has been prepared by the bourgeoisification of gay middle-class men since the 90s, appears to many qualified professional women as a threatening competitive phenomenon. It is only against this background that the discussion about the supposed new quality of homophobia in Western Europe, particularly in France, can be understood. This is not least a reaction to the fact that the social status of homosexuality and heterosexuality and both their relationship to social domination has changed decisively in Western countries in recent decades. Homosexuals, be they women or men, are no longer prospective victims in Western countries. And just like women, they are no better or more interesting people than any white, male, heterosexual bourgeois because of their gender identity. The possibility of being something other than a victim and just as mediocre as everyone else is an important consequence of homosexual liberation since the 1980s and contributes to its retroactive demystification. Nobody knows better than the bourgeoisified gays and lesbians that the possibility of mediocrity not only means disillusionment, but also offers the prospect of a more comfortable life than a forced outcast existence, which is precisely why they rightly demand the possibility of marriage where they do not yet have it. Not so long ago, however, the demystification of the homosexual minority cult also included the realization that homosexuality, understood not as an individual choice of love, but as a social form, is just as intertwined with social domination in a specific way as heterosexuality. A distinction between individual and social homosexuality, as formulated early on by critical theory, is indispensable for this insight. In an article from 2007, in which he refutes the accusation that critical theory is homophobic and interprets Adorno's fear of the Männerbund as an anti-fascist interest in knowledge, Chark Kunstreich differentiates between social and individual homosexuality in precisely this sense. The former is about the quality of the repressed, suppressed homosexual impulse, which is just as constitutive for the paranoid union in the Männerbund under National Socialism as it is for the Islamic rackets. The archaic structures of the Männerbund serve the regressive need for de-differentiation and de-individualization, whereby regression here does not mean the return to the womb, but the union with the tyrannical father, so that a peculiar split in drive life is created, which Erich Fromm has described. In physiological terms, the average authoritarian man is heterosexual. In psychological terms, however, he is homosexual and hostile and cruel towards women. The pre-emancipatory longing for belonging in the male society is therefore one that punishes homosexuality in everyday empirical relationships, but at the same time prescribes compulsory homosexuality to the psychosocial constitution of the subjects, which is why it is the homosexuality that is necessarily repressed in the male society that is the main cause of the persecution of individual homosexual desire. Social homosexuality bypasses the need to differentiate between social and private relationships, while individual homosexuality as well as individual heterosexual desire are relentlessly persecuted in the sinister asexuality of the Männerbund. The affinity of the post-bourgeois team to the Männerbund described by Kunstreich exists in this exorcism of individual desire, which is removed from the group's grasp as private, with the simultaneous fusion of social and private relationships in the structurally homosexual community, regardless of how many men and women come together in the team. It was only the French mass demonstrations against gay marriage that prompted Kunstreich to reveal these findings and to recognize that the insights of critical theory into the authoritarian implications of social homosexuality that he presented were ultimately the result of the homophobia of its protagonists, and that there is hardly any difference between deathmat Islamic and right-wing Western European homophobia. Together with Joel Naber, he distances himself from his considerations on the causality of repressed homosexuality and paranoia asserted in the dialectic of enlightenment, and from his updating of Adorno and Horkheimer's findings on racket formation in the National Socialist Men's League in relation to Islam in an article in which the homophobic rallies of the bourgeois right and clerical fascists in France now appear as a generalization of the Islamic hate campaign against individual homosexuality. Quote, after the beginning of the Al-Aqsa Intifada in the fall of 2000, not only did anti-Semitic attacks increase worldwide, but so did attacks on homosexuals and their meeting places. What was interpreted at that time, and increasingly after the attacks of 9/11, also by us, as a symptom of Islamization, unconsciously as a reaction to the forced homosexuality of Muslim communities and consciously as an element of anti-Western resentment, is ubiquitous today. End quote. Even if they concede that there is still an element of exorcism in Islamic homophobia and that, at first glance, the hatred spreading in Europe and the USA does not seem to relate so much to the homosexual fact itself, but to the emancipation of homosexuals, as if this difference were not indisputable, the authors believe they see similarities between secular and religious homophobia, which in the end almost become an identity insofar as Islamists, who wish for a theocracy, and French right-wingers, who rhetorically invoke laicism, merge into representatives of the same social type. At the same time, the differences between homosexuals, which Kunstreich/Naber use as a synonym for gays, and Jews, between homophobia and anti-Semitism, become blurred. The one becomes a metaphor for the other when it says, if the manifestations of Islamist homophobia always convey the impression of a will to annihilation, the homophobic rage of the bourgeois Europeans is more reminiscent of the outrage of the rebellious Arabs in Mandate Palestine, who did not want to endure the emancipation of the Jews from their status as dhimmis, as second-class citizens. They chanted, "The Jews are our dogs. The Jews are our dogs." Barjot formulates this with regard to the homosexuals plus discretement. End of quote. That the comedian Virgin Tellen, appearing as Frigide Barjot, who is politically and habitually at least as unpleasant as Brigitte Bardot, whose name she spoofs, makes propaganda against same-sex marriage, but unlike Islamic homophobes does not threaten the lives of homosexuals, that their initiative is aimed at the sphere of law and can also be fought on this level, while the Islam practiced in France does not recognize civil law because it believes in a higher one, if such differences are supposed to be a question of discretion, which literally means the ability to differentiate, this would in any case speak very much in favor of the civilizing power of discretion. It remains unclear to what extent there is a connection between the cause of Jews, women, and homosexuals, and to what extent the emancipation of homosexuals, Jews and women is also connected to humanity in general. After all, women, unlike homosexuals or Jews, have never been a minority. Rather, the insight that the goal of correct practice should be humanity and not the emancipation of particular groups becomes a commonplace in such formulations, which glosses over the differences and contradictions between the groups that, as long as free humanity is a long time coming, pursue more divergent than common interests. The purpose of the self-denial, however, is not to save the concept of humanity, but to expose as homophobic someone who took it seriously and therefore remained skeptical of particular liberation movements, by finally expressing Adorno's inability to distinguish between homosexuality as a culture and individual homosexual desire. If the new right French propaganda against same-sex marriage ultimately stems from the same disposition as Islamic homophobia, it is no longer surprising that terms from the German national conservative milieu are being applied to the situation in France. The fact that hundreds of thousands of people protested against gay marriage in France for months, that church groups offer therapies that are supposed to cure homosexual desire, and that the procreation of children is defended as the sacred natural right of the union of man and woman. Kunstreich/Naber explain that the camp of the extreme right forms the hardcore of the movement, which is joined by the Catholic milieu, which has nothing against the professional activity of women and the right to life of homosexuals, but which demands the values, les valeurs. And comment on this, the purpose of the Manifesto, transferred to Germany, is therefore a debate about a dominant culture with elements of gentrification, in which the provincial middle class presents itself as a victim in the face of decadent Paris. End quote. Apart from the fact that the protests against gay marriage in France are by no means a purely provincial phenomenon, but are in no small part supported by the younger urban middle class, which is traditionally more left-wing, and that the difference between groups that agitate against same-sex marriage and do so only with values, and those that deny homosexuals the right to life and threaten them with death, is no trifle. The term Leitkultur cannot be transferred to France. Not only because supporters of German Leitkultur, who are more concerned about the impact of migration on national cohesion, welcome homosexuals of Cook's ilk just as much as the notorious highly qualified migrants. In fact, homophobia has never been part of the standard arsenal of Leitkultur preachers. Rather, homosexuality, see Wauwright, is affirmed as a component of multiculturalism. But above all because in France, where culture is part of the vocabulary of republicanism, slogans such as "every child needs a mother and a father," as the slogan of the Manif pour tout goes, are not accompanied by the biologistic justification as in Germany. The idea that every child needs a biological father and a biological mother to look after it according to a division of labor determined by nature was never dominant in France, unlike in Germany. Here, bourgeois family life did not preclude women from handing their children over to trained governesses at an early age in order to be able to devote themselves as soon as possible to their professional and private lives, which are severely restricted by children, nor is the type of earthy feminist midwife known in France who morally defames and blackmails expectant mothers who want a birth that is as painless as possible. An equivalent to the insult raven mother for independent, unmotherly women is unknown in France. The idea that feminists have to prove the authenticity of their cause by foregoing fashion and cosmetics and dressing in corpse gray or purple sacks instead of chic outfits is met with a shake of the head at best. In France, the slogan that every child needs a mother and a father is essentially justified on two grounds, neither of which is sympathetic, but neither of which is ethnic. The clerical fascist or Catholic integrist variant does not argue biologically and, in accordance with Catholic dogma according to which homosexuality is sinful but the lives of homosexual individuals must be protected at all costs, is not directed against the lives of homosexuals, unlike Islamic homophobes, but against their participation in the law of marriage. Even if opponents of gay marriage often use the term laicism, it is an attempt to reintroduce elements of canon law into the laicist state. Historically, these opponents of gay marriage are part of the counter-revolutionary tradition that wants to take back the anti-Catholic impulse of the bourgeois revolution and against which laicism must be defended just as much as against Islamic demands for special cultural rights. The other justification, which is likely to find many supporters among the urban bourgeoisie, refers to the principle of mixite, the secular principle of gender mixing, which is important for the French school and university system and which states that members of both sexes must be taught together in all educational institutions, but which also helped to establish a way of life in France, which allows boys and girls, women and men with whatever sexual preferences to meet each other how, where and when they want, but which also forces them in a thoroughly desirable way to expose themselves to everyday encounters with representatives of the opposite sex in public life, thus helping to prevent forms of gender homogeneous horde formation, as defined by critical theory in the concept of social homosexuality. One product of this principle is the omnipresent couples compulsion in France, the widespread expectation in all social classes to attend private meetings as a couple, which seems ceremonial and convulsive compared to the casual sociability that is widespread in Great Britain, but also in Germany. However, this compulsion also means that the tendency, which is also widespread in left-wing milieus in this country, to invade pubs in homogeneous groups of men and women in order to then spread out among themselves, is almost unknown in France, just as public and private encounters between citizens there are generally characterized more by the form of the couple than the group. It is this principle of mixite that everyday Islam in France, from the banlieues to everyday education and teaching, is constantly torpedoing and undermining. But it is also this principle, which is still alive in the everyday lives of many French people, that has prevented gender ideology, with its anti-sexist regulation of everyday life, from gaining anywhere near as strong a foothold in France as in Germany, Scandinavia, or the United States, even though it drew its theoretical foundation from France via post-structuralism. From this perspective, many Republican French people reject same-sex marriage, not because it is unnatural, but because they fear that the loss of mixed parenthood, which brings children into contact with people of both sexes from birth, would mean that the secular principle of mixite would be abandoned. This fear is unsympathetic because it assumes that homosexual parents are keeping their children away from the opposite sex, i.e., that they, unlike heterosexual parents, are easily denied the capacity for individuality. However, she explains what Kunstreich/Neighbor are outraged about, namely that Elizabeth Levy, editor-in-chief of the monthly magazine Le Causeur, which in earlier years was responsible for numerous pleasing and polemical objections to left-wing hatred of Israel, and Alain Finkielkraut, who perhaps once hoped that a rapprochement with the Front National would enable them to be part of a national identitarian bulwark against the ongoing Islamizification of French society, but who do not shy away from aligning themselves with a fascist movement such as Man of Portu. In other words, they refuse to be pinned down to the Islam-critical and gay activist line that German ideological critics would like to claim for them. When Beit Havrim, a group of French Jewish gays, rightly criticizes in conversation with Finkielkraut that they are not bothered by artificial insemination in heterosexual couples who cannot have children, unlike homosexuals, this indicates that the rejection of gay marriage by advocates of republicanism is a symptom of the impotence and poor abstractness of that republicanism in the face of the erosion of its conditions, which is promoted by the merging of professional and private life in the team, which levels out gender differences and forces individuals to publicly declare their sexual orientation, which has always been regarded as politically and socially relevant. Anyone who does not criticize Finkielkraut and other French conservatives who speak out against gay marriage on this basis, but instead, out of indignation at how one can be against Islam and gay marriage, accuses them of an alliance with the fascists, who basically agree with Islam in their hatred of homosexuals, is no longer able to recognize from all the gay political engagement that homosexuals in France are only threatened in their lives from one side. While the conversation between Finkielkraut and Beit Havrim illustrates that in France, despite all the dissent on the issue of gay marriage between Republican Jewish intellectuals and homosexuals, there is agreement on which groups pose the worst threat to both Jews and gays in France: the abstract gay political activism, which in view of the new right-wing mass protests against gay marriage can no longer distinguish between Islamic death threats and right-wing bourgeois attempts to dismantle laicism, between Jews and gays, between homophobia and anti-Semitism, unintentionally returns to the old left-wing fetishization of the homosexuals as a subversive fringe group. The fact that there are homosexual anti-Semites, Islamophile gays, and heterosexuals who show solidarity with Israel, quite a few of whom are against gay marriage in France, such secondary contradictions disappear, as does the realization of the extent to which homosexuals have long since become quite average citizens in Western countries, and the extent to which Islam, not republicanism, endangers this normality. On Saturday, July 11, 2015, it was that time again. The self-proclaimed lunatics, spackos, and cripples of this city paraded through the streets of Berlin for the third time to celebrate disabled and crazy. So far, so good, and yet nowhere near as libertarian as one might think at first glance, because and not despite or regardless of being disabled, crazy or chronically ill, people celebrate. In times when there is nothing to celebrate, the Pride Parade celebrates the crazy and the disabled. Kiss madness awake, love bowlegs and spasms, desire crutches and catheters. End quote. Even the label of the spectacle testifies to its lack of content. In the mobilization for the Pride Parade, the ostensible intention of the event to focus on mad and disability plays no role, because in addition to people with diagnosed disabilities or mental illnesses, all obstinate and normally disturbed people as well as polyamory supporters allegedly pathologized as relationship disturbed are invited to participate. What remains is the unifying factor that everyone is somehow a marginalized group. Such interest politics, which no longer recognizes any specific interest, is simply politics for the sake of politics, for the sake of blunt, making. It is the same with the invoked pride. The invocation of pride could already be observed at gay prides, which over time expanded into tika and asterisk or simply queer prides. Since such different group interests are fused together under an identitarian label and the contradictions that necessarily go hand in hand with this are not resolved, pride is the appropriate name for the empty self-assurance that the spectacle aims to achieve. The only maxim of ideological strutting is the omnipresent postulate: it's good that we are who we are. The authoritarian command to be content with who we are and to want to stay that way so that we can celebrate again and again always resonates. The way we are right. In reality, however, and the reality is barely acknowledged by the critically minded celebration propagandists, in no case is anyone good or right the way they are. In fact, everyone is damaged and ugly, and it is precisely this that is unconsciously expressed in the desire to gather not only the truly disabled or those diagnosed as mentally ill, but everyone under the banner of the normally disturbed. In view of the fact that man is still a humiliated, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being without necessity, shame rather than pride would be appropriate. Suffering makes it evident that humanity as such does not yet exist because it has never left its prehistory. In the Catechism of the Catholic Church, which still expresses an inkling of this, pride as superbia is one of the 7 deadly sins. The sinfulness of pride lies in the presumed equality with God, the secular manifestation of which is the arrogance of actually existing people in relation to their possibilities. Pride does not abolish shame, but represses or suppresses it, thus withdrawing it from consciousness. Pride is a defensive reaction against shame, a psychological correlate of communitization in the community. Only those who no longer waver between shame and pride, but can step aside and reflect on the relationship between the two, would be sublime. For a long time, a song from the musical La Cage aux Folles, A Cage Full of Fools, by Jerry Herman was regarded as the anthem of the gay, lesbian and trans movement. In it, not only false pity but also vapid praise is rejected in the name of otherness. I am what I am, I don't want praise, I don't want pity. The musical shows how something like self-respect can emerge as a result of and despite the personal outing. I am what I am can be a necessary reaction of defiance in the face of an environment that continues to be cruel. It provides individual comfort, but should not be confused with baseless self-aggrandizement. Even the economic liberal phrase, be proud of what you have achieved, which sounds repulsive as an imperative, shows that pride can be experienced without it taking on neurotic traits, but this only happens where pride does not have its origin solely in an imaginary or actual group affiliation. By collectivizing feelings, they allow the barbaric in people to emerge. As a collective social self-assurance, group pride takes on traits of honor, which has always been alarmingly close to it. In contrast to the common talk of self-worth and self-determination, we should instead remember the concept of dignity. Its content is not identical with the idealistic ideology that the invocation of dignity has become since the 19th century, especially in Germany. Rather, the concept of dignity has a materialistic core, which is suspended in the seemingly most formal form of the concept of dignity, the legal one. In contrast to the consensual modesty that society constantly demands of the individual as a voluntary achievement and which pride in what one is only doubles inwardly, dignity can be sued for. An article by Leo Elser, in which he claims a constitutive irrationality of law against the supposed legal fetishism of the Bahamas, shows where it leads if one rejects civil law, because it is only formal and not real, together with its ideological manifestations, as not capable of truth. With regard to the alleged indeterminacy of the Bahamians' understanding of law, the article states, this leads in part to the production of articles in which an ideal or idealized idea of what law is, without this then being developed, is juxtaposed with a certain legal practice that appears to be a form of decay compared to the ideal of law. End of quote. Elser takes up a formulation from the invitation to the Conference das Unbehagen in der Zivilisation, which postulates an inherent tendency of law towards self-cancellation. However, this only means that law, like the Enlightenment, can turn into barbarism, that the almost lawful failure of civilization tends to turn into barbarism of its own accord. Without civilization and barbarism, progress and regression in society and in the individual becoming indistinguishable as a result. A dialectic is therefore also inherent in law, but this must be denied by a critique of law which, because of its overly pragmatic and historically uninformed view, can recognize nothing in law but a form of expression of domination. The saving critique, however, which Justice Wertmuller has called conservative dialectics, aims, without being idealistic, at the practical realization of what is contained in the concept. It is by no means a regressive Don Quixotry, but rather a link to what Marx called the realization of the thoughts of the past and understood as the task of materialist critique. According to Eugen Pascucanes, the natural law school in the 17th and 18th centuries, at the time when philosophical thought discovered the universal significance of the legal form as a possibility that bourgeois democracy was called upon to realize, produced the deepest and clearest understanding of the legal form. Pascucanes hints at the tendency of law to abolish itself, even if he does not pursue it further, by cautiously stating that with monopoly capitalism the concepts of bourgeois law are only partially suitable for capturing economic relations. With a certain pathos, Pascucanes saw this as the beginning of a positive sublation of the legal form, while in fact its negative sublation was on the horizon. Today, law, like capital, continues to exist without emphatic use value. As little as one can accuse Wolfgang Port of use-value fetishism, just as little is the attempt to conceptualize law as something worthy of sublation wrong from the start. However, in order to be able to speak of its positive or negative sublation at all and to measure the reality of law by its concept, one must necessarily attribute a truth value to the concepts of civil law. In this sense, the genesis of dignity as a legal good can be reconstructed from natural law, and the concept of dignity in the basic law can be criticized as its form of decay. Ernst Bloch's book Natural Law and Human Dignity can serve as a reference. Social utopia was based on human happiness, natural law on human dignity, Bloch writes at the beginning, before going on to develop the necessary connection between the two. In cynic and hedonic natural law, dignity was directly related to the respective ideas of happiness. While the cynics, so to speak, prescribed a dog's life in the name of happiness, Epicurus promoted pleasure without danger. What cynicism and hedonism have in common is that they declare modesty to be a prerequisite for a good and happy life. Only the Stoa made a separation between happiness and the good life, even though it understood the former as a consequence of the latter, which transcended the private conceptual framework of its predecessors through the ideal of shared participation in world reason and saw man as determined by shared thoughts and the pursuit of a life in accordance with nature. Here, however, and from here, the pathos of human dignity first emerged in its specific natural law form. Great thanks are thus due to the Stoa, the cradle. This application receded for a long time, until the time of classical natural law. End quote. Stoic universalism also functioned as the ideology of Hellenism and the Imperium Romanum at the time of the decline of the polis. It was precisely the entry of the Stoa into Roman law that caused natural law to degenerate into a decoration of the positive law of obligations. In Cicero, dignity, as dignitas alongside humanitas, is already partly externalized, and is thus barely distinguishable from honor, or it is derived directly from honor and glory, gloria. You had to earn it or at least prove yourself worthy of it. The Christian tradition in particular drew more strongly on natural law, but at the same time weakened it insofar as it transferred the promise of human happiness after the fall into sin to the afterlife and assigned dignity to this world, thus relativizing it. Luther in particular was able to exorcise even the hope of universal dignity and happiness in the hereafter by making suffering and subjugation in this world absolute. Apotheosis of violence for violence's sake, of authority for authority's sake. End quote. In this way, the concept of dignity, robbed of its excess, became part of the feudal social structure. The rising bourgeoisie rebelled against this by attempting to drive out the element of arbitrariness from nature through mathematization and instrumental control. Equality was thus initially a mathematical concept in the context of bourgeois rationality. Rousseau turned the concept of nature back to man and in this sense completed natural law. The concept of human dignity began its triumphal march as an ideal of the French Revolution and in the American Declaration of Independence, without, however, being explicitly mentioned in the Declaration of Human Rights. Rousseau had assumed that natural law required the postulate of a state of nature from which law could be derived. It was not until Kant that nature, as good, to be liberated, Rousseau, and as bad, to be tamed, Hobbes, was removed as the basis of the concept of natural law and replaced by reason as the a priori of law and morality, which he in turn distinguished from each other. Kant's rational law can be regarded as an actual sublation of classical natural law, which leaves behind the regressive reference to the origin of natural law and preserves what it promises, dignity. For Kant, however, this is located in the doctrine of virtue and is therefore a moral category. Kant only mentions the dignity of human nature in his precritical phase. It is later replaced by other formulations, the dignity of man, that of humanity and finally that of the rational being. As a rule, human dignity in its pragmatic form is associated with Kant's imperative. This states that one should never treat oneself and all others merely as means, but at all times as ends in themselves. The pragmatic and instrumental concept of dignity, which found its way into the commentary of the German Basic Law as an object formula, can be derived from this formulation. Dignity is defined by its violation. This is the case when the concrete human being is degraded to an object, to a mere means, to a justifiable quantity. This is laid out by Kant himself. Humanity itself is a dignity, for man cannot be used by any man, neither by others nor even by himself, merely as a means, but must at all times be used as an end, and therein consists his dignity, personality, by which he elevates himself above all other beings in the world that are not human and yet can be used, and thus above all things. End of quote. The assertion of personal dignity in the commentary on the Basic Law equates Kant's personality with the empirical legal person. Kant, however, differentiates between empirical human beings and the humanity embodied in them, although he relates the two to each other. Man is indeed unholy enough, but humanity in his person must be holy to him. Thus, innate dignity is only found as a prerogative in the realm of ends, in which man is involved in autonomous legislation alongside other rational beings such as angels or God. There, everything either has a price or a dignity. According to Kant, the price is the relative value attributed to things, for which an equivalent exists. Dignity, on the other hand, denotes the absolute intrinsic value. In this distinction, Kant's concept of human dignity appears as the dignity of humanity, humanitas. Later on, Hegel again constantly speaks of the value and dignity of man, thus affirming the falsely reconciled reality of the value of the commodity of labor power, as the bearer of which man is entitled to dignity. For Kant, however, value and dignity as ideas are incompatible. The dignity of man, humanity, and the rational being are therefore, despite all differences, ultimately one, promise and task, because man in Kant's sense is not the empirically existing individual and humanity is neither an existing collective nor an idealistic abstraction, but the realization of both in a world established by rational beings. Kant indicated a direction that Marx took up again in his critical reception of Hegel. With Hegel, Marx also put Kant on his feet. The imperative formulated by Marx is the consequent concretization of Kant's. The critique of religion ends with the doctrine that man is the highest being for man, i.e., with the categorical imperative to overthrow all conditions in which man is a degraded, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being. Positively formulated, the Kantian man of the realm of ends, who has recognized himself as a rational being, must overthrow all conditions that deny a dignified life. Marx accepted the task set by Kant. The Kantian realm of ends can only be that Marxian realm of freedom. The Kantian Schiller formulated the same insight in his polemic against philanthropic Sunday speeches. No more of this, I beg you. Feed him, give him shelter. Once you have covered his nakedness, his dignity will take care of itself. Elsewhere, with reference to humanity as dignity, it says, humanity's dignity is given into your hands, preserve it. It sinks with you. It will rise with you. What else would sublation be if not preserving uplifting? In this sense, dignity is to be understood as an abstract bourgeois idealistic surplus of the principle of value, which remains connected to it as long as it exists. When the organizers of the Pride Parade claim that our lives are assigned on worth, they are suggesting an active setting that is carried out by a conspiratorial community. In the capitalist mode of production, people are never of value, but at most bearers of value-creating skills, i.e. labor power. The much criticized norm is created behind the backs, Marx, of the actors. Deviation from the socially necessary working time or undercutting it is punished. The National Socialist ideology and practice of unworthy life thus realize the political economic principle of value to its ultimate consequence, thus expressing a tendency that is always inherent in the principle of equivalence as a possibility, especially when, as happened in National Socialism, the generally applicable law is smashed by special rights. Leo Elser is therefore right when he reduces all ideas of justice based on this principle to the Protestant formula: he who does not work should not eat. The fair exchange, according to which everyone supposedly gets back from society exactly what they have given to it, also contains this principle. Because the principle of equivalence, so important for the concept of human dignity, also prevents its realization, it must be abolished in its name. The only possible realization of the concept of dignity can therefore be, to each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. The concept of human dignity is profoundly unreasonable in the face of an instrumental reason that permanently proves the real vulnerability of dignity as unrealized. The abstract person of human dignity is something fundamentally modern. Human dignity is, one could say, a phenomenon of the legal form. Pascucani's remarks on the legal concepts, in their apparent universality, they actually express a certain aspect of the existence of a certain historical subject, the bourgeois society that produces goods. However, the fact that this legal form only reaches its maximum flowering, its maximum differentiation and definiteness after gradual development does not mean that this differentiation progresses automatically. According to Pascucani's, the legal form is based on the fact that it presupposes a person endowed with rights and actively asserting claims. This isolated, private legal subject is characterized by the legally imputed will. The legal imputation is true because children usually develop a will at some point and the danger of disability potentially threatens every person. Not yet and no longer are therefore the categories that continue to refer to this capacity to act as an idea. Leo Elser, on the other hand, who understands legal capacity, which is given at birth, section 1 BGB, as a later concretization, confuses it with legal capacity, which has limited effect from the age of 7 and unlimited effect from the age of 18. The exchange of goods, abstract labor, and value constitute the conditions under which the human being is transformed from a zoological individual into an abstract and impersonal legal subject, into a legal person. This is based on two divergent developments. On the one hand, legal capacity is detached from the capacity to act, whereby the human species becomes a legal subject. Accordingly, no child or disabled person who is unable to actively assert claims can be denied the status of a legal person. Beyond this claim of the Enlightenment, the concept of the legal person has expanded and has been extended to associations, companies, societies, etc. This has gone so far that in today's German law, a legal person no longer refers to an individual person at all, but to a natural person. This expresses the real shift from the individual private owner to the monopoly. The antagonistically related concepts of bourgeois and citoyen begin to disintegrate. The citizen becomes a recipient of state support that is not even pay, a member of a reserve army with no prospect of employment. If you receive unemployment benefit too, you are usually advised by the caseworker to apply for a job at the job center yourself, with the reference that this at least pays better. In view of this transformation of citizens into potential soldiers of civil society, the parade is indeed the appropriate form of expression of the non-existent bourgeois self. Competition and the bourgeois egoism criticized by Marx set free individuality, pleasure, and the longing for happiness in a previously unknown quality, but not without at the same time standing in the way of the formation of a strong ego that would do justice to the concept of a social individual. The egoistic member of bourgeois society, the bourgeois, was, however, the man of human rights, l'homme. With its real decay, the concept of dignity is increasingly eroded and the appeal to honor becomes attractive again. Human dignity is the highest public legal right and the highest guiding principle for the state. With its guarantee of inviolability, it is also beyond the reach of the legislature. The law therefore has a relative, but by no means its absolute limit in the determination of the citizen, which is why it is not true when Leo Elser writes, "The law is universal at best in the idea of law, but never as applicable law." The universality of law was always initially an idea, but as such it had real validity in that it was reflected in concrete case law. This changed with the increasing neutralization of the dual character of law as the simultaneity of idea and validity. Port describes this process using the example of the commodity and the value form, as already outlined by Hans-Jürgen Kroll. Use value is destroyed, we consume advertising when we eat and drink, and yet we feed on it. Just as the commodity becomes an advertisement, the right becomes a command, indeed is itself a command, both become coercion. Subjective rights are of little use as purely formal rights if they are no longer related to any interest that could be expressed as a claim. The lack of shame that is expressed in the celebration of collective pride in one's own minority is precisely the wrong, neurotic pride, because pride as an individual feeling relates to a merit or an achievement that can in principle also have been achieved collectively. Pride is the emotional correlate of honor, its violation indicates a perceived violation of honor. From a legal point of view, honor is a deserved claim to respect, which means that the talk of self-worth is certainly true. External honor, i.e. that which is not covered by the concept of dignity, is defined in legal commentaries as a relative validity value. Collective pride, on the other hand, as expressed in the Pride Parade and comparable events, is neurotic because it no longer refers to any content. Without any content that would point to an individual history, it sets its own barbaric ground in honor and degenerates into self-coercion. The archaic origins of honor can be traced back to conceptual history. In the Middle Ages, honor as a knightly virtue stood alongside martial glory and bravery. It was regarded as a basic condition of feudal status, the material condition for achieving subject status at the time. As a court battle, the duel was also accorded the status of a legal institution. Military honor and the blessing of God coincided most obviously here. The abolition of dueling can be attributed to the bourgeois enlightenment, although the bourgeoisie, in its efforts to appropriate attributes from the nobility it had disempowered, still cultivated dueling itself as a kind of living anachronism for a long time. It was only when the socialization of value was enforced, even against such intra-bourgeois tendencies, that honor and dignity were differentiated from each other alongside value and dignity. Nowadays, on the other hand, the real lack of capital ownership and the loss of economic advancement prospects are contributing to the revival of the concept of honor in the circles of superfluous wage earners. A symptom of this are the young men who want to gain respect on the streets in gangs through violence and through an appearance based on a pre-modern understanding of authority as immediate rule. In terms of motivation, most left-wing splinter groups differ less from these honor militias than they might like. For the politicized superfluous, honorary office has a similar function, which is not accompanied by a salary, but by apparent or actual discursive power. In order to achieve honor, you have to make a public contribution as a whole person. The private sphere must therefore be completely politicized. Honor was recognized as symbolic and social capital in civil law by a ruling of the Federal Court of Justice in 1958. While originally only claims for removal or injunctive relief were provided for in cases of offenses against personal honor, from then on a claim for damages also applied in such cases. This is based on the assumption that the immaterial damage suffered by the bourgeois, to his business capacity, reputation, and creditworthiness, can be compensated in monetary terms. Civil rights, on the other hand, are those of the citoyen, especially the right to vote, and could be revoked in Germany until 1969, e.g. in cases of perjury, bribery, and usury. Thanks to the continued guarantee of dignity, so-called civil death did not automatically mean being outlawed. Jews were not afforded this protection of dignity under National Socialism, as human dignity was erased in favor of German honor. The civil death of the Jews was therefore potentially already their real death. The Jews were no longer even entitled to the Hegelian right to punishment, because since they had no honor, it could not be taken away from them. The return of honor and pride as positive categories in left-wing political forms and group understandings are a symptom of the real death of the citizen. The pride parade and related forms of proud visualization of real or hallucinated minorities are attempts at collective self-empowerment by demanding recognition of one's own value, which is supposedly elevated above the socialization of values. De facto, it is about nothing other than demanding gratuitous obedience to claims of honor. More important than the demand for concrete group rights is now the demand for social recognition of group honor. At most, the former serve as proof of the latter. In other words, they are little more than self-promotion. We can therefore see that the renaissance of honor harmonizes perfectly with the disintegration of the bourgeois legal form, while dignity, which only applies to natural persons, already points beyond this legal form, as it is reminiscent of an ideal and thus goes back behind the disintegrating form. Dignity points to human emancipation, honor not even to political emancipation. As a stopgap against shitstorms and similar uprisings of the mob, personal honor is of course still an important instance of appeal. After all, Oscar Wilde's maxim that the true gentleman should refrain from defending himself in the face of insults and attacks from public opinion would be almost suicidal under postmodern conditions. As in the Sermon on the Mount, however, in renouncing the equivalent of punishment, i.e. in renouncing the principle of retribution, reconciliation announces itself. Nowadays, however, reconciliation can apparently only be thought of as negative by the self-proclaimed emancipatory left, expressed consequent in the slogan, "Good night human pride," which does not bid farewell to particular pride, which it rather fetishizes in the name of group honor, but buries the concept of dignity. With this disparagement of dignity and simultaneous glorification of honor, one is once again closer to Islam than to civil law. In 1990, the official Islamic world adopted its declaration of bankruptcy of reason with the so-called Cairo Declaration of Human Rights in Islam. Article 1 states, A. All human beings form a family whose members are united by submission to God and descent from Adam. All human beings are equal in dignity, duties, and responsibilities, regardless of race, color, language, sex, religion, political affiliation, social status, or any other reason. True faith is the guarantee for the enjoyment of such dignity on the path to human perfection. B. All people are God's subjects and He loves those most who are most beneficial to His other subjects. No one has priority over another except on the basis of faith and good deeds. The barbarians of the Islamic State have long been fighting for the resurrection of honor on the ruins of destroyed dignity in Europe as well. In their name, they have been mass murdering their way through a supposedly corrupt Paris, whose lack of discipline is nothing other than the expression of a love of life that has not yet been extinguished, and is therefore a real trace of experience of human dignity. As individuals without rights, human individuals are opposed to everything that Islamists and other culturally sensitive people see as an obstacle to the self-realization of peoples. The Arab League's Charter of Human Rights of 1994, ratified only in 2004, which only recognizes peoples and not human beings, already links the diagnosis of the obstacle with the threat of annihilation in Article 1. Racism, Zionism, occupation, and foreign domination are a challenge to human dignity and constitute a fundamental obstacle to the realization of the basic rights of peoples. All such practices must be condemned and eliminated to the best of our ability. The reformulation of Islamic human rights was echoed in Iran's assertion that human rights are a secular interpretation of the Judeo-Christian tradition that cannot be followed by Muslims without violating Islamic law. This places Islamic human rights in the legal tradition of National Socialism. Alfred Rosenberg proclaimed in the spirit of Islam, "For us, the idea of honor is the beginning and end of all our thoughts and actions." It was only the concept of human dignity, which dispensed with any concrete content, that created the conditions under which a humane world was at least conceivable. Dignity, like the concept of man as a generic being, has so far only been given as a promise to be kept and transcended, because the substantial that, according to that ideology, gives the person their dignity, does not exist. Human beings, none of them excepted, are not yet themselves at all. Nature, which Kant not without reason banished from law to aesthetics, could only be reconciled with the naturalized human being as a humanized human being. Human dignity is a dynamic concept, the concrete content of which can only be determined by the state of the productive forces. Measured against this, human dignity can be demanded and criticized at the same time if it fails to be realized. Now, dignity is a moral category, however, measuring the law against it is not necessarily a moralization of the law. Rather, it aims at a juridification of morality. Morality is both narrower in its restrictions and broader in its possibilities than law, because the sphere of validity of civil law is the here and now, while morality refers to a transcendent by which the here and now is measured. Honor, on the other hand, refers regressively to culturally or status-based merits that are supposedly accorded to individuals conceived as mere members of a horde outside the sphere of law and the socialization of value. The concept of dignity thus proves to be the linchpin of any reasonable critique of the law. The person of human dignity is reminiscent of the idea of a dignified life without having empirically redeemed it. To a certain extent, the wording of the basic law itself betrays this. On the one hand, human dignity is an essential characteristic, inviolable. On the other hand, it is a mandate, to respect and protect it. The constant balancing act of criticism between immanence and transcendence is its materialistic content. When constitutional judges refer to Kant in their commentaries, they can be measured against him in this sense, if only to show that law is more than mere rule, and that law and jurisdiction can therefore be in conflict with each other. The phrase of equal originality, which is very true in the case of value and law, suggests that there is an eternally constant relationship. However, it is not true, as Leo Elser claims, that law by its very nature serves primarily to enforce a very specific raison d'etat in very specific historical and political situations. We should remember here the separation of powers, which is not mentioned at all in most texts from this environment and which, fortunately, is not yet a mere phrase. For example, even where Elser speaks clearly of the judicial process, he mixes up the judicial, legislative, and executive branches and thus also judicial independence. Judges are independent and subject only to the law. Art. 97.1 GG, the freedom of conscience of members of Parliament, not bound by orders and instructions and subject only to their conscience. Art. 38.1 GG, as well as the obligation of civil servants to follow instructions, Section 35 BMTSTG. Legislation is a juridification of morality in the broadest sense, i.e. a forward movement, as Elser postulated for law in general. Fortunately, even the legislature is subject to the basic law and the federal constitutional court is empowered to annul laws in an emergency. The law does not have this active, political role because it does not create its substrate, but finds it. In the judiciary, the law brings clarity, it judges, but requires a prior dispute to do so. The conservative character of law is founded in this post-compatibility of law, but at the same time also the inherent possibility of civil law to take action against the healthy spirit of the people and repressive equality in order to defend the residues of reason in law. In this sense, Kant's unity and allness are to be defended in negation against the multiplicity of rackets in democratic pluralism. Which brings us back to the parade, where precisely such rackets tend to march. Popular in the Pride Parade environment is the idea of socially made illness, because madness and disability are not only socially conditioned, but they are made. This denies that first nature does play a role in illness and cannot be dissolved in society. Illness as suffering is a negative reminder of the remembrance of nature in the subject, Adorno. The fact that disabilities are not purely socially generated points to the still pending reconciliation of people with their first nature. On the other hand, the fact that many people are alive today who would have perished in past eras is a social fact. This difference is recognized when, for example, the AK psychiatry critic proclaims, "We see, diagnoses are made." Made namely as instruments in the service of a society that normalizes everyone and whose norms the individual is somehow supposed to be ennobled by deviating from. The results of civilizational, especially medical, progress are to be liquidated instead of pushing enlightenment to the point of eliminating resentment against people who are actually disabled. The example that the apparent philanthropists are making of society is being carried out by themselves nolens volens on people. Their identity politics argue against the always precarious cure and medical help for the affirmation of illness and limitation. In this sense, as proud self-helpers, they proclaim, "We are the experts on our lives, not doctors, counselors, therapists, psychiatrists, or caregivers." However, setting the exaltation of a merely claimed collective self against the rackets of doctors and therapists, which actually exist and often enough prevent treatment and healing, does neither knowledge nor one's own recovery any good. The collective pride in limitation is not only a sign of arrogance, but also of obliviousness to reality. On the one hand, the greater involvement of mentally and physically ill people in their medical recovery has long been a partial reality. Postmodern criticism of psychiatry, on the other hand, usually works with images of incapacitating medicine that originate from the 19th and early 20th centuries, and on the other, what is decried as paternalism or heteronomy can be an important part of support that is both professional and friendly. It is precisely the pursuit of the defense of the responsible individual that requires the admission that illnesses can create a situation in which this responsibility cannot be immediately assumed, regardless of the social restrictions placed on it anyway. The minimum requirement in such cases would have to be to ensure that the individual is not required to act permanently beyond their unfortunate health situation, as if they were not restricted by their illness, indeed as if this were possibly an enrichment that they should be proud of in order to be able to demand collective respect for it. It would therefore be a matter of protection from social hardship, which in turn should not simply be discredited as exclusion, but should be seen as a prerequisite for participation within the scope of abilities and needs. This protection requires people who take on responsibility and who are prepared to be accused of paternalism in return. Such paternalism actually expresses something that the friends of respect no longer know: that minimum of solidarity with the weaker that makes this society possible for the time being, even by means of law. The intellectual history of mankind is inconceivable without the infamous patricide of the pupil against the teacher, an act that is certainly critical of authority, but decidedly not anti-authoritarian. It is preceded by years of willingness to learn on the part of the pupil, of curiosity, of recognition of an authority of knowledge, which he has often chosen himself in order to learn from it, and this means at the same time insight into his own limitations as one to be broken under guidance. The good teacher, on the other hand, and often the father was the first, even provokes the point at which it becomes possible for the pupil to surpass him as his former role model. This moment is ambivalent for both. Grievance and sadness at the severance of a bond that was always erotic, regardless of gender, mingle with the deserved pride in their respective achievements. No matter how things continue between the two afterwards, whether they remain on friendly terms or can no longer bear each other, patricide, even as it is repeated in changing father figures, is to a certain extent an inevitable part of the maturation process of every personality, and not just mentally. A strict distinction should be made between patricide in this sense and the snotty brat. Snotty brat, we learn succinctly from Wikipedia, is a swear word for a person, usually a child or adolescent, who is cheeky, brash, arrogant, and unteachable, but also sniveling, unruly and whiny. The snotty brat is therefore not critical of authority, but merely anti-authoritarian. He doesn't recognize anyone's authority because he is self-sufficient in his narrow-mindedness, which he never realizes as such because he lacks any sensitivity towards himself and others. Any form of tender admiration for a role model that you want to emulate, that you want to work your way up to, that you want to grow to outgrow, is alien to the snotty brat. He always knows everything, better, even though he knows nothing at all, and thus claims to teach his environment and even more so his teachers, who, when confronted with the snotty spoon, often don't know what to do with their shame, which he in turn interprets as awkwardness and weakness. With his characteristic crudeness, he reacts to the indulgence of the authorities by mocking them verbally and gesturally until they finally make use of their social authority and expel him from the room, whereupon he tearfully presents himself as a victim who wants to be silenced in a completely undemocratic manner. The snotty brat simply cannot and will not understand that schools or universities are not, as we say today, spaces in which teachers and pupils, professors, and students exchange opinions on an equal footing, but rather institutions in which some people have to impart knowledge, the ability to think and self-criticism to others, which is in direct contrast to insisting on one's own point of view. The fact that the insult snotty brat is not only a harmless word, especially compared to patricide, but is also always a trivialization of a true barbarian on the verge of violence, is probably due to a liberal good-naturedness that assumes that snotty bratdom is a necessary phase of growing up that grows with time. It is hoped that the snotty brat will eventually tire of his own furor, i.e. overcome the so-called boorish years. Overcome the so-called boorish years. Historically speaking, the liberal bourgeoisie did not count on the Nazis. It was National Socialism that shaped boorishness into a virtue, into a political culture, into a youth movement that forever forbids itself to mature. In contrast to the early, rightly much maligned workers' movement Marxism, which for all its anti-bourgeois sentiments was essentially concerned with the appropriation of the bourgeois heritage in matters of art, science, and manners by the proletariat, the Nazi student had nothing more to learn from the very first semester but to impose his simple, stereotypical worldview on the professors. Book burnings, the purging of unpopular literature from libraries, and the replacement of humanist teachers with third-rate fellow educators are therefore the inevitable consequence when the previously merely revolting snotty-headedness and with it laziness and stupidity, opinion, and megalomania actually gain political power. However, the politicizing snot spoon turn, which from then on tended ever more tangibly towards barbarism, is by no means a unique feature of the so-called right. In the course of its history since 1968, the New Left, whether authoritarian dogmatic or anti-authoritarian and dogmatic, has hardly missed an opportunity to confirm Habermas' verdict of left-wing fascism. Even where schematic thinking has been translated into almost non-violent, ostensibly creative and subversive forms of protest instead of tenor or militant fetishism, a continuity in the display of inhumanity can be observed. From the assassination of Adorno to the gossip intervention of some critical whiteness activists in February 2014 against a professor at Berlin's Humboldt University, whose introductory lecture for first-semester students of educational science was to be subjected to the creative will of the bigots from the outset. Ancient authors such as Aristotle and Plato did not even need to be read because they did not criticize the slavery of their societies, nor did Rousseau and Kant because they were racist and sexist ideologues of colonial rule. Instead, the professor should have given the students the relevant literature of post-colonial studies to read. On the last day of the lecture, the police, summoned not by the magnanimous professor but by an unnerved student, had to ensure that the majority of those attending the lecture, who had been disparaged as well-behaved or conformist, were able to access information relevant to the examination, meaning that the left-wing essay did not succeed in jeopardizing the education of those willing to learn. By rationalizing the anti-bourgeois effect in the demagogic reason to hold the historical enlighteners responsible for the failure of the Enlightenment and the transformation of bourgeois society into barbarism, the classical forms of thought and practice of the New Left have always formed their barbaric unity. Criticizing this as a postmodernization of the left, however, does not only mean asking about the influence of avowed post-structuralist pseudo-thinking and its fading stages on the left and society in general. For even where radical critics of capitalism polemicized against postmodernism, this often happened all the more vehemently, as for example in the environment of the Croesus group, the fewer differences could be discerned in the hatred of modernity and enlightenment between post-structuralists and fundamental value-critical value-splitting theorists. Reading the dialectic of enlightenment as a source of legitimacy for the defamation of the Enlightenment, and passing this off as a particularly consequent critique of bourgeois society, has always been the deliberate misunderstanding of a large part of those on the left who referred to Horkheimer and Adorno at all. In May 2007, for example, Concret, the only left-wing consumer magazine that explicitly does not see itself as postmodern, published an article whose authors managed to link Immanuel Kant's name with the daily order of the supreme command of the Nazi army or the extermination of entire peoples or J. Mengele, Schroeder/Rankwitz. An example that for a while one could rightly assume would at least not be undercut. But then a very shrewd snotty brat from the school of Robert Kurz and Roswitha Scholz, the exile editor Daniel Spath, came up with the idea of a Kant bashing that was supposed to use Kant to finally finish off those anti-Germans who, as experience has shown, cannot really be dealt with using crude terms of racism. For example, the announcement text of a corresponding lecture states, German idealism in particular, in its thoroughly affirmative installation of bourgeois reason, already generated the phantasm of a decided impossibility of Jewish statehood at the end of the 18th century, long before this was on the political agenda. It is not surprising that anti-German theorizing is still blind to this today. After all, it regards bourgeois reason as the last vestige, as an imminent place of retreat against an apparent betrayal of enlightenment, as identified above all in Islamist barbarism and folkish anti-imperialism. In doing so, anti-German theory overlooks the fact that it is bourgeois reason itself that sets anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist forms of thought out of its own contradictions and not the irrationality of any kind of counter-enlightenment. End of quote. The lecture itself, which then deals with an anti-Zionism without Israel in Kant or the anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic content or fundamental anti-Semitism of Kantian philosophy, followed roughly the same pattern, starting from one or two footnotes in Kant's anthropological and religious critical writings, into which something like manifest anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, in a genuinely modern sense, is forcibly read. Both variants of the new hatred of Jews should also be demonstrable, at least in structural form, as constitutive for the critique of pure reason and the critique of practical reason, whereby the path to the incomprehensible and partly inverted Kant runs via the use of half-digested theoretical set pieces from the critics Post-One and Sohnrethel, who are not only well-liked by anti-Germans. Those who believe, with legitimate or illegitimate reference to Sonrethel, that they have to construct Kantian transcendentalism as the form of thought that merely depicts the commodity form without understanding it, will understand as little about Kant as those Sonrethel followers understand about critical theory who turn it into a materialist, instead of idealist, transcendentalism. Yet Hegel's dialectic and Adorno's negative dialectic are characterized by the fact that they no longer know an a priori. Of course, none of this would be worth mentioning if Daniel Spath had spoken at the invitation of, for example, Clemens Henny, personification of that specifically anti-German snotty spoonism that is spreading, which considers the self-evident disgust for anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism to be a special achievement that is already capable of criticism, which then becomes practical in an anti-Semite or anti-Zionist hunt that searches for signal words in the speeches or texts of others that, in accordance with the internalized thought pattern, allow damning judgments to be made about people who, even where this method happens to hit the mark, are intellectually inferior in all other respects. However, Daniel Spath from the Freiburg Socialist Forum Initiative was invited and, as already quoted, announced accordingly, which at least indicates that there also seems to be a need in ideology-critical circles to discuss an interconnection between bourgeois reason and anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism in general. Criticism therefore involves a principled attitude towards more than just historical authors and texts, which consists of only examining them for compatibility with one's own worldview, which is currently considered to be true, instead of patiently engaging with the respective object and, if necessary, allowing oneself to be seduced by it in a good sense. Such an attitude, which finds its adequate expression in a practice that ultimately pushes for censorship, is counter-Enlightenment and proto-fascist even before the Enlightenment activists themselves are targeted by a left-wing demagogic reason that seeks to uncover racist or, in a pseudo-anti-German way, anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist aspects in them. To even raise the question of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in Kant, since there are hardly any relevant traces of an immediate anti-Semitic or even anti-Zionist impact history of Kantian texts, is a sign of lumpen intellectual, self-satisfied, morally insincere depravity. It is similarly dubious to deplore Kant's and Hegel's proximity to the Prussian state and Protestantism in an abstractly anti-German, abstractly anti-state, and abstractly hedonistic pose, which can also be found among traditional leftists. Yet Prussian law in the 18th century, anti-German, so to speak, stood for the most progressive on earth worldwide until Washington's American War of Independence, which Prussia supported in contrast to the rest of Germany, and in continental Europe until the French Revolution. The endeavor to subject society to a general civil law placed the Enlightenment thinkers in an initially real and rational divergence of interests with the Catholicism and Orthodox Judaism of their time, which is why the Jewish Enlightenment, the so-called Haskalah, also saw a reform of Jewish tradition accompanying the bourgeoisification of the majority society as an important prerequisite for Jewish emancipation. Because Protestantism's cult of inwardness, which could rightly be criticized as a philosophical theological regression behind Catholicism and Judaism, was also a renunciation of secular sovereignty, Protestantism, and its ideologies of egalitarianism. Individuality and self-responsibility virtually imposed themselves on the progressive anti-clerical bourgeoisie of the early days as an ally. What should by no means be downplayed is what has long been sufficiently researched in principle, namely that the anti-Jewish polemics of the Enlightenment philosophers, which can be contextualized in this way, which in Kant's case are comparatively restrained in form, while their quantitative share of the work tends towards zero, are, on the other hand, predominantly based on half-truths, ignorance, error, prejudice, and anti-Judaic clichés, while at the same time ignoring the real needs of the Jewish minority. The deliberately unscientific definition of anti-Semitism valid for the time before Auschwitz, anti-Semitism means hating the Jews more than is generally customary, speaks a radical verdict on the history of civilization or socialization. All this says about most Enlightenment thinkers is that they were not able to transcend the horizon of their era in every respect. Anyone who therefore believes that they can rise above Kant and other Enlightenment thinkers morally and intellectually because they have understood 2 or 3 things about anti-Semitism after Auschwitz, while at the same time, since this means nothing to them, their thinking does not even reach beyond the horizon of their own seen socialization, can only hope that one day they will be frightened of themselves. Unlike the left and apparently also some critics of ideology, Horkheimer and Adorno knew that critical theory, which is rightly distinguished from traditional theory, is itself traditional in a decisive respect. In other words, if philosophy is bad here and has always been, as Horkheimer says, the attempt to bring reason into the world, then traditional theory had to become historically mediated critical theory in order to remain true to itself and not fall prey to the post-bourgeois decay of thought since the 19th century. Horkheimer therefore defines the interest in the sublation of social injustice that characterizes critical theory as the materialist content of the idealist concept of reason. What the materialist content of the idealist concept of reason could mean somewhat more precisely will be outlined in principle below, whereby it is less those moments in which materialist reason actually overcomes or solves theoretical difficulties of idealist reason that are of interest here, but rather the unsolvable problems dealt with by idealism, which materialism merely shifts conceptually, but thus at least makes them truly comprehensible as such. For example, Marx's categorical imperative to overthrow all conditions in which man is a degraded, enslaved, abandoned, and despised being is usually quoted without the decisive sentence that immediately follows it. Circumstances that cannot be better described than by the exclamation of a Frenchman at a projected tax on dogs. "Poor dogs! They want to treat you like humans." The sentence is decisive because, contrary to what it might seem at first glance, it does not polemically illustrate the content of the categorical imperative, but rather unfolds its form, the categorical and thus the objectively reasonable. According to Marx, the Frenchman's judgment of conditions, or more precisely, his condemnation of them, is not based on normativity or moral claims, however comprehensible they may be. The condemnation of reality is understood as its best and therefore only adequate description. The fact that Marx naturally presupposes the unity of theory and critique of the object, analysis, and judgment in reason, initially identifies him as a traditionalist. Positivism and postmodernism, on the other hand, are anti-traditional as two manifestations of the post-bourgeois decline of thought that are still relevant today and complement each other. If the positivist credo, according to which an unreasonably arranged world could be depicted objectively, neutrally, and without judgment by means of reason, corrupts the concept of reason itself, then the postmodern approach to the world is from the outset a rational or purely instrumental rational encroachment that professes the irrationality of its purpose. The empowerment of a particular subjective arbitrary will as the a priori of action and thought. The fact that the question of truth arises empirically as a pure question of power, a problem that even Nietzsche treated ambivalently, is ignored here and affirmed and doubled there, when thinking worthy of the name recognizes in it nothing other than evidence of the prevailing unreason that seeks to make a particular out of the right general, namely the denunciation of the false, as a false general. For Kant and Hegel, there was still no question that the world outside of thought, society, should be rationally organized, which is understood to mean nothing less than the reconciliation between the individual, the particular, and society, the whole, the general. However, while Hegel tends to focus on the realization of reason in the ideal state that has become material and thinks of reconciliation as the subsumption of the particular under the general, Kant's categorical imperative is closer to the concept of reconciliation in critical theory, at least in this version. For rational beings are all subject to the law that each of them should never treat itself and all others merely as means, but at all times simultaneously as ends in themselves. Man is indeed unholy enough, but humanity in his person must be holy to him. Kant was always aware of the discrepancy between this law and social reality. In order to be able to abolish it, he postulated an abstract metaphysical, a priori realm of free will as a fundamental condition of possibility and relied practically on the education of the human race, Lessing. If, on the other hand, one comes to the conclusion with Marx that it is the constitution of social relations that forces individuals, quasi-lawfully, to degrade the other and themselves to a means, self-preservation under the condition of general competition, then the demand to set up these very relations differently is only consequent. On the one hand, the materialization of idealistic reason in this way seems to solve Kant's imminent theoretical problems once and for all. On the other hand, however, the problem has only shifted. For example, when Marx quite rightly writes in the Feuerbach Theses, the materialist doctrine of the change of circumstances and of education forgets that the circumstances must be changed by the people and that the educator himself must be educated. It must therefore divide society into two parts, one of which is superior to the other, but this at least does Kant an injustice. He writes in Anthropology, "Man must therefore be educated for the good. But he who is to educate him is again a man who still lies in the crudity of nature, and yet is now to bring about that which he himself needs." And as is well known, critical theory has neither got rid of questions of education in general nor of the circular reasoning in it that Kant grasped in principle. Just think of Adorno's lecture on education after Auschwitz. Nor does Marx really get out of the circularity, no matter how hard he tries by introducing the concept of self-transformation. Again from the Feuerbach Theses, the coincidence of the change of circumstances and human activity or self-transformation can only be grasped and rationally understood as revolutionary practice. The question that Marx did not solve, because it cannot be solved in principle in theory, is, how can unfree people, humiliated, deformed and made contemptible by circumstances, make themselves subjects of a liberation that corresponds to their concept? A question that has become even more acute historically in view of the progressive subsumption of people under capital and the rise of barbarism. The relationship between civilization and barbarism, as an empirically acknowledged reciprocal succession of one another in human history, already posed problems for idealistic reason. Kant again in Anthropology. Man is determined by his reason to be in a society with men and to cultivate, civilize, and moralize himself in it through art and science, however great his animal inclination may be. But now the progress of the species is always only fragmentary, in time, and offers no security because of the regression with which it is always threatened by intervening barbarism that revolutionizes the state. Hegel's notorious solution, which gives meaning to even the worst catastrophes by declaring them to be necessary transit stages of the rational world spirit coming to itself in the end, is the object of criticism as a theological and cynical one. Kant argues in part in a similar way, except that for him it is nature in which man's destiny to reason ultimately prevails against all necessary discord. In part he leaves the problem open as an unresolved one. Critical theory goes beyond idealism, not by solving the problem, but by exacerbating it and establishing an inner, fatal connection between civilization and barbarism that the idealists could not conceive of. Although Kant, for example, conceives of civilization as a process in which man, as an animal endowed with the faculty of reason, can make of himself a rational animal, barbarism tends to appear to the idealists only as a lack of denial of instinct, a lack of taming of inner nature through reason. If one wanted to define briefly and succinctly in an abstract and general sense what critical theory is essentially about according to its self-understanding and in which it finds its own insurmountable limit as a theory, one could say that it unfolds the existential judgment that domination and annihilation are not, in reflection on a quasi-anthropological dilemma of humanity. The dialectic of enlightenment follows one of Freud's ideas. For Freud, everything with which we attempt to protect ourselves against the threat from the sources of suffering, firstly the superiority of nature and the frailty of our own bodies, belongs to culture, civilization, and society. At the same time, however, the institutions that regulate the relationships between people in the family, state, and society themselves form a third, i.e. social, source of suffering, insofar as every culture must ultimately be based on coercion and the renunciation of instinct. Not although, but because Freud denies the possibility of a society that completely renounces coercion and drives suppression, taming aggressive, social destructive drives, overcoming the natural lack of desire to work, it appears to him to be a decisive question of the fate of the human species whether and to what extent it is possible to reduce the burden of the drive sacrifices imposed on people, to reconcile them with the necessary remaining ones and to compensate for them. This in turn means, on the one hand, that only when the differences between the particular individual and the general society and between the socialized individual and external and internal nature, which appear as opposites, have been reconciled, which means the opposite of a redemption or eradication of difference in the collective or in death, can culture or civilization be considered successful. Civilization could be considered successful, and secondly, that the almost lawful failure of civilization tends to turn into barbarism without civilization and barbarism, progress, and regression in society and in the individual becoming indistinguishable. Theoretically, the dilemma can only be unfolded and the way out, the reconciled society as a determinate negation of the unreconciled one, can only be anticipated. Its realization is incumbent on a practice whose momentary pretense makes the opposite more probable. The contradiction that cannot be resolved in thought can also stand for this, namely that Adorno's categorical imperative as a minimum demand takes precedence over Marx's as a maximum demand, while at the same time the real redemption of the minimum is inconceivable without that of the maximum. Kant already knew that bourgeois law is not the instrument for achieving reconciliation. And precisely because he makes a strict distinction in the metaphysics of morals between law and morality, the doctrine of law and the doctrine of virtue, one thing never occurred to him: the moralization of law. Admittedly, such an interpretation may seem obvious, insofar as Kant places the doctrine of virtue, however plausible in detail, developed from the categorical imperative above law, which is inherently deficient. However, this is to be understood, and here Kant anticipates certain aspects of modern legal criticism and psychoanalysis, as meaning that the law, as a merely external, statutory thing, can only unfold its civic meaning and be permanent if the individual subject to it have essentially internalized its spirit. On the other hand, bourgeois law would become superfluous if people really made the categorical imperative their own out of freedom, as Lessing says, for example, that the whole of Bourgeois society still has to be completely abolished, and as great as it sounds, it is nevertheless very close to the truth. People will only be well governed when they no longer need government. Instead of seeing the relationship between this perspective and Jewish messianism, Kant identified the merely statuary with Judaism and internalization with Christianity, which is why he, like many Enlightenment thinkers who considered Christianity to be more progressive than Judaism, assumed that Christianity was closer to his concept of a religion of reason as the basis of law and a precursor to its overcoming than Judaism. In his anti-Judaism, however, Kant still revealed more about the connection between law and morality than today's criticism of anti-Semitism, which shares the misidentification of Judaism with external legality and Christianity with internal legislation, and merely re-evaluates it, which, incidentally, also does both religions an injustice. The extent to which materialistic reason stands on the shoulders of idealistic reason, and critical theory is the heir to traditional reason, is perhaps made clear once again in a passage that forms the conclusion of Horkheimer's 1962 essay Kant's Philosophy and the Enlightenment. Quote, Kant's individualism still contains the truth of socialism. While the East, against which Europe wants to assert itself, has, so to speak, exorcised the Kantian heritage from socialism, the West possesses in it the idea of social justice in its most sublime form. According to Kant, freedom and justice are so inseparable that he, like his predecessor Rousseau, questions the ownership of land. In the preliminaries to the doctrine of right we find the sentence, but all men, in so far as they are at the same time on earth, must therefore also be in a collective general possession of the whole surface of the earth, i.e. in a possession that springs from the united arbitrariness of all. For otherwise the arbitrariness of one would come into conflict with the arbitrariness of the other and one would deprive the other of his place, consequently the disjunctive general possession would be abolished contrary to the innate right by this lack of unity. It is true that socialism, which does not mean the fulfillment of the individual, as its founders intended, becomes totalitarian barbarism. On the other hand, individualism that is unable to move on to social justice is in danger of regressing into totalitarianism. The unity of freedom and justice is at the core of Kant's philosophy. The general endeavor to ensure that the Enlightenment is fully embraced in its sense and, not least, that it takes effect very seriously in education, could rightly be called overcoming the past. It would be a guarantee that it will not be repeated. End of quote. It is quite common to invoke the name of Adorno and yet appear less as his disciple than as his schoolmaster. It is not only since yesterday that the recognition of the high level of reflection of critical theory has regularly been accompanied by the accusation that it has failed to provide suitable practical and political guidelines. Even the disrespectful leaflets of Commune 1 and the grotesque bosom attack on Adorno in May 1969 were driven by a mood that had had enough of hesitant deliberation and wanted to see something tangible on the agenda instead. Of course, things are no longer like that today. The tone and etiquette have changed considerably. The only thing that has not changed is the view that critical theory has gaps because it does not provide any practice, no positive instructions for action, and those who insist so firmly on this view then feel called upon to implant practice and engagement into critical theory, to invent both, so to speak. However, practitioners fail to realize that the political reflections, such as those in the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, the organ of the institute of the same name published by Horkheimer between 1932 and 1941, definitely suggest a certain practice, indeed, clearly refer to it, but without engaging in revolutionary eschatology. And so thoroughly and self-evidently that even housing advertisements in left-wing newspapers flirt with practice. For example, the following advertisement appeared in the advertising section of Engel World on October 16, 2014, Munich. Looking for shared flat/apartment project from 03-2015, me, 25_F_academic and despite all aporias still busy with the attempt to transfer critical theory into practice et vice versa. Bringe phase de plus sans phrase subscription. Apart from the fact that the unknown 25_F_academic should sincerely be wished good luck in her search for accommodation in Munich, which in this respect is as tough a place as it is conceivably unsuitable for any kind of critical practice, this snippet from everyday left-wing life is only interesting for one reason. It unwittingly shows how much one wishes to be compensated for the burden of intellectual effort by a simple political or, even better, academic position, in short, how much one hopes that the negative will turn out positive after all, if only one started it off right. The fact that the negative remains negative and that this is precisely where the clues for a politically intervening practice lie is all too often overlooked, and not only here. For a negative practice would be one that, in the historical impasse in which we have probably found ourselves for at least a century, if you like, would have to be defensively determined, because revolutionary activity, insofar as it does not degenerate into its fascist distorted image and degenerates again and again, is obscured. Such a practice would at least be determined as a public objection to what political esotericism demands everywhere in the name of culture and nature. It would be determined as a demand for the sublation of the rudiments of bourgeois forms of circulation in the dialectical conservative sense of the word, namely, preservation. It would be determined as resistance to the gravity of material and spiritual conditions, all of which are heading towards repressive desublimation, to use Marcuse's term, as if by themselves. But this is undeniably as laborious as it is thankless. It should be obvious that such a defensive, sublating political practice cannot allow itself to reject universal law and the state legislation that binds itself to it, as if one could seriously feel part of a revolutionary historical tendency. For evil lurks even more in racket and the unstate, which on the one hand emerge from bourgeois society in the course of crisis and monopolization, but on the other hand also sublate it in its historical form, i.e. sublate it in the dialectical revolutionary sense. Forgetting the latter in favor of the former leads to a curious contempt for law, which was unfortunately not only typical for the specialists of the supratemporal and unambiguous definition of state, law, etc. From the faded M.G. To show that this contempt for law has nothing to do with critical theory is accordingly the aim of the following remarks. They thus oppose those common fragments of theory that view law simply as the codified will of the sovereign, i.e. as that of an absolutely conceived subject state. The relatively recent book by Stephen Croth offers an elaborate example. In his recapitulation of Marxist legal criticism, Croth fails to recognize the ambiguity of the bourgeois state's monopoly on the use of force, state of emergency, to the point of lethal consequences, but at the same time it forms the most effective protection to date against the chaotic diversity of powers and perpetrators of violence into which society falls apart beyond this monopoly, with which the sovereign tries to deceive those subject to him about his true nature, but also real. Because legal security guarantees security of accumulation, while predatory and command economies with their purely arbitrary sovereignty are not able to stimulate the rational behavior of their subjects in the long term. It gets even worse when this view also adapts postmodern jargon and, in the spirit of Lyotard, for example, throws itself into armor to defend the particular against the impositions of the general. For then it quickly and without any special intervention becomes a defense of culture against civilization, because the friends of the particular constantly forget that the particular is merely the particularly hardened form of existence of the false general, i.e. an expression of the fact that society continues to exert the same relentless coercion against its members without necessity that people were once subject to by nature, particularly hardened because in this seemingly particular even, the last trace of the fact that generality is allied with truth has been erased. Voluntarism and particularism, contempt for the law and obsession with identity are diametrically opposed to any concern that can somehow be read into critical theory. This can be seen very clearly in the work of Otto Kirchheimer, but also in that of Franz Neumann, who was closely associated with him during their time at the Institute for Social Research. However, Kirchheimer and his work in particular have since faded somewhat from memory, so a few words on his person. He was editor of the socialist theory journal Die Gesellschaft until 1933, emigrated first to Paris and then to the United States from 1937. In France and later in New York, he worked at the Institute for Social Research as a research assistant for law and social sciences. In 1943, Kirchheimer moved to Washington, D.C., where he worked as a research analyst for the U.S. Office of Strategy Services, OSS, until 1952, as did Herbert Marcuse, among others. From 1952 to 1956, Kirchheimer was head of the Central Europe section of the Intelligence Service at the U.S. State Department. Like Marcuse in his well-known analyses of the enemy, he took an emphatically sober view of the transformation of bourgeois society in National Socialist Germany and how this was reflected in legal relationships and political structures, and was regarded in the USA as an authority on questions of German mentality and ideology. These relationships and structures, especially their unpredictable and aggressive character combined with a high degree of coercive social integration, remained a riddle to many military and civil servants in the USA, a bit like the character of the Iranian regime of the Obama administration. Kirchheimer and Neumann agree in their description of National Socialism as a fragmented, polycratic state monstrosity that combined the unleashed personal rule of competing diadochi and their respective apparatuses with a high degree of bureaucratic effectiveness, a Taylorism of the irrational, as Kirchheimer calls it in several places. In 1941, the authoritarian state of fascist or Stalinist character seemed to be the most probable consequence of the monopolistic age. Kirchheimer also saw little future for liberal remnants in the order corresponding to this age in Germany. It is obvious that a legal system that wants to align itself with technical rationality and at the same time maintain certain liberal guarantees, two goals that are opposed to and incompatible with each other because of their origin in different social systems, soon leads itself ad absurdum. Instead of the contract, the administrative order has now become the alter ego of property. Legal equality and freedom of contract mean guaranteeing protection for everyone who has acquired a legal claim to property. The new system of administered property relations, after the elimination of generally binding legal norms and uniform procedures, has shifted the decision on the legal validity of property titles to the group dominated by the monopoly. End quote. And yet things turned out differently. Germany lost the Second World War unconditionally. Since then, the political and legal order of the post-fascist Federal Republic has been determined by the conflict between the two tendencies named by Kirchheimer in the Federal Republic. They have been incorporated as conflicting moments in legislation and administrative practice, which, in their conflictual nature, must not be subsumed by a leveling, amorphous talk of sovereignty per se. For the possibility of the individual to protect himself judicially against the practical superiority of the authority or even of the social association or religious community elevated to the status of a quasi-authority is the retarding, alien moment in a social order that, on the other hand, directly continues that of National Socialism in the degree of statism. As in the degree of organized sociality, associationism, the elimination of outmoded economic interests, socially aligned enemy images, the obligation to reach consensus, etc., and which, at the same time, is directly continuing that of National Socialism, and which, as it were, repeatedly gets in its own way through the individual protection and objection functions reimplanted solely under the aegis of the Western Allies after the Second World War, as well as the equally reimplanted generality of the law and the standardization of its procedures. Franz Neumann was almost overly clear in this respect as early as 1937, when he made a very sharp distinction between general law and the will of the sovereign. Law as a phenomenon distinct from the political command of the sovereign is only conceivable if law manifests itself in general law. True universality is not possible in a society that cannot renounce violence. But the limited, formal, and negative generality of the law in liberalism not only enables capitalist predictability, but also guarantees a minimum of freedom, since formal freedom is two-sided and thus at least grants legal opportunities to the weak. End quote. In practice, this means that the procedural rules of the West German state are to be preferred to the wishes of its citizens for the time being. The provisional counter-sovereign periodically rehearses the uprising in Stuttgart and elsewhere precisely for this reason, in order to remind the state that it is obliged to decide morally and not logically, ethnically and not legally, in other words, that no institutional boundaries should be drawn for the delusion. The notorious dissatisfaction of active citizens with the bureaucracy, especially the judicial bureaucracy, which is still bound by fixed, reasonably rational procedural rules, has long accompanied the Federal Republic, and its Berlin version is gradually approaching its citizens. That is the problem, namely that the brakes once applied by the Allies are threatening to become looser and looser. As long as any conceivable socialism in Germany becomes German socialism, defending individual rights against their pseudo-moral erosion does not mean taking sides with the state, but rather strengthening those elements in its ambivalent construction as both a constitutional state and a people's state, which were anchored in its raison d'etat by the West's victory in the Second World War, those elements which, in Kirchheimer's words, originate from the individualistic or at least economic, coalition-oriented phase of bourgeois society, the period in which this state was certainly the counter-revolutionary institution par excellence, but not the unstate described by Neumann, in which the arbitrariness of a bureaucratic ruling elite had an unchecked and unpredictable impact on everyone, but in the form of technical rational rule, who came under its rule as Jews, asocials or inferior labor slaves. This in turn would have to be seen against the caution of the majority of critical theorists in matters of revolution and engagement, which is as suspect as it is intolerable to all political practitioners. The aporia, in German, by the way, the hopelessness, that so preoccupies not only the apartment seeker from Munich quoted at the beginning is not rooted in theory, but in its subject matter. Adorno responded to those who could not stand it back in 1969 in a way that can certainly be seen as a political legacy. In his famous letter to Kugelmann, Marx warned of the impending relapse into barbarism, which must have been foreseeable even then. Nothing could have better expressed the elective affinity between conservatism and revolution. This already appeared to Marx as the ultima ratio to avert the collapse he predicted. but the fear that will have motivated Marx in the end is outdated. The relapse has taken place. Those who, nevertheless, do not make the transition to a rational and brute force see themselves pushed into the neighborhood of that reformism which, for its part, is partly responsible for the continued existence of the bad hole. But no short circuit helps, and what helps is tightly sealed. End of quote. On November 28, 2016, the CAIRA Publishing House's website suddenly announced, Uli Krug's book Der Wort und das Es has just been published. Both author and publisher took their time. An advance excerpt was published 5 years ago as a dossier in Jungle World, which was followed by an addendum. The author occasionally gets around to working on its completion. However, the publication date is uncertain for the time being. It is probably widely known that the publication and the date in question were already a running gag in some circles, but in others, or even the same ones, doubts ultimately arose as to whether anything would come of it. It is somehow fitting that the review, which is a year late, fits in well with the book's publication history. At the beginning, we deliberately refrained from writing a review, because the intellectual and institutional proximity between the author and the reviewers, which is hardly worth mentioning, may not exactly stand for the impartiality that is often regarded as a measure of objectivity and is too reminiscent of those humanities' core and their spirit, in which colleagues are showered with praise in the relevant specialist journals, but the competitors for funding pots are dismissed. Moritz Schwab should therefore also be thanked here, who already extended the judgment to the entire misery of psychoanalysis in anti-German criticism in the title of his review published in issue March 2017 of the Viennese University Journal Unique. The CAIRA Publishing House, extremely impartial, published the much longer and, above all, more drastic version sent by email. The review tended to be a tearjerker, in which the idealistic anti-German criticism in magazines such as the Bahamas and Sans Phrase also got their comeuppance. Schwab's criticism is neither good nor true, but primarily symptomatic. His objections are worth mentioning and discussing in detail because, precisely in their attempt to fend off Krug's findings, they once again unconsciously confirm the sting that reveals itself in Uli Krug's work. It may be that Krug's judgments are not formulated explicitly enough for certain readers, but what condemns these readers, who apparently expected messages and instructions, more than the book, and now, like Schwab, state that this work promises much according to the title, but delivers little. The disappointment, which Schwab expresses on behalf of several other readers, is first of all due to excessive expectations, which were fed both by the delay and by the subtitle on Marxism and Psychoanalysis in Times of Sexual Counter-Revolution. Schwab criticizes, not much is said about either Marxism or psychoanalysis, and ends for the time being with the diagnosis that anti-German criticism today has nothing more to say about psychoanalysis, in fact never had anything to say. But this in particular proves that he accidentally and unconsciously understood something after all. This realization would be a conscious one, namely that, firstly, little can actually be said about psychoanalysis or even about psychoanalysis, but with Freud, which is also the eponymous title of another primarily psychoanalytically argued work from the same publisher, a lot can be said about the psyche, as well as little about Marxism, but with Marx a lot about political economy. Provided one has got rid of the double revision, a revision of Freud, whose pessimism is to be driven out, and a revision of Marx, who is brought down from a critic of economics to a theorist of political economy. The latter is taking place on the occasion of the birthday of the critique of political economy to an extent that could not have been foreseen at the time Krug's book was written. The about in the subtitle thus becomes in the text itself the against of the revisions that significantly shaped Marxism and psychoanalysis. In this sense, the little book, as Schwab calls it, is directed against the real history of the two theoretical strands. You don't have to like the saying that brevity is the spice of life, and yet you can note that it outlines the content of value and the idea exceptionally well. This would mean that the book, as a foundational text, as which Schwab categorized it, was doomed to impose asceticism on itself, since it is an intervention that not only interferes in the relevant foundational debates, but for long stretches represents a writing against the need to deliver and receive those supposedly neatly divorced determinations, especially of value as well as the unconscious, and is directed against those strands whose main focus is on Marx's calculations in Capital and who try to find out the appropriate or necessary time of revolution by means of algebra or to measure libido with the help of testosterone levels or other biological factors. In this sense, value and the ID would above all be a work that is explicitly directed against the desire for a new foundational work by asserting the connection between economics and the psyche, Marx and Freud, critique of political economy and psychoanalysis as something that can be clearly deduced from one another. In contrast, Krug's aim was not to force Marx's and Freud's theory together through double revision, but to discover their alien proximity through double orthodoxy. Furthermore, Krug points out that the mutual strangeness of the two theories has its truth content in the break between their respective objects, which is why Krug explicitly emphasizes against an important tendency of seemingly critical, but ultimately only simplistic readings. In short, society is not reflected in the individual. It is not true that Krug or other anti-Germans understand psychoanalysis as a critique of the psychic constitution of society. Quite abruptly, Schwab forces psychoanalysis and political economy to think together in an identity that Krug justifiably refused to accept. It is therefore not at all surprising how quickly his demand to think social analysis and psychoanalysis together becomes a demand to think and formulate psychoanalysis as social analysis in line with current developments. The relationship between psychoanalysis and social criticism, Schwab, is cashed out in favor of an identity. The fact that a tendentious critique of a work entitled Der Wert und das Es, Value and the ID, seems to manage entirely without recourse to economic categories and concepts such as value or commodity proves the preassumption of a concept of society that is social scientific and politological in the worst sense. Krug's parenthetical aside points to this problem, according to which not only the science of the ego, i.e. psychoanalysis, is simply dead as a doornail, i.e. irrelevant, not least because the classical ego itself is dead as a doornail, but also the decline of sociology as an independent discipline must be understood as evidence of the tendency according to which the object of so-called social analysis or critique, as Schwab euphorically calls for, has long since become something that hardly deserves the name society. This is particularly evident in the fact that sociology, the critique of political economy and psychoanalysis, together with countless other disciplines, have long since been leveled down to social science, which Moritz Schwab then quite naturally cites as the only other medium or only other discipline of social analysis, which would be the first proof of the lack of history that frequently becomes apparent in the following. Christine Kirchhoff pointed out in her very pointed essay Hatred of Mediation and Gap Phobia that psychoanalysis is important for, and not as, social criticism, whereby she immediately emphasized, in no way can the constitution of individuals be derived from social requirements. This is precisely why Adorno insisted on a dialectical view of the ego as a piece of libido and the representative of the world, whose task could not simply be dissolved, since the contradictory determination of the ego to carry out conscious cognition as self-preservation, and to erect unconscious prohibitions and renunciations in order to be able to exist as a person, is itself an expression of the necessity of life. It goes without saying that the value and the ID would have had to run to a few thousand pages if it wanted to duly criticize every little everyday phenomenon in models and concrete judgments. Ultimately, this seems to be the only remaining form for attempts to approach the concrete object, which is why, as Wolfgang Port once remarked, even in Adorno's case, minima moralia, and not negative dialectics is the author's main work. Marx, on the other hand, is said to have stood at the transition from a world of great philosophical systems to a world that can no longer be systematically grasped and represented. Marx is the last great systematizer and at the same time the first for whom the fragments are as important as the elaborated system. The time for such works, meaning capital, was over. After Marx no one produced any more. This is precisely the objective background to the fact that, contrary to what Schwab claims, anti-German theory never existed and cannot exist. What does exist are the concrete attempts at criticism that appear in various magazine and newspaper articles, as well as occasionally in collections of essays in book form. The accusation that the anti-German successors of Adorno and Horkheimer practiced a bizarre death cult is somewhat true, but in a different way than Schwab imagines. It is not the cultic veneration of the deceased, but rather the reminder of the admonition that Adorno formulated in relation to all philosophy in the first sentence of Negative Dialectics. Philosophy that once seemed outdated is kept alive because the moment of its realization was missed, that justifies the orthodoxy that is still current. The metaphor of the bizarre death cult, which attempts to brand its executors as eternalists and followers of a personality cult, only works in this sense, of course, if it conceals the subsequent demand that philosophy must criticize itself ruthlessly. However, this reflection can only be understood if it is related to a sentence on the penultimate page of the same work, according to which thinking must understand itself in terms of desire. A thought is inconceivable without desire. A sentence by Schwab, which for other reasons, as will be shown later, is not useful as an objection to Krug, seems at first to correspond exactly to this. Not suppression, but awareness of desire is enlightenment in the sense of psychoanalysis. Schwab's appeal to mere awareness, like many others, is mendacious because it presupposes the non-existent state of freedom without even mentioning the problem of free will. Above all, they conceal the necessity of a reality check of the wish. To quote Adorno, "The need demands its negation by thinking, must disappear in thinking if it is to satisfy itself in real terms, and in this negation it outlasts, represents in the innermost cell of its thought, what is not its equal." Without this negation, thinking degenerates into wishful thinking. Herbert Marcuse formulated the wish in psychoanalytical terms very aptly in his work Triebstruktur und die Gesellschaft, Drive, Structure and Society, which also serves Uli Krug as an authoritative reference for an orthodox utopia. With regard to the cognitive content of fantasy, it states, the past continues to lay claim to the future. It generates the wish that paradise will be restored on the basis of civilizational achievements. It is precisely in this context that the reference to the past assumed as a cult of the dead proves to be a message in a bottle, not to say a task. Marcuse continues at this point, the liberation of the past does not end in reconciliation with the present. Contrary to the self-imposed inhibition of the discoverer, the orientation towards the past strives for an orientation towards the future. The recherche du temps perdu becomes a vehicle for future liberation. In this sense, the reference to the past refers to both the historical, social, and biographical past. To make matters worse, the alien closeness that Schwab would have liked to have imagined better, or for which, with regard to psychoanalysis, he wishes for attempts to revive it at least in our own small circle, is firstly not an abstract one in the emphatic sense, and secondly not a theoretical one. The general speechlessness points to the fact that closeness must be established in a concrete and practical way, and that at the same time it is already being established in the most energetic and repressive way. Thomas Moll described this as the progressive subsumption of people under capital, which at the time, i.e. Marx's, took place from the formal to the real, and since then has also deepened in the mental, becoming ever more total. This refers in particular to the conscious and unconscious psychotechniques of advertising and the culture industry, which perhaps deserve a little more space in Krug's book or more space in criticism in general. But at the same time, everyone knows that what they admire in advertising and on television is a lie and a deception, without, of course, allowing this to stop them from using the same techniques from the culture industry to market themselves or bring their politics to the people. Adorno also had to admit in his leisure essay that he was extremely surprised when a study conducted by the Institute on Reactions to a Royal Wedding that received a great deal of media attention showed that people behaved quite realistically, that the happening was consumed and accepted, but with a kind of reservation. What's more, people don't quite believe in it. End of quote. At the time, Adorno still saw the possibility of maturity and freedom in this. But this possibility, and this should be urgently added, would first have to be realized. The tendencies that can currently be observed tend to indicate the opposite. Not only the boom in series as a seemingly universal medium for relaxation, a remedy for boredom, an escape from reality and a topic of conversation that brings people together, but also the pseudo-activation with the help of social networks, on the other hand, give little cause for confidence. Uli Krug points out the significance of this tendency for propaganda, politics, and resentment. The audience therefore seems to be agitated but no longer capable of commitment. The desire lacks duration, but also measure. It can be cruel and tired at the same time. This also applies to the Western anti-Semite. He increasingly refrains from citing Rothschild or the peoples enslaved by financial Jewry and their culture. Narcissism seems too lazy to rationalize its idiosyncrasies. Krug no longer trusts that the possibility of maturity can be found in this. The audience, which does not quite believe what it is nevertheless enthusiastic about, always allows the opposite interpretation compared to Adorno's judgment. Namely that enlightenment can no longer correct anything in this situation, because enlightenment as mass deception has triumphed over criticism. Immaturity appears as being enlightened beyond itself and thus completely clarified. The term half-educated is still likely to express this state of mind, only in a much more exacerbated form. The anti-Semite, for example, is now a critic of Israel. He can save himself almost any further justification, and of course remains an anti-Semite who sits on talk shows or defines the Intifada for ARD with the source Brockhaus as an uprising of the Palestinian Arabs against the Israeli occupying power. The accusation that nothing new has come since Adorno and Horkheimer is, insofar as it is not false, largely an objective fact, since less has changed in the fundamental constitution of what Schwab calls society since Adorno and Horkheimer than some people believe. This is precisely the objective misery in anti-German critique that needs to be confronted, while the need for the theoretically new tends to be due more to the need for innovation and spectacle. Now, one cannot rest in one's own powerlessness and must not allow oneself to be misled. It would be wrong to imply that this misery of powerlessness is not an essential theme in anti-German criticism. Thomas Moll's two-volume work Wort und Wahn, Value and Delusion, which is also urgently recommended here, and whose parts would presumably also be more like brochures for Schwab, states in the final paragraph of the second volume the sad realization that even the non-anti-Semitic subjects, to whom alone the appeal is made, do not remain undamaged by socialization under capital. They too must acquire hardened soul armor in order to survive halfway in the struggle for existence of all against all. Following this admission, Thomas Moll also admits frankly, this dilemma was exhaustively developed by Adorno/Horkheimer and their successors. The consideration of value and delusion too adds nothing of substance to this, but at best exaggerations. And it is precisely these exaggerations that unfold the growing misery, while the inclination towards renewal, reform, or expansion is often itself merely a powerless and unconscious reaction to the powerlessness that these approaches attempt to overcome. In principle, there is nothing wrong with remaining open to the new or the unknown, but all too regularly, concrete observation reveals the extent to which these convulsive renewals are merely a theoretical evasion and an evasive departure from the concrete, the historical and the material. The main motive of Schwab's critique would probably be the complaint that Krug and the anti-Germans persistently refused to enrich Freudian orthodoxy with newer psychoanalytical insights, especially those of Melanie Klein. Schwab's review is consequently above all a promotion of this enrichment by Melanie Klein, which, however, immediately drifts into anti-Semitism by criticizing Freud for having developed his theory only for the anachronistic, Jewish bourgeoisie of a backward nation. This, not least because it could hardly be more factually incorrect, is a fitting confirmation of what Adorno meant when he wrote that the hatred of undiluted orthodox psychoanalysis is immediately one with that of anti-Semitism, not merely because Freud was a Jew, but because psychoanalysis is precisely that critical self-reflection which drives the anti-Semites to white heat. For Schwab, too, Freudian psychoanalysis tends to become a Jewish science, and not only one of, but above all exclusively for Jews. That is why, in contrast to Melanie Klein, she does not grasp the mental constitution of middle-class London since the 1930s. In other words, the late capitalist subject as it appears today in an exaggerated form. What Uli Krug quite rightly wrote about the work of Claude Lévi-Strauss applies to Melanie Klein, as it does to Schwab's entire critique, and can be generalized here. The anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss dedicated himself less to the observation of, but rather to the assimilation of the thinking of those who used to be called the savages. It was not the reflection on the origins of thought, but rather the aversion to its historical differentiation that determined Lévi-Strauss' research. Research and mythology were to blur into one another in a false universalism. End of quote. While the theorists of orthodox psychoanalysis still felt compelled to penetrate the conditions that demand a psychic normality from the individual by committing themselves to enlightenment and knowledge, the revisionists, to whom Melanie Klein can also be counted in a very specific form, stood for a new way of thinking that, by abstracting from the object without realizing it, hypostatizes the ideology behind the object. The main guarantor of revisionist success in general is adaptation to the zeitgeist. In the individual strands, this adaptation takes place concretely to specific manifestations. In Melanie Klein's case, theoretical thinking adapts to that of her petty bourgeois target group. In Karen Horney's case, to the new difference feminist self-confidence of women. In the late Eric Fromm to kitchen psychological life counseling. Ultimately, Jungians and ego-psychologists took this alignment of thought to an extreme form, which culminated in the preparation for the National Socialist Göring Institute, the merger of the various, now Aryanized currents of psychoanalysis into the new German mental health with a holistic approach to public health. The fact that, according to Schwab, psychoanalysis was already outdated in its infancy is true insofar as this belatedness applies to all reflection worthy of the name, captured by the Hegelian description of Minerva's owl and the Freudian principle of Nachtraglichkeit, whereby insight is only possible by looking back into the past in relation to one's own life history. The past historical ground that Freud found for the insights he gained into the psychic development of man and mankind, onto and phylogenesis, is also his sting, and this is certainly the past ground of the equally past, revolutionary, bourgeoisie. The demand for an expansion to include Klein seems to be due above all to the fact that Adorno did not consider it, that there is a gap there that Adorno has not yet criticized and that could be exploited. Schwab also quickly leaves the path of logic when he writes, Adorno developed his criticism of psychoanalysis on the basis of contemporary literature, defending Freud's theory against its critics and supporters, even against Freud himself. The same should be done today. End quote. In order to apparently remain true to this claim and at the same time refer to Melanie Klein, one must first claim that Melanie Klein, as a significantly older person, has provided more recent psychoanalytical insights, while it is said about Sartre, Lacan, and Reich that their works are rather less recent attempts. Anyone who, like Schwab, complains quite vigorously about the fact that Uli Krug dismisses Mark Soames, the only contemporary psychoanalyst he mentions, in a half-sentence, as this testifies to a peculiar ignorance, should take a good look at themselves when a few lines earlier it says that Lacan is beneath criticism anyway or proclaims about Sartre. Krug comments on the dispute about Sartre's concept of freedom, which was already boring before it had even really begun, with a not really false but rather irrelevant reference to Sartre's even more irrelevant reception of psychoanalysis. Regardless of whether Schwab is right in principle with such a judgment of Lacan, he quite deliberately fails to recognize his continuing enormous importance within the real existing psychoanalysis, in particular, but by no means exclusively, the French, and its application in the social sciences. On the other hand, anyone who thinks that Sartre is beneath all criticism fails to recognize the fundamental conflict of today's no longer very uniform anti-German criticism. To quote Schwab against Schwab, "You make yourself stupid if you no longer know what you claim to be criticizing." In this context, it should also be emphasized that Melanie Klein and the open revisionist Karen Horney acted in constant affirmative and positive reference to each other. However, in Klein we can recognize a more unconscious, seemingly orthodox form of the sociologization of psychoanalysis that Adorno and others criticized in Horney. This is why Klein is the central vanishing point of the unacknowledged revisionists. But how Melanie Klein in particular, who died in 1960 at an advanced age, can be considered contemporary would first have to be explained. Schwab explains it roughly as follows: despite or precisely because of her fatal ontologization of the death drive, which makes the human conflict with the outside world disappear and turn it into one of mere soul life, Klein captured the essence of human existence in late capitalism with astonishing precision. By hypostatizing the individual as oscillating between depressive and paranoid schizoid positions and constantly projecting, she described it more adequately than the psychoanalytic representatives of Freudian orthodoxy ever could. This could perhaps be debated. However, it should first be mentioned that Melanie Klein never classified her work historically. It is by no means a conscious updating of Freudian orthodoxy or psychoanalysis, but is itself a symptom for long stretches. Schwab is thus following in the footsteps of Axel Honneth, of all people, a fighter for recognition, who in 2000 attempted to set up object relations theory against Adorno and Marcuse in Psyche, as it better captured the postmodern personality, and thus Schwab's late capitalist subject. What Schwab immediately ontologizes with Melanie Klein and against Uli Krug, under the pretended ontologization of the death drive, is the principle of equivalence. This becomes clear when Schwab writes, "It would be conceivable, however, that the child, long before it comes to the concept, merely sensually experiences the principle of exchange that the parents represent and on the basis of which they interact with the child. It is therefore the social a priori that is reflected in the sensory experience as a failure, even before thinking actually begins. It may be conceivable under certain circumstances, but if the principle of equivalence were to establish itself sensually in the psyche before conceptual thinking, it would be a horror that would make any criticism impossible. Rather, children still have at least the remnants of an idea of use value, i.e. of what it could be, and today this is being driven out of them earlier than ever. But if it had disappeared completely, there would hardly be any reason for criticism. The aphorism Kaufmannsleben from Minima Moralia reminds us of this, where it says of children that their spontaneous perception still grasps the contradiction between the phenomenon and fungibility, which the resigned adults can no longer reach, and tries to escape it. Play is their resistance. In its purposeless activity, it takes the side of use value against exchange value with a feint. Precisely by divesting the things it handles of their mediated usefulness, it seeks to save them in its dealings with them, whereby they are good for people and not for the sake of the exchange relationship, which deforms people and things alike. The unreality of games reveals that the real is not yet real. They are unconscious exercises in real life. End of quote. In Adorno's reference to the fact that people are unlearning how to give gifts, there is also a conscious reflection on the violation of the principle of exchange. A gift worthy of the name overcomes the principle of exchange in that the giver imagines the potential happiness of the recipient, and does not have the effort, the costs, and the calculative weighing up in mind. This spasmodic calculation of what would be appropriate to the social occasion and the function of the person as well as the counter-gift corresponds to the principle of equivalence. Balzac described the transition from disinterested pleasure to purchased consideration in his Human Comedy, in which gifts are usually something in between purchased love or loyalty and happiness, but the gift must make people so happy that they fall for it. The Balzacian gift-giver deprives and ruins himself completely. No path is too arduous for him, no goal too high, but he has no other means than to buy affection. Schwab does not understand that something significant has been lost, but in his defense of Melanie Klein acts as if the promise of something better is not needed and today's completely material state has always existed. Such a failure of historical reflection is by no means innocent. What became of Marx's from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs, for example in the so-called Stalin Constitution, should serve as a warning. In the USSR, work is a duty and a matter of honor for every able-bodied citizen according to the principle, he who does not work shall not eat. In the USSR, the principle of socialism applies, to each according to his ability, to each according to his merit. That this is the principle of capitalism, which, from the moment it no longer has the slightest necessity, can only be summarized as a principle of performance, as by Marcuse. To each according to his needs is or was a promise that could be experienced as a promise in childhood, in the gift and also in love as well as in aesthetics. Adorno in particular tried to find and rescue this purposefulness without purpose, as Kant recognized it in art, in everyday phenomena, while Schwab now gives purpose to the purposeless itself, which Adorno already criticized in Karen Horney's idea of love in the revised psychoanalysis. Love should also become psychologically what it becomes socially anyway, an exchange of equivalents. It is a clear expression of negativity that the title of Uli Krug's book Der Wert und das Es, Value and the ID, deliberately pushes forward the flip sides of use value and the ego, because these disappear in the shadow of value and the ID, which means that the ID increasingly replaces the ego, the repressed camouflaging the repressed. And yet it is a writing for the ego and the use value, without rummaging them out and promoting them in a false positive manner and without criticism. However, it is even more true of their opponents that we know nothing of them. Only in this ruthless negativity of their purpose do exchange value and the unconscious resemble each other. With regard to the history of the respective parts, the alien proximity could even be described as opposing. As correct as it may be to emphasize the equal originality of use value and exchange value as well as of the ID and the ego, use value only takes shape through its reference to exchange value, just as the ID only takes shape through the emergence of the ego. It should not be forgotten that a primary exists in both cases, just as exchange value only arises when there are objects of use that are exchanged. The ego arises from what is called the ID in the same process. The instinctual in the figurative sense is in the one case the original, ID, in the other the unfolded moment, exchange value. In no way does such a realization lead to a hasty and therefore false departure from those moments that in the one case only lead to an authoritarian denial and suppression of instinct and in the other to a use-value fetishism, both central characteristics of the anti-Semite. Formulations such as liberation of sexuality and just exchange are aimed at what tends to be utopian about these moments of ID and exchange value, without theoretically going beyond such, rather unsatisfactory, demands. And in this relationship, Krug focuses in particular on the ID and the ego and its forms of decay. Value and the ID could be described as a psychoanalytical addendum to Wolfgang Port's theory of use value. The pivotal point of the late capitalist subject, and Schwab's as well, is that it does not recognize itself as a product of decay, but must always insist on being a strong individual. Today's actors have a false consciousness of themselves, which is fatal, because they alone can end the overcoming of the natural compulsion that society exerts on the individual, or in other words, only they could abolish the excess of work and suppression of instinct, of stupidity and fear, which can be measured by the degree to which the objective necessity of life can be mastered. There is hardly any reliance on the instance in question, because in order for the ego to do justice to a reality that demands and produces irrational behavior, it must keep itself unconscious and thus deny its own transcending quality. The decline of both instances, ego and use value, by no means coincides by chance. The universal weakness of the ego begins to assert itself when only the exchange value is consumed and no longer the use value of the products. One must want an existence other than that imposed by capital, and this existence must be objectively present in the productive forces produced as capital. Port identifies the generalization of the culture industry as the historical moment of the turnaround. Because need as formless content is no longer different from capital, the immediate opposition of labor and free activity as a condition of emancipation has ceased to exist from this side, historically probably at the point where the culture industry sees the carcass of proletarian, pre-capitalist forms of life. The incipient era of mental subsumption under Capital, the leap between Marx, Capital 1867-94, and Freud, the interpretation of dreams 1900, as seen by Krug, is also that between Marx and Thorstein Veblen and ostentatious or demonstrative consumption as an apparently unhistorical basic definition of consumption, Theory of Fine People 1899. Which Veblen develops quasi from the Stone Age, as a diagnosis of his time. However, he unconsciously hits on something very true: the return to the archaic principle of prestige, albeit of course in a significantly modified form, which Veblen badly misjudged, namely the brand or trademark. In this sense, to paraphrase Uli Krug and to simplify somewhat, we could say that exchange value is increasingly replacing use value, the abstract camouflaging the concrete, with the brand serving as a mediating instance of this madness. This includes the Veblen effect, which Wolfgang Port summarized as generalized as follows: if value had previously determined price, now price determines value. This time, Port dates the rupture to the February Revolution of 1848, restricting it to upstarts and the nouveau riche and adding that the revolution had gradually turned society upside down. This rupture was probably complete with the advent of monopoly capitalism and the culture industry. Just as the use value, which is poorly stored in the brand, does not disappear completely, the subject form is reversed. Instead of being an instance of repression, it is dominated by the repressed. In the re-architecture of society, the subject also re-architectures. Where I libido becomes primary narcissism. The desire for one's own body or the body ego, Freud, is the result of interaction with the outside world, and this is actually the origin of the sexual drive. However, at the beginning it is purely a desire for stimulation, less psychological than physical, and only in the course of early development does it become the psychological force that Freud calls libido. However, if the sensual experiences are already disturbed, then this has an immediate effect on the development of the libido itself, even before it can actually regress. As a result, the social principle enters psychology before it is even a psychology and can no longer become one, Schwab objects. However, such dynamics, as Schwab continues, are by no means unknown to Krug. Rather, the latter knows that the regression is a social one, which, as Schwab correctly noted, no longer occurs individually in each biography. The trick directed against Krug lies in the following sentence: what Krug adds to the ego as an alien object is not alien, but constitutive for the ego. The schematization of social representation inwardly is the late capitalist ego. The ego and the late capitalist ego are suddenly one, although Schwab himself writes, people no longer develop a contingent ego. The disappearance of the ego, the empowerment of the repressed in the repressed, and the fragmentation of the ego are simply declared to be the ego and thus rationalized and generalized. The phrase "no more contingent ego" also logically requires a preceding maturation process, otherwise, and this is precisely what happens in Schwab's case, an ego atrophy can no longer be understood, which is why Krug quite rightly states, in this very tangible sense, bourgeois society begins to infantilize, in the people's state. Schwab translates and updates the ego in Melanie Klein's sense, thereby robbing it of its critical core. Melanie Klein was already able to claim that the child was born with an ego, so to speak, primarily because her own environment, i.e. the middle classes of London since the 1930s, hardly developed an ego at all. Instead of addressing this lack of ego, Klein gave the toddler, to whom the adults now resembled so drastically in their forms of reaction, the ego previously reserved for a certain state of maturity, a word that a child does not use without reason until around the age of 2 to 2.5 years, which does not mean that it has already developed a mature ego. Klein's ego is present in the first year of life, in the earliest oral phase, and matures at the age of 1.5, at a time when, according to Klein, the gender difference begins to have the most drastic effect and toddlers become treatable. By turning away from language, i.e. speech therapy, and turning to playing and painting, while Anna Freud maintained that children were only treatable from the age of 5, Melanie Klein was able to cleverly exclude the later formed ego in play therapy, as it reveals itself in language acquisition, thus paving the way for her own projective association. Shaskat-Smergel's subtly exaggerated comment that Melanie Klein postulates the existence of an ego from birth is therefore quite apartment. If, in Melanie Klein's view, the small child fantasizes from the very beginning, it must also possess an ego from the very beginning, insofar as all fantasy production is a function of the ego. The enormous efforts that Lily Gast had to make to argue against Shaskat-Smergel's sentence also show, as she ultimately has to admit herself, that Melanie Klein must owe a clear and unmistakable clarification of the question of the constitution and the constitutional conditions of the ego, or, unlike Freud, does not make this her actual subject. However, the certain negligence in this question, which her guest must then attest to, is programmatic, which could be shown in particular by the Kleinians. Although Melanie Klein occasionally wrote about the seemingly concretely determined early ego or the ego of the small child, etc. pages, she only did so in order to ultimately short-circuit it with the more mature ego, similar to Schwab's treatment of the late capitalist ego above. Schwab's Kleinian exegesis, according to which the Kleinians relocate the confrontation with the external world to the very beginning of human existence, only to admit immediately afterwards that the external world appears to Klein as a mere surrogate of the infant's externally projected drives and thus completely denies objective failure, is an absurd contradiction that turns Klein's core thesis into its opposite. And for these reasons, contrary to Schwab's insinuation, there is precisely one thing that cannot be learned from Klein and object relations theory, namely how inner chaos actually comes about. Melanie Klein tends to confuse an archaic self, an originally schizoid self, with the ego. For good reasons, the self was not included in the vocabulary of psychoanalysis by Laplanche and Pontalis. It was introduced into psychoanalytic theory by Heinz Hartmann, in whose ego psychology the self refers to the whole person, while the ego refers to the psychic instance. For the early Freud, the later Freud dropped it altogether. The self is more of a placeholder for a rudimentary pre-ego, Marcuse, which does not deserve to be called the ego. It could therefore be said that children develop a rudimentary self much earlier, e.g. being able to call themselves by their own name, than an ego. For Freud, the self is a word rather than a concept, as Melanie Klein tends to make it. In the 1970s, Heinz Kohut also developed Klein's object relations theory further into self-psychology, only to openly proclaim the end of psychoanalysis at the same time. Today, the self as an object of primary narcissism experiences its distorted inflation and generalization in secondary narcissism, so that one can better speak of a time of the self, a non-developed pre-ego without fixed boundaries, which nevertheless has to set its boundaries as a kind of armor, tholite. In this period of general secondary narcissism, the personality that one does not have, but has to be, replaces the individual character and can become just as crazy, if not identical, an entity as in early childhood, in which the self is the center of the small world, appropriates everything necessary with elbow tactics, and every delay in satisfaction is a source of great frustration. Adorno's disgust with the concept of personality shows how strength asserts itself without a strong ego. The criterion of personality is generally violence and power, domination over people, be it that they possess it by virtue of their position, be it that they attain it, for example thanks to a particular lust for power, according to their behavior and their so-called charisma. This development blesses the assertion of the self as pre-ego in psychology in an equally unconscious manner, and replaces the strong ego with the strong person, who is far more capable of suggestion than of judgment. The problem of the different use of the term self in philosophical and psychological terms, which is expressed in Adorno's sentence, "The half-educated person pursues self-preservation without a self," complicates matters further. Elsewhere, the idea is taken a little further. The ego consciously takes the whole person into its service as its apparatus. In this reorganization, the ego as manager gives up so much of itself to the ego as a means of operation that it becomes completely abstract, a mere point of reference. Self-preservation loses itself. In other words, preservation of the self in the psychoanalytical sense without the self in the philosophical sense of self-consciousness. What is important, however, is that the personality of today is the neutered, externally directed character that has given up the pursuit of competition in favor of conflict-free conformity. The image is the substance of the self as well as the brand, and thus the self is recognizably the mere sign of a product carrier that asserts its self-worth. It is also significant that Alan Ehrenberg's work The Exhausted Self, Depression and Society in the Present was published by Axel Honneth in the Institute for Social Research's publication series, in which Ehrenberg seemingly critically shifted the blame to responsibility and inadequacy. One can also see very clearly from Klein's case descriptions, if one has read them, how freely and how much she interpreted into her little patients, which is ultimately repeated once again by her own exegetes of her work. In Klein's defense, one often reads sentences such as, "A similar idea, albeit more between the lines, can also be found in Melanie Klein." There is nothing to be said against reading between the lines, but if you are asked to do so again and again with astonishing regularity in relation to a thinker, you have to recognize this as a symptom at some point. The task of psychoanalysis to interpret the psyche and its constitution degenerates into an interpretation of Klein's theory, whereby all sorts of things are blithely interpreted into her theory. One has to do some violence to Melanie Klein or her theory in order to make it subservient, which Laplanche revealed in his essay Muss man Melanie Klein verbrennen? In his attempt to dialectically turn Klein's system, which is built on pairs of opposites that allow for all kinds of mechanistic constructions and stereotypes, he ends up with Hegel, where it is ultimately the servant who will remain victorious due to his patient work, and therefore says about Melanie Klein, "Let's ask her to work, force her thinking and her work to work." Klein herself, however, had already been dead for 20 years at the time of the lecture, and the Kleinians truly set to work, above all by training vast numbers of new analysts in the spirit of Klein, just like their founder, and thus ultimately winning the debate within psychoanalysis through the sheer mass of their followers. This would be the rarely mentioned background to the Melanie Klein era, which Christorodidox are emphatically welcomed as prevailing on the continent in the 1970s and currently on the rise, and which is beginning to replace the drive and ego-psychologically determined orientation. Laplanche correctly noted of Melanie Klein's technique that she has almost completely abandoned the Freudian methodology of interpretation and that her theory has succeeded in doing nothing better than translating itself into a method that amounts to an extremely stereotypical decoding of the patient's meaningful statements and gestures, without taking into account the associative process, the historical and individual references, or the thousands of signs that tell us whether the interpretation is on the right track or not. Although Melanie Klein always insisted that she stood in the strict tradition of Freud and liked to list the alleged theoretical similarities with Freud at length in her texts, their respective content cannot conceal this error. Juliet Mitchell noted this in a footnote in which she explains why she hardly ever refers to Melanie Klein in her work, which is rich in material. For our purposes here, I would define the difference between the early Oedipus complex and Freud's theories roughly as follows. Melanie Klein assumes a primary, innate, though still disorganized ego. She allows the Oedipus complex to refer to all phases of object satisfaction. And she attaches great importance to constitutional factors. Freud's theories contradict all of these assumptions. In the Freudian Oedipus situation, the individual finds himself in the triad with father and mother. With Klein, it is only the dyad of child and mother. The father conflict at most works through the mother in a projective internalization of the penis. The father is now in no position that could trigger any kind of childish conflict. Klein has abolished the psychic father. The fact that the real, bourgeois father actually lost his function as the authoritarian head of the family in the course of the 20th century at the latest, which cannot remain without further loss for the significance of the psychic father, is well known, although the consequences of this are often neglected, especially by Melanie Klein and her followers. Because in order to fathom the change in the role of the father, he would first have to exist in Klein's theory. That the paternal phallus is hidden in the mother, and therefore belongs to her, is the new mythology of the fatherless society instead of its reflection, which Klein refuses to accept. It is the castrated father whose function/phallus has been transferred, at least partially and in secret, to the mother. It is certainly true that Freud underestimated or even failed to recognize the ambivalence of the mother, as Otto Rank, for example, also pointed out with the trauma of birth, albeit in a different way to Klein. The role of the mother is a temporal one. In Freud's time, the lovable mother just about covered up the later and earlier psychic ambivalent one, which was exposed and intensified again in the fatherless society, Paul Federn, Alexander Michelich. However, the gentle and loving mother could only exist in contrast to the punitive and strict father, to whom she transferred the necessary threats. If the latter disappears from this role, it becomes the single-parent personal union of punitive and seductive mother, who can no longer do justice to either of the two tasks, at least if one takes the historical development seriously, without deriving a necessity for such a development from it. The Kleinian conception of the mother, or even the combined parental figure, a term that could have become a good template for the single mother if it had been more conscious and reflective, fails to recognize, according to Mitchell, the scope of Freud's selection of the father, which is so crucial for an explanation of patriarchal culture, or, as Freud would have said, the culture that is patriarchal. Whereby here, also tending against Mitchell's conception of the law of the father, we must insist very emphatically on what Justice Wertmuller has aptly noted, namely, that the concept of patriarchy only partly means misogynistic male domination over women, but is significantly linked to an idea of the self-confident personality that masters its destiny as an adult. After having passed the struggle with the father and emancipation from the mother, after the liberation of its own sexes from the equally childish and brutal allsexuality to genital sexuality. The emancipation of women has not positively, but regressively sublated this unfortunate male event, because it was carried out to the exclusion of women. Uli Krug's observation that it was not women's emancipation that led to the infantilization of society, but rather the other way around, also recognizes the connection as historically real, without assuming that it is necessary. Once again, we are reminded of Schwab's part of the sentence, according to which the child experiences the principle of exchange, which the parents represent and on the basis of which they interact with the child, without conceptualization, merely sensually. As the parents in this depiction already interact indiscriminately with the child, the difference between the role of the historical mother in comparison to the late capitalist one, as outlined by Horkheimer in his essay on Authority and Family in the Present, is misjudged. With regard to the change in the role of the mother, he states, her entire attitude towards the child becomes rational. Even love is handled like a component of pedagogical hygiene. They accept motherhood as a profession, and their attitude towards children is objective and pragmatic. The image of the mother therefore loses its mystical aura in the children's consciousness. It should be noted that Horkheimer never forgot to point out that the earlier image of the mother and the position of women were by no means desirable, but he wrote primarily from the child's perspective. Women have paid for their limited admission to the economic world of men by adopting the behavioral patterns of a completely reified society. The consequences extend to the most tender relationships between mother and child. The mother ceases to be an appeasing mediator between the child and the harsh reality, she herself becomes its mouthpiece. Thus, according to Horkheimer, in the classical constellation, the mother was the child's natural ally, whether she wished it or not. In Schwabian terminology, the late capitalist child behaves like a calculating little adult without a constant, independent ego, but with a tremendous amount of narcissism. This sentence condemns childhood, just like the bourgeois woman and mother itself a historical product, and adult existence at the same time, while Melanie Klein not only ontologizes it, but also rationalizes it in the process. The mother, who denies or must deny herself to the child, is the personal basis for the fact that it is no longer love on the basis of which the mother interacts with the child. Adorno says of the collectivist order, in the citizen, it simultaneously liquidates the utopia that once drew on the mother's love. This means that what Adorno stated in his essay on revised psychoanalysis, albeit addressed to Karen Horney, applies more than ever. La recherche du temps perdu est du temps perdu. In other words, the search for lost time is of lost time. The lost childhood is lost forever with Klein. With Freud, at least an understanding of the lost can be developed. The Kleinian system blocks any reference to a developed ego, to rational individuality, to a potential moment of happiness, which also means that the historical reference, be it biographical or social, often the only one available, is missing. Instead, depression itself is reassurance and redemption. It should be noted, as in a text by Christa Rodi-Doxer on the concepts of the unconscious, which contrasts Freud's and Klein's concepts, that in Freud's idea of a primary satisfaction that can never be recaptured, the fantasy of a lost paradise resonates, whose door remains closed forever, whereas for Melanie Klein, human life begins with an experience of hell that results from the predominance of the death instinct and only enters calmer waters when the depressive position is reached. This corresponds to a conceptual shift from pleasure to fear. It goes on to say, for Freud, happiness is not provided for in the plan of creation. What remains is the memory trace of an original satisfaction that accompanies human life as a promise and only expires with death. And uncovering precisely this promise would be the task set for humanity with Freud against Freud or beyond Freud. He himself could not imagine its realization. One person who tried was Herbert Marcuse. Nevertheless, Freud's concept of the death instinct also contains an element of happiness, which he himself revealed by calling it the happiness instinct in the same sense. It is obvious that the hope for happiness has increasingly been replaced by a hopeless depression, as Port rightly remarked that the masses do not become revolutionary in depression, but depressive, which may appear to be a general judgment, but refers specifically to the 2008 financial crisis and its consequences in Greece. History shows that the masses become revolutionary in crises, which provides both hope and warning in this respect. However, there is a big difference between registering something and approving it intellectually. The transition from Freud to Klein is that from drive and its denials to fantasy and fantastic splitting, and from lust to envy. Freud's primary narcissism becomes primary envy in Klein, whereby the depressive position, from the 7th month, must be understood as a certain maturation and integration of the Kleinian subject. Even the term position, which replaced the Freudian phase in Klein, is above all a rationalization of the return of the repressed. If the phase still points to a stage of development that is to be overcome, Klein's position focuses on the topographical. This rigid locality can be found throughout Klein's theory, which almost abandons the dynamic concepts of unconscious, preconscious, and conscious in favor of the topographical fragmentation of ego, superego, and ID. In Klein's theory, it is depression that promises somewhat calmer waters, while Horny speaks quite openly of security and satisfaction as basic principles, betraying her actualization as one to the welfare state. A theory that abandons real fear in favor of a sexual coping with fear, that abandons the pursuit of pleasure and the need to live, that simply leaves aside the physical and psychological shocks with which pleasure has to be exorcised and detoured, cannot be a more adequate theory. Melanie Klein degrades all psychological forms of reaction to reactions to fantasized fear by actively denying the actual threat of the outside world. What remains is a diffuse reality principle that is already at work at the beginning of psychosexual development instead of being painstakingly learned. One can aptly state the prevalence of a psychotic character, which analogizes externally determined reality in the ego with repressed inner reality and ultimately replaces it, to whom powerlessness in the face of circumstances appears as the superiority of secret enemies, and who thus rationalizes aggression as self-defense. Loss of reality becomes a paradoxical consequence of adaptation. However, this observation is preceded by the concepts of reality and a certain historical psychological development that is linked to the superiority of social reality. For Melanie Klein, however, the infant is already in this earliest paranoid anxiety situation as an infant, especially the little girl, who must constantly fear being devoured, cut up, destroyed by her mother. The sex character also becomes a hopelessness with Klein. The little girl wants motherhood out of herself and not because motherhood would be a substitute for the non-existent penis. The great merit of Melanie Klein is precisely this ideology of the actual female desire for motherhood as an essentialist constant. If the little human being appears depressed or schizophrenic in this constellation, trapped in a completely cemented and static gender relationship that also regulates projective anxiety management, it is not because this is the result of speculative and exploratory thinking, but because it arises directly from the schizophrenia of the theory. What remains for the small subject is pure horror. Rodi Doxer rightly emphasizes that every theory contains a myth as a subtext in which the strongest human longings and the deepest human fears find expression. In Freud's theory, the longing for a lost paradise; in Melanie Klein's theory, the fear of the power of hell within oneself. And the title of an essay by Lily Gaston, The Idea of Subject Genesis in the Phantasmatic Space in Freud and Klein, also expresses this contrast: heaven and hell, paradise, and chamber of horrors. Thus the ontology of hell in the form Melanie Klein presents it is itself a myth, a rationalization of hopelessness. In Schwab's case, the eradication of every memory, trace of happiness reads like this: secondary narcissism is not, as Freud claims, the happy return to the state of the primary, but barbaric self-deception, in which the subjects make themselves believe that they can still get their money's worth. In no way did Freud even begin to claim this, which we could have come to ourselves if we had considered that Freud based the development of secondary narcissism on organic pain and illnesses that throw us back on ourselves. In Freud's writings, secondary narcissism is often a pathological narcissism. However, this does not mean that narcissism cannot at least be a representative of certain moments of happiness, which can be seen not least in sleep. Similar to illness, the sleep state also means a narcissistic withdrawal of the libido positions to one's own person, or more precisely, to the one desire to sleep. Sleep and tiredness can thus be recognized as a psychological connection between primary and secondary narcissism, without these being equated, as Schwab claims. However, if sleep is regarded as barbaric self-deception, this all too quickly becomes an ideology of strength and brutality, as expressed in Nietzsche's phrase from Zarathustra: "But I say, what falls should be pushed. The everything of today, that falls, that decays, who would hold it? But I still want to push it." This is not to say per se that Melanie Klein as a whole is exhausted or finished, but there are urgent objections to a Kleinian extension, especially one in Schwab's line extension. One is reminded of Wolfgang Port's work Das allerletzte Gefecht, The Very Last Battle, from which the above depression quote also comes, in which he clearly expressed his farewell to the hope of a realization of utopia. In the essays contained therein, sentences such as the following are characteristic of his capitulation to utopian prospects: we know nothing, we understand nothing, we have no idea, we have to reckon with everything at all times, so we better not reckon. The future is unpredictable, and people are unpredictable. Or, even more unknown than the existing society already is a future one. So the fact is that no one knows the future, but everyone would like to know it. As true as Port's statements are, we must not forget that they are bought by resignation and capitulation, which are understandable but should not be rationalized or adopted. Now, resignation is no guarantee of truth. In the most extreme case, it may achieve this as a conscious one, which in open renunciation still holds on to what it gives up, as in the case of Port, who publicly bowed to the claims of hope. Schwab's capitulation is merely unconscious. It is a form of resignation that knows nothing of itself and wants to know nothing, which certainly began in psychoanalysis with Melanie Klein. However, as surrendering to hopelessness only leads to depression, Schwab, who for this very reason can come across as more cheerful and seemingly more critical, needs another source, which he had scolded above as a representative of those mostly less topical attempts. The only really interesting reference is to Wilhelm Reich. And Krug does him a great injustice. Reich's demand for a sexuality liberated from irrational social constraints, as wrong and reactionary as it came across in Reich's explanations, hit the core of the problem of psychoanalysis. Namely, the affirmation of social repression of the instinctual life, which not only Freud, but above all his followers, held in considerable contempt. They recognized the drive in order to tame it through a strong ego and sublimation. However, the concept of sublimation, which Krug, following Freud's orthodoxy, prefers as the form of drive suppression to strive for, is by no means the progressive counterpart to repression, but an unconscious process in the service of defense, not reflection. If you had read Uli Krug's book seriously, you would easily recognize Schwab's accusation as an absurd objection to Krug, who wrote quite clearly, "Even in times of general ego weakness, one cannot share the program of psychoanalysis that the ego should become where the ID was before without critical distance." And he even continued explicitly, "The hope is not necessarily for a strong ego, but for a state in which the ego can be conscious, but is allowed to be weak, consciously weak and aware of its weakness." This is one of, if not the most central sentence of the work. In marked contrast to Schwab, Krug knows that the state in which one can and may be weak and conscious does not come about by itself, and that the ego is dialectical in nature, as an instance whose unconscious parts have to carry out the repressions that guarantee fitness for reality. The ego can only very incompletely perform the practical elucidation of inner nature and social natural compulsion that is to be hoped for from it alone, and indeed as long as it does not succeed in making these repressions conscious on the one hand, and in socially lowering their necessary extent on the other. In essence, Krug's statements precisely address the dilemma of objective misery to be grasped psychoanalytically, not only in anti-German critique, that the only confederate is an instance that is difficult to rely on until the mode of production and the corresponding relationship have been changed by a revolution that is as comprehensive as possible and should penetrate into all the pores of everyday life, which in turn would be the responsibility of this instance. It seems to be a vicious circle to demand of the strong ego to work towards its own sublation and that of its necessity through the sublation of society that it has to achieve. The dialectic of the ego that Schwab actively refuses to accept, twisting Krug's explanations, comes to bear in the question of sublimation. It is not the question of existence, but of the procedure of sublimation that is one of the most unresolved in psychoanalysis. Laplanche and Pontalis went so far as to say, "The lack of a coherent theory of sublimation remains one of the gaps in psychoanalytic thought." However, they emphasize that sublimation is a requirement that is difficult to see how it can be dispensed with. However, Schwab's thesis that sublimation is merely a regressive defense would not have received support from Melanie Klein or from Wilhelm Reich in the same brute force. Reich very much welcomed the sublimation of pregenital strivings and advocated these specific sublimations as extremely important cultural achievements due to his focus on genital strivings. In the same vein, one could read in Fenichel's neurosis theory that sublimation is not a suppression of the drive, but a distraction of the drive goal, which is admittedly a defense. But defense and reflection can go hand in hand in the case of sublimation, because sublimation proceeds without counteracting. Sublimated impulses, although they are artificially diverted, reach the surface, while precisely this does not happen with the other impulses. In the case of sublimation, the original instinctual impulse disappears because its energy is used to occupy a substitute. In the other forms of defense, the libido of the original drive is kept in check by a high counter-occupation. Sublimations differ from the neurotic substitute satisfactions through their desexualization, i.e., the satisfaction of the ego is no longer only obviously libidinal. For Fenichel, too, it is clearly the pregenital strivings, which are not needed for primal pleasure, and the accompanying aggressions that can be sublimated at all, provided that they have not, yet, been repressed. According to Fenichel, sublimation is the generic term for successful defense and encompasses various mechanisms. What these mechanisms have in common is that, under the influence of the ego, the target or object of an impulse is changed without blocking adequate rejection. Reich writes something similar in his character analysis. Freud already noted in Unbehagen in der Kultur that one is tempted to say that sublimation is a drive destiny forced upon us by culture. But it would be better to think about this a little longer. Schwab's implied joyful partisanship for the suppression of drives does not really resonate in the forced especially as Freud decidedly emphasized how rare successful sublimation is. Coping by sublimation, by diverting the sexual drives away from the sexual goal towards higher cultural goals, succeeds for a minority, and probably only temporarily, least easily in the lifetime of fiery youthful energy. For Freud in particular, it was the reflective, as opposed to the ordinary person, who was not capable of sublimation, i.e., poets, artists, etc., and it is generally much more difficult to convince the idealist of the inappropriate whereabouts of his libido than the simple person who has remained frugal in his demands. In Freud, too, sublimation exists at times as a conscious and conflict-prone, conscious or at least deliberate renunciation. The Sirens chapter of the Odyssey is reminiscent of this contrast. Thomas Mull has rightly pointed out that, in the dialectic of enlightenment, it remains ambiguous whether Odysseus, who is tied to the mast while his crew rows with their ears plugged, is rather renouncing or sublimating when he is prepared in this way to surrender to the siren's song, i.e., to allow himself to be bound by it, without simultaneously giving himself away and unleashing himself. In fact, it is probably both. This reveals the Freudian fragility of sublimation in the aesthetic, which Adorno took much further. The siren's allure is neutralized to a mere object of contemplation, to art by Odysseus. It is therefore no coincidence that Odysseus was with Kirk before he came to the sirens, whom he had subjugated through self-control and suppression of his urges, i.e., through physical and psychological renunciation. In other words, his sexuality is already organized. One could say that by physically renouncing himself once again as a person equipped with a mature ego, but giving himself over to the theoretical senses of the ears and eyes, according to Hegel, he sublimates the song of the sirens into art for all those who follow, while killing the sirens in the process. Aesthetic theory states, while the pre-artistic layer is poisoned by utilization until the works of art eradicate it, it survives sublimated in them. They possess less ideality than they promise a blocked or failed sensuality by virtue of their spiritualization. The relationship of the rowers to Odysseus would roughly correspond to that of unfree manual labor to the enjoyment of art, from compulsion to self-compulsion. Fenechel's characterization of the sublimated drive as no longer merely instinctual makes it clear that it is by no means a matter of elevation to a pure spirituality, but rather a modification of instinctuality in which the drive is precisely not exorcised. Freud himself pointed out the danger of oversublimation. It is also to be considered that many persons are ill precisely because of the attempt to sublimate their drives beyond the degree permitted by their organization, and that in those capable of sublimation this process tends to take place of its own accord as soon as their inhibitions have been overcome by analysis. I think, therefore, that the endeavor to use analytic treatment regularly for the sublimation of drives is always praiseworthy, but by no means recommendable in all cases. Rachledge for Den Arst, 1912, the ego and sublimation are not categories that should be hastily thrown overboard, particularly because of their delicacy and frailty denied by Schwab, their inherent dialectics, their at least partial strivings in the service of reason. As long as no other instances and mechanisms are known to us, it can be stated that the condemnation of sublimation as a whole also means the condemnation of civilization, and ultimately the baby is thrown out with the bathwater. With regard to aggression, the vulgar attack on sublimation tends to become intellectually dangerous. Freud once referred to the sublimation achievements of anal, sadistic strivings by a surgeon whose sadistic impulses ultimately merge into a socially useful activity. In Fromm's rejection of this hypothesis, we can clearly see his rationalization when he asks and explains, but is this really true? After all, a surgeon not only cuts, he also repairs, and it is more likely that the best surgeons are not motivated by their sublimated sadism, but by many other factors, for example, that they have skillful hands, that they are inspired by the desire to heal through direct intervention. Surgeons would probably like Fromm's explanations much better than Freud's thesis. But Fromm, who should have known that many impulses reveal themselves as a mixture of drives, himself relativized his relativization with his not only, since he massively criticized the same formulation in Marcuse as indefinite and vague. Rather, Freud's thesis should be unfolded, something from an even more so Schwab refused to do. It is precisely in this refusal that Schwab's writing becomes pubescent. Reich, with his unconditional demand for the unleashing of the drive, opposed these views and proved them, Freud and his successors including Krug, right. Not because his socialist idea of the new man prevented him from seeing that this unleashing meant barbarism, nor because he could not admit, on the basis of his distorted libido theory, that a certain degree of renunciation was indispensable for the spiritual development of mankind. The obvious contradiction of unconditional unleashing and the opposite indispensable renunciation alone invalidates Schwab's thesis, although it should also be mentioned that Reich cited two conditions for the liberation of the drive: genitality and heterosexuality. However, Schwab would ultimately be right that the liberation of the drive only knows pleasure and truth in the state of freedom and through reflection. Enlightenment in the sense of psychoanalysis is not repression, but the realization of desire. The trick is that the liberation of the drive in the state of freedom is already superfluous, and in all the talk of the progressive simply fails to mention how one arrives at this state of freedom, which is why the chapter with the same title in Negative Dialectics is largely concerned with horror, with the death penalty, with naked physical fear and torturous bodies, as it said one page earlier, and not without reason. How much aggression so far lies in freedom becomes visible whenever people act like free men in the midst of general lack of freedom. Schwab's own warning against barbarism falls flat, as it is only used as a phrase. Rather, it should be pointed out that in a state of freedom, one would at least potentially have long since moved beyond truth and desire, since desire and prohibition are in a dialectical relationship, like truth and reality. Schwab brings this up again when he writes that pathological self-love is only an inadequate substitute for what love could be, namely devotion to the other in a state of freedom. It would be truer to say that love was devotion in a state of bondage. For Schwab, it seems inconceivable that love in a state of freedom could, at least in terms of its nature, encompass, to remain in Schwab's terminology, being taken, to which not only the work of the Marquis de Sade, but also the often recurring analogy of love and torture in Baudelaire refers. The idea of a spasmodically equivalent surrender is, on the one hand, a mere principle of exchange, and on the other, shows how Melanie Klein loses the fantasy that she declared to be the main function and thus ultimately dequalified. Sublimation is already a balancing act for Freud, and it is precisely in the question of sublimation that Freud becomes dialectical. The definition of sublimation constantly fluctuates between repressive and progressive or adaptation and reflection. The mere renunciation of sublimation is a function of a seemingly dynamic, social static, as Sylvia Bovenschen put it very pointedly. One of the avoidable errors of the 1970s inspired by Wilhelm Reich was the assumption that a Philistin who is sexually disinhibited could be something other than a sexually disinhibited Philistin. An emphatic concept of sublimation can also be found in Adorno. No sublimation succeeds unless it preserves within itself what it sublimates. This describes the desire preserved in thought through negation. It comes from the same Adorno who elsewhere accuses Freud of glorifying sublimation, which probably does not exist. It is absurd to accuse Uli Krug of blindly siding with sublimation simply because he takes it seriously. Schwab, on the other hand, is much closer to Sartre than he might like, as boring as he finds him, and to Max Stirner, whom Reich admired in private, in his diaries. Reich could also be seen as a tendentious ideologue of ego weakness and a fatherless society, if he was much more open about this than Melanie Klein and Moritz Schwab. Reich welcomed the decline of the bourgeois family extremely euphorically or at least optimistically, hoping to see in it the new, civilized emergence of primitive, supposedly mother-right, instinct-free societies, such as those of the Trobrianders, the favorite object of ethnoanalysis and critics of the Oedipus complex. It would also be easy to illustrate how ego weakness was structurally anchored in Reich's theory. Even if one tries to deny that the orgone excess is an almost necessary extension of his previous work, one can see, as with Melanie Klein, that Reich turned away from language. Nonverbal behavior and emotional expression, even in adults, came to the fore, which led Reich from character analysis to body analysis, vegetotherapy, which consisted mainly of body armor analysis and body work, and focused on muscular armoring. Reich and Klein blatantly betray the medium of resistance, human language, which Adorno and Horkheimer, who like to be remodeled into senile animal lovers, described in the dialectic of enlightenment. The duration of the animal, uninterrupted by liberating thought, is dull and depressive. In order to escape this piercingly empty existence, resistance is necessary, the backbone of which is language. Even the strongest animal is infinitely moronic. In this regard, it should be mentioned that language and utility value are just as closely and yet strangely related for Wolfgang Port as the ego and utility value. The impoverishment and desolation of life is expressed in the inability to really use objects. It is materialized and objectified as uselessness in the products themselves. A few pages later, he comes to the decay of the faculty of language. The psychoanalytic orthodoxy is a linguistic one, as Freud formulated it in the lectures. In psychoanalytic treatment, there is nothing other than an exchange of words between the analyzed and the doctor. In this context, Uli Krug has emphatically pointed out that psychoanalysis transcends medicine. Unlike medicine, psychoanalysis remains constitutively dependent on understanding the patient. Its medicine is education, its surgery is conversation. In his essay Sprache, Lebenspraxis und senisches Verstehen in der psychoanalytischen Therapie, Alfred Lorenzer described the polarization of post-Freudian psychoanalysis. The school of Melanie Klein, and also Lacan, moved closer to the irrationalist side. The extensive movement of psychoanalytic ego psychology moved to the other, rationalist side. For Lorenzer, both developments represent a break in the dialectic. The extent to which Klein and Reich abandon language has already been indicated, but Lacan also devalues language by presenting the unconscious as a language, i.e., everything is language, which completely contradicts the Freudian view. Language is the medium and the limit of psychoanalysis in capturing the unconscious. Psychoanalysis seeks to explore the non-linguistic by means of language. Lorenzer, Anna Freud, who should not be confused with her father, on the other hand, really took the side of suppressing the drives. Only in practical terms could it be shown whether or to what extent a sublimation without desexualization, as Marcuse projected it as a utopia, is possible or desirable at all. In principle, and to a not insignificant extent against Marcuse himself, we must insist on the principle of sustainability, which denies a psychoanalytical prognosis of the future. Krug remains faithful to this because he refuses to accept Marcuse's overly concretist and positivist sketches of a society free of repression. It is therefore to be considered a merit that Krug necessarily leaves a gap at this most important point, which may cause disappointment, but which cannot be blamed on the author himself. As necessary as Marcuse's criticism may be, it goes wrong with astonishing regularity. Take Erich Fromm, for example, for whom a significant weakness of Marcuse and his reception of Freud was that Marcuse was neither familiar with the clinical application of psychoanalytical findings nor did he feel competent to do so. Such a philosophy of psychoanalysis, which does not refer to clinical experience, is an approach that largely hinders the understanding of psychoanalytic theory. Indeed, a major danger of the non-clinical approach is that one abstracts too much from the concrete, for example from case histories. However, this danger should not tempt clinicians, whose professional honor is quickly wounded by the philosophy of psychoanalysis, to indulge in the overly pragmatic branch, in which metapsychology as a level of reflection is, if at all, only an accessory. Fromm overshot the mark by far, which can be seen in his entire further criticism, whereby the individual points each hit something in Marcuse's work, but overall illustrate his conservatism of values and his hostility to perversion, and could only hit Marcuse insofar as he overstepped the bounds of utopian design. Accordingly, Frank Bockelmann was also able to introduce his essay The Bad Sublation of the Authoritarian Personality with the following words decidedly against Marcuse. In the meantime, sexuality has been released and work devalued, but with different consequences than Marcuse hoped at the time. The Marcuse critics Fromm and Bockelmann seem to share the slippery sexual morality and consumer criticism. Magnus Clow judged perfectly appropriately. Bockelmann's books Die Schlecht der Autoritären Persönlichkeit and Über Marx und Adorno, published in 1971 and 1972 respectively, are still worth reading because they testify to an unusually clear-sighted approach to the conformism of the New Left. But The Bad Sublation of the Authoritarian Personality already contains invectives against the consumer society, the loose sexuality of Americanized mass culture, against petting, dating, and 5-minute coitus, in which the anti-egalitarian gesture resonates. As a result of reflecting on both the inadequate critique and the utopia that went too far, for Krug, Marcuse's utopia of a repression-free sublimation is also a memorable one, not per se one that can be realized one-to-one according to Marcuse's sketch, whereby he points out that this utopia in late industrial society, in which leisure and performance, discipline and pleasure, work and pleasure are blurredly intertwined, has of course itself given up its temporal core. The reflection that took place is already evident in the fact that Uli Krug refused to accept the concept of drive value, with which Marcuse at least implicitly merged the alien proximity into a real utopian identity in the advertised transformation of work into play. This made it easy for Fromm to accuse Marcuse of hoping that he could regress in the completed technological society and become a child again, or perhaps even an infant. Marcuse, on the one hand, and Fromm, on the other, are right about each other because of each other's inadmissible exaggerations. Where the one went too far in the concrete utopian, the other responded with reactionary positivism. For what Fromm refused to acknowledge in his criticism above is that in a liberated society, it should no longer be an offense to temporarily and consciously regress, even to infancy. This would mean being allowed to be weak without being condemned to weakness. Marcuse, on the other hand, was latently mistaken about his own utopia, as he tended to neglect the relations and modes of production in favor of a cultural struggle in his uncritical recourse to Schiller and thus in his astonishingly unreflective and vulgar reference to Kant, which is why he consequently became one of the pioneers of the 1968 movement. As the proletariat's ability to strike no longer represented a liberating potential in the face of increasing industrial automation, he turned to a primacy of the reversal of the civilization process and a subversion of culture, which would be responsible for producing a humanity and world that could be free. In this way, the demand for the appropriation of the means of production, false as it has often been, is simply banished. Since this struggle is an impotent one, Marcuse's utopia itself became authoritarian and repressive, with affirmative reference to the educational dictatorship, when, for example, he called for censorship of the culture industry instead of making it mad for people through criticism, as Adorno preferred in his discussion of education for maturity. Nevertheless, Marcuse is probably right with his thesis. The desublimation of reason is just as essential a process for the emergence of a new culture as the self-sublimation of sensuality, as well as with the offer of his writing on sexuality as a yardstick for the reflection of every utopian endeavor. The idea of a non-repressive order of drives must first and foremost be tested against the most disorderless of all drives, namely sexuality. The hope that Krug attaches to the still essentially unredeemed, orthodox utopia must be that of a gap. Everything that threatens to close this gap incorrectly must be mercilessly criticized. According to Schwab, it often seems as if one's own identity is more important than criticism, the false identification with the role model so strong that every critical objection, everything new is perceived and warded off as a threat of potential patricide and unbearable narcissistic insult. But it remains speculation. The most banal objection to this would be that there is simply no serious critical aspect to the objection, as we hope to have demonstrated, and the danger of potential patricide is not imminent if the objection, since Melanie Klein, consists primarily in the denial of the father. What remains in Schwab's critique is only the wishless unhappiness, port. Criticism, however, becomes skepticism or even unacknowledged cynicism when the why or wherefore of criticism no longer plays a role. The desirelessness noted by Port is an essential component of the misery with which anti-German critique is concerned. It is misery as an object to which Schwab capitulates by rationalizing it. To summarize, Schwab, along with Melanie Klein and Wilhelm Reich, robs us of the desire and its history as well as the instance and mechanisms for the potential realization of this desire. Uli Krug, on the other hand, refuses to accept these two apparent alternatives for good reason, without, of course, being able to present a new constructive optimistic roadmap. If Der Wort und das Es is supposed to be a foundational work, as Schwab claims, then despite its brevity it is one of the most presuppositional we have ever read. Ultimately, all that remains for us to do, now belatedly, is to warmly congratulate the author on his first anniversary and to wish that his work finds readers who understand it as the task that it represents. An elementary part of this task is to reflect on whether one thinks the zeitgeist and judges with it or thinks and judges about it. It is certainly not often that I have admired a psychoanalytic work instead of criticizing it. I must do so this time. It is the most beautiful thing I have read from you, an involuntary proof of your superiority over us all. This is how the spiritual father and teacher Sigmund Freud ennobled the last work written by Lou Andreas Salome, which has now been published in a new edition by Severus Verlag. In 1931, the year My Thanks to Freud was published, the author was already 70 years old and suffering from a serious illness. Lou Andreas Salome as a theorist, writer, and poet of psychoanalysis is all too often forgotten in the popular reception compared to the eccentric figure she portrayed as a femme fatale with relationships to Friedrich Nietzsche and Rainer Maria Rilke. As an energetic advocate of his teachings, Freud's trust in her went so far that, even after the split in the psychoanalytic movement, he was the only one of his circle to continue to invite her to meetings of the now competing schools of Alfred Adler and C.G. Jung. And rightly so, because Andreas Salome sharpened basic psychoanalytical concepts with astonishing precision, which point far beyond Freud's dualistic intellectual heritage and literally push towards dialectics. For Lou Andreas Salome, knowledge is essentially linked to the willingness to make sacrifices. Using Freud's self-analysis as an example, she shows that in the process of cognition, which is always also a personal exposure, one's own desires, the pleasant, and the comfort of the untrue are given up in favor of reflection. The purpose of this self-sacrifice, at least in a narrow therapeutic context, is recovery, which goes hand in hand with self-knowledge. However, the sacrifice must come to an end and be temporarily limited as a necessary means to an end, so as not to become pure self-discipline. Lou Andreas Salome thus sees the illness in the analysis as a worthy opponent and thus as a second and external aspect of the individual's identity. The analyst must assist the patient in two ways, firstly with his knowledge of psychoanalytic methodology and then, above all, by means of the ability to help passively, to pull himself out of the water by his own hair. Recovery should always also be the experience of an ego that exists beyond shame and pride and was not identical with the suffering, but only afflicted with it, detachably linked. Contrary to what is often the bad real practice of therapy today, Lou Andreas Salome believed that psychoanalysis should never be a moral or pedagogical education, as this is always linked to the cause of the illness, to the bondage of infantility that has just been worn away. Picking apart and fraying the individual during an analysis would result in a basic knowledge of the human condition, an empathic knowledge of the scars of helplessness, which ultimately finds expression in one's own maturity. This exposure maneuver is a process that liberates from the self-imposed compulsion to identity with the illness and carries out recovery as a return home to something more than the former self, more than one's own suffering, because the illness is all too good self-protection that must be overcome, not promoted. The core of Andreas Salome's theory is narcissism as a double direction. In the tone of existential ontology, she describes the narcissistic Urgrund as the site of a supposedly primordial state and localizes it as the mother's inner self, as a simultaneous reservoir for all forward-driving developments and all regressive longings for a tensionless state, whereby the umbilical cord never experiences the very last cut. However, she must object that this primary aspect eludes definition. Although we know nothing about how we felt as a fetus in the womb, we all want much of our lives to go right back there. The direct memory of the original state is blocked. All desires can only be grasped in the sense of after effects, as a later realization, and so the lifelong distorted regressions also refer to the past pleasurable state as a fetus. Whether Lou Andreas Salome brought existentialism into psychoanalysis or whether she broke away from her former companions thanks to it could only be clarified by a detailed rereading of her complete works. The open letter to Freud tends to indicate the latter. Although writing in existential philosophical language, she herself warned against external contaminations of psychoanalysis, which today could best be subsumed under the term of its politicization. Under the guise of resistance, psychoanalytic categories such as repression or the unconscious are transferred to social phenomena, whereby their critical content is completely removed. The orthodoxy of psychoanalysis is derived from its origins in practice. Because of this, its materialism can also be recognized as a limited one, which hardly leaves the framework of therapy, but instead focuses on the individual body, the real given, that which is actually present. The imminent contradiction of psychoanalysis is that, as a practical therapy, it is the administration of misery, which is supposed to transform pathological suffering into common evil, but in doing so must accept the latter to a certain degree, even though it recognizes its horror and falsity. This also limits the psychoanalytical dialectic, which usually appears as an emphasis on ambivalences. According to Lou Andreas Salome, for the adult human being, what he experiences is already secondary. In contrast to numerous attempts to view the unconscious as something authentic, Andreas Salome makes it clear that it is nevertheless something secondary, whereas the primary can only be found in the mind of the fetus or infant, from whose perception we are cut off from any conscious memory. At the same time, she objects to the pathos of self-dramatization. We are not our work of art. Surprisingly, these provisions are not critically reflected at all in the definition of gender relations, certainly the most questionable part of Lou Andreas Salome's theory. In an affirmative exaggeration of motherhood, she proclaims that women can develop the decisive condition of their active erotic happiness due to their ability to give birth and can therefore, in contrast to men, experience their opposite sex side of being by giving birth. At these points in the text, an unexpected reference to an important contemporary of Lou Andreas Salome emerges, Martin Heidegger. In Being and Time, he attempted to find answers for the same temporal context as the authoritative foundational works of psychoanalysis. Heidegger explains the ontological difference between being and the existent and turns against the existent with his denunciation of the oblivion of being. Against this tendency, Andreas Salome describes the separation from the mother's inner self during birth as primal castration. It is the first experience of the need for life. For the human being's need for protection means that birth also represents potential death, which can only be overcome, to use a classic cliché, through maternal care and paternal protection. Care is the immediate experience, which is why it is given greater individual importance. Today, this is often denied by feminist circles, which are often characterized by a persistent silence about birth. In contrast to them, Andreas Salome at least had a concept of a woman's first nature, even if she elevated motherhood almost ideologically. Every woman unconsciously recalls that we are creaturely motherborn, i.e. the extremely traumatic experience of childbirth and thus her own natural origin, which is a central motif of the male domination of women. The domination of nature has its psychological correlate here, as does the prototypical male one-sidedness that always wants to transcend itself. Andreas Salome, however, does not take the side of an allegedly authentic origin, because that would simply be the desireless omnipotence of the fetus. The narcissistic Urgrund is cut off by the last limit of our competence. This realization is directed against any longing for death. Andreas Salome also criticizes Freud for his conception of the independent death instinct and denies its essential nature, as it is only a drive. Andreas Salome exposes the ontological need in the psyche as regression, because the ontological difference is simply the distance to the mother's inner self. It is also significant that Jacques Lacan, who today represents the authoritative point of reference for queer feminist and anti-racist analyses, completely ruined psychoanalysis precisely by referring to Heidegger. To summarize, it can be said that she set the materialistic reality of the mother's interior against the phantasm of being and its later interpretations. Lacan sympathizers will probably be very offended by Andreas Salome's work. The only problem is that Andreas Salome herself seems to try to recognize something supposedly authentic in women. However, her own image of women does not emerge intrinsically from her other interpretations and therefore seems strangely artificial. The individual mother is extended here to the generic being woman. In this way, the distance to the mother, which the child experiences as suffering in her absence, for example, is turned into a female positive that all women share. As with Sigmund Freud, it can be said of Andreas Salome that she was far removed from a critique of political economy. Nevertheless, even more than Freud, she exposes the psychological misery of the masses, the individual act of violence of becoming a subject, which takes place under the socially imposed compulsion of renouncing one's instincts. The world of values is omnipresent. Every attempt to overcome inner and outer disappointments must come up against it. In this context, the later expansion is also significant. For this reason, ultimate values cannot possibly exist without making a pact with the ultimate value of all values, the religious one. Their authority must be established somewhere outside their respective contents. The consistent reference to religion instead of political economy opens up a new and important insight. Karl Marx had considered the critique of religion to be completed about half a century before Freud's first analytical writings. However, psychoanalysis took it up again, although the social domination of religion had long since been replaced by that of capital. It is true that Andreas Salome writes value and does not mean God, but actually the value that can be found in money outside of content. In Nietzsche's reflection, Andreas Salome states that when man killed God, he was not prepared to do so. What is implied here in the reception, albeit unspoken, is the negative sublation of religion in the fetish character of the commodity or money and capital. In agreement with Freud in unmasking religion as a narcissistic wishful projection close to obsessive-compulsive neurosis, she describes the deep psychological mechanisms of religion. These are sadly topical, especially as ideologies. While Marx focused primarily on the totality borne by the individual and rejected any personification, Freud and Andreas Salome focused on the individuals within this totality. The delusion of God is resistant to truth and disappointment is its starting point. The distorted perception of reality is characterized by the inability to experience, which could ultimately end in the catastrophic destruction of the entire world. The delusionally corrected world appears real to the believer and enables him to participate in public life instead of suffering isolation in illness. The extremely effective depth of an unconscious act, which seemingly promises life relief and delusional consolation for the individual, always catches up with the prejudiced and, as it were, pre-condemned. Thus this falsifying procedure takes revenge on the rest of the non-included reality. What could have been worth living and lovable about it by itself is discolored. The internalization of social coercion and the resulting continual affirmation of the actual state carry the violence of the most infantile intentions in two ways. On the one hand, the individual derives his affirmation of life from creaturely confidence, which hardly corresponds to a realistic assessment of the life situation. On the other hand, there is the individual's own helplessness, which constantly grows from the disappointments that can still be experienced, thus the fear of disaster, death, annihilation. This helplessness must be denied in the human conflict of motherly longing and desire for life and only finds its way out in doctrines of salvation. For the indifferent equals, the real powerlessness is only perceptible as a feeling of guilt, experienced for the first time at the limit of ego formation, which expresses itself as a need for punishment towards one's own or another's instinctuality. Eroticism and sexuality are both banished and overemphasized as projections in ideological beliefs. The regression into narcissistic infantility, in which adored parents and one's own self are still one, inside and outside still indistinguishable, prevents a reality-based penetration of the world. Instead, with regressive tendencies and a childlike sexual desire for rediscovery, the fragments of one's own damaged drive structure are misjudged in the outside world in the form of symbols. For Andreas Salome, symbols denote the successors of identifications, desires and fears that have been rediscovered in the outside world but denied and distorted. They bear the marks of development, and in the individual, pathological state they are called symptoms. In this way, ideology, and the whole that it represents as a semblance, put people in the wrong as people, who only live from a longing for redemption and self-deception. Despair, on the other hand, which could be the impetus for a way out of the pathological delusion, is suppressed by the fear of life. No amount of teaching can do anything about it. Recovery alone, which represents a shameful insight into the misuse of one's own damage as an expedient substitution for reality, could help the patient. The book My Thanks to Freud, an open letter to Professor Sigmund Freud on his 75th birthday, thus demonstrates comprehensiveness. A compendium of the most important psychoanalytical concepts, an insight into the theoretical expansions and constrictions brought about by Lou Andreas Salome, her criticism of the drive concept and Freud's conception of art, but always accompanied by her sincere thanks and respect for her teacher. In following you, what has become conscious emerged for me as the meaning and value of what is unconsciously striven for. This work is therefore a critical outline of Freudian psychoanalysis, but by no means an introduction. The numerous misprints do not make reading easier either. But the strength of the work lies above all in the fact that it is orthodoxly directed against the founder of psychoanalysis himself. The aim of the Exit Group, as well as the purpose of its members' lives, is to make the capitalist world aware of its inner barrier, which, if it is completely conscious and thus transgressed, would lead to the downfall of the existing system. The fact that part of the intended audience still rejects the postulates about the fundamental crisis and the ending of capitalism, even though everyone basically knows that things cannot go on like this, i.e. refuses to obey Exit, even though they have already done away with enlightenment and reason, can only be due to an erosion of left-wing radicalism, which is essentially constituted by social psychology. The public's lack of belief in the end times, we'll call it residual reason, calls for their own theory to be ammunitioned by psychoanalysis. This is why the 2015 Exit seminar was announced with the title Social Critique Psychoanalysis Subject. Contrary to expectations, none of the seminar's lectures made it into the current Exit issue. We were therefore forced to listen to the lectures in the audio archive. Only the lecture by Anselm Japp, Was It All Descartes' Fault? Some reflections on the relationship between narcissism and commodity fetishism, which at least explicitly addresses the relationship between Wordabspaltungsgrit and psychoanalysis. Of course, Japp also pays tribute to the Abspaltungstheorem insofar as he focuses on those moments of early childhood development in which the biological mother is replaceable and can be abstracted from corporeality and gender. He understands the Oedipus complex, for example, in a figurative sense. It is a formula for the denial of children's demands by adults. Japp thus also elevates psychoanalytical findings to a disembodied meta-level. The reactions to his lecture also suggest that the skepticism he expresses towards the socio-critical instrumentalization of psychoanalysis will not find its way into the considerations of Exit. Above all, he warned against giving up one's own achievements, i.e. the reflexive defense against implications of psychoanalysis that are misunderstood as ontological. In a categorical critique of Freud, Daniel Spath doubled Freud into an esoteric and an exoteric Freud in order to be able to split off everything disagreeable about his theory, which was also intended for Adorno in the future. Spath affirmatively states that Exit's goal is to soon have halved Freud and Adorno as well as Marx. There is no better way to sum up the theoretical status of the group. The more absurd Exit's adherence to its theorems appears in the face of social reality, the more apocalyptic the group's whispers become. They now speak of the final crisis or terminal crisis and express the hope of a rapid psychological death of people. In fact, psychoanalytical concepts have always resonated in an undefined way in the vocabulary of Exit. After all, the fundamental critique of value assumes that there is an objective barrier which, although potentially already exceeded, is not yet subjectively known by the individual. As a result, the capitalist mode of production appears primarily as a psychological event, which is why the social unconscious can also be filled with everything that eludes determination. The founder of Wordabspaltungsgrit, Roswitha Scholz, explains that the socio-psychological and cultural symbolic moments of her theory of the splitting off of the feminine can only be explained with the help of psychoanalysis. Since hardly any empirical evidence to support the social diagnosis can be found for the postulated phase of a feralization of patriarchy, Scholz, at the latest, all determinations are shifted to an androcentric social unconscious. This unconscious must be responsible for all assertions. The explanatory emergency resulting from empirical reality becomes a psychogenetic substructure phenomenon that somehow persists, with which the crisis ideologues discover further inner barriers, namely the socio-psychological barriers that open up to the radical crisis theory. At the latest with such statements, the whole theory of the dark flip side of value falls. Daniel Spath unintentionally provides an apt characterization of his own theory production. If the personality structure of narcissistic people exhibits an intellectual maturity that they are able to skillfully stage, this would no longer correspond in any way with the unconscious parts of the soul life, so that insights gained in the therapeutic process would be incorporated into the self-identity, but would remain completely external to the individuation process, a process of permanent rationalization. The problem that arises when dealing with the texts of the Exit group is that the authors are all well-read people, reflective to the extent that they know what they are not actually allowed to write, as it blatantly contradicts the findings of critical theory, which they cannot do without as an aid to legitimization. In this respect, their articles are symptoms of the resistance that the denied findings offer to their distorted representation. The psychologism, i.e. the level of reflection criticized by Spath, is in fact based on certain concepts which, in order not to expose ourselves in advance to the killer argument of androcentrism, are to be taken here from the considerations of a founder of feminist psychoanalysis, Christa Rodidoxer. According to Rodidoxer, the truth content of theories is primarily to be found in the many negations contained in this theory. Accordingly, the Abspaltung's theorem only acquires content when the blank spaces marked by negation are filled with what is explicitly negated in them. In psychoanalytical terms, negation means saying something by denying or rejecting what has been said. The negation that has to be carried out again and again owes its effect to the fact that the unconscious knows no negation. In the process of continuous refutation, the unconscious applies, what is constantly repeated must exist. In practice, this means that one must be fundamentally skeptical of texts in which the authors constantly emphasize that they did not mean what they just said. In the case of Exit, this applies above all to the denial of nature, which is clearly evident in the linguistic style of its representatives, a language characterized by the pervasive use of the suffix -ist. This could be a cause for concern, because to believe that the world is dominated by thousands of isms is a symptom of severe paranoia. Fortunately, however, in this case too, the oversupply leads to a loss of value. The suffix signals insignificance instead of heaviness of meaning. To speak of biologism instead of nature is more postmodern than the feminist critics of value would like. Exit splits the unconscious into two spheres, which Rodidoxer calls the past and present unconscious. The purpose of this is the denial of infantile sexuality and its continuing effects. The feminist analysis that sets out to actualize Freud, on which Exit and Rodidoxer in turn seem to agree, is directed at the woman, a particular woman, women here and now. In other words, whatever the starting point of the conflict may have been in the past, it is being carried out in the present and between the sexes. What emerges clearly here is how the critique claimed by Exit goes hand in hand with the denial and distortion of onto and phylogenetic history. If Spath feels diagnosed as a psychopath, psychoanalytic therapy, to put it politely, a training analysis, would indeed be recommended to him in return, because the experience of an analytical setting can reveal the defense mechanisms of the ego, despite the dubiousness of the analytical intention. In addition to isolations, denials, and negations, in Spath's case this would probably be intellectualization above all. It has nothing to do with intellect in the sense of reason, but rather with an intellectual fetishism that manifests itself in always wanting to model everything into an ideological theorem and, instead of criticism and judgment, only to deliver rationalized opinion. Scholes, who hopes that psychoanalysis will decipher what is going on in social individuals, describes her psychoanalysis as a theoretical set of instruments for the socio-critical analysis of the bad capitalist reality. I don't have an immediate patient on the couch who can / should recover through my therapeutic interventions. The problem here is not that the patient's individual suffering is understood as socially constituted, but that the patient is only considered as a social symptom, purely functional in terms of the socially critical purpose. In an essay on Simone de Beauvoir, Scholes criticizes, although de Beauvoir is now of the opinion, one does not come into the world as a woman, but is made one, she vacillates between biological and social explanations, to which she underpins her existentialist worldview. In fact, it is the existentialist worldview that makes Beauvoir's main work, Le Deuxième Sexe, so theoretically unproductive. Nevertheless, unlike in Scholes's paraphrase, Beauvoir states, one is not born a woman, one becomes one. This comes closer to the French formulation than Scholes's misquote, but the latter betrays the intention of her rereading. Scholz's criticism of Beauvoir is primarily directed against the fact that she still partly assumes false ontological biological foundations. However, Beauvoir does not claim the primacy of biology, but merely states that the biological conditions as objective conditions of socialization must not be ignored if we are to understand what humanity has made of the human female. Scholz, on the other hand, who sees gender as socially made rather than having become natural history, wants to contribute to a sex-gender dialectic with non-essentialist and non-biologistic reflections. She therefore instrumentalizes Beauvoir for her own thesis, according to which biology is first and foremost ballast that needs to be discarded in the service of emancipation. The concept of nature serves here only as a mode of its denial. If for Beauvoir nature is the starting point, but not the end point of her considerations, Scholz traces every criticism of naturalism back to an androcentric social unconscious, which still enables patriarchal, commodity-producing conditions today. Two things are incommensurable with Exit's gender-critical postulates: the sphere of self-preservation qua consumption and the sphere of childbearing. Consumption is dictated by the mute compulsion of circumstances. In the worst case, failure to do so means paying with one's life. However, consumption is only apparently individual and unproductive. Capital does not care how, where, and why consumption takes place, only that it happens is decisive. Nevertheless, Marx situates self-preservation outside of wage labor, but as a decisive moment of the overall process. It is the production and reproduction of the capitalist's most indispensable means of production, the worker himself. The worker must reproduce himself as a worker for capital in order to maintain himself as a human being. But the capitalist can confidently leave the procreation of potential new workers to the worker's instinct for self-preservation and reproduction. A few decades later, psychoanalysis attempted to put into words what Marx was not interested in. However, Marx and Engels already noted in an unpublished manuscript of the German ideology that generative reproduction, although it usually takes place in private, is not dysfunctional. The first division of labor is that of man and woman for the production of children. This division of labor is reflected in the phylogenesis of the human physique, to the extent that the differentiation of humans into men and women is socially shaped. In this sense, Beauvoir points out that bisexuality is not an inevitable prerequisite of life in general and that reproduction can also take place outside of the respective bodies. In gender contexts, this insight has now shrunk to the conviction that there is no qualitative difference between humans and amoebae or even fish, amphibians, reptiles, and birds beyond the different forms of reproduction. Humans, however, are characterized by the fact that they are descended from animals, i.e., they are no longer animals, but have not completely detached themselves from them either. Psychoanalysis was persistently accused of leveling out the difference between humans and animals, while all it did was warn that by denying nature, humans were putting themselves even more at its mercy and were in danger of being overtaken by their denied history. The accusation against psychoanalysis is based on the inability to distinguish between animal instincts and human drives. Man is only a deficient being as an animal, a deficient animal. However, by rising to an upright gait, he became human and created new dependencies for himself. However, the transition from first to second nature was never absolute. First nature was not replaced by society, but superimposed by it. More truth than any sex-gender dialectic, which in times in which the sexes are almost only distinguished by their primary characteristics, is always resolved in favor of the gender side, contains Freud's sentence, "Anatomy is destiny." Clarifying this fate is the self-imposed task of psychoanalysis. Sandor Ferenczi took this very seriously when he attempted to build a bridge between the physical and the psyche, biology, and psychoanalysis with his bioanalysis. In doing so, he made a contribution to the natural history of man that stands in sharp contradiction to Lamarckism. This is taken up in Adorno's aphorism sur l'eau in the Minima Moralia. The answer to the question of the fulfilled utopia is famously formulated very cautiously as follows: "Rain faire comme un tête, lying on the water, could truly fulfill the promise of dialectical logic to flow into its origin." This echoes motifs from Ferenczi's attempt at a genital theory. Ferenczi examines the development of genital sexuality, taking into account the human desire to return to the original stage in water along the animal ancestral line. He interprets this desire as one for absolute regression, which is to be understood onto and phylogenetically. Marcuse judges the relationship between psychoanalysis and biology. Freud's biologism is social theory in a deep dimension that has been consequentially flattened by the neo-Freudian schools. By shifting the emphasis from the unconscious to the conscious, from the biological to the cultural factors, they cut through the roots of society in the drive layer. Freud's theory is therefore only critical of society through its biologism. In this sense, the question of what a woman is, which is taken up by gender theory in a pseudo-critical way, has always been unconsciously decided for every human being. The fact that we are all creaturely mother-born, Lou Andreas Salome, applies to every living human being. Unless a child grows up in a gender-sensitive community and isolated from the world, after a while it comes to the conclusion that this also means being creaturely born female, so that it becomes aware of gender differences, especially in its parents. This makes it easy for proponents of maternal ideologies or attachment theories, as they address a biological, but above all a psychological reality. The unconscious, spontaneous acquisition of language ends for the child at the beginning of the Oedipal phase. The hesitant beginning of conscious, conceptual thinking and learning, which only experiences its full development in the latency period, thus overlaps with the discovery of gender difference and the recognition of oneself as an ego. As an attempt to understand the perception of children, who do not yet participate in the process of abstractions, the aphorism Kaufmannsladen from Minima Moralia is recommended. For little pre-Oedipal people, it says here, their spontaneous perception still grasps and tries to escape the contradiction between the phenomenon and the fungibility that the resigned one of adults already no longer reaches. It cannot be said that children have a more authentic view of the world, because the reality of children is above all a psychological one, the omnipotence of thought, but the power of children's impressions, which can hardly be comprehended from an adult's point of view and yet continue to prevail, should not be underestimated. The first terms have the strongest unconscious connotations, as their genesis falls within the repression of infantile sexuality. For this reason alone, penis envy contains much more truth than its feminist reformulation as phallus envy. The experience in which the mother becomes a woman for the child is, as it were, the primal scene for the fact that every woman is a potential mother in the imagination, because early categorical thinking is based on concrete phenomena at the same time. This addresses a biological reality, because it is often only contraception that prevents a woman from becoming a mother. It becomes clear here that birth is by no means a purely physical process, but one that has far-reaching consequences as a shocking intrusion of reality into the individual's psyche. In a mediated way, procreation represents such an experience for the adults involved. In this regard, Beauvoir writes, from a purely biological point of view, one could not establish the primacy of one of the sexes with regard to its role in the preservation of the species. However, this does not mean that the burden is equally distributed. Scholz, on the other hand, who still sees the gender relationship as at least a basic human relationship, says, however, this fact should not lead us to locate the reproduction of the species in this sense primarily on the women's side. This connection concerns both genders equally. According to this, considerations that focus on women's ability to bear children are a naturalization of gender, because men are also needed for reproduction, who are just as much and just as little nature as women. Formulated in such general terms, this may be a valid objection to maternal ideologies that declare a necessity, and it is such a necessity in the value society if it is the woman who carries the child for 9 months and later breastfeeds it, to be a virtue. The glorification of female nature includes the humiliation of all who are caught up in it. However, the attempt to overcome nature by denying it remains purely discursive. As much as men are naturally also nature, they are not nature in the same way and with the same consequences as women. She who feels like a wound when she bleeds knows more about herself than she who feels like a flower because it suits her husband. With Exit, a feminism without women emerged from the Croesus group, so to speak. Being a woman appears as a purely formal role position qua identification with the mother, while the natural historical genesis of this identification is ignored. Similarly, from a socio-psychological point of view, the male child must turn away from the mother and carry out a separation/devaluation of the feminine in order to be able to form a male identity, whereas the girl must identify with the caring mother in order to become a woman. In fact, the ontogenesis of the individual is much more drastic. The psyche is more a scar tissue of experienced shocks, Adorno, than the product of a principle of form, Spath. Otto Rank described the psychoanalytical significance of birth and its effects on the development of the human mind. In the course of his practical work as an analyst, he noticed that his patients, regardless of gender, showed strong resistance in the form of a mother fixation and rebirth fantasies shortly before the impending healing. They felt reborn and did not want to separate from their analyst, who was identified with their mother. If coping with the illness proves to be a subsequent resolution of the imperfectly overcome birth trauma, the fixation on the mother becomes the focus of psychoanalytic attention for the first time in a plausible way. Rank further developed Freud's concept of birth anxiety as a model for all later anxiety by emphasizing that the first perception of every human being is the anxiety experience of birth, which is directly associated with the maternal genitalia. Freud's reaction to Rank's work vacillated between praise for the most important advance since the discovery of psychoanalysis and massive rejection. In the end, Freud did not deal with the ambivalent mother fixation in his paper Inhibition, Symptom, Anxiety, and decided to interpret incest anxiety as exclusively phylogenetically predetermined and represented by the father. However, Rank's ontogenetic advance was never directed against a phylogenetic interpretation, but only against its exclusivity. Freud's reservations, on the other hand, were sparked by the lack of provability of birth trauma, as he wanted to base his considerations on the state of knowledge of the individual sciences at the time. The conflict was finally resolved when Rank and Ferenczi split from Freud's circle. Today we know that the psychological scar tissue begins to develop with the shock of birth. In order to get a picture of the intrauterine state, the idea of a convergence of desire and satisfaction would be apt, but this cannot exist as such because both parts only emerge as different ones with the onset of deficiency and its elimination. With birth, the agreement painfully comes to an end. The focus of observation is generally on the pain and discomfort of the mother. However, instead of being a mere bundle of reflexes or a clump of cells, the infant also perceives its own birth very clearly. Just imagine how, after the permanent state of pleasant floating, Rank, has been ended by the rupture of the amniotic sac, the contractions of the uterus constrict the infant, but the way out is closed, which is why the body is pressed and pulled in the most painful way until it is finally squeezed through a tightness in which it gets stuck again and again. As if this were not enough, he is greeted by a world that offers him cold, bright light and a diffuse shortness of breath. The first breath is often described as a reaction to the fear of birth, but it does not overcome it. Examples from therapeutic situations and LSD experiences document how the stages of the birth process are subsequently perceived as alien to the self, as frightening stimuli coming from outside. In view of the physical and mental helplessness of the newborn, it is justified to describe the human being as a habitual or physiological premature birth, Ludwig Janus, on which external reality breaks in with incomparable force due to its immature, almost fetal state. This bringing forward of the date of birth led to the distinction between uterogestation, the actual pregnancy, and exterogestation, the period of time until the infant can crawl on all fours. Only after this period, which roughly corresponds to the previous pregnancy, is the child ready for birth in the physiological sense. The arching unity with the mother is maintained as far as possible in the first year of life in the sense of a continued external pregnancy. The experience of resistant reality, which separates need and satisfaction in time, initiates a gradual weaning from the mother. But the umbilical cord never experiences the very last cut. Andreas Salome regressions significantly determine the life of the infant as well as the adult. In child development, all situations of well-being, crawling into caves, clinging, can be interpreted as repetitions of intrauterine behavior. Every night, the embryonic constellation returns with sleep. Our relationship to the world, into which we have come so unwillingly, seems to mean that we cannot endure it without interruption. We therefore temporarily withdraw into the pre-worldly state, into the womb existence. We at least create conditions very similar to those that existed back then, warm, dark, and unstimulating. Some of us still curl up into a tight package and sleep in a similar posture to that of our mother's womb. It looks as if the world hasn't quite got us adults either. Only 2/3 of us, 1/3 of us are still unborn. Every awakening in the morning is then like a new birth, end. Every later desire is based on the fetal state of unity with the mother, in which satisfaction is not separated from lack and urges the restoration of unity. In the beginning was ambivalence, Andreas Salome, and one could confidently add of the maternal genitals to emphasize its symbolic somatic significance for coping with sex against all anti-biologists. The Oedipus complex also appears in a different light against this background. Its sources are no longer exclusively the authority of the father and the threat of castration, but the intrusion of reality through birth, to which the subject reacts with the attempt to overcome the fear of the maternal vagina by occupying it as a libido object. The feeling of guilt develops from the failure to do so. The anxiety urging rejection is shifted to the father and bound to him. Contrary to Freud's fears, this realization does not devalue the significance of the Oedipus complex, but can actually explain it. According to this, childhood is a serial trauma that is actualized as real fear in the Oedipus complex. After the birth trauma and the loss of the mother's breast, the threat of castration is the third of the narcissistic insults of the individual being, which are definitely related to those of humanity. This relationship is expressed in the metaphor of cutting the cord. Instead of demonstrating any socially acceptable need for attachment to the mother, the child strives to literally return to the mother. This initial situation is brought about independently of gender by the necessary repression of the mother's genitals. Auto rank describes what it means for the girl to overcome the shock of the difference between vulva and penis and to accept her own sexuality. In the case of the woman, a decisive piece of transference libido is necessary. For the girl, it is a matter of renouncing the active return to the mother, the penetration recognized or imagined as a male prerogative, and satisfying the desire to regain the blissful original state by means of passive reproduction, i.e., pregnancy and birth of the child in the highest maternal happiness. Because of the unconscious fear of the maternal genitalia, sexual union with the substitute object always remains insufficient for the man, which is why the act must be constantly repeated. At the same time, cultural and artistic symbolizations of the mother's interior and compensatory fantasies such as those of paradise or the land of milk and honey emerged. But the repression continues, with real women being an embarrassing reminder of the trauma of childbirth. But contrary to the exit group's assertion, the polymorphous perverse unconscious knows no gender, only the cross-gender and anxiety-ridden experience of the act of birth. Like the primary process of the unconscious, which is characterized by the unbound flow of psychic energy, fetal psychism, in which intention and effect fall into one, is a model of hallucinatory wish fulfillment. If Freud, in response to Jung's archetypes, spoke of the phylogenetic memory of the unconscious, Rank concretized the fetal state in the womb as the core of the unconscious, which Freud ontogenetically only understood as infantile. The significance of the unconscious, which is indifferent to reality, is revealed in its differentiation from the preconscious, whose content can become practically accessible, as its imaginative content is bound to language. Thus, everything sexual belongs to the preconscious, as the sexual symbolism used in jokes, folklore and myths shows. Only the libidinal relationship of the embryo to the womb is truly unconscious. Neither one's own pregnancy, dreams of a land flowing with milk and honey, nor the latest smartphone satisfy the longing for the impossible return to the mother's womb. But they are indispensable substitutes, shaped according to the necessarily distorted model of the unconscious. If social criticism sets itself the task of denouncing how hopeless the social totality is for the psyche of the individual, it should be indicated here that, conversely, the human ability to adapt symbols also tends to shape the outside world as an exact copy of the unconscious. This is a necessary compromise that is intended to resemble the original situation, with the proviso that it must remind us as little as possible of the original trauma attached to it. In no way does this mean that the unconscious is social or collective, but only that the emergence of civilization is based on the driving forces of the unconscious, that the unconscious is only social as an individual. For her concept of the social unconscious, Roswitha Scholes draws on the work Nederbeschouwing und die Weiblichkeit by Elvira Skeech, who is popular in Marxo-feminist circles, and on Regina Beckerschmidt's reflections. The latter draws her concept largely from Gernot Bohm, whose critique of Freud is based on the work of Bachelard, Foucault, Sartre, and Heidegger. For Bohm, the collective unconscious, in contrast to the individual, is accessible as such. It has its existence in marginality, in subcultures, in privacy, in craziness, in sects, etc. This assumption accommodates left-wing psychologies of complacency, which strive to endow supposed subcultures and countercultures with the characteristics of the ID in order to make them appear rebellious. However, Bohm's account itself reveals that his collective unconscious belongs to the preconscious when he attributes to it experiences and practices that have been discredited, no longer cultivated, stripped of their social function and in some cases simply forgotten. Only contents of the preconscious, not those of the unconscious, can be forgotten at all. Freud's distinction between the unconscious and the preconscious is no longer even made here, and the unconscious is overused to such an extent that it is tantamount to its denial. All criticism of fundamental workkritik and woordopspeltungskritik is rejected by Exit insofar as it assumes that the entire approach, including its analytical content, has a purely psychologically conditioned performance, i.e. does not look at the matter but only at the supposedly guiding motives of the theory. However, this is a diversionary maneuver because one does not want to engage with the content. Apparently, what is understood as a critique of ideology must not itself be criticized as an ideological form. The criticism of crisis theory is not directed against the abstract possibility, the conceivable case that it could be right at some point, but against the stubbornness with which it asserts its theses as exclusive. The fact that one does not allow oneself to be driven crazy by the possibility of the exit predictions coming true is therefore not treacherous, curse, but only reasonable. Criticism that engages with its subject always considers the relationship between thought and desire. In a thought that had sublated its motivation, the desire would only come to real expression through its disappearance in the thought. However, both Kurz and Exit make use of desireless thinking, pure thought, detached from all desire, absolute logic and truth. This, in turn, is truly treacherous. Anyone who so energetically denies desire, without which thought is not possible, reveals the failure of reflection in favor of instinct. The result is a necessarily false compromise between desire and thought, in which thought continues to be subject to desire without this in turn becoming the object of thought. This is why Scholes unintentionally provides an appropriate description of her own theory when she writes that the fact that there are differences in the crisis, but also a simultaneous crisis of differences, leads to the situation where, in the face of the intensified socio-economic crisis, man/woman primarily refers to himself/herself in an ideologized perspective of concern in the face of a perceived basic insecurity. End of quote. The only difference is that in Exit, unlike manifestly postmodern counterparts, this connection is shifted into latency. This is why psychoanalytical interpretations can help to explain the Wordabspaltungsgrit that is rooted in the crisis of distinction. By denying the one father, the rejected patricide sets in all the more instead of reaching beyond him, which is why Robert Kurz's foster sons and daughters should not move away too quickly from the line written in the name of the father for reasons of drive economy alone. Wolfgang Port has described the socio-historical conditions of this constellation. While the generation of and before Robert Kurz was still partially able to earn a living as professional theorists, the next generation could hardly dream of it. We had all the time in the world. The welfare state does not let its revolutionaries starve. Today, capitalism has outlived its subsidized criticism. Gone is the era in which the motto was, "Capital generates profits." We lived from denouncing this, routinely and in a way that was guaranteed to have no consequences. It is probably no coincidence that the radical critique of value began at the same time as the welfare state began to crumble. In the meantime, the critics have become aware of its superfluousness. If you want to continue to be noticed, you must not try to break through the delusion, but take it to the extreme. Long-term predictions are intended for immediate consumption. They don't have to be true, but credible, and they are when they speak to people's hearts and minds. There is no better way to sum up Exit's crisis theory. Given the bleak reality, fear and panic are understandable, and they are fueled by the predictions of value criticism when it is prophesied that money without value will bring back quasi-archaic conditions that will end in aimless butchery and decivilization. It is hard to overlook the connection between the emergence of value criticism and the danger of global warming, oil shortages, and similar threats that are both accepted and invoked by politicians, including the fear of overpopulation. What these topics have in common is that they offer outlets for academics and all work with the same metaphor, which can be reduced to a pair of opposites, swelling and shrinking or growing and shrinking. However, when social critics adopt the vocabulary of naturalists in order to apply it to value, this naturalization of political economy must be taken seriously as a preoccupation with effect. There are reasons why the metaphors of apocalyptic futurologists are so powerful, and these are not solely due to their subject matter. It is remarkable how many denied contradictions in the texts of Exit are expressed in a metaphor of maternity and motherhood. Thinkers are said to have received their theory from their mother's milk. A capitalist mother reason appears, and there is talk of the milk of the pious way of thinking that is still to be sucked from these withered breasts. It is said of capitalism that it can be deciphered today as identical with the coarse, clumsy, immature, and in every respect dirty preform of the truly immediate social industry, which is only now growing out of the capitalist germ and thus irrevocably bursting it. Images of maturation are of central importance in the work of the Exit group. Uli Krug rightly criticizes Exit for cultivating a construct of the death maturity of capital, and Joachim Brun notes that for Kurz, capitalism presents itself as ripe for harvest and overripe at the same time. In the anthropomorphic metaphor, which understands the value society as grown up or fully grown, Exit is not far removed from the eco-sociological theses of the end of growth. In its representation, every abstraction refers to something familiar, which is why knowledge is necessarily based on projection, on humanization. Anthropomorphization only becomes pathological and hostile to cognition when it is not raised to consciousness and thinking abandons itself unrestrainedly to its projective moment. In this respect, it can be argued against Kurz and his subsequent adepts that they seek to quasi-biologize their thinking. The abstract individual, now only fully mature and detached from almost all non-commodity relationships, experiences itself as the navel of the world. The death wish directed at the system is transfigured as a supposed reality, as the death drive of competition, Kurz, and crisis-induced death drive dynamics, Spath, where the metaphors take on a life of their own and no longer aim at a concept of the matter. In the process, the first nature denied by theory and completely dissolved into society returns unconsciously and all the more blindly. The concept of the death instinct, one of the most controversial and at the same time most popular in Freud's thought, is repeatedly haunted by various forms of value criticism. With regard to the analogization of the death drive and value, exit apostate Martin Dornis asks, can there even be a psychoanalytic concept of value? He does not provide an answer. It would be quite simple, of course not. The most that can be explained psychoanalytically are human forms of reaction to value and to concrete forms of the socialization of value. The goal of the death instinct in the psychoanalytical sense is the return to the mother, or rather to the mother, a wish that is articulated as a death wish. Death stands for the possibility of this return without a deter via surrogates and is based on the paradox that birth appears to the infant as death, but death as a return to the mother, to life in the prenatal paradise. Freud inadvertently expressed this himself in 1924. The birth trauma must be associated with an instinct that strives to restore the former existence. You could call it the happiness drive. However, in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, he used this very concept to describe the death instinct. The drive, in which death and happiness seem to be equated, thus describes precisely the treacherous and seductive aspects of death, which no one can say is purely social. In social reality, resistance to death can only mean fighting against conditions in which there are many reasons to opt for resignation, and against the virulent tendency towards death to remember the banality that one can usually and almost everywhere find something better than death. The longing for an arousal-free, tension-free state, which the death instinct aims at in the psychoanalytical sense, can be deciphered as a womb regression. The death drive is an expression of the pleasure strivings of the idea at the expense of the ego's experiences of lack of pleasure. If one takes the death drive seriously psychoanalytically, instead of misunderstanding it as a mere mystification of value, one must refrain from alienating it from its political purpose. This also applies to Marcuse's attempt to explain the death instinct as not natural but socio-historical and to link it to the development of the achievement principle. This fails to recognize the experience of the need for life during birth, which is the material reason why Freud understands the renunciation of the drive resulting from the reality principle as a cultural achievement and not just as a socially necessary compulsion. Breaking the spell of the death instinct would therefore most likely mean fighting for a world that allows states free of suffering and tension, but does not only consist of them, a world in which one is allowed to show oneself weak, but is not condemned to weakness. This intention is entirely compatible with what ideological critics are aiming for with the formula of the abolition of death, except that it refrains from crossing out its natural historical and psychodynamic dimension by equating the death instinct with value or through other social reductions of the death instinct. Freud pointed out, not without reason, that the two main drives, life drive and death drive, usually occur in a mixture of drives and only rarely in a mixture of drives. How value is related to the death instinct without being identical to it is perhaps best illustrated by the quasi-immortal amoebae, in which self-reproduction through asexual reproduction qua-cell division coincides with death, meaning that a differentiation of the life and death instincts cannot take place at all. The equation of value with the death instinct, which plays on the hope that it will pass away of its own accord, resembles the hope of ungrateful estate recipients who wait for their distant but wealthy aunt to pass away soon, but are often outlived by her in the end. Whether this waiting expresses hatred or simply deep indifference towards people is more of an individual question. But Wolfgang Port, who proves that one can still make judgments even in resignation, warned quite rightly, those who reckon with vicious animals will find people sympathetic because they are often not as they ought to be, while the Marxist must at some point become a despiser of humanity and wish the whole gang to hell because they persistently thwart all the great thinker's efforts. In his theoretical optimism, the Marxist denies real, existing people and the absurdity of their lives in favor of the idea of a Marxism without people. A dualistic rather than dialectical concept of statics and dynamics serves this purpose. The dichotomy between invariance and changeable forms drags the metaphysical dogma of the primacy of the unchangingly constant over the ephemeral along with it in a positivist anti-metaphysical attitude and thereby does violence to the facts. The inability of value criticism, which persists in mechanistic positivism, to allow people's psyche more leeway than their physique is evident in formulations such as spathos, according to which the drive ultimately dissociates into a commodity-like need. Apart from the fact that something dissociates into certain parts, if it dissociates at all, Adorno's statement that the social and natural moments of need cannot be separated from each other as secondary and primary in order to establish a hierarchy of satisfactions. Since no evidence for the collapse of capitalism can be found in empirical reality with the best will in the world, the psyche, which is not prepared to accept a perception compatible with the prescribed theoretical premises, must be denied along with its anchoring in the drive structure. This leads to the permanent confusion and interchange of psychoanalytical terms. Drive renunciation is identified with postponement, defense with repression, and the drive with its representation or desire. Desexualization also does not affect the libido, as Spath claims, but rather its organization, because the drives of the unconscious initially only urge rejection. No desire is ever completely abandoned, no matter how thoroughly the desire for it has been repressed. Just as the girl waits for her clitoris to become a penis, the boy waits to have children. These desires denote a fantasy whose longing is insatiable, since the longing is fed by the real absence of the beloved object, by the absence of unity. Although in his ontogenesis man formally emancipates himself from his own imprisonment in nature, he is nevertheless at the same time imprisoned in it, because it remains the pressing force for reshaping the outside world. Real emancipation would express itself in something other than the mastery and denial of nature, which in turn addresses the women's question. In capitalist societies, women are forced to earn money, but not to marry or have children. What many feminist theories have in common is that they criticize women's double burden in the sense of a dual responsibility for work and family, but remain silent about the fact that women are able to bear children. Reactionaries, such as those who gather at various marches for life to invoke the certainties of the past and the supposedly natural division of tasks between men and women, are usually confronted on the left with a blind affect against biology and nature. However, the much criticized cultural gender polarities, according to which men embody intellect, abstraction, and self-discipline, while women embody emotionality, sensuality, and communicativeness, no longer have any objective function in the exploitation process. On the contrary, with key competencies such as empathy, the ability to compromise, and positive feedback, characteristics that were once considered exclusively female are now required of everyone in order to become a functioning member of society. In Wordabspaltungsskritt, on the other hand, the theorem of the double socialization of women, based on Regina Beckerschmidt, still applies, which claims that women, in contrast to men, are still primarily responsible for reproductive activities in the family even today as double socialized and still occupy a subordinate position in the public sphere. Accordingly, the social status of women continues to be characterized by marginalization and a disproportionately high level of stress, as well as by the dual orientation towards family and work. Reproductive activities in the family and household are consistently described as something different from the general commodity character, as zones in society that have remained partially withdrawn from the principle of pure rationality of purpose or activities that correspond to the logic of time expenditure, and are sharply distinguished from wage labor, which follows a logic of time saving and exploitation. Nowadays, wage labor and unpaid reproductive work are increasingly similar in that the difference between time expenditure and logic of exploitation is no longer subjectively perceived. The one as well as the other work simply wants to be done as quickly as possible. Even a large part of parenting is delegated to the media, cell phone, internet, or computer game, without the time thus freed up being experienced as qualitatively free time. A concept such as that of double socialization therefore does too much honor to women, presumably contrary to Scholz's intention, by continuing to assign them a kind of privileged status of oppression. A working woman with a child is rather less socialized than doubly socialized due to her additional burden, because the coexistence of family and professional duties systematically prevents the twofold socialization, which is also becoming increasingly rare for men, as citoyen and bourgeois. Strictly speaking, before women were allowed to work, they were not socialized at all due to their exclusion from private property, education, and the right to vote. The opportunity to represent a private interest, if at all, could only be mediated by the father or husband. Sociologically, this status should not be described as socialization, but as communalization through the family. To claim that one is socialized through unpaid domestic and reproductive work is itself ideological, because the possibility of entering the mediation sphere of the market presupposes that one is a legal and economic subject. In principle, however, what was the public sphere in the heyday of bourgeois society has long since ceased to be a male sphere. The heroes have been socially castrated. In the modern army, as in the factory, those in command had to practice submissiveness and humility, formerly feminine virtues. They were strictly forbidden from daring to do business on their own account, especially on the labor front. The proud man became cannon fodder, workhorse, and sacrificial lamb, a metamorphosis that affected not individuals but everyone. The former opposites, public-private, wage-labor-leisure, are being increasingly leveled out by the socialization of value itself. Capital as self-valorizing value, money heckling money produces the difference between male gainful employment and female reproductive work, but is itself genderless and tends to cash in on the difference it sets. What was split off from the production of surplus value was therefore not, as Roswitha Scholz claims, the feminine, but a generally human principle. Thus, it is not humanity that resembles a giant amoeba, Port, as gender theory, which interprets every gender difference as the result of repression, suggests, but rather capital, to him, not to human beings themselves. The first nature of man is an annoying but not entirely abolishable precondition of the self-valorization of value, because the abstract equality of all in the exchange of equivalence abstracts precisely from everything particular. Nowhere is abstract equality as repressive as in the sphere of the labor market. As much as capital is genderless, the labor force is not. The special thing that women, in contrast to men, still have to struggle with in this sphere is not the feminine, but the possibility of pregnancy, because maternity protection and parental leave cause costs that pose a challenge for small companies in particular. Employers face massive fines for violating the regulations on maternity protection and parental leave, and there are usually additional costs for replacement workers and continued payment of wages. Both the gender pay gap and the underemployment of women can primarily be explained by this constraint and the associated risk calculation. Marx already noticed that in the automatic factory, there is a tendency to equalize or level out the work. The artificially created differences are replaced primarily by the natural differences of age and sex. Legal maternity protection is now a double-edged sword for women. As necessary as it is for expectant mothers, it makes the ideologically asserted nature of women real for them. The actual unequal treatment and pay of women in factories and employment offices is therefore not a consequence of their inequality, but an expression of the equality of all before the law of value. Regulations such as anonymized job applications cannot really change this because they de facto only postpone the certainty of whether an applicant is male, female, or transgender. Even Juliet Mitchell, whose psychoanalysis and feminism is one of the most readable rereadings of feminist interpretations of Freud, ignores the precarious fact of women's ability to give birth. At the end of her essay, she also turns against Freud's biological determinism. If anatomy were indeed destiny, as Freud once fatally remarked, then we might as well throw in the towel and give up, because then there would be nothing to distinguish man from the animal. Now you could ask whether feminism, in its third wave at the latest, is not just throwing in the towel anyway. The real women that this movement still diffusely claims to represent have long since taken matters into their own hands. As early as 1992, Der Spiegel reported on women in Eastern Germany that they often have themselves sterilized in order to be able to compete in the tight labor market. It is not uncommon for job seekers to enclose the certificate of the procedure with their job application. And the Frankfurter Rundschau reported in 2015, Larissa Knapp even decided against having children altogether and had herself sterilized. She brings the medical certificate with her to every job interview. The text continues, if a woman is asked at a job interview whether she is pregnant or plans to become pregnant in the near future, she is allowed to lie. But women who are of childbearing age, which can theoretically be anything from 14 to well over 44, are still at a disadvantage when looking for a job. The situation is tricky. Demanding more regulation is not the solution. There needs to be a change of heart, all women are sure of that. A change of heart is usually called for when you know that nothing will change. And yet these two articles say more about the current situation than any talk of Wortebspaltung. Fathers, not men, are the holders of power, says Mitchell, but it doesn't occur to him that it might also be potential mothers rather than women who are oppressed, or rather, paid less, regardless of whether they want to have children. The pill, as much as it enables individual life and family planning, does not seem to be sufficient as a confidence-building measure for the employer in this respect, because it does not change the fact that it is only women who can give birth. The male pill, which some people seriously want, would hardly bring about a massive reduction in the number of women taking the pill if it were ever developed, as every woman would be pretty stupid to trust some guy in a matter that, in case of doubt, she and not he would literally have to carry. To compensate for this persistent difference, which cannot possibly be explained as merely socially constituted, there have recently been increasing calls for so-called job freezing, an enforced break for everyone involved in a pregnancy, usually the woman and her husband. For a certain period of time, expectant fathers would have to take a break from their jobs just like expectant mothers, as if they were pregnant themselves. Employers would then no longer have to worry in the interview about whether the young woman sitting in front of them might soon be absent due to pregnancy, because a male applicant would face exactly the same risk. However, the subjunctive mood proves that this is a mere illusory solution. Men may be involved in a pregnancy, whatever that is supposed to mean beyond the biological fact of procreation, but for the time being they cannot become pregnant. In addition to the fact that women are still primarily responsible for reproductive activities, the essence of the Wortebspaltung is also revealed in the fact that they are generally subordinated to men within this abstract work outside the home and are disadvantaged, writes Roswitha Scholes. The fact that this subordination has outlived that of external coercion in the postmodern era is also due to a certain momentum of its own. Women know that they earn less and are therefore more likely than men to stay at home to look after the children. It is not the devaluation of women by the social unconscious, but such conscious calculations, committed to self-preservation and not to some kind of androcentrism, that contribute to these circumstances. Once a woman has decided to have a child and has taken time out, it is much more difficult for her to return to work. This unfortunate situation leads contemporary feminism to heroically exaggerate women's decision to remain childless. Sarah Deal has written an entire book on the subject in order to give an account of her own lifestyle. She also equates nature with naturalization. By making biology the basis, women who avoid motherhood or the general female duty of care are devalued. While Deal recognizes that the maternal instinct is nothing natural, she nevertheless concludes that it is used to emotionally blackmail women because they will regret it qua their nature one day if they remain childless. A threat that could remain inconsequential if society's expectations were not a reminder of hidden desires that are just as real as society's expectations. The more such desires are denied or, where women express them openly, denounced as relics of bourgeois ideology, the more conformist the childless happy woman praises herself as the avant-garde of a socially compatible freelancer. Shaping one's own life without children can therefore be an important contribution to the functioning of a society on very different levels. What is de facto often just a reaction to social constraints, not having children, is stylized as a courageous decision to resist. By refusing to have children, childless people create new ways of life from which we can all benefit. They stop these mills to try out new forms of togetherness that can lead to other solidary communities beyond the nuclear family. To ennoble the decline in birth rates in industrialized countries as a birthing strike, however, overlooks the real overload in the face of the impossibility of living a reasonably satisfying life in a world in which, in view of lifelong learning and limited earning opportunities, one cannot really grow up oneself. Because the number of births in Western countries is declining due to such real constraints, the desire to have children must be forced by the state by means of questionable incentives, child care allowance. For a long time now, health insurance companies have partially covered the costs of artificial insemination for married women, mind you, only with the spouse's sperm. Even then, however, giving birth and its consequences remain a drastic experience for women. I wish I could have children like the fish, lay eggs, swim away, the end. The new reproductive technologies cannot provide an answer to this problem, because even though conception may take place outside the woman, it is she who carries the child and gives birth to it, including postnatal care and any necessary time off work. In his novel Elementary Particles, Michel Houellebecq has his protagonist Michel deliver a monologue about Huxley's Brave New World, in which he euphorically claims that technological reproduction will eliminate family relationships, the concepts of paternity and filiation. Because he considers this to be progress, he interprets Huxley's novel as a utopia rather than a dystopia. But the really interesting thing about Brave New World is that Huxley makes motherhood disappear, while fatherhood is assumed to be already anachronistic. My father. This word that was not directly related to the disgustingness and reprehensibility of childbearing, this word that was more coarse than body, this merely comically indecent word. Calling yourself a mother, on the other hand, would mean taking the fun too far, that was simply indecent. When talking about the mother, there is still a hint of something that the father is no longer associated with. He is only the joke now, she is still the horror. The horror betrays the memory of the first nature. This is strange in a utopian community that has long since moved from the realm of mere slavish imitation of nature to the much more interesting field of human invention and has outsourced childbirth from the mother's body. Nevertheless, Huxley's infants, who are born in bottles instead of by mothers, suffer from uncorking trauma, and training is necessary to minimize the shock. Even under the reproductive technology conditions of the Brave New World, it seems impossible to process the reality of birth without serious consequences, because children are also born in test tubes instead of simply being made, are living beings born of the first nature instead of biotechnological constructs. The dilemma remains: if birth were not an agonizing psychological process for the child, there would perhaps be no reason at all not to actually carry out the supposedly most pleasurable regression and die, which would mean that the birth trauma would be necessary in terms of natural history and a prerequisite for human individuation. On the other hand, what deserves to be called a happy life would undoubtedly have to begin differently than it still does, extremely painfully for both woman and child. As little as this dilemma can be solved purely technologically, it can just as little be understood by a feminism that renounces any concept of a first nature in order to criticize the equation of woman and nature. The conceptual distinction between sex and gender refers back to the old philosophical separation of body and mind. And like this separation, it has an emancipatory potential. It lies precisely in questioning what appears to be natural physicality. The body is perceived through the mind, so it depends on the mind, on consciousness, on society, how it is perceived and what it is perceived as. This view is emancipatory because it allows us to question domination that asserts itself as natural. However, there is a point at which this emancipation changes, in the sense of the dialectic of enlightenment diagnosed by Adorno and Horkheimer. It can be recognized precisely where the distinction between sex and gender is dropped in favor of gender, where unity is no longer thought of in terms of separation. In other words, nature disappears, is seen as nothing. The libe itself is presented as a construction of the mind, of consciousness. What this reversal means will first be explained using Judith Butler's philosophy, whereby her criticism of Barbara Duden's projection of a body history and the supposed proximity to Kant's metaphysics of morals and transcendental logic will also be discussed. Finally, an attempt is made to move on from philosophical criticism of the concept of gender to an analysis of memory discourses in contemporary German language literature, focusing on Elfriede Jelinek's texts as the most advanced form of contemporary literature in this respect. Judith Butler wrote Bodies That Matter in response to the criticism that her famous book Gender Trouble had provoked. And what about the materiality of the body, Judy? She quotes one of her critics in the foreword. But basically, the question is already posed incorrectly when talking about the body in the sense of matter or even materiality and not about what the term body, understood as the living libe of a human being, entails. In her detailed answer to the falsely posed question, Butler is then able to present a whole arsenal of materialities that belong to the body, the arsenal that is labeled with the areas of biology, anatomy, physiology, hormonal and chemical composition, illness, age, weight, metabolism, life, and death. How and by what means these materialities come to the body, however, is currently hidden. Life and death are placed in a row with scientific terms and disciplines, instead of recognizing in the prevention of violent death and physical pain the innermost determination of philosophical thought itself, without which there can be no truth for this thought after all. In other words, instead of violence and libe, Butler speaks of power and materiality. This is why the translation of the title as body of weight already seems somewhat misleading, substantializing, so to speak. Materiality is to be thought of as the effect of power, as the most productive effect of power of all. But how can we imagine that power produces materiality? One can think of a gym where muscle fibers are built up, or of cosmetic surgery where skin is tightened. But even in this case, in which social norms of beauty and health seem to have an immediate effect, the materiality is not produced, but a certain body is trained or transformed, but as something that is already there and not produced by power. For precisely this something, the concept of nature can be considered indispensable. However, the concept of power, as Butler adopted it from Foucault, necessarily displaces the question of violence with nature, as the precondition of all power relations, that which underlies the unity of the whole. As the thread that affects the libe of the single person, the individual, it is not only ultima ratio, but the essence of every form of domination. Criticism, which in the Enlightenment tradition sees through a domination legitimized as natural as socially produced, turns into affirmation as soon as it begins to deny nature itself and makes it disappear completely, as soon as nature is no longer thought of as nature. For without an idea of nature, how could we understand the violence done to the human body in the name of domination, of the state and of capital? Rather, social domination itself appears beyond violence as given by nature, which as such cannot be criticized and abolished, but can only be manipulated and modified by choosing and practicing various practices of discourse in order to participate in eternal power. Barbara Duden's criticism of Butler's concept, which she published under the title Die Frau ohne Unterliebe, zu Judith Butler's Incorporung in the journal Feministische Studien in 1993, probably the most prominent criticism of Butler's gender trouble in the German-speaking world, was therefore also aimed at something other than mere materiality, but at experience, at the connection between ego formation and bodily experience, which is made to disappear in Butler's work. In Gender Trouble, the ego is an epiphenomenon of a performance, the performance of a voiceless discourse, with which Butler joins the chorus of academics who give the disembodiment of the self in modern media society the appearance of being in the interests of the women's movement. Duden does not simply take the opposite side of the separation of sex and gender, on the side of a body that is conceived without history. On the contrary, in her study she emphasizes the historicity of women's body experience, but historicity is reduced here to the insight that the body experience that speaks from the historical documents of pre-bourgeois provenance, health and dietary rules, midwifery texts, proverbs, and gestures, does not correspond with our own, today's modern body experience. In the sources, the relatedness, which is experienced as corporeality, precedes every textualization, just as the voice precedes the dictation. In contrast, the oppression and humiliation of women appears to be secondary, belonging to mere dictation, and that is why what is taken from the historical sources takes on a dubious sheen as an existential experience, the sheen of a kind of cosmically illuminated corporeality, which Duden would like to counter the disembodiment in modern media society, so to speak. While Butler uses a concept of power that makes power itself appear like an eternal, quasi-natural relationship, precisely because it abstracts from nature, Duden's historicized relationship to her own body becomes a lost paradise, i.e., she is also silent about the torturable and killable libe, i.e., about the body from the perspective of domination, which is what makes it possible to question domination in the first place. Each of its historical forms is based on the threat that posits the torturable and killable libe, the pre-modern form, based on immediate personal dependence, in which the use of violence itself is ubiquitous, like the modern form of the sovereign, in which violence, as monopolized in the state, creates unity, which, however, in the form of contractual relationships and the exchange of equivalents within society, allows violence to be suspended at certain points. While Duden glorifies pre-modern relationships by ignoring the violence in the early forms of domination, Butler extrapolates contractual relationships and the exchange of equivalents to a certain extent, what operates as a designation procedure of gender identity, between which one can choose and in whose participation there is the possibility of contradicting the identities, is nothing other than the linguistic turn in the matter of contract and exchange society. This society has indeed demonstrated that by means of contracts covered by the sovereign, which must touch on the equality of contractual partners, it is possible up to a certain point to multiply gender configurations, destabilize substantive identity and deprive the naturalized narratives of compulsory heterosexuality of their central protagonists, man and woman. Butler, however, ignores in the post-structuralist tradition that the multiplication to be affirmed presupposes unity, under the conditions of bourgeois rule, the unity of the sovereign. This ignorance has the most fatal consequences for her political theory, with an obsession and a persecution mania reminiscent of the Jewish anti-Semite Arthur Trebitsch. Butler has for some time been targeting Israel and questioning the necessity of Jewish sovereignty, a separate state for Jews. However, this only comes so easily to her because she treats the potential for violence of anti-Semitism like the substantive identity in gender trouble, which can be destabilized by the mere exchange of designation procedures, instead of revealing that this potential, unlike racism, results precisely from the tendencies towards the dissolution of sovereignty, which are put on the agenda by every crisis of capital. As a delusion of annihilation, it is itself that which creates unity, and that in its most terrible form, which then offers itself to take the place of the state. For Butler's theory, the rule of law and Hamas are therefore necessarily indistinguishable. Barbara Duden provides, so to speak, a feminist reading of Bachofin's Mutterrecht, based on bodily experience, which examines the myths in which the woman as mother is worshipped as a life-giving goddess precisely because of her libe. Butler, on the other hand, a feminist reading of Kant's Metaphysics of Morals that focuses on language structures, according to which the relationship between the sexes is no longer defined in terms of procreation and reproduction, but as the reciprocal use of sexual characteristics, and can therefore be completely abstracted from what these sexual characteristics actually are. It is precisely in this abstraction that the Enlightenment, power-critical possibility lies. The pleasure of using sexual characteristics can now be considered an end in itself. Butler, however, relinquishes precisely this possibility, because she does not reflect on the fact that such abstraction simultaneously refrains from the constraints and violence that lead to and persist in gender relations. Practical feminist activities such as the creation of women's shelters therefore speak a different language. To get to the bottom of one's own process of abstraction would require, to use Kant's words, the insight that, unlike the conceptualization of time and space, talking about the designation processes of gender identity always presupposes a transcendental subject, the I think that must be able to accompany all my thoughts, an identity beyond gender, because beyond everything corporeal, the pure identity of the abstract person, i.e., to use Marx's words, the commodity owner. Because Kant was still able to make himself aware of this abstraction, which he also followed in his formalization of the relationship between the sexes, as the activity of the mind, he was also able to break through it at the same time, unlike Butler, for whom abstraction becomes independent in the concept of power. He knew that this transcendental subject could never exist without the individual human consciousness, just as this individual human consciousness could not exist without the Libe. At a certain point, Kant therefore feels compelled to assume an indeterminate empirical view, i.e. perception in the I think, whereby a peculiar contradiction is applied to the transcendental subject, the only case in which an empirical object is not determined as an object, not in terms of time like all objects that otherwise appear to the eye. Consequently, the proposition I think proves that sensation, which consequently belongs to sensuality, already lies at the basis of this existential proposition. This indeterminate empirical perception, nothing other than the empirical of one's own Libe, precedes experience, which is supposed to determine the object of perception through the category with regard to time. As if he wanted to express Kant's insight that this indeterminate empirical view of the corporeal exists, Nietzsche lets the lyrical ego speak uninhibitedly. But all pleasure wants eternity all pain, it could be added, wants to cease immediately, unless it is itself a factor of pleasure. And as if in an ironic allusion to the transcendental subject, Freud assumes that every individual is unconsciously convinced of their immortality. This unconscious should not initially be viewed in psychoanalytical terms, but more generally, as Freud himself intended at this point, the pure identity of the abstract person, the I am I that must be able to accompany all my thoughts, must also be able to be transferred to the Libe in the unconscious, so as not to destroy consciousness itself. It is precisely the unity of mind and body in their separation, which recurs in the separation of gender and sex, that should therefore be understood as the core of the social, that in which an individual cannot be one with others, cannot form a community, the condition of unsociable sociability, Kant. It is only consequent that Jacques Lacan, dissolving the Freudian conception from within, makes the fact that the subject is convinced of its immortality in the unconscious, that certainty that it is and can only be I who has a certain feeling or thought, no community and no substance, the disease from which the cure wants to heal the individual, in other words, Nietzsche's all lust wants eternity, is to be transformed into a desire that no longer has an instinctual goal, but, instead of the eternity of lust, only wants the law as eternal, the symbolic order. The fact that a prohibition can increase the desire for the forbidden under certain conditions is inverted into the view that it is the prohibition and not an instinctual goal to which the desire should apply. The certainty that it is I who feels pleasure and pain excludes, on the one hand, the objectivity of one's own body, i.e., also its transience unconsciously, which, on the other hand, inevitably involves the same self-awareness in the fear of pain as in the desire for pleasurable satisfaction. Insofar as they are not appeased or satisfied, one's own body also remains an object, insofar as it, consciously and not unconsciously, must be related as an object to other objects. This objectification or self reification is a prerequisite for the possibility of repressing the conscious calculation with the objects that become the means, but not the pain or the pleasure itself, back into the unconscious, whereby psychoanalysis first obtains its object, is therefore a prerequisite of individuation. In this way, the forms of the social have the effect that even the most spontaneous impulse in desires and strivings or even the sensation of pain is at the same time something mediated in and through the individual consciousness. But insofar as they are forms of domination, and they have been, which Duden's Butler criticism overlooks, from the beginning of all culture, the objectification of one's own Libe is always also self-abasement, which Kant, however, virtually affirms with his concept of duty. In other words, the necessarily reified, which can only be de-reified in the liberation from pain and the satisfaction of instinct, is also degraded in principle as a matter of course. Adorno and Horkheimer worked this out in the dialectic of enlightenment. The body is once again mocked and thrust as the inferior, the enslaved, and at the same time desired as the forbidden, the objectified, the alienated. Only culture recognizes the body as a thing that can be possessed, only in culture has it differentiated itself from the mind, the epitome of power and command, as the object, the dead thing corpus. In the self-abasement of man to the corpus, nature takes revenge for the fact that man has abased it to the object of domination, to raw material. It is this degradation that is affirmed when Butler speaks of materiality. In the concept of gender trouble, not only the torturable Libe that can be killed is denied, but also the libidinous one in which the sexual drive manifests itself. All those revolutionary discoveries for which Freud was and is most criticized are thus dismissed, such as that of infantile sexuality, which for Butler has nothing to do with any drive, which always oscillates between the somatic and the social, but is inscribed into the child from the outside, via signifiers. Even in the most exaggerated results of the linguistic turn, Butler corresponds to the mainstream of the media world, in which child sexuality is denied in the same way as the relationship of violence in the family. In the concept of drive, at least as Freud uses it, on the other hand, all the prerequisites for an open concept of nature are already present, because it leaves open in nous how the object choice in the subject turns out and can turn out, whether heterosexual, homosexual, or bisexual, indeed that there should be such an unambiguity in the determination of gender at all. To emphasize the choice of object in this way, the concept of gender, in contrast to that of sex, is virtually indispensable. However, the open concept of nature, which requires both to be thought of as a unity and separation, was almost exclusively taken up and developed by critical theory. It underlies the dialectic of enlightenment as well as Adorno's interpretation of George's poetry, which pays homage to an unnature, but in the name of nature. Unnature is to restore the multiplicity of drive distorted by the primacy of procreation. What Adorno realized here following the aestheticism of Baudelaire, George, and Hofmannsthal, he partially abandoned again in his discussion of revised psychoanalysis. Here he speaks not of the multiplicity of drives, but of a kind of colorblindness of experience that homosexuals displayed, an inability to recognize the individuated. However, this problematic turn against homosexuality probably stems from an instinctive defense against the denied homosexuality of authoritarian male unions. From this point of view, it does not seem entirely coincidental that Judith Butler developed her theory largely independently of aesthetic considerations, since she would be constantly confronted with the question of the corporeal in human experience. At the same time, however, if one looks at contemporary literature, there is a certain degree of agreement in terms of the potential to criticize domination that asserts itself as natural, so that some of Reuter's theory can be useful for the general description of the formal prerequisites of the subversive moment of literature. In this sense, Mireille Taube, in her perceptive essay on Thomas Bernhard's Poetics of the Ridiculous, aptly describes theater as the performative genre par excellence, which not only repeats and stabilizes bourgeois norms, but can also subversively shift and destabilize them. However, the attempt to draw immediate conclusions regarding content from such a general definition of aesthetic preconditions comes up against certain limits. These are particularly evident in the secondary literature on Elfriede Jelinek, insofar as congruence with post-structuralist thinking in general and Judith Butler's concepts in particular is to be established with this author, apart from the beginnings of her production, which were more clearly influenced by critical theory. On the other hand, it should at least be suggested below that, particularly with regard to Jelinek's texts, the reference point of that indeterminate empirical view of the corporeal and, in connection with this, the Freudian concepts could open up more concrete, more precise possibilities of interpretation in a social sense. Not least because here we can only speak of the perception of the Leib exclusively as killable and torturable. In fact, Jelinek's characters are provocative from the outset because they have no I. But they do have a we, and each speaks with and through this we. We women, we men, we Germans, we Austrians. Such a we has no body, but only an imagined collective Leib, be it the Volksgemeinschaft created by National Socialism or the gender imagined through misogyny, including that of women themselves. To a certain extent, the author only ever allows what is not the self to speak, and cannot become the self due to the culture industry, sexual oppression, class rule, and the continuing National Socialist past. The illusory existence of individuality and the ubiquitously weakened ego, which according to critical theory characterize modern society and are affirmed in postmodern style as the death of the subject, these phenomena are radically exaggerated here. To a certain extent, Jelinek's texts construct a secondary, a collective unconscious. However, this is intended here, in direct opposition to C.G. Jung's concept of a collective unconscious, to denote an aesthetic category which, as such, can only indirectly refer to Freud's psychoanalytical concept of the individual unconscious. Just as, according to Freud, there is no negation in this real unconscious, in the unconscious of the individual, the construction of a collective, i.e. a fictitious unconscious in Jelinek's work essentially consists of withdrawing the negation. According to Freud, strivings with opposing goals exist side by side in the unconscious without any need for their alignment. Either they do not influence each other at all, or if they do, no decision is reached. The unconscious thinking thus lacks a process comparable to judging, and that is why it is so captivating to characterize a society from its point of view, which as such must drive the power of judgment behind it. Negation always fails exactly where it should be self-evident. It is all the more uncanny when something corporeal comes up in the stream of consciousness of this collective unconscious. In the play Tot Naberg it says, produce something great from human skin. And where does that end? With the umbrella made from unemployment benefit. The apparent equation of the unimaginable horror of the National Socialist extermination policy with the post-Nazi welfare state jargon is precisely due to the construction of a collective unconscious. This is how it thinks in the empirical eye when it says we. The great novel Die Kinder der Toten and the later play in Den Alpen, in the Alps, follow on from this and heighten the unheard-of fact that past and present are indistinguishable. Reviews and theater critics have repeatedly criticized Jelinek for placing the victims of accidents and disasters in the present on the same level as the victims of National Socialism. However, in that her texts trace precisely the most abstruse delusions of the we, the level on which such incomparable deaths meet is revealed to be the real abyss. Our oven has done 155, says the child burnt in the mountain railroad accident to a Jew, but that theirs has done much more they have to prove to me first. Grandpa says that's not possible. The construction of the collective unconscious is to a certain extent the most radical awareness of the fact that there was and is no real negation in relation to National Socialism. However, it can only be expressed when the Jew and the child, in the Alps, or the woman and the old man, Tot Naberg, emerge from the we, when a separation, however ephemeral, emerges in the unity and becomes visible where negation would have been necessary, just as one cannot dream something like real negation in a dream, but perhaps in the process of awakening one can feel its possibility. Feel its possibility in the process of awakening. The fact that this emergence in Jelinek's work is by no means able to take on the traits of a character bears witness to the impotence that consciousness can no longer ignore. What is the Jew to say to the child? He can only do one thing: protect himself, his Leib, by all means. This is the consequence of Jelinek's dramaturgy. It corresponds entirely to the categorical imperative after Auschwitz, as formulated by Adorno, in the state of their lack of freedom, to organize thought and action in such a way that Auschwitz is not repeated, nothing similar happens. In him, the moment of the addition to morality can be felt bodily. Bodily, because it is the disgust, which has become practical, of the unbearable physical pain to which individuals are exposed, even after individuality as a spiritual form of reflection is about to disappear. Modern literature in its most advanced forms is capable of both, evoking the emergence of the corporeal and at the same time diagnosing the disappearance of individuality as a form of spiritual reflection without any compromise. Without it, the imperative after Auschwitz cannot be conceived. In her book Weilen Dank für das Leben, Sibylle Berg uses the form of a contemporary picaresque novel to tell the story of the hermaphrodite Toto, who was born in 1966 in the GDR to a mother who would probably have been labeled a bum by the socialist regime at the time and a father he did not know. The book develops from a social satire into a dystopia that ends in the year 2030 with the death of the protagonist, making it clear that there is no break between a bad present and a worse future, because the latter is already present and alive in the former, even if it does not necessarily follow from it. In the course of the novel, Toto, who grew up as an orphan, changes sides in two ways. A dissident group smuggles him into West Germany, where he appears to be an eternal child, but also older than his peers due to his bulky body. There he lived as an unsightly young man, classified as a tipple brother, and found work where someone like him was only tolerated, in dives and vaudevilles. There, too, he decides to live as a woman. A sex operation is made possible for him by a sexually interested man. However, Toto does not identify as a woman because he feels female, let alone because he thinks he is in the wrong body. He is actually quite happy with the body he has, but because he suspects that his position as a social outsider brings him closer to women than to men, to whom he nevertheless does not belong. Toto was her. She, Mrs. Toto, she kept the name, the gender in her passport too, it didn't matter. It just felt better on the female side. Nothing would change her strange appearance, she knew that herself. People would continue to stare at her, but that didn't matter. She would find a place on the fringes of society, with the freaks. She felt comfortable there, with all those who had no idea either, but wanted things to be different. More peaceful, more tolerant. They wanted something with unicorns and for everyone to leave each other alone. Quote, end. But Toto is not left alone by the freaks, who are no more peaceful than the normals. Apart from the fact that the book henceforth refers to Toto as she instead of he, the plight of Toto's life changes as little through the change of gender as it does through the change from east to west. The transition from the historical present to the dystopian future is also fluid. The difference between the past and the future, like that between masculinity and femininity, capitalism and socialism, seems to have lost all qualitative momentum. Consequently, the first chapter, which describes Toto's birth, is entitled and off. Almost all the others are entitled and further. Nevertheless, in toto, whose name contains the whole as well as chance, the indivisibility of sex, whose manifestation as bisexuality identifies it as an unreconciled unity, comes to the fore. The anatomical fact that he cannot be assigned to either of the two sexes is transformed, using the example of toto, into the realization that, because he undeniably belongs to the human sex, he must also have something in common with both sexes without belonging to either of them. If the empirical representatives of both sexes nevertheless regard him as a useless complication of everyday life or, like his childhood friend Casimir, who later meets Toto again as a successful gay businessman, only find pleasure in humiliating him, this is not because Toto belongs to a marginalized minority, but because he is just like everyone else in his otherness, which the others do not want to know about. The unfortunate coincidence that the doctors trivialize Toto's hermaphroditism as becomes the cipher of this false hole in Toto's experience, which the book unfolds. What other people do to him, humanity, which for this very reason is not yet one, does to itself every day, but only by doing it to Toto are they able to turn this self-betrayal into the strengthening of their own selves. "I'm nothing," says Toto to the doctor, who promises to finally give him righteous genitals, but the doctor reassures him, "Well, I wouldn't put it that harshly. Nowadays people like you are called intersexuals, you suffer from gender ambiguity." Quote, end. What makes Berg's book so important is that it does not stylize the primacy of anatomical unambiguity, as satirized in the doctor's speech, into the terror of heteronormativity, which would be positively contrasted with Toto's hermaphroditism. Rather, when Toto is indifferent to his legal gender, or when it is stated that those who used to be nothing are now called intersexuals, the novel reflects the fetishism of sexual identity, which is taken to extremes through the invention of multiple gender identities as a contemporary mode of liquidating sex. As encoded in Toto's name, it is indivisible and therefore a red rag for all propagandists of divisible, i.e. assignable, concessionary, socialized sexuality. Unlike Michel Foucault's study of the hermaphrodite Herculine Barbin, Berg does not stylize Toto's life between the poles of bisexuality as a haven of subversive experiences, nor does she hypostatize intersexuality into a third gender. Rather, her novel is basically as little interested in the exceptionality of Toto's gender as Toto himself, who, unlike everyone he meets, has no objection to his body and certainly does not constantly politicize it, because for him, in such radical naivety he is akin to the rogue character in the Baroque novel, everything in the world, and therefore every person he meets, is unusual and special. And he is unable to see how something or someone should be more special than all the other special things. Precisely because her book is not a novel about intersexuality, because it is not dedicated to propaganda for a general political concept, but solely to the experience of its main character, it deserves to be reread at a time when gender politics, which is increasingly becoming government policy in Western countries, is openly professing itself as an identitarian cult, which, in its invocation of diverse sexual identities, aims to liquidate the sexus, which contradicts all identity. Because the concept of sex implies that all people, regardless of their respective sexual inclinations or gender roles, participate in the same possibility of experience as sexual beings, it anticipates the idea of the indivisibility of the human race. Just how bad this idea is can be seen from the fact that in the debates about the third gender, whose entry in the birth register was made possible by the BVRFG decision of October 10, 2017 through the category diverse, the formal legal question of birth and passport entry, which is irrelevant to Toto, is delusionally charged with identity politics by both defenders and opponents of this decision. The genderists, for whom every other term and every judgment is an attribution regardless of its validity, do not even think that the question of legal gender could actually be just an attribution for a change, a category that is not particularly selective and therefore does not classify people in a malicious way. Opponents of the legal reform, on the other hand, who are mainly found in the men's movement, have confirmed the suspicion that they are mirror-image doppelgangers of the gender activists because, just like them, but with the opposite assessment, they attribute coup-like qualities to the introduction of the new category. On the internet platform Frey Welt, for example, they accuse the BVRFG of having invented a new gender. However, words do not change the world, but reflect its change. The words male and female as identity designations in birth registers and passports are actually quite vague compared to the purpose of identifying a person. This is precisely the reason for their humanity. Man and woman in the formal legal sense, which is the sole interest of public offices, do not have to be male or female, let alone standardized, procreation-oriented citizens according to the heterosexual matrix. It is enough for the bourgeois state that their genitals pass as male or female. What they do with them is their private matter, the free pursuit of which must of course also be guaranteed to them by law in the sense of bourgeois legal equality. However, because marriage and divorce law, for example, is interwoven with civil status law, the interplay between the two can result in discrimination, which the legislator is obliged to abolish in the current legal system. For example, until October 2017, the non-recognition of same-sex marriage meant that partners, one of whom underwent gender reassignment surgery during the marriage, were forced to divorce in order for their new marital status to be recognized. Family and marriage law was also the reason for the provision in civil status law, which was in force until 2013, that each child had to be assigned one of the two genders immediately after birth. Since 2013, it has been possible to leave the information blank if the child is of an intermediate sex, and since October 2017 it has been possible to register the third option, which continues to be based on anatomical sex and not on gender self-assignment. The reform therefore does not create a reality by legislative act that would have been prevented by the previous legal form, but rather follows the effort to enforce the universal validity of the juridical concept of the person, including the rights and obligations it guarantees, as valid for all citizens. It is a civil law reform in the tradition of the reform of sexual criminal law in the 1960s, which is not concerned with renovation or dilution, but with the enforcement of existing law in a changed reality, as a concession to the fact that it is less humiliating for intersex people to be listed in official documents with their own gender designation than with a gap, and as a reduction in the pressure to have to establish the unambiguousness of gender affiliation through medical intervention. The call sometimes made by critics of official recording of gender identity to remove the gender information in passports would also be supportable in this sense. The purpose of identifying the person, which the passport is supposed to fulfill, is achieved more reliably by biometric photos than by relatively diffuse categories such as male and female. The fact that for Judith Butler the invocation of the newborn as girl or boy nevertheless marks the beginning of an almost endless series of standardizing identifications is in line with the intuition that the birth entry is actually the earliest document for the interweaving of juridical, medical, and social gender identity in the psychogenesis of the subject. However, the fact that Butler and her adepts construct a coercive context from this fact, in which juridical, medical, and psychosexual standardization of the subject seamlessly intertwine, and that this idea of a totalitarian juridical-medical-psychosexual complex completely dominates the debate about the third gender, requires explanation. One clue for such an explanation may be the strange proximity that self-proclaimed gender-political pressure groups for the third gender associate with the terminology of law and medicine, which they simultaneously denounce as agencies of standardization. Among queer and gender leftists, the legal category of person has long since become the general formula for talking about gender, and not just in relation to intersex people. Instead of women and men of different sexual orientation, this way of thinking knows at best male, female, intersex, cis or trans persons, or even just female, male, trans or inter-red persons. The inflationary use of the term person, which initially means nothing other than the legal capacity of the person designated, which is why the German Civil Code, BGB, also recognizes legal persons such as associations and corporations in addition to people as legal subjects, called natural persons, seems contradictory for people who regard the civil legal form per se as a mode of social standardization, formation, and dressage. The fact that gender activists are concerned with ensuring that the law also applies to people who fall outside the ominous heterosexual matrix is no argument against such an objection. For it goes without saying that intersex and transsexual people are also natural persons under civil law and therefore legal subjects. This is the only reason why demands such as the one to put an end to the practice of operating on intersex children without their consent, subject to parental consent, can be put forward at all. The fact that male and female as birth or passport entries, i.e. as formal legal categories, do not adequately reflect the sense of self of those designated is certainly no reason to speak only of persons. For one thing, the entry female in the birth register or passport has never obliged those so designated to feel female. Secondly, classifications such as a trans person who reads as female are more likely to depress the self-confidence of all those who are not yet completely politically stultified than sentences such as "you are a nice woman." What is actually expressed in the fetishization of the concept of the person is the need to prehoricize the concept of the subject, which the concept of the person in civil law gives space to. Civil law defines all people as natural persons, as legal subjects. However, the subject status that it thereby makes possible does not coincide with the category of the person, but at the same time marks the limits of the law, those aspects of the person that cannot be fully legalized. In the terminology of gender activism, on the other hand, the inflation of the concept of person means that subject and legal person coincide, in that the resistive aspect of the subject as well as the progressive aspect of the concept of person in civil law is erased. The law is trusted with both too much and too little. Too much, because for better or for worse, the juridical gender is understood as socially, medically, and psychosexually determining the subjects desubsumed under this right, so that something as changeable as the sense of self, the choice of love, and the gender roles by which people are measured by others or which they self-consciously adapt are simply derived from the juridical classification. In this, gender activism follows the simple and bad analogy that Butler adopts from Louis Althusser by equating the midwife's calling the newborn a boy or girl with the policeman's "Hello, you there?" The relationship between the state sovereign and the bourgeois individual, which Althusser explicitly addresses, takes a back seat to Butler's propaganda for the voluntary and spontaneous self-nationalization of subjects. In such critique, the bourgeois division of powers is cashed in from the outset so that its non-existence can be feigned as a result of this magic trick. The midwife is the policeman, who in turn is the law speaker and legislator. Doctors, parents, civil servants, and judges, who publicly argue with each other on issues such as the legal codification of intersexuality, are thus declared to be agents of one and the same coercive system, to which the body of the intersex child can only ever fall victim. At the same time, however, gender activist criticism does not expect enough of bourgeois law because it takes offense at the very thing that constitutes the progressive impulse of law. The fact that legal gender categories say nothing at all about social gender, i.e., about socially mediated understandings of roles and self-relations, nor about the psychosexual self-identification of subjects as male, female, trans, inter, etc. Instead of welcoming the fact that in bourgeois society the juridical gender, which after all concerns the subjects in their constitutional form as citizens, is indifferent to psychosexual self-assignments, which as a private matter remain beyond the sovereign's control. Gender political intersexuality activists demand that precisely these self-assignments should become decisive for determining the juridical gender instead of the anatomical findings. Their argument is not only based on statements made by intersex people such as Vanya, who, in an interview with Jungle World, calls for the abolition of any gender entry on the grounds that the power of definition of medicine and psychology must be abolished so that people can choose their identity, or Nori may well be, at whose instigation a civil status law has been in force in Australia since 2014 that is more strongly oriented towards the self-assignment of subjects than the legal reform. In Germany, they can also rely on the Federal Constitutional Court, which formulated its position in a 2008 case on the status of transsexuals under civil status law. It is true that belonging to a gender is initially legally determined by the external sexual characteristics at the time of birth. However, it cannot be determined solely on this basis. It also depends essentially on a person's psychological constitution and their self-perceived gender identity. Quote, end. This takes account of the fact that the anatomical sex can change as a result of surgical interventions, as in the case of transsexuality, which means that the respective persons must not suffer any discriminatory disadvantages in marriage and family law, for example. On the other hand, the wording leaves the way open in the direction that gender activists want to go by including aspects of psychosexual self-awareness in the legal category of gender. In doing so, the BVRFG is making concessions to the anti-bourgeois impulse in the gender political understanding of intersexuality by working towards the emotionalization of the law or an increased juridification of feelings. At least as problematic as the tendency to subjectivize the law is the role that anatomy and medicine play in the gender activist understanding of intersex and transsexuality. Although the criticism of the anatomical concept of gender and the associated medical way of thinking always comes across as a noble defense of subjects against state institutions, it is itself justified with a biological medical understanding of gender diversity, which suggests that its propagandists are not concerned with sexual freedom, but with the liquidation of the concept of instinct and the concept of sexual identification, which are left vacant by the juridical concept of gender in civil law and removed from complete juridification as a private matter. The defamation of medicine is epidemic in gender political discussions about intersexuality, although medical interventions for the purpose of self-determined gender change are also considered uncriticizable in debates about transsexuality. In their criticism of gender reassignment surgery for intersex children, which is certainly justified in view of the carelessness with which such operations are carried out without considering the psychosexual development of those affected, gender activists never fail to make a comparison with the practice of genital mutilation, which has the advantage of combining progressive posturing with the trivialization of gender apartheid, especially in Islamic countries. As an example, Samira Fansa and Michael Reiter wrote in 2001, when the current legal reform was not yet foreseeable, in a dossier in the weekly newspaper Jungle World on the practice of genital mutilation in Germany, after initially praising the medical assistance for transsexuals. If a body is identified as a hermaphrodite, the biomedical complex steps in to enforce the bipolar gender order. The boundaries between the prenatal and postnatal destruction of hermaphrodites are becoming increasingly blurred. Since the 1970s, for example, sexually ambiguous fetuses whose chromosome set has been decoded neither as XX, for female, nor as XY, for male, but as X, so-called Turner syndrome, or XXY, so-called Klinefelter syndrome, have been aborted. A clitoris must not be longer than 1 centimeter, while the newborn's penis must not be less than 2.5 centimeters in length. If a newborn is found to have genitalia that deviate from these standards, the child is first examined by a team of doctors specialized in this field. The hermaphrodite is classified as intersex, but parents are not referred to as hermaphrodites, or intersex. Instead, they are referred to as malformations or deformities in order to pathologize the child and advise the parents in counseling sessions to have their offspring's condition corrected as quickly as possible. Apart from the oddity that people who, when fighting for the legalization of abortions, speak without hesitation of the fetus as a heap of cells, suddenly denounce the killing of unborn life in connection with the prenatal destruction of hermaphrodites like the Pope himself. What is striking about this quote is a characteristic obsession with the very medical biological vocabulary that is to be denounced in the same breath. What interests intersex people here is not the question of whether their psychosexual development is possibly at least as negatively affected by the absence of a clear gender affiliation as by gender reassignment surgery, a question that does not have to be answered in the affirmative, but should at least be asked. Rather, the bipolar gender order is understood as a biomedical regime for the purpose of heteronormative chromosome selection, as if chromosomes were not models for a better understanding of biological processes, but immediate and empirically real, as parts of a vital gender confusion that is standardized and subjugated by evil judges and doctors. If the clitoris is too large or the male sex organ is underdeveloped, the question of how the person in question can still lead a fulfilling sex life later on is not of interest, but rather the identity political need to have such sex organs recognized and represented instead of pathologized. Instead of providing information about how the psychosexually necessary and vital infantile masturbatory satisfaction is possible in intersex people, for example, they mock the word malformation, which does injustice to the species worthy of protection that intersex people are apparently regarded as. Curtis Hinkle, founder of the network organization Intersex International, OII, also talks about intersex people like a naturalist talks about ohms when he proclaims, intersexuality is not synonymous with a health impairment. It is not a disease or a disorder, but a biological variation. In the gender political defense of intersexuality, which is more adulation than representation of interests, the object of glorification is exactly the same crude gender nature, whose modification according to subjective arbitrariness is advocated without restriction in the apology of transsexuality. In order to recognize that there is in fact no contradiction here, it must first be understood that both the adulation of hermaphroditism as an expression of gender diversity and the fetishization of transsexuality as a victory of gendered self-esteem over anatomy are aimed at liquidating the experience of the human being as a sexual being. Every sexual identification is the result of socially and psychodynamically created drive impulses and goals that cannot be completely controlled by the subject, and thus the exact opposite of an identity. Anatomical characteristics can be classified, which is why the juridical concept, which aims to determine anatomical sexual characteristics, can speak unproblematically of a person's sexual identity. Psychosexual development, on the other hand, like the concept of drive itself, always transcends any identity. It is not set at the beginning of ontogenesis with the anatomical gender identity, but is formed in the subject's confrontation with itself and others, with people as contradictory gender and social beings related to each other and to themselves. Anatomical gender identity, even if it can change through surgical interventions, belongs to the sphere of facts and can be described by classificatory terms. Psychosexual identification, in which people experience themselves as gender beings and relate to each other, belongs to the sphere of reflection, of self-relation, and is therefore the opposite of an identity. The concept of drive destiny, which Freud developed in 1915 in Trieb und Triebsschicksal, drives and drive destinies, does not mean a predetermined fate that subjects merely carry out, but rather the result of working through the contradiction between the pleasure and reality principle, drive and its internal and external psychic mediating instances. If an instinct cannot reach its goal immediately, and the fact that it usually cannot is not evidence of universal hostility to instinct, but rather of the progress of human civilization, it seeks to fulfill it in a roundabout way, which does not have a purely negative function for the subject, but rather essentially constitutes the process of ego formation. Freud named 4 forms of drive destiny: reversal into the opposite, turning against oneself, repression, sublimation. The reversal of the drive into its opposite can present itself as a turn from activity to passivity or as a reversal of content. For the first case, Freud cites the example of the transformation of sadistic drive goals, which urge the destruction or seizure of the object, into masochistic ones, in which the subject feels possessed or tormented by the desired object. For the second, the transformation of a loving relationship to the object into a hating one. The example of the transformation of sadistic into masochistic drives is at the same time an example of the second form, of the turn against one's own person, in which the destructive or desiring impulses are withdrawn from the object and the subject itself becomes their object. Repression and sublimation, in which the drive is either repelled by the ego into the unconscious or the drive energy is diverted to other activities, work, art, philosophy, whose libidinal occupation falls prey to repression, play a more important role in Freud's cultural theory than the former and were presented by him in his own writings. Contrary to what the concept of fate suggests, the different variants of the reworking of the drive, even if they reach a temporary end point, can always become the subject of new reworkings, which of course presuppose the previous work. What returns as the repressed differs with the return from the drive goal before it was repressed. Psychohistory, as the unfolding of the genesis of psychosexual identification, tells stories of such drive destinies. Freud in particular, whom his gender-theoretical enemies like to portray as a patriarchal, sexist, Eurocentric chauvinist who trivialized child abuse and cemented patriarchal domination in his seduction theory, provides the elements to tell the materialist history of human beings as sexual beings, as a history neither of the mind nor of the political economy, but of the body. The debate about intersexuality and transsexuality shows that the gender left not only cares less about the body than Freud, but also than the doctor who recommends gender reassignment surgery to the parents of an intersex child. The equation of genital mutilation with gender reassignment surgery is particularly perfidious because genital mutilation serves the sole purpose of eradicating the bodily conditions of female pleasure, whereas gender reassignment surgery at least claims to have the purpose of creating the condition of sexual pleasure in the first place. A study of intersexuality and transsexuality based on Freud's concept of drive destiny should start from the question of the conditions under which intersexual and transsexual people are most likely to experience sexual happiness. In psychoanalytical theory and therapeutic practice, sexual happiness is not a metaphor for a social utopia, but rather for a beneficial possibility of experience accessible to all people, the fulfillment of which, however, stands in the way of almost everything in society as well as in the subjects. The fact that concepts such as work or transformation are so important in Freud's thinking is not due to his attachment to the bourgeois work ethic, but to his lack of illusion towards the fact that happiness, the sensual joy of people in each other and in the world as it is, presupposes their transformation as necessarily as the self-transformation of people through insight and reflection. Taking Freud as a starting point and pointing beyond him, this has happened in Germany above all at the now unnoticed deceased Frankfurt Institute for Sexual Science under Volkmar Seigosch. The best way to relieve intersex and transsexual people of the pressure of social devaluation would be to make it clear to them and all other citizens through practical education that the difficulties of their life situation are not simply problems of a minority group, but refer to the contradiction of sexual identification that affects every human being. Self-identification of people as gay or lesbian, bisexual or heterosexual is, like any other form of sexual identification, neither the living out of an existing identity nor a politically interested decision. Rather, they are always unstable attempts to resolve the contradiction between the pleasure principle and the reality principle in a way that strengthens the ego. This insight should lead to the admission that the sexual suffering and the contradiction that tears the subject apart, which transsexuals try to deal with through a surgical change of anatomical sex, do not disappear even after the change, but in happy cases return transformed, as new contradictions and new suffering. Just as no one can seriously claim that an intersex child would be a happier person just because its anatomical sex is better represented legally and more recognized socially. In both cases, it would have to be judged qualitatively, based on the subject's capacity for experience and happiness, whether the surgical intervention in the case of transsexuality or the renunciation of it in the case of intersexuality benefits the strengthening of the ego or not. However, gender political activists are not interested in this question because they are not concerned with strengthening the psychodynamic ability to identify, but with the legal approval of identities that are seen as diverse but inescapable. From this perspective, the fetishization of intersexuality and transsexuality are complementary forms of identity conditioning. The intersexual should learn to feel and affirm themselves as intersexual, and to reject any emerging desire to simply be a woman or a man as a derivative of heteronormative manipulation. They should feel entirely as they are. The transsexual should learn to shape their body according to their sense of self and suppress everything about it that is compatible with that feeling. They should be completely and utterly how they feel. In both cases, the goal is not the facilitation of happy identification, but absolute identity. However, and no one needs to have read Hegel for this, it is a cover term for death. When Toto, who with her disturbingly touching voice could perhaps have become a well-known singer under different circumstances, dies at the end of the novel, she imagines, in a variation on the old childhood dream, that all the people who were important to her are gathered around her and are sad, except that the fantasy turns into an appeal to break through the and off and on according to which life proceeds. She saw herself, surrounded by acacias and elderberries, on a shady country road that had once existed. It is a summer's day, the apple trees are in blossom and you can hear the bees over the meadow. Yarrow, buttercups, larkspur, and clover. The tar is warm. Everyone has come, everyone whose life Toto has touched, everyone is standing there crying. It's silly. Stop crying, says Toto, I'll just have a quick rest. And then we lie together on the grass and think about how we can start again and make it better. Just stop crying. Toto stopped breathing at 1:50 p.m. The fact that there is no queer activist doctor among those who witness her last hour in Toto's fantasy who could have taught Toto that she is a biological variation, there were already such people in 2012, when the book was published, can be taken as an indication that there are even fewer points of contact between her and that milieu than between her and a degenerate subject like Casimir, who torments Toto to the end because he only recognizes in her what he desires and must therefore forbid himself. Also an example of the drive destiny type reversal into the opposite and proof that Berg, in contrast to pressure groups that are concerned with hegemonic claims to representation, is interested in what cannot be represented in the subject. In that Toto, who has never been able to stand up for anything other than herself, nevertheless dreams at the end, when it is no longer possible, of asking everyone else to start again with her in order to do better. She refuses, even at the moment when death really comes, the identity that others already desire in life. Like almost all successes, Michael Hanke's film Amour is based on a misunderstanding. Hanke succeeds in showing two old people who have shared almost an entire life together and who belong to each other so much that the husband, Georges, an old music professor played by Jean-Louis Trintignant, accompanies his wife Anne, Emmanuelle Riva, who used to be a pianist, emotionally on her way to death instead of abandoning her to cold-hearted apparatus medicine. A touching example of human immediacy in an inhumane world. In truth, the deep shock that Hanke's film actually leaves behind is based on the contrast between the upper-middle-class world it depicts and the reality it conceals. Similar to Hanke's previous work, The White Ribbon, which tells a story from the eve of the First World War that implicitly deals in every detail with the rise of National Socialism, Amour refers in every nuance to the meager, post-bourgeois present, in which people have relationships instead of loving each other, and in which people only die instead of dying. Hanke judges this present by omitting it. Their representative in the film, which takes place almost exclusively in the anachronistically furnished interiors of the couple's huge bourgeois apartment, is their daughter Eva, Isabelle Huppert, who is alienated and helpless in the face of her elderly parents' reclusive life, even though she has followed in their footsteps professionally while still being completely bourgeois. The relationship with her husband, characterized by constant professional stress and routine deceit, really deserves to be called a relationship. And at the end, after Georges has suffocated his terminally ill wife with a pillow and killed himself with gas in a terrifying scene, the daughter sits in her parents' empty apartment like a forgotten patient in the waiting room. She is not only separated from her parents, whom the film brings close to the audience like intimate friends despite its distance, by the social and generational divide, but also by the certainty that she will never love and never die like them. And not even out of personal inability, but because love and death are historical phenomena to the core. The hope of preserving individual freedom in love and in death, probably the two most powerful experiences of self-abandonment that people are capable of, seems as antiquated in the present to which Hanke's film is directed as the furniture in Georges and Anne's apartment. Amour will probably be filed under the heading Films about Old Age. The fact that it is not precisely that, but rather tells of the relativity of age and youth, is something that the film itself points out. In one scene of the film, when and is already irreversibly physically impaired, she looks at faded photos from her youth, in which she can be seen with many strangers, but also with the young Jean-Louis Trintignant. Although the story of these photos is never told in the film and we never hear a word about how Anne and Georges met and what kind of life they led, the people in the photographs, almost forgotten in the remains of the decades, seem more familiar than the real people they are dealing with. The awkward young pianist who was once a student but has no access to her present life and suffering. The brutal nurse whose matter-of-fact crudeness repels Georges so much that he gives her notice, and Eva, who sits across from Georges during her courtesy calls with her legs crossed as if at a stiff job interview. The people who will outlive Anne and Georges and therefore embody the future are stranger to both of them than their own youthful selves, of which the film tells nothing only because it has remained alive in them, sublimated to the extreme. What at first seems to be an expression of the habits and tics that develop in a lifelong marriage, the fact that Anne and Georges speak little to each other, often even bump into each other unkindly without getting into an argument about it, and don't seem to be so attached to their togetherness because it comes naturally to them. In reality, none of this has much to do with the length of time spent together, but rather with the network that arises from loving respect for each other's strangeness, which used to be called soulmates and which lives as a hope in every first love. It is no coincidence that Henke's film, by far his most French to date, is reminiscent of Eric Rohmer's films, right down to the intricacies of its formal language, of the intimate and uncommitted tradition of French cinema, which has always preferred to tell stories of youthful love. For just as love in old age has none of the detached wisdom that its eulogists ascribe to it, first love has just as little to do with the clichés with which a whole arsenal of bad high school comedies, vacation films, and puberty dramas surround it. In fact, it anticipates, almost hallucinatory, the whole of life, whose residual past in Henke's film once again illuminates the memory of a promise that the present no longer makes. For first love is not a question of age or chronology. It can also happen in midlife or old age instead of in youth and does not have to be kindled by the person with whom you were, as they say, together for the first time. The first thing about it is not a question of timing, but of quality. It denotes the experience that everything is different from that moment on, that you will always carry this person within you, even if they may have disappeared at some point. Therein lies its unconditional seriousness and its finality, even if it remains fleeting. It irrevocably divides the individual life into a before and an after, a separation that can never be reversed by any subsequent experience. But precisely because of this unconditionality, it also tolerates other loves next to it. It is exclusive because it cannot be compared to anything and cannot be relativized by anything, but it is not jealous because it knows that the same, incomparable thing can happen again next to it and in spite of it. The forbearance and voluntary self-restraint that makes such love irretrievable explains the ease with which Rohmer's films deal with a subject that in popular and didactic cinema functions almost exclusively as the starting point for conflicts and so-called learning processes. Rohmer, in whose films young people almost constantly fall in love, leave each other, return to each other or come together in ever-new constellations, evokes in a unique way an atmosphere of blissful conflictlessness, in which the contradictions, fears, sadness, and shyness of young love are always present and never denied, but at the same time seem strangely distant, meaningless, and danger-free. This atmosphere is the reason for the impression of boredom that Rohmer's films give many viewers. In fact, almost nothing happens in them. Young people get to know each other, talk to each other, walk away from each other and meet others, usually against the backdrop of a world in which it always seems to be vacation time. Everyone has enough time and money to travel and enough imagination and spirit to have long, serious conversations in bedrooms and cafes. Rohmer understood like no one else that young love, not yet frozen in its habits, and perhaps affectionate behavior between people in general, can only develop on the basis of such blissful boredom, where you have to watch out for constant emotional ups and downs, crises lurking around every corner and intrigue in every conversation, the happy convergence of self-assurance and self-forgetfulness that makes Rohmer's characters such consistently friendly and interesting people seems to come from another time. Today, humorless comedies, educational relationship films and trashy magazines for teenagers all agree that first love is above all an emotional and sexual political field of experimentation, where the still unfinished character masks can try out all sorts of things, test their strengths, weaknesses, and limits, and in this way learn to become as cold, stupid, and indifferent at 16 as they admire the older age groups. The daily love check, with which the relevant press enables young people to carry out an intimate self-evaluation and which is in great demand, from "how can I tell if he's really my type?" to "are we compatible?" to "how do I make him hot?" demonstrates in truth that even at the beginning, when everything still seems open and experiences have to be made first, the vast majority of people are already resigned. Who but the illusionless would have a need for prescriptions, instructions for use, and patterns of interpretation for a situation whose dignity lies in the fact that it is self-explanatory? When love strikes like lightning in such early demented people, who no longer even know the difference between autonomy and self-direction, you can be sure that the euphoric delusion, misguided from the outset, promotes stupefaction instead of knowledge. It is only because the possibility of experience sedimented in them has long since disappeared that the youthful loves of earlier French cinema are now disappearing into boredom and oblivion. By depicting an anachronistic fate, Henke, on the other hand, points out how old the once fresh hopes have become and reminds us, perhaps for the last time, that a life that is already closed and sealed at 18 and will never know the experience of old age hardly deserves to be called that anymore. When I first read Adorno's words, according to which no utopia is such without the abolition of death, it was like a completely consensual rereading and at the same time awakened a long-forgotten grief. It was only after some time that I realized that my first childishly intellectual confrontation with death and mortality had taken place in Tolkien's universe. Although I had previously slowly developed an understanding of loved ones dying through the deaths of relatives, I had long felt shame at my lack of grief, which was obviously expected, because the view that they would come back soon was still too strong. Even in fairy tales or other stories, death is often supposedly redemption in old age or just punishment. Above all, however, as a child you don't relate death to yourself for a long time. Even if you have accepted the finality of death at some point, you still think that you can escape it in some way. For a long time it is something external and by no means universal. It is only between the ages of 10 and 15 that understanding begins to approach that of an adult. I started reading Tolkien at the beginning of this period. As was common before the film adaptations, I started with The Hobbit, which Tolkien conceived as a story for his own children, which is clearly evident in the language of the work. The Lord of the Rings, on the other hand, is more likely to be considered an epic for adolescents. For the majority of readers, the journey ended here. Countless things could be criticized about Lord of the Rings: a fate mostly anchored in blood, an ideal of feudal socialism, Marx, old petty bourgeoisie and peasantry, nature worship, and hostility to civilization as well as prudery. Certain points of criticism, as expressed by Daniel Sanin and Florian Rutner, are therefore justified in principle. However, over long stretches they overshoot the mark, and not because of polemical exaggeration, but because of an almost discursive analysis of the work, which considers the discovery of buzzwords to be interpretation in itself. Rather, the strictly German reading of a very English script should be reflected upon. Tolkien could at best be characterized as a representative and critic of English ideology, which is not written about as such for good reason. The short circuit between Wagner and Tolkien only works if you know nothing about either Tolkien or Wagner. Tolkien was a fierce opponent of Wagner's interpretation of the Nibelungs, with whom he shared certain sources, as well as of anti-Semitism, which is why Tolkien's dwarves are decidedly not caricatures of Jews, although they certainly represent them, and why the conservative Tolkien did not become a reactionary like Wagner. In contrast to Heidegger, for whom alienation could be reversed by going back to the historical origin, Tolkien simply lamented the loss, knowing that it was final for the time being. He even harbored a hot personal grudge against Hitler, as he himself put it. When he was asked to submit an Aryan certificate for a German translation, he wrote the following lines: "Unfortunately, it is not clear to me what you mean by Aryan. I am not of Aryan, namely Indo-Iranian descent, because as far as I know none of my ancestors spoke Hindustani, Persian, the Gypsy language or any of the related dialects. But if I may understand you to mean that you would like to know whether I am of Jewish descent, I can only reply that I regret that I apparently have no ancestors from this gifted people." Anyone who characterizes Gollum as a Jewish caricature but doesn't talk about Grendel from Beowulf or Caliban from Shakespeare's Tempest proves that he is imposing grandiose categories as foils on Tolkien from the outside, without even comprehending the composition of the work itself, which is generally an intolerable form of criticism. Perhaps my early reading of The Lord of the Rings was a corrupt one, for I thought, and still think, that there is something that points beyond those things. For some reason I was quite indifferent to the Fellowship of the Ring, and the elves seemed to me to be the true bearers of the story, though they appear only as marginal characters in the two works. But every story, every memory, at least hints at them. They form the undertone, almost the myth in the mythical epic. The elves are ancient, even potentially immortal, and there was no sign of age on them, except in the depths of their eyes. According to the mortals, they are like both kings and children, old and young, sad and happy at the same time. Whether they made the land or the land made them is hard to say. In this sense, the elves are emblematic of a reconciliation of nature and man, which must encompass both the naturalization of man and the humanization of nature. Elves are not simply mere nature themselves, as Daniel Sannum puts it, but elevate nature. First and foremost, they represent beauty and, even more so, the sublime. It has been emphasized time and again that their voices and their singing are the most beautiful sounds to be heard in Middle-earth. The beauty of their faces also makes people shudder. At the same time, however, they stand for the reconciliation of past and present, because for them, memory is more like the waking world than a dream. At the same time, they manage without any Heideggerian projections of a future, such as that represented by the Thousand-Year Reich as a collective design. Even at the beginning, it is cryptically stated that the elves left Middle-earth and took no more part in it, or that elven ships set sail, never to return. Later, it becomes increasingly clear that the success of the hobbits, i.e. the destruction of the One Ring, would mean that many beautiful things will fade and be forgotten. One elf goes on to say, "If you succeed, then our power will be diminished, and the elven kingdom will pass away and the floods of time will wash it away. We must move to the west." So although the heroic deed of the story seemed strictly necessary, my sympathy for its success was limited. A few hundred pages of adventure later, the wizard Gandalf finally proclaims, "The third age of the world has ended, the new age has begun. The time of the rule of men is coming, and the elder clan will fade away or pass away." Although it is more or less a happy ending, there was no reconciliation for me. It was too clear that banality was now finally taking hold or gaining the upper hand, that the time of humans is our time, this eternal prehistory of humanity. It is only in the appendices, which are not included in many editions, that the full horror of death is revealed once again. Tolkien uses a very remarkable and questionable construction here. An immortal half-elf necessarily or automatically chooses mortality out of love for the mortal human king, but it was not her lot to die before all she had gained was lost. Her fellow species and relatives leave Middle-earth never to be seen again. When her, extremely long-lived, spouse finally realizes after 120 years of marriage that the time of payment is approaching, i.e. death, she experienced the bitterness of the mortality she had taken upon herself. Almost every defense of death refers to the torment of immortals and mortals, whether by Simone de Beauvoir, Tous les hommes sont mortels, or Nudcore with reference to Jonathan Swift. But this only means that the abolition of death must be as universal as death itself was before. For Tolkien, death had enormous significance. He lost his father at the age of 4 and was orphaned by the time he was 12. The death of his mother plunged him into a coma that lasted several days. All but one of his friends were killed in the First World War. He was unable to overcome his grief over the death of his wife and died 2 years after her. It was at this moment that she realized what she and her immortal people had not known about humans, whom she despised as wanton fools, and suddenly felt infinite pity for them, for if this is truly the gift of the one to men, as the elves say, then it is bitter to receive it. It was clear that this pity was also directed at me, especially since I didn't understand how death could be a gift. After all, it made everyone sad, and the phrase with which adults tried to console themselves in the case of the elderly, that someone had had a full life, was something I could never understand, especially as a child, because if that were the case or if everyone really believed it, they would hardly cry. It was rather clear to me that no one had lived what could justifiably be called a fulfilled life, that I did not know and do not know what such a life would look like, and yes, it could be that such a life would be reconciled with death, but no one knows that yet, and until then it remains a phrase for Sunday speeches or prophecy. At the same time, it became clear that people and everything they create is ugly beyond all measure and why. As the dwarf Gimli put it, no matter what people do, in the end it's nothing more than smoke and mirrors. It is not about compulsively creating eternal works, but ones of the highest or even unknown quality and, above all, beauty. Since I now wanted to learn more about these beings and what left the world with them, I had to move on to the more encyclopedic part of the work, the Silmarillion, the books of lost stories and similar works that my parents had to provide me with if they did not want to face the questions they themselves feared and to which they knew no answers. These works, along with a Cosmo and Theogony, are in fact the history of the elves. Tolkien made use of numerous regional myths, but above all Northern, especially Celtic, myths. He himself detested the word Nordic, Catholic, Babylonian as well as Greek and Finnish. The Celtic elements are generally the least well known, as Celtic mythology is extremely obscure, but they are the most significant for what is described here. Above all, the book Liber Gabla Iren, Book of the Conquest of Ireland, itself already Christo-Celtic, served Tolkien as inspiration for the elves, in particular the mythical pre-inhabitants of Ireland, the Tuatha Dé Danann. Until the 17th century, this work was still regarded as real historiography. This seems to be characteristic of the Christianized paganism that is still significant today, especially in the Celtic regions of Great Britain, Ireland, Wales, and Scotland, which could hardly be better expressed than by the answer of an Irishman, quoted in the epilogue of a volume of Irish fairy tales published in 1826, translated by the Brothers Grimm, who, when asked whether he believed in fairies, said, "I believe in God and the commandments, but the fairies are really there." I well remember having the impression at the time that Tolkien really had projected an adequate myth, or rather that one was being unraveled. The childish urge to explore took days and weeks. After all, it seemed to be about the mysteries of life. This was helped by the fact that the rest of Tolkien's work is quite fragmentary and often redundant, as his son actually had to reconstruct the myth from his father's countless notes. Furthermore, this part of the work consists of many poems, songs, and hymns. It was my first research into myth or history. The distinction between the two did not yet fully exist, but I was neither naive enough to think I could become an elf, nor to fail to realize that what I was researching had long since been irretrievably lost. The gradual exodus of the elves began long before the narrative time of The Lord of the Rings, but comes to its conclusion here. Even Tolkien was hardly interested in the time after that of the humans. It simply plays no role in his oeuvre. In the Silmarillion, Tolkien's actual main work, in which the shades of grey that are so lacking in his other works can also be found, the story of the War of the Ring comprises only a small subchapter of 20 pages. It should be noted, however, that the black and white painting that Tolkien is often criticized for is entirely in keeping with the narrative style of his sources. It quickly becomes clear that the elves at that time are already only a shadow of their former selves, more memory than reality. The few still wandering in Middle-earth are more an embodiment of nostalgia and depression, a shadow of themselves. In a way, Tolkien immortalizes the transition from paganism to Christian monotheism in his work, as it appears as a subject in the saga of the Nibelungs or Beowulf. Thus there is initially the one, a creator god who creates the Vala, who are located somewhere between angels and the pagan elemental deities. He gives them a theme which they are to interpret and play musically. The world is ultimately created from this music. Elves and humans, on the other hand, are the two children of the one god. The elves are the first to awaken outside the realm of blessing inhabited by the gods and are led there by them. Some later flee from paradise and are cursed and banished due to the first acts of a biblical-like story of transgression, which they were seduced into committing by the fallen angel. The kingdom of blessing is part of the world, even if it is increasingly removed from it in the story. This in itself is a strong borrowing from the Celtic otherworld, especially Tir na Nog, land of eternal youth in the west of Ireland. Furthermore, the world, which was originally a disc, is later shaped into a sphere by the one god. They leave paradise for the freedom they long for and take with them the memories of the happiness from which they turned away. Elves can die, due to two phenomena that occur mainly outside the realm of blessing: sorrow and violence. This is part of the divine curse. The elves are Germanic in name, but insular, Celtic in nature. Tolkien wrote large parts of his projections at the same time as Freud postulated the death instinct, in which I rediscovered Tolkien's projections as an adult. Elves do not die of old age and are not afflicted by disease. They live as long as the world exists, which indicates a certain finiteness. For them there is no heaven, only a strictly earthly life. Their bodies are vulnerable and potentially mortal. In the event that their body is destroyed or used up, their soul travels back to the blessed land and is reborn there. They return as souls to a hall that has nothing to do with Valhalla and everything to do with a sanatorium, where they heal and are reborn. The reincarnation of the elves is more of a resurrection, which should not happen too often due to their extreme longevity. Death is considered an external and extreme misfortune here. The physical rebirth is clearly an extension of the actual life. They slowly remember their former selves again. Life goes on and only begins anew to a limited extent. This is precisely why Tolkien had his elves impose a taboo on the wheel, after all one of mankind's most important inventions, as they saw it as a symbol of uniformity and repeatability. This taboo is clearly directed against the Far Eastern law of the wheel, Dharmakakra, which always stands for individual transience and celebrates the recurrence of the same thing and fatalism in the swastika, sun wheel, or similar motifs. Having failed to recognize this may have prompted Peter Jackson to equip the elves in the film adaptations with a fierce Far East kitsch, clothing, weapons, architecture. This taboo appears to be an ideological defense against the feared boredom often associated with immortality. The everyday use of the wheel was forbidden in ancient Tibet, for example, but here for the opposite reason, as this use would have profaned the sacred wheel. This is a consequent expression of Tibetan medieval feudal barbarism, which lasted until 1950 and which peace lovers are so fond of defending. Boredom in particular is regarded as another of Heidegger's major themes, which he attempts to grasp strictly in connection with the confused existential of temporality. Temporality is just as meaningless in relation to time as personality is in relation to the person. According to Heidegger, temporality is the essence of time, the being in time, or rather Dasein within time. Others simply call it transience or fleetingness. However, being in time breaks off precisely where time should really be considered. Heidegger writes, boredom arises from the temporality of existence, and in being bored we are held back, and that by the hesitation of time. For him, the length of an empty time thus becomes the central characteristic or even essence of boredom, the experience of time sans phrase. Being bored is a peculiar paralyzing consternation by the hesitant passage of time and time in general. The German word for long while suits him very well here, as it shifts the focus from the state of boredom to its mere duration or the fear that it could linger long. For Heidegger, boredom is therefore also the ever-present basic trait of the human being, which can only be suppressed by existence, but only ends with death. However, the longer it lasts, the more unbearable it becomes for every mental state from which we suffer. The relationship of boredom to time is extremely secondary. Boredom, in the most general sense of simply being bored, is rather an expression of immaturity, which is particularly evident in so-called externally directed characters. Psychoanalytically, pathological boredom could be expressed as follows: the drive tension is there, the drive goal is missing. Cf. Otto Fenichel, On the Psychology of Boredom. The outside world is supposed to provide this goal. It is about the transformation of activity into passivity due to a repression of childhood drive goals. One wants to be freed from attention through passive experience that arose because one is afraid of one's own active impulses. It is by no means surprising that boredom awakens during puberty together with sexuality in a new and unprecedented way. It is not that adolescents simply have nothing to do, but rather that what they want to do most urgently, i.e. have permanent sexual pleasure, is not permitted and no other activity can replace this impulse. The articulated fear that paradise is boring refers above all to the general damage to all people today, who would rather demand full employment than the abolition of work. Sandor Ferenczi explained these dispositions as Sunday neuroses, referring to those workaholics who can't stand it at the weekend or on vacation. These are often those anal characters who are stingy with their time. Boredom changes our sense of time and is not primarily the result of an altered sense of time itself. As if this had been suspected, the French ennui persisted in German for a long time, although Langweil had been known since the 12th century and the compound spelling since the 14th century. In older Austrian, on the other hand, there was the term Fidesz. In his concept of boredom, Heidegger already demonstrates the distortions that have to be made in order to provide arguments for death. Heidegger's aversion to immortality should also be viewed in this sense, as Davoli put it well, immortality is the inauthentic negation of actual mortality. The fear of boredom, however, refers to a time that must be expelled and at the same time should be filled with meaning, as it is in short supply. Life that made sense did not ask for it also means that life that had time would presumably not have to ponder it. And so, in a sense, the elves stand above or beside time. After the Fellowship of the Ring had spent some time in the elvish forest of Lorien, a hobbit who thought he had only spent 3 days there, when in fact the visit had lasted a month, wondered. It seemed to him as if we had spent no time at all in the elvish land, that time does not count there at all. This is another motif from the Celtic otherworld. This is a vivid reminder of a child's sense of time, for whom a year is half an eternity. A small child in particular begins to know about time at some point, but does not yet experience it and is certainly unable to reflect on it. The elf Legolas explains, time never lingers. But change and growth are not the same for all things and in all places. For the elves, the world moves, and it moves very quickly, and yet very slowly. Swiftly, because the elves themselves change little, while everything else hurries along, it is a sorrow to them. Slow, because they do not count the passing years, not for themselves. The passing seasons are but ever-repeating ripples on the long, long stream. There are hardly any adults who are not surprised that there are still living sequoia trees or pine trees that sprouted when Judaism was born, the palace of Knossos was built and the stones of Stonehenge were erected, or ice sharks that can live to be 400 years old, which means that some specimens alive today were born at the beginning of the 30 Years' War. In a way, the conflict between the classical physical concepts of time is being played out here. On the one hand, Newton's absolute time and, on the other, Leibniz's relative time. This would be Newton's conception. Absolute, true, and mathematical time passes in itself and by its nature uniformly and without relation to any external object. Isaac Newton, Mathematical Principles of the Theory of Nature. Time is the order of that which does not exist at the same time. It is therefore the general order of changes, in which the particular nature of the changes is not seen. Leibniz, Die metaphysischen Anfängen der Mathematik in Handschriften zur Grundlage der Philosophie 2. Page 35. The long stream of absolute time is simply a fact here, but it is only of limited relevance. According to Leibniz, time describes relationships between bodies and, above all, events, but this relativity is objective and not to be confused with the merely psychological perception of time. Against Hegel, who described time as the being of the subject itself, it should be insisted that time is always bound to the concrete temporal that takes place within it. Temporality is only the barbaric blending of both sides. The temporal is man as well as his environment. Time measures regularities of change, it is the relative size in relation to the speed of change. The elves suffer from time because of the transience of the environment in Middle-earth. It is not abstract time that is the problem, as some vulgar Marxists believe, but what happens within it, exploitation and wage labor. Redemption from time can only be achieved by revolutionizing the temporal, which means that time can only be practically changed in and by the temporal. Magic heals the wounds of time in Tolkien, in reality man must do it himself. Immortality changes time qualitatively. The elves have no astronomical time calculation, or at least not primarily, but calculate in extremely long periods of time. Strictly speaking, we also have this with the week as the only non-astronomical calendrical concept of time, but this is explicitly short. An elvish year comprises 144 human or solar years and thus exceeds every single human age. It is also strictly arithmetical. Only in Middle-earth do they also have an astronomical calendar for the purpose of agriculture. This year is called the solar round. The elvish non-astronomical calendar is not to be confused with the lunar calendar of the Islamic calendar, which is the only lunar calendar that refuses to introduce leap days/months in order to constantly adapt to the solar calendar like all other lunar calendars, which is necessary for agriculture. Since the lunar year is even shorter, Muslims age faster, strictly speaking. By Christian reckoning, a 34-year-old Muslim would only be 33. The French revolutionary calendar, on the other hand, mainly changed the internal differentiation of the solar year, but was strictly based on the seasons and their tripartite division. Although the Gregorian calendar is considered to be more arithmetical, it attempts to perfect astronomical time measurement. The only truly arithmetic calendar would be the long count part of the Mayan calendar. The highest unit here is around 394 years. But the elves woke up under the stars. At that time, there was no moon and no sun. The sun was set as a sign of the awakening of men and the passing of the elves, while the moon preserves their memory. In the history of mankind, the sun was often depicted and worshipped as a chariot or wheel, be it Helios in the chariot of the sun or the Germanic tribes. What Tolkien was able to grasp, however, was the connection between the emergence of solar calendars and the fear of one's own death, which no longer came from outside, as expressed in the death cults of ancient Egypt. In Tolkien, this appears in the sense that the counting of years according to the sun, which was enforced by humans, changed the world. They were more hasty and shorter than the long years in the blessed realm. The changing and aging of all things accelerated beyond measure. Time changed qualitatively in Tolkien's myth. The elves, however, dragged their pre-sunset time calculation and the perception of time corresponding to it and their immortality with them and suffer from it. The radical thing about Tolkien's work is that he tackled almost all the representatives and symbols of the death instinct with the elves. We should not forget that, according to Freud, the unconscious knows no time, death, or sleep. It is questionable whether it knows about cold. In the unconscious, each of us is convinced of our immortality. So there is nothing instinctive in us that opposes the belief in death. If the unconscious knew sleep, that is, if it slept, we would simply not dream. There is no winter in the realm of blessing. Rather, there is always spring and autumn at the same time, a twilight. Elves also do not sleep in the human sense, but only half-sleep or daydreams, and these can also take place with their eyes open. Magnus Clow has written some wonderful articles in which he defends winter or sleep against the social pretensions and ideological attacks to which these representatives and descendants of the death instinct are subject. The false idea of the abolition of death is exemplified very well by the false idea of the abolition of sleep, as reflected, for example, in the convulsive glorification of an equally convulsive night of speed consumption. You can sleep when you're dead, say only those who lead a life that hardly deserves the name, those who believe that as the fidgety undead, they are cheating death. Tolkien, on the other hand, projects a qualitative change in sleep in his elves. It too is still a retreat from the world, but here, or rather in the blessed realm, it is no longer so horrible that we have to close our eyes to it. Happy sleep, however, is the archetype not of death, but of reconciled nature. In sleep, individual life takes itself back into the living rest from which it can awaken again as an individual. Unfortunately, the German Tagtraum is conceptually closer to the conscious state and active realization than the French reverie. It is also important to insist that this slumber is by no means meditation. In Tolkien's conception of the blessed realm, twilight corresponds to the endless day there, bordered only by twilight hours, which is somewhat reminiscent of the polar day or the white nights and has nothing in common with the neo-illuminated night hours of today. The need for sleep, darkness and winter in the here and now must be defended above all, as many descendants of the death instinct are not death itself, but elements of life and happiness. Freud himself expressed this by referring to the death instinct as the happiness instinct. It is not the death instinct that is to be combated, but only its escape into real death. The instinct named after him would be much more likely to be finally satisfied in life. The elves of Tolkien stand for this insofar as they are characterized by an enormous longing for the sea, which could easily be interpreted as a longing for death in modern humans. For the elves, however, it does not stand for death, but for the long-for return to the earthly realm of blessing. It has already been mentioned above that Tolkien's work is characterized above all by blatant prudery. In the case of the elves, however, this is a concrete determination, not something that simply slipped in. The elves are apparently prudish because in later life, after a very long childhood and youth, they are subject to a complete sublimation of their libido. This idea can also be found in some of Houellebecq's works, where immortality is often linked to the sublimation of sexual urges. Thus, the androgyny of the elves is certainly a form of reaction to the presumed connection between death and bisexuality, August Weismann. Furthermore, elves hardly have any offspring, which may initially lead a British author to think that, in the spirit of Malthus, the overpopulation of the world, which would become more urgent if all humans were immortal, is being criticized here. What seems much more significant, however, is that it implicitly denounces the need or desire for offspring as by no means neutral, and thus suggests that there could be a state of humanity in which no one needs offspring in order to realize themselves, but in which no one would be denied offspring either. It should also be asked whether the mortality of humans since the Neolithic Revolution at the latest is not simply evolutionary waste. For of course it is not happiness to never be born, but it can be said with some certainty that never being born is of course less bad than dying. Anyone who thinks that the world would quickly become boring without new people is only unconsciously expressing the fact that they have long wished their own environment dead. This is an idea of interchangeability that must have been far removed from the elves, who bear unique names. I must also admit that I have repeatedly slipped into thinking of the elves as humans under communism. Should this also be the case here, I would like to make one or two excuses that do not serve to justify the content, but rather to make sense of these quite wrong thoughts, which are easy to make fun of. On the one hand, it shows how childhood impressions of happiness and beauty take root and are updated again. Distortions are also part of early reflections. Even as a child, it struck me that it was illogical for the elves to have kings and nobles, because their immortality and access to the world seemed difficult to reconcile with ruling over others. After all, they were all described as nobles. On the other hand, this projection stems from a well-known need. We only have the past, including the myths formed in it, to compare in order to recognize what is, still, wrong today. This always includes recognizing the traces of happiness in the past, be it individual or human. It is inadmissible to turn this into a positive, ideal type, but it undermines some. For Oscar Wilde, it was the Hellenes who were no longer to enslave people, but finally machines, and even Marx had to be reproached by Wolfgang Port for having promised only the feudal lifestyle of a British landed gentry for all in one of his few colorations of communism. It should be noted, however, that in his theory of use-value, Port himself deplored the demise of luxurious lifestyles of the aristocracy, which had nothing wrong with them but their restriction to a privileged few. If one recognizes such a projection as a projection, one has already half escaped the pathological part of thinking for the moment. In the case of the elves, the projective act is countered by the fact that they are not really tangible, they are mediated by the extremes of children and kings and not their leveling. Furthermore, the elves were the only ones who credibly represented the overcoming of death. This distinguishes them from the culture-industrial vampires, who only represent a mirror image and/or merely a duplicated image of what exists, which does not prevent ideological critics from discovering emancipatory potential in Buffy. Horror as Everyday Life is the title of a massively advertised anthology on the series Buffy the Vampire Slayer recently published by Verbrecher Verlag, whose contributions, by Dietmar Dath, Carmen Dennert, Lars Quadfassel, and Jasper Nicolaisen, among others, are partly based on an event at the Volksbund in Berlin. Although the title refers to the supposedly socio-critical content of the series, which expresses the objective impositions of bourgeois society in the adventures of vampire slayer Buffy, as the foreword puts it, it also applies in a completely different, hardly intended way. At the beginning of the 21st century, horror has not only become everyday life because most people's everyday life is also their horror, but also because the figures, topoi, and narrative forms of the horror genre have become more commonplace than ever before. The vampire cult, which Jungle World declared to be the trend of the hour in a cover story last August on the basis of series such as Buffy or True Blood, but also on the Twilight Saga, which in contrast to Buffy was considered reactionary, although it has been going on for years. Buffy was discontinued in 2003 and has since been continued as a comic, among other things, is only the clearest symptom of this development. The transfusion of horror into everyday culture in Germany was finally sanctioned by the popular Fantasy Film Fest, which presents films from a wide variety of genres to specialist and fan audiences once a year and sets trends at the same time. This is where the vampire cult was celebrated before it dominated television and bestseller lists, where the triumphant advance of Asian horror cinema, which has since also become a mass phenomenon, began, and where the genre of torture porn, a particularly gruesome variant of realistic horror film based on the aesthetics of Pasolini's Sodom film and originating in France, was introduced a few years ago. There are also horror journals such as Splatting Image, which is somewhere between a fanzine and a trade magazine, children's and youth series about vampires, countless parodies, pastiches, sequels and sequels to vampire, werewolf, or zombie stories. In recent years, the form of the remake has been particularly popular. Many founding films of the splatter, exploding heads and bodies, and slasher, crazed killer slashing stone teenagers, genres have been remade, meaning less trashy, less underground, technically enhanced and with more explicit brutality, including John Carpenter's Halloween and Wes Craven's The Hills Have Eyes. In youth culture too, the recourse to horror props, prepared by the fusion of horror and youth aesthetics in the gothic scene of the 1980s, has now become completely normal. The pale-faced, androgynous emos are in some ways softer successors to the goths and, like them, draw on the iconography of vampire mythology for their self-staging. The pervasive popularity of Halloween celebrations among young and old, including corresponding large-scale events in discotheques, is also part of this context. These examples, to which many others could be added, in the USA there are Buffy studies at universities, in Germany special research areas on vampire and monster themes, as well as a Buffy left that hopes the series will promote the cultural revolution, should suffice to illustrate that horror can no longer claim exceptional status as an aesthetic experience. Its imagery no longer represents, as in its beginnings in the British Gothic novel or in the stories of Edgar Allan Poe, the other of normality, which breaks into the everyday lives of individuals with suddenness and violence and reminds them of the necessarily repressed sides of their own selves, but has become a natural part of this everyday life as fashion, after-work entertainment, and party culture. The evocation of beauty has become more commonplace, disturbing and even offensive than the evocation of ugliness, which in turn is perceived as an almost realistic representation of the status quo. Hasn't beauty itself always been a grimacing lie? Are we not all monsters, cyborgs, undead? Isn't the world that horror shows us the real rather than the repressed world of our own experience? So shout the apologists of hybrid and prosthetic beings in unison, who consider humans to be an invention of human science to be abolished, and the tragic ambivalence of reason and instinct, temptation and threat, around which almost all traditional horror material revolves, to be an old hat of the bourgeois age. They find the anachronistic aspect of horror disturbing, as it is always reminiscent of something past but unfulfilled, the spell of which dominates the self-forgetful present. They find the freaky attractive, which is no longer perceived as a split-off, antagonistic and therefore threatening moment of the self, but as its unbroken mirror image. This is why horror in everyday culture inflates the less the horror it contains is recognized. This is also expressed unconsciously by the formula horror as everyday life. The popularization of vampire material is a good example of the difference between the culture industry and mass culture, which usually escapes the attention of propagandists and enemies of popular culture. Unlike mass culture, the culture industry is not opposed to high culture, but integrates it by neutralizing the antagonism between high and mass culture. The culture industry has just as little respect for the autonomous work of art as it does for the frowned-upon lower pleasures that mass culture is at the mercy of. By amalgamating both spheres, it also disfigures both. It humiliates high culture by trivializing its objects, its formal language and its imagery and reifying them into a fungible format, while it provides mass culture with unsolicited consecration by elevating its products to the status of academic cult exercises. Both strategies are combined in the transformations of the vampire material by the culture industry. The vampire topos gained aesthetic status through works and texts that are now canonized as integral components of high culture, even though they were perceived as offbeat and disreputable at the time of their creation, such as Poe's stories, in which the figure of the ethereal femme fatale is combined with the images of the vampire and the undead, the romantic horror stories of E.T.A. Hoffmann, the images of the English pre-Raphaelites obsessed with the beauty of death, or the imagery of the decadent novels of Joris K. Huysmans, in which almost the entire iconography of vampire stories is laid out without already having coagulated into a genre. Only the standardization of the characters and topoi collected here into a genre form that can be varied at will has produced the cultural industrial format of the vampire story, in the genesis of which even Bram Stoker's Dracula, which is closer to the Bronte sisters' Gothic novels in terms of formal language, is more likely to play the role of a precursor. The cultural industrial format of the vampire story itself feeds vampirically on the repertoire of motifs and forms of these canonized texts, which, classified as cultural assets, have long since fallen into oblivion compared to their popular updates. Conversely, however, the products that arise from this leveling are also unrestrainedly academicized and in turn snatched away from mass culture, which does not consecrate its objects, but wants to hand them over to enjoyment without further ado. The Buffy anthology is also exemplary of this, whose analyses are carried throughout by the gesture "I am an academic, but I am also interested in entertainment culture." Among other things, he wants to show that the undercomplexity of the monsters in Buffy is precisely what is important and right about them. Only in their flatness and seriality can the monsters become images for what ruins you so terribly: competition and the nuclear family, patriarchy and the military, work and the pressure to conform. Flatness and undercomplexity should therefore not be taken for what they are, aesthetic procedures of stereotyping, which are in fact the only adequate form of representing individuality under the conditions of cultural industrial production, but rather they should be given a critical surplus value that makes them appealing to people with academic degrees and an interest in ideological criticism. Whether you like it or not, it is about cultural industrial marketing that opens up new target groups for a supposedly mundane serial product. It is only consequent that what ruins you so terribly comes across at least as flat and undercomplex as the monsters: competition and nuclear family, patriarchy and military, work and pressure to conform. Anyone who can so casually put the false totality in their phrase basically no longer needs monsters to embody them. The tendency not simply to enjoy the object of one's own fetishism as it is, but to lend it political and intellectual legitimacy at all costs, determines the entire Buffy anthology, right down to trivialities such as the biographical details of the authors, who are invariably presented as experts and fans. The need to present the simultaneous interest in the trivial and the highbrow as a contradiction easily reconciled in one's own life creates a series of embarrassments that are probably intended to be funny. For example, when it is said about individual authors that their favorite topics are Hegel, communism, and Buffy, or that they think about literature, films, and capitalism. Because you basically know very well that your own claim to criticism and reflection will sooner or later land you in a university cluster at best, and that your longing for affirmation and trivial enjoyment will at best land you in the advertising industry, you cover up your own impotence by claiming that the trivial and the serious, affirmation and criticism, are seamlessly compatible. But this betrays both affirmation and criticism at the same time. Affirmation only has something liberating about it and only radiates beyond the reality in which it takes place if it affirms its object for its own sake, as in love. This is why the critical moment in the perception of art lies precisely in its fetishistic dimension. There is no emphatic aesthetic experience that is not also fetishistic. Conversely, critique tends to become affirmative when it does not arise from the unregulated experience of the object, but from the heteronymous need to legitimize it. Where the fetishistic moment of aesthetic experience is just as stunted as the free object reference of criticism, the murky hybrid figure of the fan academic or academic fan emerges, who somehow also finds everything he writes about good and has to write about everything he finds good. Because his own work, which he can no longer distinguish from private pleasure fulfillment, constantly provides the false reconciliation of triviality and seriousness, affirmation and criticism, he is a born postmodern cultural agent. And Dietmar Dath is not the only one to prove that no clientele is as well disposed for this position as the left. The most striking thing about the left-wing cult surrounding Buffy and the vampire theme is the idolatry of adolescence, which seems to be rather incompatible with traditional vampire material. The eternal youth of the vampire, which has its predecessors in the death aesthetics of parts of Art Nouveau, is not a promise but a curse. He has nothing to do with the usual topoi of youth, liveliness, strength, unspent vitality. Rather, his youth is virtually identical with the renunciation of these. Just as his life only perpetuates death without ever being able to consummate it, his sexuality is not a blossoming one, but a necrophilic one. His procreation, his family, his form of inheritance are the negative images of the bourgeois. This is why, in the motif tradition, the vampire always represents what is historically past, but never overcome, unpaid sins as well as unfulfilled promises. He is an anachronism in the bourgeois world that sees itself confronted with him and can only be combated by objectively anachronistic means, through magical practices. But the exorcism is never a final one, because it is directed against something that this society produces again and again from within itself, both necessarily and unconsciously. The seductiveness of the vampire, who always has something of a Don Juan about him, lies precisely in the fact that this society encounters a denied side of itself in him. The fact that his eroticism is not aimed at biological productivity, that his life gets by without useful work, that he suspends the rhythm of bourgeois life by waking at night and sleeping during the day, makes him appear in almost all traditional adaptations of the material as more charming, more interesting, and above all more individual than his opponents, who in the parody, particularly clearly in Roman Polanski's Dance of the Vampires, even appear as veritable fools compared to the challenging promise of happiness that he embodies. In the Buffy world, which appears to its left-wing followers to be an adequate representation of capitalist reality, all ambivalence has been erased from this physiognomy of the vampire. At most, it survives in everyday conflicts, such as when Buffy falls in love with a vampire and undergoes similar psychological crises as any college girl who has a crush on the bad guy at school. Otherwise, however, the vampires here no longer embody seductive evil, which can only be seductive because the split-off self expresses itself in it, but banal evil, which is only contrasted by banal good. It is not for nothing that Buffy herself is the pure embodiment of the average, boring, faceless, and featureless. In this respect, horror as everyday life actually comes into its own in the series, not as a representation of the horror that has become commonplace and pervades all areas of life, but as its complete everydayization. Accordingly, in the aforementioned Jungle World title, Jungle World 33/2010, Heidi Lutosh describes capitalism, which Buffy has to contend with on a daily basis, simply as stress under the motto everyday life is horror, which simply reverses the title of the book. Those who are fought in this series, vampires and other monsters, have similar effects on the lives of the main characters as capitalism has on the lives of those who sit in front of the TV watching Buffy as, say, academically educated mid-30s living in Leipzig or Berlin. In this series, the demons are not characterized by their mysteriousness and eeriness, but by the fact that they appear quite objectively, rampage around and cause maximum stress. And what they are fighting for is basically nothing other than maximum freedom from stress. In Buffy, the fight against the vampires is always also a fight for the world, to hang out together and watch TV, go to parties and eat pizza, go shopping, fall in love, build things, and read books. What is being appealed to in this critique of capitalism, which has become a perfect self-parody, is precisely what is ostensibly being fought against in the form of the monsters, but is in fact glorified once again through this fight. The bad whole, which first and foremost creates people who constantly feel stressed, who find it an imposition not to be allowed to stew in their own juices for at least a day, and who are constitutionally no longer capable of confronting the split-off moments of their narrow-minded self, because they consider anything that reminds them that they might be more than they are to be hocus pocus. This is a society of refractory permanent pubescents for whom falling in love, building things, and reading books have long since become completely analogous activities in a thoroughly autistic everyday life, who won't let their party be spoiled at any price and who definitely don't want to escalate hanging out together into socializing. Even the fight against the vampires themselves is nothing more than an annoying routine. It makes actions necessary that are never glossed over in their annoyance, but are nevertheless indispensable in order to preserve this world, this normality that is only monster-free for a few hours. All the phrases about everyday capitalist life, of which there is not even a rudimentary concept, only serve to keep one's own everyday life, which should rather be abolished in view of its universal bleakness, monster-free by integrating the fight against the monsters as an annoying but necessary daily job into this everyday life. And Buffy, in which supposedly exactly what academically educated people in their mid-30s in Berlin and Leipzig experience anyway, reflects back to them on the TV what they have always known. Television can be so beautiful when you have as little desire for knowledge as you do for excitement, and so the horror film abolishes horror by normalizing it. What strikes unbiased viewers, who do not move in the cosmos of the series with such hermetic certainty as the fan academics, in the discourse about Buffy is the emphasis on her status as a girl, which probably also makes her such an idol for some left-wing men who have temporarily lost the intellectually initiating female students. The fact that it is not a woman but a girl who fights monsters is decisive both iconographically and socio-psychologically. In the traditional vampire myth, there are generally no women on the vampire hunter's side, but on the vampire's side there are always incarnations of a femininity that, as untouched and demonic, can be particularly dangerous to the male hunters. They are, so to speak, the complement to the vampiric Don Juan. Whoever falls in love with a vampire, however, tends to exclude themselves from the human world, in which adults can only love adults. In this respect, vampire mythology is entirely romantic. Unconditional love is at the same time a social, an unconditional rejection of everything that is considered socially acceptable among empirical humans. For this reason, anyone who wants to resist demonic seduction must forbid it and make do with something more profane. This strict dichotomy reflects the ambivalence of sexual desire that has never been overcome by bourgeois society, but merely suspended and neutralized in various ways. In Buffy, the focus is not on a male vampire slayer but on a girl, but the sexual ambivalence of puberty, which is experienced as demonic and is obsessively addressed in other horror films about female adolescence, for example in the very beautiful film Ginger Snaps, namely that puberty is that stage in the development of the individual in which sexuality is recognized as strange and familiar, threatening and longed for, and this contradiction must be integrated by the individual self, in which sexuality is recognized as strange and familiar, threatening and longed for, and this contradiction must be integrated by the individual self, plays virtually no role in Buffy, and above all in the enthusiastic reception of the series. Being a girl here is not a process in transition to being a woman, but a permanent state, like being a teenager in the series The Three Question Marks, whose protagonists still speak their boyish roles as adults and thus now attract crowds to theaters. The intellectual self-reflection of one's own existence as a permanent immaturity and the inability to identify sexually in any way whatsoever seem to be the main motives for this precarious in-betweenness, which should actually be overcome in the sense of a critical ego, to coagulate into a new identity in the figure of the strong girl, who has everything an adult has without ever having to grow up. And she is also given the task of saving the world, rather the abstract world than the concrete life, of which being reminded generates stress rather than insight. Michael Endy, you have destroyed my life. With these apt words, the band Tokotronic sang in 1995 about a feeling that might well be familiar to people who were socialized in the 1980s, disgust at the restraints and impositions by adults who wanted to pass on their peace-moving and ecological worldview to their pupils. In a radio interview at the time, Dirk von Lotso, the band's frontman, lamented the constantly rehashed literature recommendations of Michael Endy's books, which were brought to the table with the words "you have to read this," as symptomatic of the times of the 1980s. The aversion to teachers who entered the classroom with an anti-authoritarian "you can call me by my first name" in order to bring the alternative culture of friendly coexistence and imagination they valued to the pupils with an authoritarian "you must have imagination now and television is bad anyway" was the trigger for the text. In the meantime, the group of Endy admirers can no longer be restricted to the left-wing alternative milieu. It is in fact parents from all walks of life who not only recommend the author's books to their children, but also put them on the Christmas gift table. Accordingly, schoolchildren no longer have to be encouraged to read his books by teachers wearing woolly sweaters. On the contrary, the author has been an integral part of the literary canon in German schools for many years, and his books have become almost obligatory school reading. The novel Momo, which has been one of the most popular German books for young people for 35 years, has been one of Endy's greatest successes with German teachers. The book, first published in 1973 and now in its 47th edition and translated into 39 languages, has been made into a film several times and was awarded the prestigious German Youth Book Prize just 1 year after its publication. Since its publication, Momo has been associated like no other book with the longing for a better life, the utopia of a free world and, above all, with the true-to-life portrayal of fantasy, creativity, and sensuality. According to the general tenor, Endy's stories inspire the ingenuity of a readership that is by no means limited to minors. Yet such qualifications do not even stand up to an initial, cursory examination, let alone thorough textual criticism, in relation to Endy's entire production and especially with regard to Momo. But this does not take place. As if there were an unwritten law stating that nothing but good things could be said about Momo and that possible objections were to be nipped in the bud, the legendary reputation of this book has been almost untouchable since its publication. Perhaps no one dares to point out the author's third-rate quality and the lifelessness of his main work, his depressing lack of imagination and the bland stereotypical nature of his characters, because everyone secretly knows that Momo has become so indispensable to Germans across generations not as a literary work of art, but as a highly ideological treatise. It is therefore not surprising that Tokotronic's ludicrous Michael Ende bashing was regretfully withdrawn by the band just 2 years later and has not been included in their concert programs since. However, Momo is probably also not criticized because the parents and teachers who once introduced it to us were so successful in their educational efforts that even those who were later able to criticize it would never suspect that this source of pure reading pleasure from their adolescence should be the subject of scathing criticism. This may also be due to the fact that in many cases not even reading Adorno's notes on literature leads to an engagement with world literature, which in turn leads to the widespread inability to recognize a decidedly trivial popular book from that seemingly better time when Willy Brandt was Chancellor as the dangerous trash that it is, at least in retrospect. The lovelessness with which Ende has drawn his title character should make one suspicious. However, one should be displeased if, by way of comparison, we take a look at a character that Goethe created over 200 years ago with great precision and love, and from whom Ende obviously borrowed for his Momo. Michael Ende was bold enough to use Mignon from Wilhelm Meister's Lehrjahr, of all places, as the raw material for Momo, because he could assume that no one would measure his creature against an original with which, for the most part, nothing more than a lemon song sung to death and often bastardized and diffuse heartache is associated. The comparison between the characters Mignon and Momo allows us to look into an abyss of bad taste and poetic incompetence. From Mignon's first appearance, a character enters the novel's plot who, with secrets, riddles and a strange, solemn strangeness, exerts an irresistible attraction on the novel's hero, who is unable to escape her. The child woman Mignon is between 12 and 13 years old, and at first glance it is not entirely clear whether she is a boy or a girl. Goethe portrays her as a charming creature who combines sensuality, melancholy and sadness, innocence, and passionate desire. Mignon's longing for Italy, the land of her origins, of which she has had only the dark inkling of a happy childhood since her violent abduction by a gang of jugglers, is mixed with her equally unfulfillable, more foreboding than conscious longing for Wilhelm, who is only prepared to give her fatherly love. She is consumed by her burning desire and dies of a broken heart. Momo appears just as suddenly as Mignon in Wilhelm Meister in Michael Ende's Italian Town. However, there are no secrets surrounding her, because she simply has no story. While Mignon remains silent about her origins, curiosity about her enigmatic strangeness is nourished by the author through hints and small clues and is only fully satisfied at the end of the story. The mysterious and fascinating aspect that surrounds Momo is merely asserted without the author coming up with an extraordinary fate to justify it. Where there is no past, there is no personality and, accordingly, the end succeeds in doing no more than describing a characterless, boring, and outgoing girl with no special qualities, a person who cannot possibly exert the assumed fascination on those around her. There is only one characteristic that sets her apart. She always listens patiently to people's problems, which is not even a quality in times when more and more people are turning their innermost selves inside out to complete strangers. There is also no trace of sensuality or sexuality in Momo. Although she is about the same age as Mignon, she is portrayed in a completely gender-neutral way. There is neither desire nor the ability to charm others. Mignon, on the other hand, is a fascinating singer. Compared to Momo, even Astrid Lindgren's Pippi Longstocking has more coquetry, allure, wit, and charm. Momo is nothing more than a projection screen for the manifesto of an anthroposophical ideologue who must have suspected that by writing purely for edification he would have become one of those ridiculed idealists who self-publish their authoritarian longings for human happiness. Ende is driven by the desire for a harmonious, consistent, and conflict-free community that takes the individual under its warming wing and protects them from the impositions of the evil world, and since community is not possible without a leader, this task falls to Momo. She is the embodiment of the creation of meaning, which fends off knowledge and self-reflection from the outset. Her function is to hold together a collective that is miraculously constituted with her arrival in a residential area of the city. She achieves this through her supernatural talent, listening. Her mere presence causes quarrels to dissolve into nothing and peace returns to the community. If someone threatens to despair at their own powerlessness, Momo ensures that this painful realization immediately gives way to a lie that restores harmony. She succeeds in reintegrating the deviant into the collective, as she creates new hope and provides the strength to persevere. And if someone thought his life was all wrong and meaningless and that he himself was just one among millions, one who didn't matter at all and could be replaced as quickly as a broken pot, and he went and told it all to little Momo, then, even as he spoke, he mysteriously realized that he was thoroughly mistaken, that he, just as he was, existed only once among all people and that he was therefore important to the world in his own special way. Ende 2005, page 15. The idea of community in Michael Ende's novel stands in stark contrast to the gangs of children that are so often found in children's and young adult literature. While the children's community often appears as a necessity to assert itself against the dull and boring, sometimes even threatening world of adults, this contradiction simply does not exist in Endy's work. Instead, he depicts a small world in which children who feel the need to separate themselves from adults do not even exist. A generational conflict is therefore not even possible in the book. With the parents of all classes / you want to destroy us sang Tokotronic and thus recognized quite well that intergenerational pedagogical events of any kind are about the eradication of childhood through the most brutal possible pedagogical preparation of very young people into ageless and historyless members of a joyless society, the degeneration of a generation, and an entire stage of life. In addition to the myth of the oh-so-imaginative literary world of Michael Ende, another lie is constantly being circulated with regard to Momo. According to his enthusiastic followers, Ende projects a society in Momo that goes beyond the one that exists today. In the book, he had realized the utopia of a better life, which, with a little public spirit, could certainly be realized in the here and now. Just how meager Endy's utopia actually is revealed at the end of the book. After Momo has defeated evil, the happy ending is as follows. And in the big city you saw something you hadn't seen for a long time. Children playing in the middle of the street, and the drivers, who had to wait, looked on smiling, and some got out and just played along. People were standing everywhere, chatting amiably with each other and inquiring at length about each other's well-being. Those who went to work had time to admire the flowers in a window or feed a bird. The workers could work calmly and with love for their work, because it was no longer a question of getting as much done in as short a time as possible. Everyone could take as much time as they needed and wanted for everything, because from now on there was enough of it again. Ibid, page 296. It is not a utopia that Ende draws. There is no liberating moment, nothing that would even begin to point beyond the existing order. Ende merely perpetuates the existing conditions and pretends that the senseless hustle and bustle can still be given meaning with a little more comfort, time, and a little less hustle and bustle. Ultimately, Ende comes up with even less than Heinrich Böll was able to come up with 10 years before the publication of Momo's in his Anecdote to Lower the Work Ethic, an ironization of the everyday hunt for money and success in Germany's economic miracle. Böll's image of the, naturally Italian, fisherman dozing by the harbor, content with himself and the world, without the ambition to earn more than he needs from hand to mouth, is at least sympathetic as a rebuttal to a tourist who wants to spur him on to do more. The parable becomes problematic when, contrary to the actual circumstances, it is claimed that in more southerly climes the struggle for physical survival is unnecessary due to permanently fine weather and overflowing fishing grounds. At the same time, the fisherman figure is someone who obviously doesn't know what to do with his abundant free time and is therefore unable to give himself or others any pleasure. But at least Böll's Italian fisherman has no intention of letting others suffer from his nature. Ende is much more realistic and therefore more malicious than Böll in his parable of the fisherman, who is spurred on neither by ambition nor by sang-froid. In Momo, a deeply German notion of work for its own sake prevails, which makes the Momo Italians go on an intensive search for the meaning of their daily toil. In Momo's community, work does not appear as a necessity imposed by circumstances in order to secure one's own physical existence, but as a source of identity for the individual. According to Endy's ideas, they must fit quietly and docilely into society as a whole and derive meaning and pleasure from their miserable and underpaid jobs. As a reward for not questioning the situation, they are allowed to work at a slower and more leisurely pace. This work ethic is symbolized by the figure of the street sweeper. Beppo, who liked his work and did it thoroughly and knew that it was a very necessary job, sums up Endy's ideas as follows: you must never think about the whole street at once. You only have to think about the next step, the next breath, the next brushstroke. Then it's fun, that's important, then you do your job well. And that's how it should be. Ibid, p37f. In the early 1920s, Italian fascists entitled their futuristic program of the constantly tense, dynamic body of the people, the path is the goal. Today, the Beppo ideology is no longer that of street sweepers or Mussolini's thugs, but that of anthroposophically trained German management cadres who think just as little about the whole street during autogenic training as they do during their management tasks or cycling. Breathing calmly, downing 3 liters of water a day in small gulps and gradually preparing the father with dementia for his home, that's fun, then you're doing a good job. It is hardly surprising that luxury and wealth are considered condemnable in Endy's book. Momo's friends may be poor, but they are all the happier for it. Readers, who are supposed to learn to stick to their last like the proverbial cobbler, learn from various protagonists in the book that material wealth makes life poorer and poorer, more and more uniform and colder. Ibid, page 78. The now commonplace truism that money corrupts character is formulated by Momo's friend Gigi, whose dream of wealth and fame came true. I'll tell you one thing, the most dangerous thing in life is to have your dreams come true. Ibid, page 230. For true happiness cannot be found in material goods, but only in community. There are riches that will ruin you if you cannot share them with others. Ibid, page 237. ND is not denouncing the idea that happiness can be achieved by working diligently and doggedly enough on one's own career and the associated social advancement. Rather, he is concerned with denying that the desire for change itself is justified, and this is initially expressed in the ambition to leave poverty and misery behind. ND rightly sees this ambition as the greatest threat to his community utopia, which today is referred to as established social milieus and unsuccessfully tried to protect. And so Momo sets out to fight what is branded as evil par excellence because of its corrosive effect. These are the grey gentlemen who are not only identified with money as employees of a banking institution, but also represent modernity with elegant cars and good suits. They, who break into the ideal world of ND's fantasy from outside, like a shadow that grew and grew, Ibid, page 43, proliferating into the community like a cancer, having inconspicuously established themselves in the life of the big city and its inhabitants, Ibid, page 62, are the diabolical antithesis of Momo's community. While the town was quiet and tranquil before the arrival of the villains, this coziness turns into haste with the arrival of the Grey Lords. They scurried, Ibid, page 149, around and pursued restless activity, Ibid, page 87. The people become more nervous and restless, Ibid, page 75, under their influence and a blind obsession, Ibid, befalls them. ND can only imagine the influence of the Grey Lords, which destroys the natural community in the old, rather village-like district, incites its members to turn their backs on their place of origin and hurls them, isolated and on their own, out into the large, constantly growing metropolis, as a large-scale conspiracy. The Grey Lords knew how to make themselves inconspicuous in an uncanny way, to work in secret, Ibid, page 43, and thus go about their business, Ibid, page 106, which they knew as well as leeches know blood, Ibid, page 61. They sit in secret and weave the threads in which people are caught, wriggling like flies. The net they had woven over the great city was dense and, as it seemed, unbreakable. Ibid, page 207, ND is unimaginative, but extremely eloquent in his description and characterization of the type of money-grubbing profiteer. In addition to the repeated use of the verb raffin, ND rounds off the description of the grey gentleman with the following depiction. They wore round stiff hats on their heads and smoked small ash-colored cigars. Ibid, page 44. In contrast to Mignon, Momo does not appear as the acting subject of the narrated story, endowed with a will of her own. Practically everything happens without her intervention. She has almost no needs of her own that could lead her to act in her own interests. She is so identical to the community that she can only be satisfied and happy when it functions smoothly. Momo is not an individual, but a will-less instrument of fate. The ugly and authoritarian core of ND's vision comes to light in the figure of Master Aura, this godlike, benevolent father figure who always knows the way, who has all the answers and sends Momo on her mission. Aura enlightens Momo about the true character and the nefarious aims of the Grey Masters and impresses upon her that people must rid themselves of these pests. Ibid, page 270. While in exciting children's books the hero always puts a fair stop to the villains through cleverness and wit, ingenuity and sophistication, chases them away or even dissuades them from their sinister plans through persuasion and converts them from evil to good, Momo is about something completely different. There is no alternative to the physical destruction of the enemy, stigmatized as a community destroyer and pest. It is the only and last option, as Aura emphasizes to Momo. Ibid, page 272. Momo is the one chosen by fate, a savior sent by cosmic powers, who alone is able to hear voices from unthinkable distances and of indescribable power. Ibid, p. 181f. She is the instrument of destruction that ND longs for, who wipes out the total enemy without a trace of mercy or compassion. The question of who ND wants to protect from the Grey Masters can be answered by considering where the plot of Momo is set. It is Mignon's country of origin, where he sets his characters in action and where he moved his main residence in 1970. ND's longing for Italy is an ordinary German one. He hallucinates Italy as a place of originality, where, to use the jargon of his fans, people have not yet become alienated from themselves. The characterization of the figures in Momo reveals how much Italy functions solely as a geographical and ideal place of ND's longings and, unlike Goethe, has no equivalent in the real Italy. Real community, solidarity, and collective warmth still prevail in Momo's Italy, where the individual can still feel safe from the impositions of individuation and isolation. ND ascribes a national character to the Italians that differs in no way from the platitudinous and inane so are the country and people descriptions of alternative Italy travel guides. He portrays Italians as fun-loving and sunny, always cheerful, honest, and frugal by nature. In other words, Momo's friends are basically naive and innocent children, ultimately lovable adults who, because they can't and won't do anything bad to anyone, run the risk of running unsuspectingly and blindly into the danger personified by the Grey Lords. They are simple people and dreamers, such as the hairdresser Fusey, the bricklayer Nico, and the restaurant owner Nino, who can easily be deprived of their identity and are therefore in need of protection, not least from false desires within themselves. Momo appears as a species conservationist who is supposed to show the Italians how they can defend their national character, as imagined by Endi, against rootless fellows. Such questionable contrasts between pristine, human suburbia and cold new-build colossi have also been found in Italian literature since the late 1950s and even more so in film, but because of the precisely and often ironically drawn characters and the stringently told stories, they are generally not able to cause lasting damage to the art or, more often, cultural industry product itself as a mere ideological ingredient. Italians may have tasted an abundance of German ideology, but such an outrageous self-characterization as Endi has undertaken is forbidden to them by mere self-respect. What distinguishes Mignon from Momo, and thus Goethe's Italy from Michael Endi's, is the contrast between a regressive longing that wants nothing more than to return to a place of transfigured childhood that never really existed, and a longing that has retained an inkling of the possibility of reconciling sensuality and civilization. Endi's image of Italy has nothing in common with Goethe's longing for the land where the lemons bloom, which was not about raw nature, originality, and traditional ties to clan and land. The reference to lemon trees alone indicates a preference for cultivated landscapes rather than German forests. In Goethe's work, longing appears as something indissoluble that must not be given up under any circumstances. Mignon's longing remains unfulfilled and unfulfillable. If it were to be redeemed, the magic that emanates from her would be over for good. Mignon dies, and with her death, her longing remains as a painful reminder of the promise of happiness that has yet to be fulfilled. In contrast, nothing remains of Momo at the end. As she has fulfilled her mission and, with the eradication of the Grey Lords, has also destroyed the prospect of a state beyond the bad circumstances, she loses her function and, like her enemies, could dissolve into nothingness. What is the poet trying to tell us? This question still occupies German educators today, as it has for generations, regardless of whether they offer their pupils a masterpiece like Wilhelm Meister's Lehrjahr or a work of art like Momo. If one still has to work through some annoying questions of an aesthetic nature with Goethe, one must not limit oneself to the plot and message alone, especially as the message of Wilhelm Meister is somehow tricky, even strangely vague and ambiguous. So the interpretation of Momo is like a liberating blow, to say with Momo what one has always thought about poetry and truth. If you take a look at what is probably the most important tool for German teachers, with the help of which they bring the literary canon recommended by the ministries of education to the pupils in a pedagogically prepared form, in this case, the accompanying literature for the teachers of Endi's Momo, you will see that the regressive delusion of the children's book author is interpreted in a highly differentiated way, but is shared in a deeply affirmative way. Dietrich Steinbach, author of numerous writings on literary didactics, courageously expresses in A Teacher's Guide what he has always wanted to say against Goethe and his contemporaries, but is not allowed to, and expresses positively in unreserved praise of Michael Endi that he has never understood the autonomous work of art and its aura, but has always despised it. Endi's books would, by no means, rest solely in the freestanding beauty of their aesthetic existence, but they proclaim lessons. The lesson to be drawn from Momo is that of the healing of man through the salvation of the individual time allotted to him, Ibid. In this sense, Momo is a book of resistance against the destruction of individual and subjective time, by the supposedly objective economic and rational time, which obeys only the acceleration and surplus value of the production process, Ibid, page 19. His colleague Astrid Gathman is even more drastic in the same issue. Momo fights against the life-destroying forces of indifference, passivity, stupidity, emptiness, which lie in wait for people like robbers in the night, Gathman, page 25. She also warns of deadly attacks on contentment, the flight into the future and the anticipatory desire to always have or be more kills the awareness of the here and now, Ibid, page 23. But there is Momo, who, on behalf of us all, courageously fights social constraints, Ibid, page 22. By affirming the here and now of all things and forbidding herself and her friends from at least dreaming of an escape to an outside, sometime later. Together with Momo, Astrid Gathman sees her dream of life realized in a modest existence in which not external glamour or outward appearance, but truthfulness and intensity are important, Ibid. Where alone could the source of such inwardness lie? It can only be the mythical homeland of the Germans, where quiet violets triumph over proud roses and only the very still waters are considered deep. In that world, in other words, where supposedly neither ambition nor false desire make people the victims of artificial paradises, i.e., conditions that are alien to their nature, Momo embodies the longing for something past, for an authentic, simple, honest life, whose laws tell of freedom and the manifold possibilities of a human existence. Ibid, page 23. In the novel, a utopian projection of a society, Ibid, page 24, could be found in which fear and hustle and perfection are not the prevailing standards, but feelings such as joy, brotherhood, security in a community of free people. Ibid, page 25. The threat to such security cannot be warned of loudly enough. Quote, "The threat to freedom is manifold. The manifestations in which we can encounter it are illustrated by Endy and the Grey Lords. They are invisible and yet real. They are the allegory of evil, the potential to destroy freedom and people's lives that lies within man himself. It is concrete, it can be deadly." Ibid, page 24. In Gathman's opinion, there is only one thing that can help against this imagined deadly threat: to become a little like the character in the novel and, like him, to listen inwardly, into the inner space of the heart. Ibid, page 22. One can only hope that Mrs. Gathman's children discovered Tokotronic for themselves in time and successfully polemicized against their mother's regressive need for eternal infantility, which she wanted to impose on them. Because against people who recognize the truth and truthfulness of being a child in a strength that grows out of the courage to fantasize, Ibid, page 24, children can only survive by mustering the highest degree of self-defense. All means of subversion, from the PlayStation to the excessive use of children's chat rooms on the internet, are an expression of legitimate self-defense against the impositions that Christiane Michaelis, author of Another Teacher's Guide to Momo, serves up to the children. She agitates against the depraved fantasy of the liar Girolamo, who exploits his stories commercially in order to fulfill his dream of fame and fortune. But these stories no longer have anything to do with creative original fantasy. End quote. Against this fantasy corrupted by greed for fame and profit, she spreads out the torture instruments of linguistic depravity and rigorous prohibition with which an attempt is made to fix childhood. Positive productive fantasy is independent of material goods and free of purpose-oriented action. Momo embodies this in particular through her unconventional appearance and her inspirational influence on the creativity of her friends. Modern toys or the commercial marketing of stories, on the other hand, have a counterproductive effect because they restrict the freedom of the imagination and tend to cause boredom through mechanical artificial stereotyping. End quote. In his pedagogical reflections from the 1960s, Adorno tied the hope that the establishment of civilized conditions in the post-Nazi Federal Republic was possible to school education, even though he was well aware that this hope was attached to something deeply precarious. Certainly, as long as society produces barbarism of its own accord, the school is only minimally capable of resisting it. Ibid. However, on the condition of a practiced critique of the educational process itself, which has generally failed to this day, Ibid, page 81, i.e. on the condition that the barbaric moments inherent in education are reflected upon, schools could work immediately towards the debarbarization of people. Ibid, page 86, the enthusiasm for Endy's Momo on the part of teachers who, in literature lessons, rant in miserable German against autonomous art, which in the freestanding beauty of its aesthetic existence appears to them to be at least as alien to the species as Girolamo's Tales of Lies, reinforces Adorno's doubts that his criticism could have any effect on its addressees. The lesson plans and objectives set out in the teaching literature accompanying Momo boil down to the unquestionable identification of the pupils with the here and now in its unpleasant, ideological variant, to the appeal to establish a community free of contradictions and thus completely authoritarian. By reading the novel Momo together, primary school pupils should learn that reading together is fun in order to experience the magic of listening and experiencing together through the pleasure of reading. These experiences are intended to teach them how important it is for the individual to stick together in a group, i.e. a community in which one person is close to the heart of another. Secondary school pupils are taught that selfish behavior and the pursuit of wealth and success has bad consequences both for the individual, loss of identity, and for the community, Momo loses a friend. In view of a practiced community education that draws its essential motifs from an anti-Semitic children's book, Adorno's demands for an education to debarbarization, which should primarily be the task of schools, seem naive. And yet Adorno's demands against teachers who accelerate the regression of society as a whole with Momo in their hands are more topical than ever. However, the majority of professional teachers cannot be considered as addressees of this criticism, let alone as actors who would actively fight against the regression into barbarism in their field. An education against Momo will necessarily have to be directed against the school. It was already late when Sharon Tate and her former fiancé Jay Sebring returned to the house where Tate lived with Roman Polanski in Los Angeles on August 8, 1969 after dinner at the Mexican restaurant El Coyote with a couple they were friends with, the actor Wojciech Frykowski and his partner Abigail Folger. Tate was heavily pregnant at the time and the birth of her child, a son, was expected on August 12 according to a doctor's prognosis. Polanski, who was in Europe for filming, wanted to be back by that date. Frykowski, Sebring, and Folger were closely associated with Tate and Polanski. Sebring had made a name for himself in Hollywood as a hairdresser and stylist. In 1964, he had entered into a love affair with Tate, which she broke off in 1966 to live with Polanski, in whose Dance of the Vampires, which was released in 1967, she played the leading role. Nevertheless, Sebring not only remained friends with Tate, but also maintained a friendly relationship with Polanski. Through both of them, he met Folger and Frykowski in 1968, who supported Polanski in financing his films. Frykowski, the son of a Polish textile manufacturer and Polanski's schoolmate, had escaped the German occupiers as a child. In the early 60s, he had acted in some of Polanski's short films. In 1967, he followed his friend to the United States, where he helped him build his career. Folger, whom Frykowski had met in New York in 1968 and with whom he communicated in French because he hardly spoke any English, also helped Polanski out financially at times. As the heiress of a coffee company who had maintained contacts with the publishing and film industry on the West Coast since the mid-60s, she used part of her fortune to support artists and politicians whom she admired. In 1968, she had become a campaign aide to Robert F. Kennedy. Tate also came from a wealthy family. As the daughter of an intelligence officer, she had already traveled the world as a child and became a model at the age of 18. Almost at the same time as the premiere of Dance of the Vampires, she had become the cover girl of Playboy. Her relationship with Polanski, with whom she lived together in London for a time from 1967 without a marriage license, made her an icon of the swinging 60s in the media. The fact that she had herself photographed as a pregnant woman with Polanski for Queen magazine in London in 1969 was tantamount to breaking a taboo at the time. After the four friends, whose relationship exemplified the cosmopolitanism and exile biography of Hollywood at the time, had returned to Tate and Polanski's villa, 3 female and 1 male member of the Manson family gained access to the property at around midnight after cutting off the telephone connection to the house. The hippie commune founded by cult leader and musician Charles Manson, who was convicted of rape, pimping and fraud, and whose members were given new first names to make them feel part of the family, had moved into the Spawn Movie Ranch, a movie lot near Los Angeles, just a year earlier. The first murder that the group was proven to have committed had taken place a few days earlier. Music teacher Gary Hinman, who had hosted parts of the family, had been tortured and murdered by Manson and 2 other male members of the group. Charles Watson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Linda Kasabian, who broke into Tate and Polanski's home on the night of August 9, had meticulously planned their crime. Kasabian was waiting in a getaway car outside the house where the crime took place. A student who happened to be a guest in the villa was the first victim. He was shot dead by Watson. The 4 friends were rounded up in the living room and tied up to be murdered. First, Watson shot Sebring after he protested that she should lie on her stomach, citing Tate's pregnancy. Then Frykowski and Folger, who managed to free themselves from their restraints and reach the garden, were brutally murdered by Atkins, Krenwinkel, and Watson with dozens of stab wounds. Sharon Tate died at the hands of Atkins and Watson from a total of 16 stab wounds. During the murders, Watson had announced that he was doing the devil's work, and on leaving the property Atkins wrote the word pig on the front door in Tate's blood. Manson had already written the words political piggy on Hinman's wall after his murder. Just one day after the murders of Tate and her friends, Watson, Krenwinkel, and female cult member Leslie Van Houten used knives and a carving fork to kill supermarket owner Leno LaBianca and his wife Rosemary. They carved the word war into the man's chest, wrote the slogan death to pigs on the walls of the couple's house and helter-skelter on the fridge. It was only when Susan Atkins was sent to prison in the fall of 1969 on suspicion of murder in the case of the murdered music teacher Hinman, where she bragged about her involvement in the murder of Sharon Tate, that the police made a connection between the group's various acts. When the trial against Manson, Atkins, Krenwinkel, and Van Houten for the Tate and LaBianca murders began in Los Angeles in 1970, the trial against Watson took place in Texas. Linda Kasabian, whose testimony provided detailed information about the course of the crime, appeared as a key witness. With her help, among others, the delusional worldview that held the Manson cult together was gradually reconstructed. She can be seen as an example of how white supremacy and racial hatred are perfectly compatible with the glorification of the foreigner. At the heart of Manson and his group's madness was the idea of the overwhelming strength of the blacks, who had to be incited against the majority society in order to wipe out the white establishment. The slogan of the war against the pigs and the slogan Helter Skelter, Holter-de-Polter, which Manson borrowed from a song by the Beatles, whom he admired, are to be understood in this context. The family commune, which Manson founded in San Francisco in 1968 and to which over 100 people belonged at times, the vast majority of them women, mostly from broken families, followed a racist, misogynistic and anti-Semitic worldview that determined everyday life in every respect. Only white men were admitted as members, the consumption of Negro music was forbidden, women were insulted as soulless, although their omnipresence was seen by Manson and his comrades in arms as necessary for the balance of the beautiful male soul. At the same time, the commune's self-image can be described as left-wing alternative in many respects. The diet was strictly vegetarian, drugs were not only permitted but propagated, monogamy was frowned upon. Similar to Commune I, the Manson family functioned as a polygamous concubinage in which the women were available to the smaller number of men in a sexual rotation system, a practice that was maintained by a mixture of fear and devotion on the part of the women. Crucial to Manson's apocalyptic politics of helter-skelter was the simultaneity of fetishization and perherescence of the black race around which his ideas delusionally revolved. For Manson, helter-skelter referred to a near-future final race war in which the black population would murder all rich white Americans, defamed as pigs by the family. Although their slavish nature made them inferior to the rulers of the New World, which Manson and his followers hallucinated themselves to be, African Americans were seen by the sect as the ideal recruits in the fight against the rich, effeminate whites. The family wanted to fuel this fight with their murders, assuming that the deeds would be blamed on the black population. The wallet of the murdered Rosemary LaBianca was deposited in an African American neighborhood. The racist excesses that would arise in the ensuing mutual incitement could, according to the delusion of the family, only survive those whites who joined Manson's commune, which represented the true white race purified by decadence, because of the instinctive strength of blacks. Manson ultimately wanted to lead his followers into a cave in California's Death Valley, where Jesus and the Beatles, who were in fact 4 angels, would receive the chosen ones at the entrance to paradise. The beat poet and musician Ed Sanders, who in the late 60s went from being Manson's defender to his critic in the face of his increasingly obvious insanity, published a group biography of the commune in 1972. In it, he provides plenty of evidence that Manson's obsession with the black race, which was considered inferior but indispensable in the fight against white decadence, was secondary in Manson's logic to his hatred of those whites who had betrayed their mission to make the world a better place in favor of money and luxury. Sanders did not say that Manson's racism and master race were ciphers of an anti-Semitic hatred of civilization. The murders committed in Polanski and Tate's villa can not only be interpreted as a declaration of war on a cosmopolitan, Jewish Hollywood, they also seem like a monstrous echo of the film that Polanski had completed in Great Britain shortly before moving to the United States. Rosemary's Baby, released in 1968 with Mia Farrow and John Cassavetes in the leading roles, is not only the most frightening film about pregnancy ever made, but also a clairvoyant nocturne of the hippie era. With a precise imagination that only someone who always experiences the society of which he is a part as an extraterritorial one can muster, Polanski unfolds the political unconscious of the 60s-80s era by presenting its supposed modernity as a continuing archaism. At the plot level, the film tells the story of how the young Rosemary Woodhouse is sold by her husband Guy, an unsuccessful actor, to the devil in exchange for a career, who impregnates her in order to father a satanic Christ. The devil's agents on Earth are Rosemary and Guy's neighbors Minnie and Roman Castvet, an old married couple who serve as surrogate grandparents for the two. They launch Guy's devil's pact, sedate Rosemary with herbs after the pregnancy begins, persuade her to swap her family doctor for a homeopathic faith healer, bring about the death of an old friend of Rosemary and Guy, a bachelor who was on the verge of discovering the plot against Rosemary, and finally, after isolating her from her friends, induce a home birth at Rosemary's house in the presence of a frenetically happy devil-worshipping congregation. Following protests from the Catholic Church, Polanski's film later provoked a polemical response from critics of anti-Semitism because the quack in the service of the devil is called Dr. Saperstein and the satanic plot on which the story is based is structurally anti-Jewish. It was not only the cosmopolitan cast that was ignored. Mia Farrow had Australian and Irish parents. John Cassavetes had come to the USA as the son of Greek immigrants, where he led a group of actors who had the advantages of independent artist ensembles like those of Jean-Luc Godard and Rainer Werner Fassbinder without unleashing comparable mass psychotic impulses. Christoph Komeda, who had worked with Polanski since the 50s and wrote the goosebump-inducing title melody of Rosemary's Baby, came from the Krakow underground jazz scene and arrived in Los Angeles in 1967. What critics tended to forget was that the Satanism in Polanski's film had nothing in common with the hallucination of a conspiracy by Jewish finance capital, but much in common with the left-wing alternative movements of the time. The married couple Castvet, whose name seems like a distortion of Cassavetes, and Dr. Saperstein are old people. What they stand for, however, were the communitarian fashions and psychotechniques of the time, naturopathy and natural birth, criticism of conventional medicine and hatred of the bourgeois public, love, community, and world peace instead of society and private happiness. One of the film's most poignant scenes illustrates the misogynistic implications of this cult of community as casually as it does unforgettably. When Rosemary threatens to surrender almost completely to her hopeless situation thanks to the blackmailing influence of her husband, the Cassavet couple and her new doctor, she invites her old school and childhood friends over, as if in a last gesture of resistance, whom her husband, who now despises anything reminiscent of the time before their marriage, insults as goats. Rosemary informs her that the homeopath is ignoring her complaints of severe pain and that Guy is isolating her in the apartment, so they lock him out of the room to persuade her friend to find a real doctor, go out and have fun. It is only at this moment that Rosemary realizes that she has given up all contact with old friends since her pregnancy. Motherhood, precisely because it is no longer an institution but a communitarian prison, appears to be the final step in the psychological suspension of the woman, who is at the mercy of the life developing within her as if it were a force of fate. In some respects, Manson's sect was like a bloodthirsty realization of Polanski's film. A woman in his commune, whose first name was Mary, had given birth to a child by him in 1968. He himself saw himself as the devil's accomplice. The members of the family resembled Polanski's devil friends in their eating habits as well as in their health ideals. Manson's followers sacrificed Tate's unborn child, and the following day they killed a woman called Rosemary. But rather than trying to interpret the Tate murders as a reenactment of Polanski's film, it might be more fruitful to understand Rosemary's Baby as a depiction and analysis of the collective psychological disposition that made those murders possible. The fantasy world of the horror film became an adequate form of thought for Polanski in answering the question of how a society characterized by libertinage, optimism about the future and the joy of experimentation can regress out of its own dynamics to a belief in nature, communal devotion to fate and apocalypticism drunk on happiness. Ever since the murders of the Manson family proved Polanski's fantasy to be a valid diagnosis of the present, subsequent doomsday collectives have not stopped proving Polanski right. It is always magic, in reality, also as magical thinking, one of the most urgent enemies of enlightenment, which as a literary subject, especially in children's books, can awaken the thought of the transcendent and the longing for the other without using God or demanding membership of a religion. Magic becomes a placeholder for a non-existent practice. The philosopher, Dominican, and representative of Platonic utopianism Tommaso expressed this connection as early as the 16th century as follows: everything that scientists accomplish in imitation of nature or, in order to help her, with the help of an unknown art, is called magic. For technology is always called magic before it is understood, and after a certain time it develops into a normal science. Thus, the magic of the elves stands blindly as the telos of a qualitative change in productive forces, such as certain automation and the salvation of what utility value promised. Science fiction, on the other hand, paints this positively and thus betrays it. Fantasy literature also goes back to a time before the steam engine with almost unmistakable certainty. On the one hand, this expresses a flat and completely abstract hostility to industrialization. On the other hand, it is true that no technical achievement today can be absolutized and considered right. It was already clear to me as a child that immortality must change everything, that everything must change for it and in it. Immortality also stands for the fact that rigidity could release dynamism, instead of today's pseudo-dynamism, which results in social rigidity. Now the elves are not a utopian projection, but a negation of certain parts of man, for which Tolkien provides no positive corrective that would do justice to the elves. The hobbits are just a lazy compromise. Magic and rapture become symbols for the fact that something is missing. Tolkien's elves are not at all different from humans in the books because they have pointed ears, but at most an aura. Instead of man's alienation from an original, Tolkien sees them as one of his potentials, ideals. The humans created by Tolkien should have a power to live their lives in the midst of all the powers and accidents of the world according to their own choice, but with this gift it is one that the children of men dwell only for a short time in the living world and are not bound to it, but soon depart. They were called guests or strangers by the elves. Later it is truthfully said, death is their fate. This vacillation in the contemplation of death between gift and fate runs throughout Tolkien's work. Grief in the face of death is given a great deal of space. In the first Men, the elves experienced for the first time the swift extinction of human life and death from weariness, which they themselves did not know, and they mourned greatly for the loss of their friends. The elves, however, remain to the end of all days, therefore their love of the earth and of all things is more particular, it is stronger, and, as the years grow longer, more weighed down with sorrow. For Tolkien, human freedom, which includes human mastery of nature, and this also in its destructive potential, is therefore connected with the fact that people can leave the world in their death, and thus maintain an external relationship to it. From the phrase that we are only guests on earth, environmental protection, and nature conservation, as well as the idea that we have only borrowed the earth from our children, could only be derived if anyone still knew what the right of hospitality means. At the same time, as with Hegel, death appears here as a return to the species, which also occurs almost one-to-one with the anti-Hegelian Schopenhauer. Just being a guest also allows the saying, "After me, the deluge," according to Marx, the rallying cry of every capitalist and every capitalist nation. MEW 23, page 285, the idea of overcoming death is aimed precisely at and against this after me. In Tolkien's work, no one but the one God knows what happens to people after their death, but it is clear that they leave the earth, not just Middle-earth. It remains unclear whether there is a heaven or an eternal life for them. All that remains for them is trusting faith to alleviate the fear of death so as not to despair of it. In fact, there are repeated hints that people can be reconciled with death. Some people have willingly given up their lives and gone in peace, which is cited as exemplary behavior. At the same time, however, no one, whether humans, elves, or the elemental gods, believes that death should seriously be regarded as a gift, a theme that runs through the entire work. On the other hand, Tolkien unfolds the excesses that result from man's attempted defense against death. The fear of death is based on a seduction by evil, such as Sauron, and death can be something good if it is viewed differently. At the same time, it comes through again and again that this seduction meets an existing need. Some human elven friends, the Numenor, were granted to live on an island within sight of the Blessed Realm, which they were never allowed to enter. They lived much longer and knew no disease, but they had to die of old age at some point, even if they lived to be a few hundred years old. Their increasing efforts to escape death led to mummification, the cult of the dead, and eventually to human sacrifice. Ultimately, their arrogance towards the gods, they tried to take over the kingdom of blessings in the hope of achieving immortality, because they failed to realize that the immortal inhabitants blessed the land and not the other way around, ended in their destruction by a flood and the rapture of the kingdom of blessings from the sight of mankind. The memory of what could have been was lost. Only the two elven places, Rivendell and Lorien, were still reminders of all that had been noble. Although repeatedly claimed, there is no passage in which the immortals seriously envy the humans their mortality. The elves eventually move out of Middle-earth. Humans, on the other hand, have to suppress and forget the immortals and thus the thought of earthly immortality in order to come to terms with their finite existence more badly than well, i.e. to no longer be tempted to cross the boundary that was set for their happiness. This, however, would be a challenge for mankind. History could teach us how not to do it. Tolkien was neither a great critic nor a great writer, but it occurred to me early on that no criticism should fall short of his lament, which he may not have intended at all, but which is nevertheless extremely present. But it was only with Freud and, above all, Adorno and Houellebecq that I came across this idea again, albeit in a different form. The fact that The Lord of the Rings, like the rest of Tolkien's work, is probably lost for good is evident not only from the film adaptations, but also from the more recent book covers. It has been completely swallowed up by the fantasy genre he created. The difference is this: Tolkien studied the myths, his successors studied Tolkien. They extended all the moments that carried a mark of damage without doing justice to those, sometimes very marginal ones, that pointed beyond it. Anyone who defends Game of Thrones fails to recognize this. The entire genre moved almost completely into positivism immediately after Tolkien. This is particularly evident in the successful Harry Potter cycle, in which the desire to abolish death is branded as radical evil. But even Tolkien could be used to show what Horkheimer expressed in his later days, namely that the true conservative is more akin to the true revolutionary than to the fascist, just as the true revolutionary is more akin to the true conservative than to the so-called communist today. What unites the true conservative with the true revolutionary is probably above all traces and impressions from childhood, often coincidental, but above all difficult to reconstruct. Just as hidden as these impressions are often the ways in which one came to them. I think that there are books that you can or must only have read at a certain age, in this case as a child, which does not mean that you have to have read them at all, but only that if you only try to read them as an adult, you will no longer find certain things in them. For my part, I probably learned from Tolkien that everything could and must be different, that death or mortality cannot be seen as the essence of life, which only gives it value by limiting it. In my case, this seems to me to be a realization that comes from childhood and is all too quickly buried under later depressive longings for death.